When Shen Wang regained consciousness, a warm, salty breeze brushed his face. His fingers pressed down slightly, sensing fine grains of sand beneath them. With a sudden start, he opened his eyes to the bright moon hanging in the night sky. Did I drink too much and pass out on the roadside? Those bastards left me here after the booze. Shen Wang sat up abruptly, but when he took in his surroundings, his eyes went wide. Where the hell? Heaven knows in his 20 years of life, he had never been to the seaside. Yet before him, the silver-white sandy beach and dark surging waves reminded him he was on a beach by the sea. He had only gone back to his hometown during summer break and had a big drinking session with his childhood friends. How did he end up at the beach? Shen Wang was dazed for a long while. His thoughts gradually cleared, and two possibilities emerged in his mind. Either his Blackheart childhood friends were playing a joke on him, or he had traveled through time. Shen Wang quickly determined he had crossed over because he discovered a virtual panel before his eyes. Cheat tool? Isn't this the standard equipment for a time travel? It couldn't be that I'm in the modern world with a cheat and about to reach the peak of life, could it? Not impossible. Shen Wang let his imagination run wild for a moment, then focused on the virtual panel before him. Many children, many blessings. It's actually a many children, many blessings system. Many children, many blessings is great. A model of having it all, enjoying life, while opening cheats. Shen Wang's lips curled upward, his fists clenched, and a dangerous glint shone in his eyes. But after studying the system for a while, he frowned again. This system didn't simply grant rewards after having children, but was strongly correlated with the child's mother's situation. After the host's child is conceived, it will inherit the mother's talent or ability. The host may choose one of them as the child's talent. After the chosen talent ability is successfully inherited, the host will obtain 20 of the child's talent. After the child is born, an additional 30 of its talent can be obtained. Shen Wang muttered, gradually understanding. This system perfectly adapted to any situation, whether low martial or high martial, urban or fantasy. As long as he found local girls with special talents and had enough children with them, he could make himself a leader in this world. But there seems to be a loophole. If I give up the later 30, can I speedrun? With that thought, Shen Wang carefully checked the system's terms. The final conclusion: if the child is lost, the initial 20 will be taken back. What a rigorous system. Truly a many children, many blessings system. But I don't have that kind of intention anyway. My moral standards are here. Now to adapt to this world faster and stronger, I'll reluctantly find a few more local girls with talents. I'm not the type to want a harem. I just need the strength to stand firm. The system forced me. Shen Wang chuckled, raised a hand to wipe a non-existent trace from the corner of his mouth, and slowly stood up. Turning his head to look around, Shen Wang noticed a small dock not far away with 5 or 6 wooden sailboats moored nearby. What era is this? The ships are still made of wood. Shen Wang muttered a few complaints, then his smile froze. What did he see? On the masts of at least 3 ships in the distance hung skull flags. Pirates. What kind of place has pirates so rampant? No way. A possibility flashed through Shen Wang's mind. Could this be the world of the manga One Piece? Suddenly, hearing a commotion and a messy singing from afar, Shen Wang turned his head. Before he could see the people, he was shocked by the scene behind him. Not far behind him was a yellow-brown cliff, dozens of meters high. Except for this small patch of beach and harbor, the cliff stretched endlessly, directly plunging into the seawater. This patch of beach was the only crevice in this circle of endless cliffs. Before Shen Wang could think more, a group of people emerged from the crevice about 100 meters away. About a dozen figures, all staggering, holding bottles in their hands. From a distance, the group appeared abnormally tall, especially a burly man in the middle, estimated to be about 3 meters tall. His arms were enormous, his bare dark upper body bulging with muscles, while his lower body seemed quite slender. Of course, that was a matter of proportion. His slender thighs were thicker than Shen Wang's waist. Is this body proportion even human? Shen Wang's breathing quickened. Yes, in the world of One Piece, quite a few people have this style. Yo, there's a little bug. Next to the burly man, there was a 2-meter-tall guy, the only one in the group who looked normal. He suddenly looked toward Shen Wang, pulled out a revolver from his left waist, raised it, and fired. The clear, tingling sensation on his scalp left Shen Wang no time to think. He threw himself to the right. Truly pirates. That was all Shen Wang had in his mind. After falling, he rolled a few times, quickly got up, and ran toward the sea. The short distance of about 10 meters to the sea, he didn't dare gamble with the pirate's intentions. He ran in irregular, zaped evasive maneuvers. Sure enough, gunfire continued, and sand was kicked up by bullets on the beach. After 5 gunshots, Shun Wang heard no more firing. He was now only 2 meters from the sea. He didn't dare to gamble whether the pirates would reload. He ran straight into the sea, plunged into the water with a splash, and held his breath diving beneath the surface. Shun Wang couldn't guess the pirates' next move, so he could only wait for their actions. Fortunately, they were just fooling around. Maybe they had drunk a lot. After a burst of laughter, there was no more sound. Shun Wang swam about 10 meters out before slowly surfacing. The beach was empty. The group of people in the distance were boarding a ship looking only as big as fingertips. Shun Wang stared fixedly at the pirate flag of that ship, etching it into his memory. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. 10 years is not too long. He swam slowly back to the beach. After the burst of adrenaline, he had no strength left. Crawling ashore, he lay directly on his back on the sand. I survived. This world is truly dangerous. Shun Wang looked at the black cotton short-sleeved shirt on his body, bitterness in his heart. Why did I come here with my original body? If I were a native, at least I could inherit a body tempered by hardship. His body in the 21st century lived better than any noble here. Weak shoulders, no carrying strength, never even killed a chicken. How can I survive here? Even with a cheat, will I be able to find a talented girl? Will she be willing to have children with me? Even if she is willing before I find her, can this 5-talent body survive here? Shun Wang at the edge of the beach took off his wet clothes and spread them on the sand to dry. After resting with nothing to do, Shun Wang tried basic exercises: horse stance, push-ups, crunches. His body was barely okay. He could do 10 or 20 of each and hold horse stance for 5 minutes. Having a sense of his own body exhausted, Shun Wang lay back on the beach and began to think about the famous female strong characters in One Piece. In the world of One Piece, the woman with the strongest talent was none other than Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Her talent might be the strongest in the world. Too bad her brain is faulty, so she only ended up as the weakest of the 4 emperors. I just don't know what time it is now. If it's the start of the story, even if Big Mom didn't guard against me sowing seed, I think I'd still have difficulty doing it. But between the ages of 20 and 40, I could grit my teeth and do it. After all, she's a woman who pops out children like popcorn, perfectly matching my cheat. After fantasizing about a 20-year-old Charlotte Linlin for a while, when the moon sank and the sky began to lighten, he put on his clothes and staggered toward the crevice. I don't want to stay on this beach and risk those pirates running me over like roadkill. Better go in and gather information about where this is. When the sun hung directly overhead, Shun Wang had already started a fire by a river on the grassland. On a simple grill, a fish and a creature resembling a bamboo rat were skewered. Even though his hands were already red and swollen, Shun Wang paid no attention, only staring at the meat on the grill and smacking his lips. He was truly ravenous. He hadn't eaten anything since midnight and had just spent a long time making fire by friction. Now nothing else mattered except the roasting meat. Shortly after entering through the crack in the morning, Shun Wang had found out where he was and what timeline he was in. This place was Dressrosa. Being in the new world, Shun Wang was only panicked for a moment before he stopped caring. As he observed, the commoners here were not strong. The only impact on him would be that his opponents, after going to sea, would be very powerful. It's fine. He would set sail only after mastering both colors of Haki. Good news, the current time was 1486 of the Sea Circle calendar according to Oda's new timeline. According to the discarded newspapers he found in the dump rocks, had caused a great disturbance at Mary Geos just last year. Calculating the time, Charlotte Linlin was only 13 this year. He had plenty of time. That woman who popped out children like popcorn, he absolutely had to get involved. 10 babies in one go was not a dream. Right now, the port city he was in was called Calta, located south of Dressrosa. It was a forest town with many plants, not very populous or prosperous. Before his transmigration, Shun Wang couldn't remember many details of the anime One Piece. But after arriving here, he suddenly recalled many things. Perhaps it was an invisible benefit of transmigration. Shun Wang remembered that the island of Dressrosa was divided into 2 halves by the wall extending from the King's Plateau. Most of the towns and residents were in the west, while the east only had the small port town of Calta and some scattered villages. The island was truly small. Shenhuang could clearly see the full view of the king's plateau and the wall, and when he turned his head, he could also see the ring-shaped rocks surrounding the island. Based on his walking time, he estimated the island's area was at most 50 square kilometers with a diameter of 8 to 10 kilometers. He had walked from Kalta along the wall and reached the vicinity of the king's plateau in just over an hour. In other words, it would take him at most 2 hours to walk from here to the northern coast. As soon as the meat was cooked, Shenhuang grabbed it and started eating. Hiss, hisha-hoo-hoo-hoo. Although he had no salt, Shenhuang had found some very sour fruits and a few sweet ones. He squeezed the juice onto the roasted meat, which gave it a unique flavor. But he still needed to find a way to get salt, otherwise he couldn't maintain his physical activity. However, he didn't have a single berry on him. There were quite a few animals on this plain. Herbivores like cattle, sheep, deer, and some carnivores. He could see hunters here, which meant these animals could be sold for money. But he had no hunting skills. He caught the fish by jabbing a sharp stick into the water for a long time and knocked out the bamboo rat-like creature by ambushing it at the entrance of its burrow. He felt he couldn't beat a cow, couldn't catch a sheep or deer, and dared not provoke the beasts. For his future survival, Shenhuang felt immense pressure, but he had to grit his teeth and try hunting. Hunting could achieve multiple goals at once. It would train his body, build his courage by seeing blood, and when he sold the meat in town, he could also scout for suitable girls. Speaking of which, at this point in time, it might not be impossible to intercept Charlotte Linlin. After eating, Shenhuang leaned against a tree stump to rest his mind, beginning to plan the path ahead. For him to reach the top, he had to make Charlotte Linlin bear his children, preferably 5 at once. Although Charlotte Linlin wasn't bright, she was 13 years old now, and Longbread had been by her side for 7 full years. It would be difficult to trick her. Longbread was no pushover. He wasn't just a chef, he possessed both colors of Haki and the strength of a swordsman. To deceive Charlotte Linlin, he would first need the ability to silently eliminate Longbread. Once exposed, Charlotte Linlin would immediately go berserk. Moreover, even if he could silently eliminate Longbread, Charlotte Linlin might not comply with his wishes. According to the anime, after Linlin had a food seizure on her 6th birthday, everyone from the sheep's house disappeared, leaving only a complete set of the nun's clothes. This scene was very suggestive, especially since the homies created by Carmel were inherited by Linlin, and Linlin could skillfully create homies as soon as she woke up. A bold guess, Carmel deliberately let herself be devoured by Linlin. Perhaps the soul fruit, when developed to a certain level, granted the ability to possess others. Linlin's talent was obvious, and she was young and under her control. If she had such an ability, how could she not covet Linlin's body? Otherwise, why would Linlin have such a severe food seizure on her birthday, completely clearing out the sheep's house? If it wasn't intentional, Shenhuang didn't believe it. He had to admit that Charlotte Linlin was a true monster. If his guess was right, Carmel had clearly prepared to take over Linlin's body. But judging by Linlin's later behavior, she seemed to have merged with Carmel. A 6-year-old child's soul against an old woman with the soul fruit had actually fought. Shenhuang thought for a long time, but still felt that the path of deception wouldn't work because he didn't know how much of Carmel's soul influenced Linlin. With Carmel's, well, it would be hard to trick her. However, instead of relying on trickery, he could also rely on sheer strength to pique her interest. He couldn't rely on being a rare race, but he could do it through power. Linlin's first son looked very much like Longbread. Her first daughter resembled no one. And the 3 sons, Katakuri, Daifuku, and Oven. One looked like a fishman, one was bald, and one had yellow hair. They matched perfectly with the officers of the Rocks Pirates. This meant that in her early years, she didn't pursue racial diversity. There was still hope. But if he wanted to have children with Charlotte Linlin, there was a size problem. A small carriage with a big horse wasn't fun. He wasn't Jabra, and he didn't want to go to college. Be a small man with a giant woman. He used to be quite satisfied with his height of 1.8 meters, but here that height was practically useless. The quickest way to change was to eat a devil fruit. Thinking carefully, there was a paramecia fruit that could solve the problem, the Buki Nomi Expand fruit. It allowed the user to enlarge their body based on their size and strength. If developed well, he could probably control the degree of enlargement at will. With devil fruits within the fruit's limits, development also relied on the I think therefore I can power. This fruit in the story belonged to Sanwan Wolf, the giant battleship. In 1541 he was only 99 years old, so now he was just an underage young giant. He definitely hadn't eaten this fruit yet, so there was a way to obtain it. Shenhuang had spent a lot of thought on Charlotte Linlin, the woman perfectly suited for the many children, many blessings system, popping out kids like popcorn. But a man still had to focus on the present. The first step was to go from 0 to 1. Shenhuang stood up, raised his fists, and struck a pose to encourage himself. Then he picked up his pointed wooden stick for fishing and his hard wooden club for knocking out bamboo rats, and walked with a determined stride to go hunting. Starving and light-headed Shenhuang finally managed to spear a fish in the middle of the night. After grilling and wolfing it down, he began to reflect on his mistakes. He hadn't had any salt all day and felt somewhat lethargic. He couldn't stay away from the town, he needed enough salt. But where could he make money? The next day Shenhuang returned to the port of Calta and found temporary work loading and unloading ships. He unloaded a cargo ship in the morning, feeling dizzy from the labor. Fortunately, lunch was provided, a bowl of salty broth with rice. He finally felt alive again. In the afternoon, he unloaded 2 more ships. By evening, when he settled his wages, he received 900 berries. Enough for 2 full meals with about 100 berries left over. He couldn't do this job for long, or his body would break down. Shenhuang spent 150 berries on a communal bed and laid down with a grimace. Finding a suitable girl to have children with was top priority, but it was hard to achieve results in a short time. Although he was anxious, he had no good ideas. So for long-term survival, he still had to go hunting. What he needed now was to prepare tools. His porter career would only last until he had enough money to buy a dagger and enough salt. If possible, the best thing would be to buy material for a bowstring. He could try to make a simple bow that could be lethal at about 10 meters. The next day, when he got up, Shenhuang could barely straighten his back, but he still gritted his teeth and went to the dock. He could overcome physical hardship not because of his strong willpower, but because he knew this was a world where power reigned supreme. And since he had a cheat golden finger, it meant he had the potential to reach the top of the world. Therefore, he couldn't waste time. After all, fists or power are things that fascinate men, and he was more than willing to pay that price. A light flickered in Shenhuang's eyes, and he strode toward the foreman to report for duty. Expansion fruit, descend quickly. I want to grow bigger. I want to become a giant. I need to adapt to the physiques of all races. Shenhuang staggered under a 100-pound load, his back barely straight, eyes glaring and teeth clenched as he hurried down the gangplank. Drenched in sweat, Shenhuang still kept envisioning the expansion fruit in his mind, relentlessly reinforcing his desire for enlargement. For there was a saying, devil fruits respond to one's wishes. So he ceaselessly invoked this fruit that could alter body size. Though it yielded no results for now, Shenhuang persisted. The phrase sincerity works wonders was widely believed by many in China. Sometimes when exhaustion bred twisted thoughts, how about a hormone fruit instead? In this world, gifted men far outnumber gifted women. Perhaps 9 powerful men for every 1 powerful woman. Just turn those monsters into girls and make them pregnant. As he mused, Shenhuang felt a flicker of temptation. But recalling that most of those monsters were far from human-like in appearance, Shenhuang quickly shook his head, dispelling the dangerous notion. Regarding devil fruits, if he couldn't obtain the expansion fruit, he would lean toward a functional paramecia. In the world of One Piece, the cheat ability could only elevate his physique to monster level. Thus, Zoan and Logia were unnecessary, unless mythical Zoan, a paramecia, suited him better. After all, in the late-game fights relied purely on Haki, which reigned supreme. Yet the best fruit for a time traveler would be the age fruit. The power of imagination was simply too strong. Fortunately, a time traveler never lacked material for imagination. Hey kid, hurry up. He'll dock your pay. Hearing the foreman's curses, Shenhuang curled his lips. As he set down the load, a kick sent him stumbling. Shenhuang didn't bother arguing. After all, his pay had never actually been cut. After a week, Shenhuang had grown accustomed to the life of a dock worker. But he decided after today's work, yesterday he had enough money to buy a dagger, today's earnings would all go to salt. Tomorrow he would leave the city to become a hunter. As for bow-making materials, he abandoned that idea. Observing the docks over the week, he realized the work was too dangerous. Pirate ships arrived daily mostly for supplies, but one reckless crew could slaughter the port at any moment. He couldn't stay long, the plains at the island's center were far safer. The next morning, Shenhuang bought a small bag of salt and a large water skin at the market, then headed out of town. Before leaving, he filched a set of clothes from a drying rack at the edge of the town. I have no morals. Shenhuang pursed his lips, exchanging his tattered 21st century clothes for the stolen ones, wrapped the old in oil paper, and tucked them into his bundle. These were his soil from home, which he wanted to preserve. But now broke, he could only resort to a petty theft. Finding a sturdy wooden stick over a meter long, Shen Wang firmly bound the dagger to it, fashioning an inch longer, an inch safer. With a sharp weapon and tactics, ambush, backstab, throw, he successfully hunted small game. That week of carrying loads had transformed his physique from utterly feeble to a normal human's. After 3 days of hunting, Shen Wang finally brought down a deer with a precise throw from over 30 meters. This was the largest prey he had caught. He planned to carry it to the western town to sell. For himself, small game sufficed. The big kill would fetch a price, and he could explore the western peninsula. Approaching the wall that connected to the king's highlands facing the great arch, Shen Wang took a deep breath and casually strolled past the patrolling guards. From his observation, these guards were there to prevent beasts from passing through the arch, not to collect tolls. The arch he passed through was the second one north of the king's highlands. Beyond it, he saw rows of 2-story houses and wide, clean streets. In the distance, the circular wall of the arena was visible. On the street, a complex fragrance of flowers, wine, and savory food assailed his nose. Even though he was full, the alluring aroma made Shen Wang involuntarily swallow. The air also carried an undefinable perfume. Many young girls in skimpy clothing caught his eye, brightening his look. He steadied himself, took a deep breath. These were not the gifted girls he desired. Thus thinking, Shen Wang asked passers-by for directions to taverns and restaurants. He was too lazy to sell pieces to individuals. It earned more, but was troublesome, and he lacked tools for trade. Coming out the back door of a tavern, he tucked over 5,000 berries into his chest pocket. Turning onto the street, he saw a man with golden noodle-like hair take out a guitar and start playing on the sidewalk. He sang as he played, quite melodious. A few girls stopped, and the crowd gradually grew. When about a dozen girls surrounded the singing noodlehead, several of them began dancing fervently to the rhythm. So it wasn't busking but courtship, Shen Wang realized. Without warning, he would start playing "Ew" when the crowd gathered, they would dance. Unfathomable. But this was the land of love and passion. It made sense. Shen Wang watched with amusement until the noodlehead ended up arm in arm with the prettiest dancer. Tisk like a pearl cast before swine. The man's looks clearly didn't match the girl's. Though talent added charm, in this world strength reigned supreme. Shen Wang sized up the man's muscles, confident he could take him. Bolstered by this thought, he bought necessities and spent 50 berries on the latest newspaper. Several headlines caught his eye. Rock seizes celestial tribute. Justice Gate completely shattered. Scientific bandit back in Mamu Stussy steals latest research from another institute. Sea monster. 13-year-old iron balloon destroys mammoth pirates worth 800 million bounty. Shen Wang stared at the photos in the paper, ambition surging within. When will I qualify to seize celestial tribute? A whole ship of gold and berries, steal it, and be rich. But it required admiral-level strength to escape unscathed. Speaking of Stussy, she was quite attractive as type. Given her clone's performance, she was gifted too. If chance allowed, he'd have a child with her. Was the great temptress of this era gloriosa of the Kuja pirates. But the true siren of this age was her vice-captain and successor, Shikiaka Hancock. Ha, truly a rival to outshine. Had Gloriosa not yet met Roger? Which year did Roger set sail? Recalling that Roger set sail 52 years ago, based on the year 1541, that would be 1489. Still 3 years to sail. Could he develop faster than Roger? If only he could intercept Gloriosa. A Kuja empress, beautiful and strong. Shen Wang. On the second day back in the eastern plains, Shen Wang witnessed something that sent chills down his spine. A hunter from the western peninsula appeared near the woods where Shen Wang rested. This spot was chosen to be hidden from guards, yet close to the wall. Since near the wall no beasts roamed, and he didn't want to be spotted, he settled here. When the hunter approached, a woman with a delicate face ran up holding a lunchbox, calling out to him. Just as the hunter took the box with a smile, a sudden change occurred. As the man took the lunchbox, the woman's smile remained unchanged, but her right hand slid beneath the box. Under the sunlight, a dagger with a cold glint appeared in her hand. In an instant, the dagger plunged into the hunter's heart. His expression shifted from a broad smile to shock, then to terror, his lips moving as if to speak. But the woman swiftly withdrew the dagger, sending blood spurting high. The man could no longer utter a word and collapsed straight to the ground. Darling, you betrayed first. The woman smiled, tears and snot streaming down her face. As if mourning, the woman bowed her head and wept before the man's corpse for half an hour. Finally, she flung the dagger away and turned to head back to the western peninsula. Shen Wang gasped in shock as he watched. Indeed, the women on this island had extremely vicious methods of revenge against unfaithful men. He recalled that the more beautiful they were, the more ruthless. Shen Wang hesitated. Should he really seek a woman? It seemed very dangerous. However, he couldn't escape this island anyway. This was the new world. Without sufficient strength, dying within half a day after leaving was perfectly normal. Thinking about this was truly unnecessary worry. Finding a suitable one was already good fortune. He had no right to be picky. Wang thought clearly. For him, a woman who already had strength was basically impossible. He could only try to find one whose potential had yet to be fulfilled. Not every talented person could shine. There must be pearls buried in the dust. He just needed to watch for women of normal build, but with strength surpassing ordinary men, or those who recovered quickly from injuries, or even those with weak bodies, but able to hear sounds ordinary people couldn't. Possessing any one of these talents could serve as an initial target. Wang pondered this until the woman who had killed her lover disappeared from sight. Then he stood up and approached the man's corpse. "Thank you for nature's gift." Wang mourned for a few seconds, then crouched down and stripped the man of all his equipment. 2 daggers. The man also had one. A machete, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. A lunchbox inside which there were actually rice and dishes, a free lunch. Moreover, he could use this iron lunchbox to boil soup. Searching the whole body, he found 500 berry. Oh, the man even had some pocket money. The corners of Wang's mouth lifted. What a great harvest. Indeed, a horse won't fatten without night grass, and a man won't get rich without windfall. Putting together this set of equipment would have cost at least 50,000 berry. Now it was all his equivalent to a free gain of 50,000 berry. Thanks to these equipments, Wang never went hungry again. With gear, the prey here was surprisingly easy to hunt. Over the next month, because he ate his fill while engaging in intense hunting, his body gradually developed into a streamlined, lean, muscular shape. Because he didn't simply hunt. If he wasn't hungry, he wouldn't use the bow and arrows, nor even seek to kill. He would just chase the prey for miles with his knife, both tormenting the animal and exercising his body. Only when hungry and tired would he deliver the killing blow. Because of this, he could take prey to the city in the Western Peninsula every 2 or 3 days to sell. His main purpose wasn't to earn money, but to observe the women in the city and see if there were any targets. Yet after more than a month, he still had found nothing. Although he warned himself not to be impatient, he couldn't help growing anxious. His physical talent was too poor. Now he could feel that his bonus improvement had become extremely slow. Because of his anxiety, he had even injured himself the day before yesterday. That day, after finishing the wall-pushing exercise to train coordination and force exertion, he began weightlifting for strength training. Though lifting 100 gene stone was still strenuous, he could manage 20 or 30 repetitions in a row. But after several days without noticeable progress, he panicked and, gritting his teeth, went for a 200 gene stone. He strained to lift it 7 times. On the 8th, his hands gave way, and the stone crashed down. Luckily, it didn't hit him, only pounded a hole in the ground. But his arms, waist, and legs were completely exhausted. The next day, his whole body ached so badly that even turning over was difficult. He could only lie in his hideout, eating the meager stored food, and spent 2 full days lying there to recover. Relying on self-training was utterly futile. No matter how hard he worked, he could only become slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Such strength in the new world didn't even qualify him to be a low-level minion. He still had to rely on the system. Wang, wincing, moved to the edge of the bed and carefully rolled down. Hiss! He gasped sharply, his legs giving way as he nearly fell. Fortunately, he managed to stand up. After lying down for nearly 2 days, his body was still aching badly, but there was no choice. The food was completely gone. If he didn't get up, he would starve. He couldn't go hunting, but he could check the traps he had set 2 days ago for any rabbit. Holding his knife, he slowly walked to the nearest trap site. It was empty. Though empty, upon closer inspection, there were signs of struggle, and some gray rabbit fur left behind. Escaped. But the trap had clearly been undone, not broken free. Damn it! Who was so despicable to steal my prey? Wang cursed a few times, but could do nothing. He went to several other trap sites, and all were the same. Someone had stolen the prey. Who could be so utterly wicked? Stealing 1 or 2 was bad enough, but this damn dozen or so were gone. Wang grew angrier as he walked. Only 2 traps remained ahead. They must have something. The second-to-last trap was empty, no catch. Gritting his teeth, he pushed on. Wang pursed his lips and shuffled his legs, his thigh and waist muscles screaming in protest. With great effort, he reached the last trap. From afar, he could see there was prey inside. It was the same kind of prey as the bamboo rat he had caught for the first time on the grassland. Wang's spirit lifted, and his body gained some strength as he quickened his pace. But in his joy, he didn't notice the trapped bamboo rat was eerily not struggling. Just as he reached it, the vine binding the trap suddenly sprang open, and the bamboo rat shot out with a whoosh. What the hell? Could the trap untie itself? There was no one around. Wang stared wide-eyed at the trap as if seeing a ghost. Looking closely beside the trap stood a palm-sized being resembling a fairy. A little person. Wang's breath caught, and then anger surged in his heart. Even if you're a fairy, you can't let my prey go and leave me starving. The little creature suddenly made a face at him. Wang was immediately furious, threw himself forward, and swung his big hand to grab the odious little one. But the little creature was completely unflustered. Only when Wang landed on the ground and swung his hand did it calmly disappear without a trace. Shen Wang lay in the grass, staring blankly at the small figure swiftly vanishing into the depths of the thicket, dazed for a long time. Little people. Little people. Hehe. Wahaha. Shen Wang rolled over, covering his eyes with his left hand, while letting out all sorts of strange laughter, his right hand pounding the ground. I actually forgot about little people. How could I have forgotten little people? Under Shen Wang's palm, tears washed away the dust on his face, leaving obvious tracks, but his mouth was split in a wide grin. Little people, also known as the Dongtada tribe, are a special race from Dressrosa, said to possess dozens of times the strength and speed of a human. He hadn't thought of them before, probably due to stereotypes. Knowing that ants have hundreds of times the strength of humans, he subconsciously assumed little people were merely so-so. But the speed of that little person just now was clearly much faster than an ordinary human. By extension, their strength must also far surpass that of common people. And if he could share in this talent, strength dozens or even hundreds of times greater than their body size, what a wonderful start it would be. He didn't insist on a physique multiplied by dozens of times. If he could just achieve the speed and strength of that little person from just now, that would be enough for him to get started. Thinking of this, Shen Wang immediately sat up, as if the intense aches all over his body had disappeared. Now only one thing occupied his mind: how could he get a female Dongtada to bear his child? It is known that Charlotte Linlin later gave birth to a Dongtada child, which basically confirms that there is no reproductive isolation between Dongtada and humans. The next question is, how did he make a Dongtada woman pregnant? This doesn't seem to be a problem either. After all, one doesn't necessarily have to perform the prerequisite actions for pregnancy to achieve it. So the real question remains the same: how to make a Dongtada woman willing to be pregnant for him. Shen Wang hung his head, his hands constantly scratching his messy hair. Not long after pondering, Shen Wang's stomach began to growl with hunger. At worst, he would just capture a Dongtada woman, and then it would be up to him what to do. The Dongtada he had just encountered, one who could move freely outside, was most likely a Dongtada warrior stronger than ordinary Dongtada. Finding an ordinary Dongtada, he should be able to take it down by surprise attack. Shen Wang used one hand to smooth his disheveled hair, making his vagabond hairstyle a bit more presentable. He wobbled to the riverbank, where there was a fish trap he had woven. Crudely made, without skill, whether it would catch fish was up to fate. Arriving at the riverbank, he pulled up the trap to find it completely empty. What the hell? Shen Wang angrily threw the fish trap into the river, splashing some water. He paused for a moment, then suddenly slapped his head. I have money. Why am I agonizing over prey here? Shen Wang had already sold prey 6 times, earning over 20,000 Bailey, and had spent 5,000 on some seasonings. Now there were still 17,000 Bailey left, wrapped in oil paper and hidden in a tree hollow. A meal costing 500 Bailey would be enough to fill his stomach. Shen Wang returned to the woods near the city wall, took out the oil paper bundle from the tree hollow, opened it, and took out 1,000 Bailey. After thinking, he took a bit more, placing a total of 5,000 Bailey on his person. He planned to buy some supplies and explore the Tontatanabited Jelenbite Island tonight. A burning pain in his stomach like fire drove Shen Wang to quicken his pace as he arrived at the West Peninsula. Spending 500 Bailey, he enjoyed a large bowl of roasted meat fried rice, instantly feeling revived. It was a bit extravagant, equivalent to eating at a Shaw County snack shop. Shen Wang strolled along the street to digest his food, admiring the scantily clad beauties, passing by, a sense of regret welling up in his heart. What did he need to bring when going to Jelenbite Island tonight? While appreciating the beauties, Shen Wang calculated in his mind. First, he needed a black cloth to cover his face. After all, he still had to live on this island. If his face were seen, he would be hunted down. The island was not large and hard to hide. If he caught a Dongtada woman and was seen during escape, but managed to get away, this black cloth would have done a great service. The best case scenario is to capture the target without being seen. But one must certainly consider the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario should be caught in the act and beaten to death. So he also needed to buy a telescope for long distance observation. He had to buy a hemp rope, though it might be a bit thick for a Dongtada. Sturdiness was all that mattered. The Dongtada's strength surpassed that of ordinary humans. This operation adhered to the tactics of ambush, backstabbing, and clubbing, so he had to go at night. After having clearly planned in his mind, Shen Wang went to purchase the necessary items. In the end, only 300 Bailey remained, just enough for dinner. Around midnight, Shen Wang quietly arrived at the northernmost beach of Deliciosa. Here stood a dilapidated chain bridge, its wooden planks already decayed. Over 100 years ago, a group of betta fish came here, particularly fond of ambushing people on the bridge, resulting in no ordinary people coming here anymore. Now he could only rely on these few chains to cross, but fortunately the water surface was not far below, so falling wouldn't be a problem. He just had to watch out for those betta fish. However, no one had walked here for over 100 years. If these betta fish were still lurking under the bridge, they would starve to death. Shen Wang thought for a moment, but then felt he couldn't let his guard down. Although these betta fish weren't guarding below, this area was certainly part of their patrol route. He felt for a stone and threw it down as sure enough there was no movement, but he was in no hurry. First he used the telescope to observe the situation on the opposite Jellenbite Island. The island was densely vegetated so he couldn't discern much, only that there were no Tontata on the beach opposite. Shenhuang patiently waited on this side for about 2 hours before preparing to cross the bridge. By this time those who should be asleep were asleep. He first took out the black cloth and wrapped it around his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. The hemp rope dagger and wooden stick were tied at his waist, ready to be used at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Shenhuang climbed onto the chain handrails, his feet stepping onto the 2 bottom chains. With a light step, he swiftly crossed on the chains. Even when he tried to tread gently, the decayed planks creaked, and several were so brittle that they fell straight into the sea upon being stepped on. Fortunately, he had been following the path along the chains, so the shattered planks only made him wobble. While crossing the bridge, Shenhuang's heart was in his throat, fearing that the betta fish might come at that very moment. These betta fish posed a lethal threat to ordinary people, and the same applied to him. If encountered, he would die. Fortunately, luck was on his side. There were no accidents along the way, and he smoothly reached the beach of Jellenbite. Seeing the dense jungle not far ahead, Shenhuang strode forward. For an ordinary human to hide from the eyes of a Tontata was basically impossible. Therefore, Shenhuang did not act furtively. He merely tried to tread as lightly as possible. After entering the jungle, Shenhuang did not venture deeper, but instead climbed a nearby large tree, sitting on a branch and using his telescope to survey the surroundings. After confirming there were no Tontata, he continued forward. This place was quite a paradise, abundant not only with fruit trees, but also with many animals, both herbivores and carnivores. In this vast forest there were quite a few fierce beasts, including tigers, leopards, and even bears. Shenhuang used his telescope to observe in advance, doing his best to avoid these predators as he cautiously explored toward the center of the forest. After only half an hour of exploration, Shenhuang discovered a cave entrance about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter with no cover whatsoever. Using the telescope to look closely, there seemed to be a Tontata silhouette inside the cave. It appeared to be sleeping deep within the entrance, and he couldn't tell if it was male or female. Among the Tontata warriors there were both males and females, so this guard could also be female. However, Shenhuang did not intend to capture it. After all, one who could become a warrior was undoubtedly among the top fighters in the tribe. He was worried about even capturing an ordinary Tontata, so how could he possibly seek out this guard warrior? It seems that over 100 years without anyone disturbing you has made you so lax. Shenhuang smiled, feeling elated. Their laxity would increase his chances of a successful ambush. Next he would search for other Tontata cave entrances. If there was a more suitable terrain, the success rate of the ambush would greatly increase. After searching for another half hour, Shenhuang discovered another cave entrance identical to the previous one, with a guard dozing inside. Shenhuang bypassed this cave and continued searching, while also starting to collect some strongly scented leaves and vines, preparing to make himself a ghillie suit. This too would increase the success rate. While Shenhuang was preparing everything with hopeful anticipation, a black bear in the forest, lowering its head to sniff the ground, followed Shenhuang's tracks and ambled forward. After scouting roughly 1/3 of the forest on Jellenbite Island, Shenhuang discovered 4 cave entrances. Despite the small area, he had spent considerable time. The sky was already beginning to lighten. Judging by the summer timing, it was now close to 5 in the morning. He now planned to return to the cave entrance nearest the forest edge, as it would be easier to escape. He also memorized the distances to the other 2 closest entrances to estimate the time needed for a getaway. Near the first entrance he had encountered, Shenhuang stopped and glanced around. He decided to find an ambush spot here. When he looked in one direction, his eyes lit up. A short distance from the cave mouth, there was a low shrub covered in pinkish-white blossoms, quite pleasing to the eye. If these flowers are so beautiful, could they attract women? Shenhuang thought it highly probable. What girl didn't love beauty? Rather than lurking near the entrance, it was better to hide here. Close to the entrance, there was the worry of guards. Here, farther away, it was also nearer the forest edge. Having made up his mind, Shenhuang found a spot thick with leaves behind the flowering bushes and lay down, blending in with his camouflage suit. From his position, he could watch in a straight line all movement from the bushes to the cave mouth. He hadn't been lying there long when he suddenly noticed a dark figure approaching him. Taking a closer look, it was a black bear, a huge one. Shenhuang's pupils contracted. The bear on all fours was almost as tall as he was. If it stood upright, it would be 3 meters tall. He hoped the bear wouldn't come this way. Such a good hiding spot. Don't bring me trouble. But things often turned out contrary to one's wishes. The bear paced in a circle a few times, then suddenly raised its head, facing Shenhuang's direction. It sniffed a few times, seemed to confirm the direction, and walked steadily toward him. Shenhuang held his breath. What should he do? It was really coming for him. Should he run now, or see how things went? There was no option of waiting to die. If this failed, he could try again tomorrow, and he hadn't been exposed to the little people. Just as Shen Wang was about to bolt through the telescope, he saw the little people guard who had been dozing at the cave entrance suddenly dart out, as if sensing something. Spotting the black bear, the guard paused for 2 seconds, seemingly shouting something, but the distance was too great for Shen Wang to hear more than a blurry cry. Then a scene that made Shen Wang's eyes widen in shock unfolded. The guard kicked off the ground and shot toward the black bear like a meteor. In a flash, a loud bang sounded as the bear's forehead took a direct hit. With a crisp crack of bone, the bear, as if struck by a sledgehammer, was flipped over and sent flying several meters. Gulp! Shen Wang's Adam's apple bobbed and his mouth felt dry. Through the telescope, the little people guard turned a somersault in the air, landed lightly, then returned to the cave entrance and stood straight, looking proud and alert, guarding the opening with full vigor. Was this so terrifying? That bear must have weighed 1,000 Gene, and he knocked it flying with one punch. If he hit me, I'd be scattered all over the place. After all, a bear's hide was thick and its skull was the hardest part of its body. Moreover, the speed just now was far beyond that of the little people from yesterday. Was yesterday's little people not a warrior, or had he simply not taken Shen Wang seriously and been toying with him? Regardless, his capture plan was now completely ruined. At that speed from the cave entrance to his ambush spot, he could arrive in less than 10 seconds, and one punch would send him to meet his ancestors. He had to outsmart him, not fight Hehe. Shen Wang took a deep breath and prepared to retreat quietly. He absolutely must not be discovered now. Just then a cool morning breeze blew from the cave mouth, carrying the fragrance of flowers mixed with the stench of bear. The bushes ahead rustled and pink petals fluttered, drifting toward him, landing in dozens upon the leaves behind. An irregular round pink object rolled with the wind right up to his face, stopping in front of his eyes, using his nose as a brake. Hiss! Shen Wang endured the sting in his nose with great effort, making not a sound nor a sneeze. What was this? His pupils dilated violently. Could this shape be a devil fruit? Rubbing his nose, Shen Wang quickly picked it up and examined the legendary treasure closely. Its color resembled the petals, pinkish white, and its shape was somewhat like a pear, the surface covered with petal-like spiral patterns. A flower fruit. No, the flower fruit looked like a layered, blooming blossom, not these petal-like patterns. But regardless, it was a devil fruit. Shen Wang's heart began to race. A devil fruit was a treasure worth at least hundreds of millions of berries. Moreover, as long as it wasn't one of those worthless ability fruits, eating it could free him from being a weakling and greatly expand his options for talented women. It would be enough for self-protection and could speed up the activation of the multi-blessing system. After a long daze, Shen Wang gritted his teeth and tucked the fruit into his chest. This fruit was definitely not an expansion fruit. If he ate it, he would no longer be able to comfortably utilize the multi-blessing system's abilities. After all, in One Piece, many extremely talented women were very tall, at least 2 meters. He absolutely didn't want a Ponyan cart situation. 2 meters was barely acceptable, but what about 3, 5, or 8 or 9 meters? As for that kind of education, he'd leave it to Jabra. He quietly crept out of the forest, carefully crossed the iron chain bridge, and returned to his base in a flutter. After all, he was carrying several 100 million berries in his chest, bulging in his belly. If someone noticed and grew suspicious, the least that could happen was robbery, and most likely he'd be killed. It was one thing to have the ambition to become the strongest, but it was also important to clearly recognize that he was nothing but a nobody now. Sitting in his tent, Shen Wang didn't rush to admire the devil fruit. Instead, he first downed a large cup of water to calm his racing heart. Capturing a little people was now impossible, only outsmarting remained. The little people seemed particularly easy to trick. Recalling this, Shen Wang silently calculated in his mind. By the time he had a full plan, it was nearly noon. Only then did he take out the devil fruit to admire it. It was quite beautiful. After toying with it for a while, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Truly, I am the protagonist. Even the devil fruit delivers itself to me. Wah! Unfortunately, it wasn't what he wanted. It could only be used as a bargaining chip. Shen Wang stood up, took out the animal hides he had accumulated from hunting, arranged them neatly, placed the devil fruit in the middle, and wrapped everything into a bundle the size of a school bag. Perfect. From the outside, it looked like a stack of several animal skins. He hid the remaining 2/3 of the hides again. They could fetch about 20,000 berries, and carrying all of them might invite robbery. The small bundle now contained only low-value skins worth about 3,000 berries at most. Reasonable, and not enough to arouse envy. He did this because his plan required a trip to the city. Though exhausted and sleepy, he had to complete his plan as soon as possible. Given his strength, keeping the devil fruit was like holding a hot potato, better to use it to realize his plan. Acacia was closest to his dwelling, but it was the largest port city in Dressrosa and the most bustling. Going to Acacia risked being seen through. As for Carta, there were many pirates there, and pirates were unpredictable and unsafe. Better to go to the second port, Saibao. Fewer knowledgeable people, decent public security, and almost no pirates in sight. After careful calculation, Shen Wang put on the small bundle of hides, took out all his remaining money, divided it into several portions, and tucked them into his shoes pants pocket and chest. Without wasting a second, Shen Wang headed straight into town once everything was ready. Boss, a haircut. Shen Wang found a roadside barber, sat down on the chair, tossed his leather bundle at his feet, and placed one foot on the center of the package containing the devil fruit. Young man, what style? A crew cut and shave the beard clean. All right. After the haircut, Shen Wang went to eat a bowl of grilled meat fried rice. Then he walked to a fur shop, inquired about the purchase price, and left dissatisfied with the offer. The owner tried to raise the price, but Shen Wang directly increased it by 1/3, leaving the owner cursing his ingratitude as he watched his back. Shen Wang snorted and continued to a few more stores, until he spotted a garment shop displaying a thin trench coat resembling a white lab coat along with shirts and suit trousers. Shen Wang stopped and entered. After some bargaining, he bought the suit and white coat worth 1 belly for 6 belly, plus the furs in his hand. While changing in the fitting room, Shen Wang transferred the devil fruit from the fur wrapping into the bundle of old clothes. The owner suspiciously flipped through the noticeably smaller fur bundle. But Shen Wang was not flustered. So what if he suspected something was inside? No matter how imaginative he was, he couldn't guess it was a devil fruit. Seeing the owner frown, Shen Wang put on a fierce expression. Is there a problem? The owner hesitated. The remaining furs could still be worth 3,000 belly. As a small business preferring to avoid trouble, he waved his hand. No. Oomph. Shen Wang left with the old clothes bundle, the hem of his white coat, fluttering his bearing, dashing. Walking down the street, he calculated in his mind. He had just over 4,000 belly left, nearing poverty. Gritting his teeth, his gaze hardened. It's fine. Alan is a kind of wisdom. Next, he bought a narrow wooden suitcase resembling a luggage case and a pair of silver plastic thin-rimmed reading glasses. Wearing them made him look more refined. Finally, he purchased a few small props he needed. All set. In the end, he had only 200 belly left. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shen Wang looked up at the sky. The sun was high. It must be around 2 in the afternoon. Time to speed up. Shen Wang walked non-stop toward the eastern plains. Not long after leaving the city wall, he suddenly felt a premonition, instinctively looked up and froze. He quickly lowered his head and hurried past a group of people in front of him. The leader, a 3-meter burly man with bulging arms, stopped. IG, isn't that the rat you shot 6 times and missed? The 2-meter tall man beside him, who had been deep in thought, suddenly caught on. Yes, that's him. Ha. The companions burst into laughter. IG, you drank the least that day and you still messed up killing a rat. You're so noob. The 3-meter giant patted Ig's shoulder. You've really lost face, and if word gets out, it'll tarnish the reputation of the F-Rad pirates. Ig's face was already crimson. That night, everyone had drunk too much and hadn't mocked him much, so he hadn't bothered to kill Shen Wang, then letting it slide with laughter. But after sobering up, they kept bringing it up to ridicule him. IG had long harbored grievances. Don't worry, Captain F-Rad. I will definitely wash away this shame. With that, he turned and drew his gun, only to see the man already running. So fast. Eager to redeem himself, IG panicked at the unexpectedly high speed and emptied all 6 bullets from his revolver in a few shots. Not a single hit. Ta! The laughter of his comrades made him feel the blood vessels in his head would burst. Go chase him, and well, wait at the usual spot. F-Rad laughed heartily and pushed IG. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. As he agreed, he saw Shen Wang dart into the nearest woods. Anxious, he didn't bother with threats and sprinted after him. Why of all times did I have to run into these blasted pirates? What rotten luck. Shen Wang ran wildly through the woods, charging where there was no path, ignoring the branches, tearing his clothes and the dense stings on his hands and legs. Hearing the footsteps now near, now far behind him, Shen Wang felt his head was about to explode. His pace had reached his physical limit, his lungs burning like fire. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang through the woods, constantly jarring his already frayed nerves. I absolutely must survive. Only this thought remained in Shen Wang's mind. Everything else was gone. His body instinctively plunged into the densest thickets. Perhaps because Shen Wang unconsciously dodged trees, his running was irregular, and the continuous gunfire behind him missed him every time. After an unknown length of time, Shen Wang had traversed several connected forests, running from the southern port city of Cbo to the woods opposite Acacia in the central region. The footsteps and gunshots behind him had stopped at some point. Regaining some reason, Shen Wang realized this. Cough, cough, cough. His legs ached with sharp pains. Shen Wang coughed violently, the fiery sensation in his lungs more distinct than the cuts on his body. He dared not stop, even though his legs felt like noodles. He quickened his pace toward the woods where he lived. I shouldn't have gone to Cbo for safety. Acacia was much safer and closer. But having read many web novels, he thought the forces hidden in the light were more dangerous and perceptive. A smart person can be tripped by their own cleverness. The only entertainment in Cardo where pirates often docked was a small tavern. And Cbo wasn't that far away, so wealthy pirates naturally took the extra trip to Cbo. I should have thought of that. Back at his lair, Shun Wang collapsed onto the bed, grabbed a cup, and gulped water. Regaining his composure, he saw the ragged bundle and the scratched wooden suitcase. Could I have turned the tables by eating that devil fruit just now? Shun Wang was stunned. At the critical moment, his mind had gone blank. How foolish. After self-reflection, he laughed again. Good thing I didn't eat it. I got away with just scratches. If I had eaten it, what a waste. A power not of my own choosing would have limitations. I absolutely don't want to ride a small pony with a big cart. Mwahaha. The relief after a near-death experience made his emotions volatile. Shun Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good. I had almost forgotten about you guys, and you come to mess with me at this critical moment. The F. Once I'm strong, you'll be the first to die. Especially this IG. Pirates who decide others lives on a whim. Killing them all is an act of justice. Shun Wang gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, opening the suitcase. He checked. Luckily, the items inside were well secured without any shaking and still intact. Great. He packed up everything as quickly as possible, grabbed the suitcase, and left. Although it was getting dark, he couldn't delay with the little people. Revenge depended on the little people. Besides, who knew if that man was still tracking him? Even though the woods he lived in were separate from the ones where he escaped, no one could guarantee he wouldn't be found. In short, this place is no longer safe to stay. Carefully crossing the chain bridge, Shun Wang wiped his sweat. Composing himself, he stood upright, adjusted his collar and cuffs, feigning respectability, and strode into the forest. Good evening, people of the Dongdonta clan. I am here seeking cooperation. As soon as he entered the forest, Shun Wang shouted loudly. It was only natural that no one replied. Shun Wang played a clever trick. Outside the forest, he had walked straight toward the nearest cave, but after entering the forest, he began to change direction. Yet after twisting and turning, he still advanced toward the cave. Every 10 meters or so, he would shout. Then when he was still about 100 meters from the cave, a little humanoid suddenly emerged from the fallen leaves beneath a large tree beside him. Human, what do you want to cooperate on? The sudden appearance of a small blue had almost made Shun Wang jump. Huh. Shun Wang forced a smile. Greetings, warrior of the Dongdonta clan. I am a scientist from the East Sea, and I have a study that requires the assistance of a Dongdonta. Shun Wang explained to this blue-haired male little humanoid. Although a smile clung to his face, his heart was in his throat. It was said that the little humanoids were easy to fool, but they could also beat him into pieces. He hoped they were gullible and would abide by martial honor. What study? What needs to be done? We will not tolerate any behavior that harms our clansmen. From a nearby bush, another little humanoid suddenly leaped out, shouting noisily. Right? We Dongdonta warriors will protect all our clansmen. The blue-haired little humanoid also joined in the shouting. Watching them suddenly become agitated, Shun Wang felt a headache coming on. I won't harm any of you. You should be able to sense that my strength is not great. Even an ordinary clansman of yours could likely defeat me. The two little humanoids looked Shun Wang up and down. You're right. To me, you feel about the same as a child of our tribe. Why state the obvious so bluntly? Shun Wang's mouth twitched, and he quickly said, So do you believe now that I won't hurt you? The two remained silent, so Shun Wang continued. You may not fully trust my words. You can summon an elder of authority from the tribe to negotiate with me. For instance, an elder or the chieftain. Let's find a place to sit and talk. The two little humanoid warriors snapped out of their stupor. One quickly said, I'll go call the chieftain. You take him to that clearing. He dashed across the ground, leaving a blur while the blue-haired little humanoid called out to Shun Wang in a muffled voice, Follow me. That direction led to a clearing. Shun Wang recalled there was a small patch of grass about 2 square meters. Soon they reached the lawn. Shun Wang casually sat down and stared at the blue-haired little humanoid, both locking eyes. Not long after, a rustling sound came, and a dozen little humanoids armed with weapons ran over, eyeing Shun Wang warily. Then an elderly little humanoid with graying hair and beard surrounded by a retinue of warriors strode over with a vigorous air. The scene appeared quite imposing, but from Shun Wang's downward perspective, coupled with their height of barely over 20 centimeters, it looked somewhat comical. Shun Wang pursed his lips, raised a hand to his chest, and bowed his head in an awkward salute. Good evening, human who calls yourself a scientist. I am the chieftain of the Dongdonta clan. I wish to know precisely what your so-called study is about. The old but still vigorous little humanoid chieftain returned the salute and looked at Shun Wang. The old man's eyes were sharp, exuding an air of authority. Although Shun Wang was anxious, the arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. It's like this. I come from the East Sea and am a scientist who studies various phenomena and principles of nature. My name is Shun Wang. After the self-introduction, Shun Wang began to explain his purpose. My field of study is biology. I am a scientist who researches animals and all kinds of human beings. Shun Wang dared not mention plants because the Dongdonta clan were experts in botany. If they discussed it, he would be exposed immediately. My current research topic is whether the offspring born from the union of different human races will combine the advantages of both. Seeing the old man stroking his beard and nodding, Shenwang began to spin a tale. During my travels on the sea, I have seen hybrids of fishmen and humans and giants long-arm tribe and long-leg tribe. At first Shenwang stumbled a bit, but when he saw them listening with rapt attention, he grew smoother and wove in adapted plots from the One Piece story he had read. After he finished narrating about all the various races, their hybrids, and some fictitious mixed race beings, he noticed that the young warriors were staring at him as if listening to a thrilling story, hardly daring to breathe. The gray-haired chieftain also seemed mesmerized. After a long while the chieftain realized Shenwang had stopped talking. He coughed behind his hand and said, "So, human scientist, what is your purpose?" "Well," Shenwang gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. "I can safely say I have completed this research topic. But just after I finished, I heard about the Dongdonta clan from others. Then I realized there was still one race on the sea that I had not included in my study, making my research incomplete. Naturally, I could not accept that. So I spent a great deal of time searching for where the Dongdonta clan lived. Finally, from ancient texts, I learned that they reside on the Dili Island. I have found no examples of your clan interbreeding with other races on the sea, nor have I seen any here. Therefore, I wish to find a female Dongdonta to cooperate with me in completing this experiment." Glancing at the still bewildered chieftain, Shenwang put on a serious face. "In simple terms, I want to ask a female Dongdonta to conceive and bear my child, so that I can observe the differences between this child and a normal Dongdonta." "How is that possible?" a male Dongdonta warrior immediately shouted. Some of the other male Dongdonta warriors also looked indignant. Among the female Dongdonta warriors, some showed contempt, while others blushed and turned away. "Ahem." The chieftain tapped his staff. "I agree to this matter. However, it must be voluntary on their part. I will not help you, it's up to your own ability." Those words were as useless as a fart. Shenwang didn't mind though. He now held an important bargaining chip and had no patience for negotiating one by one. Who knows, he might even snag a female Dongdonta warrior. These warriors were the cream of their tribe, the most talented batch. Shenwang opened the wooden box, took out the demon fruit, and held it in his palm. "You should recognize this. The secret treasure of the sea, the demon fruit." Before the chieftain spoke, my idea was to use this as a reward to have the Dongdonta clan find me a woman willing to participate in my experiment. Suppressing his inner excitement, Shenwang sighed and said, "Now I can only put it this way, whoever is willing to cooperate with my experiment will receive this demon fruit. That is the compensation." After saying this, Shenwang carefully observed the female warriors among these fighters. There were about 100 Dongdonta warriors here, only a dozen of whom were women. Half of them showed evident eagerness on their faces. "They'll do it. They'll cooperate with the scientist." He had thought they would hesitate for a while before someone reluctantly stepped forward. But within 3 seconds, someone stepped forward shouting with great momentum and an air of, "Who dares to rival me?" Shenwang looked over in surprise. It was a girl wearing a short white dress printed with strawberries, black tight leggings, shoulder-length brown wavy hair, and a hat matching the dress pattern. A very Mo-style outfit. But seeing her sharp eyes, Shenwang knew she was not a cute girl. "Milo, do you know what bearing a child means?" A male fighter beside her shouted, his voice cracking. "I know, I understand." Milo glared back forcefully. "Sigh. Milo, do you know? Your sizes are too different, it's impossible to successfully combine." The old chieftain sighed and tried to dissuade her. This old man really didn't intend to agree, just speaking nice. Shenwang was about to explain, but the little race girl named Milo had a look of death-defying resolve. "I want to become stronger than all my people. I am willing to pay some price for that." The old chieftain's expression cracked. "But forcing a union could cause your—" Hearing this, Shenwang quickly explained, "Pregnancy doesn't necessarily require preceding actions. As a scientist, I have plenty of ways to safely make her conceive." "Grandpa Chieftain," this scientist promised, "it would be safe. If there really is danger, he can't restrain me either." Milo swung her needle-like sword, leaving after-images. "Very well then." The old chieftain's back hunched a little more. Milo thrust her sword into the ground with a dashing aura. "Scientist, come on. After fulfilling your commission, you'll give me the demon fruit." Shenwang smiled and was about to speak when a voice cracked again. "Milo, don't trust humans like that. Among humans, only Lord Luolandu is trustworthy." "Shut up." Milo whirled around and threw a punch, landing it squarely on the voice-cracking little person's face. The tremendous force sent him plowing over 10 meters across the ground, crashing into a large tree, leaving a thick trail of dust. As the dust cleared, the guy was embedded in the tree trunk. The others used to such scenes said nothing. Shenwang watched with envy. Not only Milo's monstrous strength, but also the endurance of the cracked-voiced kid, who after being embedded in the tree didn't utter a sound. These were exactly what he needed. Clearing his throat, Shenwang placed the demon fruit on the ground and pushed it toward Milo. "The Dongdonta tribe is a very trustworthy race. I believe you all. Moreover, your courage and straightforwardness make me think you are a very trustworthy person. This fruit is now delivered to you." Milo stared at Shun Wan's smiling face for a few seconds, a flush gradually rising on her cheeks. Then of course, I am the most trustworthy person of the Dongdanta tribe. Shinwan noticed Milo's small pointed nose seemed to tilt up a lot, and her large brown tail was trembling. I believe you. Shinwan's lips couldn't hold back a smile. He quickly pushed the demon fruit further toward Milo. When I bought this fruit, the shopkeeper didn't tell me what fruit it was. If it turns out to be a very weak ability, then our agreement will be void. Shinwan also feared it might be a weak ability, so he made it clear in advance, retreating to advance. I am a person of my word. Even if it's a very weak ability, I won't break my promise. Milo's eyes shone with determination. She stepped forward and used her sword to cut off a piece the size of a mung bean from the fruit. Without hesitation, she shoved it into her mouth. Once it entered her mouth, Milo's face contorted. Seeing Milo's pained expression, Shunwan suddenly wanted to taste just how terrible the demon fruit was. But had saved that for the day he ate a fruit properly. It was said that once you eat it, you never want a second bite. He didn't want to lack the courage to open his mouth when facing a demon fruit later. At that moment, Milo's form began to change. After a few breaths, a pinkish-white mantis appeared before everyone. Its shaped head differed from ordinary mantises, with eyes piercing toward the sky like owls. Very cool. The upper halves of its 2 pairs of legs were flattened like petals, and the front raptorial legs, when tightly closed, also resembled a petal. Was this an orchid mantis? Oh, it's a Yawa mantis. So beautiful. Yawa mantis is the best. The little people warriors exclaimed, with many female warriors showing regret on their faces. Such a beautiful and powerful ability. Everyone wanted it. So among the little people, this orchid mantis was called the Yawa mantis. Shinwan thought to himself, recalling the plot of One Piece. It seemed that the animal-type insect fruit appeared only here in the Dongdonga tribe. Later there would be the wasp fruit and the beetle fruit. There would also be the heel fruit and the so-so fruit. This tiny place had actually yielded so many demon fruits. Now even an animal-type insect fruit, Yawa mantis form, had fallen into his lap. This little island had its secrets. Shunwan withdrew his thoughts and asked, Milo, what abilities do you have after transforming into the Yawa mantis? Milo's voice sounded, I feel that the power of these forelimbs is about 5 times greater than my own strength. The orchid mantis that Milo transformed into opened and closed its raptorial legs, the insides gleaming with a cold light. This was truly somewhat terrifying. The little people were already extremely strong, and this pair of raptorial legs was not only 5 times stronger than her, but their insides were like guillotines. This lethality was too powerful. Milo's voice continued, moreover, I can perceive light, shadow, and the colors of the surrounding environment, and at the same time control my body to change color. As she spoke, the color on the surface of Milo's mantis body began to slowly change until it matched the vibrant green of the grass. He distinctly remembered that although orchid mantises could change body color, they could only fine-tune between white and pink to perfectly simulate the various states of orchids. But not like Milo, who could change to any color. Shinwan thought for a moment and attributed this to the peculiarities of the One Piece world. After that, Milo also demonstrated her flying ability, eliciting envy from everyone. However, for now, Milo could only switch between human form and beast form. As for the human beast form, she said she needed to figure it out. This fruit's ability turned out to be quite perfect. Shunwan evaluated and felt relieved. This way he wouldn't feel guilty, and the later pregnancy would be with a clear conscience. After Milo transformed back into human form, she found her own strength had greatly increased. This was the basic benefit of a Zoan-type fruit. Next was the ability to perceive light, shadow, and colors. This ability might help better comprehend observation Haki, making it easier for the user to develop it. Because perception was enhanced, and the mantis itself had decent defense, greatly increasing her sense of security. To celebrate Milo gaining such a powerful ability, let's hold a banquet to celebrate. The old chieftain raised his cane and shouted loudly. Oh! The little people warriors began bustling about. Before long, the lawn was piled high with meat, fruits, and vegetables. In the center of the lawn, several palm-sized bonfires were lit, and everyone began singing and dancing around them. This was probably something Luolandu had passed down to them. Shunwan shook his head with a wry smile. When the banquet started, he still ate meat heartily and used their wine barrels as cups. After a sip of fruit wine, he instantly felt that holding a banquet wasn't so bad after all. The next day, after clearing up the remnants of the previous night's banquet, the little people assigned him 10 warriors to help build a house, which would serve as his dwelling for the time being. He had no desire to venture into the underground world of the little people, nor were they keen to allow him inside. In just half a day, Shinwang had a 5 by 5 meter house. Inside, he crafted a single bed, a table, and 2 chairs. With a righteous insistence, Shinwang convinced Milo to temporarily move in with him. Because he was weak and couldn't fend off the forest beasts, Milo served not only as an experiment subject, but also as his protector. When does the thing start? Milo asked directly after placing her bedding in the small shelter beside the small hut 40 centimeters high and a meter wide, served as Milo's temporary abode. We'll begin after supper. During the day go about your clan duties as usual, come back at night for the experiment. Shenhuang sorted through his belongings. Glancing at the sky, he saw it was nearly time for supper. The little people had gifted him a deer, which would be his meals for the next few days. He disassembled the venison, seasoned it with salt, hung it high over the fire, and smoked it. From one remaining leg, he cut 2 pieces, one for roasting, the other for stew. Using several spices he had gathered earlier, the roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender inside, with a tantalizing aroma. The stew was simmered to a soft, delicious perfection. Milo joined him for supper, and Shenhuang was astonished to see her consume almost half her body volume in food, with only a slight bulge in her belly. Such an incredible talent. In the world of pirates, a hearty appetite signified strength. For now, Shenhuang could only eat 2 palm-sized chunks of meat, an improvement from before, but still within ordinary limits. Milo's physique made him envious enough to wipe the corner of his mouth. Aren't you eating? Why are you staring at me? Milo asked, cheeks puffed as she chewed, looking puzzled. Shenhuang couldn't resist reaching out to poke her hamster-like cheek. How, Milo, you look so adorable like this. Startled, she nearly spat out her food, her eyes turning fierce. Don't make me waste food, you jerk. Shenhuang raised his hands, a smile plastered on his face. Having finished his own meal, he rested his chin and watched Milo continue eating. Is the appetite of the little people this terrifying? This is the appetite of a warrior. For someone like me who aspires to become the strongest, this is far from enough. Milo declared, tilting her head back and looking down at Shenhuang. But her chewing cheeks utterly ruined the proud demeanor. In the end, Milo consumed meat equivalent to her own body volume, her belly only swelling like a 9-month pregnancy. What an astonishing talent. Thanks for the meal. Your cooking isn't bad, Milo said after finishing. After a brief rest, she suddenly turned her head. Time to digest. With that, Milo's form shifted, a humanoid mantis emerged. 2 antennae sprouted from her forehead, a pair of raptorial legs grew from her shoulders, and petal-shaped carapaces appeared on the outer sides of her arms and thighs. Her fluffy tail transformed into a pink mantis abdomen, the creature's only weak point, though it was uncertain if it was a weakness for the mantis-like little people. Behind her were short elytra beneath, which lay transparent wings. After transforming into the demon flower mantis human beast form, she appeared entirely pink, white, even her hair and clothes changing to match. It was both wondrous and beautiful. As a top warrior among the little people, Milo managed to enter the human beast form in just one morning. Now she spread her translucent hind wings, zipped into the air, circled once, and shot out the door. Was the pink on her face from the transformation or from shyness? Shenhuang sat for a moment, then smiled. He cleaned the table and went to a nearby stream to bathe using the newly purchased soap. When Milo flew back, her belly was flat, and she was drenched in sweat. Clearly she had been training. She took a long bath, emerging only after Shenhuang tapped on her little hut. Let's begin. What should I do? Milo's face was solemn, as if about to undertake a grand mission. Shenhuang produced some small props he had prepared. First, let's see how much you know about making a baby. Do you understand the process clearly? Is it holding hands, kissing, and hugging? Milo's cheeks flushed a vivid pink. Don't worry. I'm tough enough. Even though you're huge, you don't have the strength to hug me and hurt me. She was blushing, yet still looked ready to take him on. Shenhuang's lips curled. Seems like you really don't know how babies are made. Pulling out paper and a pen, he sketched a simplified anatomical diagram. You see, at this intersection there's a spot. Touching it causes a protective and lubricating fluid to appear here. Shenhuang pointed with the pen tip. He tried hard to keep a straight face, hiding his mischief. Below this spot is where you relieve yourself. Milo knelt obediently beside the notebook, her face crimson. And at the very bottom, the place where the fluid appears, that's where babies come from. To conceive, the male's genes must enter here and travel to the womb. That's this area, and only then can a life be created. In Milo's eyes was a hint of confusion. I understand. Her expression said she half grasped, half didn't. But that was fine, as long as she knew the general idea. Besides, that dazed look was quite amusing. Shenhuang produced a syringe he had bought yesterday, removed the needle, and examined it. It still seemed too large. This old-fashioned glass syringe was too crude. Using the needle might easily hurt Milo, which wouldn't do. After a moment's thought, he said, Milo, stretch out your hand. Oh, okay. Milo seemed distracted. He compared the syringe tip to her hand. 3 fingers wide. It won't fit. Shenhuang held the syringe over the drawn diagram. Later you'll use this to block here, so I can inject the seed inside. He explained the details carefully, then asked Milo to wait in her little hut. He lay down on the bed and began some manual work. After a while, Shenhuang scratched his head. Without any stimulating material, his imagination was too limited. This was going to be difficult. After a few minutes of mental preparation, he calmed his heartbeat and controlled his expression. He got up, walked to Milo's little hut, sat down, and knocked on the wall. Milo poked her head out the window. Well? Shenhuang scratched his head. This output process requires some stimulation from feminine charm. Can you help me out? He tried to put on a sincere, pleading expression. Milo hesitated only a few seconds before looking at him. How do I help? Simple. Put on your sparsest clothing, bring a chair to the roof of your house, and follow my instructions. Shenhuang swallowed. Wait here. Milo closed the window. After a moment, she carried a stool, opened the door, and leaped lightly onto the roof. Shenhuang was sitting cross-legged beside the hut. He only saw clearly when she jumped up. His breath caught his eyes widening. The little people were so straightforward. Milo was wearing only her underwear. She was an adult female, small but complete. Those curves, wow. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow making his heart race. Watching her sit tensely on the stool, her fluffy brown tail quivering, Shenhuang felt as if a character from his phone had come to life. Ahem. Milo leaned forward a little lower. Perfect. Put your right hand there, lift your chin, and let your eyes look a bit dazed. What does dazed mean? Think about something else, let your attention wander. That seemed more like confusion. Never mind, it was stimulating enough. Shenhuang's breathing grew heavy, and he began his manual task with trembling hands. Are you ready? Yes. Milo's voice came muffled from inside the room. Shenhuang held the syringe with one hand, most of the plunger stuck diagonally through the window, which was sealed so tightly that nothing inside could be seen. Do you have protective fluid? Yes. Milo shouted, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Just a moment ago on the roof, protective fluid had already flowed out. Shenhuang, this scientist, was utterly unreliable. He had clearly said protective fluid would only appear when stroked there, yet it had already emerged during those embarrassing actions on the roof. Milo firmly gripped the small end of the syringe, her face flushing crimson. Here we go. As Shenhuang's voice fell, Milo watched the black plunger slowly descend, the milky white liquid within the syringe decreasing. An outward force exerted on the syringe, yet to Milo it felt as light as a feather. She kept it under firm control. It hurt a little, but it was nothing. A seasoned warrior was unafraid of such pain. Milo didn't even furrow her brow. But within 2 seconds a tearing pain struck, causing her brows to knit. Still it was bearable, less painful than smashing a fist against stone until it bled. Had this pain not been unexpected for a Dongdonta warrior, it wouldn't have been enough to make her frown. Another 2 seconds passed, and the swelling sensation Shenhuang had mentioned finally came. Milo quickly called out, "That's enough, I feel the swelling." The plunger stopped. Milo felt the outward pull and immediately released her grip. Her head poked out through the hole made by the syringe. Hey, Shenhuang, didn't you say there would only be a swelling sensation? Why did it suddenly feel like a tearing pain? Hey, I told you to lie down and elevate your lower body afterward, didn't I? It's fine, I'm doing a handstand. Shenhuang was momentarily speechless. You still haven't told me why it hurts. Seeing Milo's slightly annoyed expression, Shenhuang thought carefully and soon guessed the reason. A smile crept onto his lips. He sat back down and began to explain in detail the matters between men. Although Milo was only 24 centimeters tall, she had lived for 35 years. Converted to the lifespan of the little people, she was roughly equivalent to a human in their early 20s. Such knowledge was absolutely necessary to impart to her. After listening, Milo's mouth fell slightly open, as if her worldview had been profoundly shaken. All right, you should go to sleep now. Shenhuang stood up, then went to wash and tidy up everything. Milo might or might not have fallen asleep, but Shenhuang lay in bed, unable to sleep. He waited for the system's feedback. He waited for a long time, tossing and turning restlessly. Had it failed? If it failed, he would try again tomorrow. Spending a few more days was perfectly acceptable. After all, aside from that distinctive pointed nose of the little people, Milo was quite pretty, especially with her well-proportioned figure. Though she was small overall, it was like watching a tiny figure on a phone screen. Seeing a two-dimensional little person become three-dimensional was, upon careful thought, rather exciting. Just as Shenhuang was about to give up waiting and drifted into a half-asleep state, a sudden ding echoed. The host Milo has successfully conceived. Now generating inherited talents. Maternal talent analysis complete. Inheritable talents are as follows. Excellent Dongdonta tribe talent, significantly superior strength and speed compared to ordinary Dongdonta tribe members. Adaptive demon fruit mantis of the demon flower form, enhanced base strength, stamina and recovery, increased upper body strength, heightened perception, enhanced skin defense. Please select one talent to inherit. Shenhuang was jolted awake by the series of system prompts. Seeing them, his heavy drowsiness vanished instantly. It had taken this long to conceive successfully, but thankfully it had succeeded. The surprise came so suddenly. He sat bolt upright, leaning against the headboard, rubbing his chin. The light in his eyes shone like a searchlight in the darkness. After carefully studying the system prompts for a while, and mulling over those sentences in his mind, Shen Wang decisively chose the excellent Dongdanta tribe talent. The offspring has inherited the mother's excellent Dongdanta tribe talent, now distributing 20 of the talent from this offspring to the host. Upon the offspring's birth, an additional 30 of the talent will be granted to the host. Suddenly Shen Wang felt a surge of heat welling up from somewhere within his body, rapidly spreading throughout. Then he sensed a powerful force surging through him, accompanied by an intense pang of hunger in his stomach. The effect was remarkable. Shen Wang squeezed his bicep with delight, feeling as if he were pinching a stone. He had made the right choice. Shen Wang's confidence soared. As for why he chose the excellent Dongdanta tribe talent over the adaptive demon fruit, his reasoning was simple. He estimated that even if he consumed the fruit and grew stronger, he could at most defeat ordinary little people or common little people warriors. He had no certainty of defeating Milo. Acquiring Milo's talent was clearly far superior to this incomplete mantis of the demon flower form. Whether in terms of immediate combat power or potential, Milo's talent was a complete victory. The incomplete mantis of the demon flower form had only two advantages: heightened perception, aiding in the development of observation Haki, and enhanced skin defense, improving survivability, before mastering armament Haki. Since he would gain only 1/5 of the potential either way, choosing Milo's innate talent was the obvious pick. Tiptoeing out of bed, Shen Wang carefully retrieved the leftover meat from last night, planning to go outside to reheat it over a fire and cook more. At that moment, the window of Milo's small hut was pushed open. Milo poked her head out cautiously to observe. Seeing it was Shen Wang, her expression shifted instantly. "Why are you up? Why are you up so early?" Milo looked at him as if he were ill. "Haha, I woke up a bit early and got hungry." Shen Wang replied. "Why are you up so early?" Milo looked at him as if he were ill. "Haha, I woke up a bit early and got hungry." Shen Wang replied with a smile. "Go back to sleep. He'll make breakfast. I'm already awake, how can I fall asleep now?" Milo's eyes widened, her cheeks puffed out. Stomping back to her own little hut, Milo felt her ears grow warm. For some reason, she had lain in bed for a long time last night. Before falling asleep, her mind suddenly flooded with thoughts that had never occurred to her before. Just now, seeing Shen Wang smile, her heart had involuntarily raced. That smile was genuine, as if it came from pure joy. Completely different from the distant, polite smile he had worn before. As she thought about it, the corners of her own mouth lifted involuntarily. Shen Wang first reheated last night's leftovers and wolfed them down, then began grilling meat. He didn't want Milo to notice anything unusual, so he only doubled his own portion. But after eating, he felt only about 30% full, just enough to settle his stomach. When Milo came out and finished breakfast, she asked, "Am I pregnant? I feel something different today." Shen Wang's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned. "Is that so? Let me check." Shen Wang had Milo lie down, then tied a thin string around her wrist. Holding one end of the string, he asked her to lift her clothes and gently placed his fingertip on her lower belly, stroking it lightly. "This is a crude method to check for pregnancy. Don't worry about the accuracy," Shen Wang explained with a straight face. He closed his eyes, mimicking an old Chinese doctor taking a pulse, and shook his head pretentiously for a moment. The skin there was finer than silk, soft yet firm, with muscle, well-defined abs, and smooth skin. After a while, Shen Wang opened his eyes. "Not pregnant yet. We'll try again tonight." 3 more days passed. While fetching water, Shen Wang caught sight of his reflection in the surface and was startled to notice his cheeks had grown hollow. "My beauty has led me astray. Damn it. Now that I have the capital to start, how have I become more degenerate than when I was studying? I can't stay here." But this morning's test already passed, and it clearly said I haven't conceived yet. It seemed he could only wait for the next morning's test. Shen Wang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, having made up his mind. That evening, place your right hand on the top edge and pull it down a little. Place your left hand on your hip and pull it down a little. Shen Wan's eyes widened once again. The Tontata are truly an honest bunch. Shen Wan, panting heavily, thought to himself, especially when Milo's beautiful face turned pink, making her look even more alluring, which only made his handiwork better. After it was over, Milo didn't rush back inside. Instead, she jumped down and watched as Shen Wan used a syringe to extract the white liquid from the container. Though her eyes kept drifting to the side. "Shen Wan, when will I conceive a child?" "Let nature take its course. Maybe it will happen today, or maybe tomorrow. It's a matter of probability," Shen Wan replied. The day before yesterday, he had noticed Milo occasionally stealing glances at him after it was over. It didn't bother him. Shen Wan was a generous man, and simply pretended not to notice. Words like probability were of course mere excuses. His fertility had been enhanced by the system, and as long as the woman was healthy, conception would occur after 1 or 2 attempts. The sunken state of his cheeks wasn't due to the frequency of his casting, but purely from hunger. Not wanting Milo to notice anything unusual, he only ate enough to barely fill his stomach at every meal. With his current body needing so much energy, it was natural that he was losing weight. Shenwan estimated that he now needed to eat at least 20 jin of meat to feel full. In the past, his maximum was 2 jin, and even that would leave him unable to move from being too full. During these 4 days on Greenbit Island, what Shenwan did most was silently pray for the wax fruit. Given the size of Greenbit Island, the number of devil fruits produced here was somewhat excessive. There was a reason for it. So Shenwan spent a great deal of time and effort meditating and praying, mainly because he was too hungry to think of anything else. By the way, was there a fruit ability that could both enlarge and shrink? Milo was stunned for a moment, then reached out to touch her belly. How amazing! So this is how a new life begins to grow. She closed her eyes, a gentle smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if she had become much. After breakfast the next morning, Shenwan eagerly began the testing ritual. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, he let out a long breath and opened them. It worked. Milo, you're pregnant with my child. Milo was stunned for a moment, then reached out to touch her belly. How amazing! So this is how a new life begins to grow. She closed her eyes, a gentle smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if she had become much softer. After a long while, Milo finally opened her eyes. When she turned her head, her eyes widened instantly. There stood Shenwan pulling out a wooden suitcase and nearly finished packing. Milo's eyebrows shot up. Shenwan, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to study how the child differs from ordinary Tontata? Why are you leaving now? In Milo's angry tone was a hint of reluctance. She hadn't even realized her. I don't belong here. I can't rely on you Tontata to live. I need to be in a human city to live a better life. Shenwan was also reluctant, but staying here meant he couldn't eat enough or train to fulfill his potential. If he continued like this, when would he ever be able to take revenge? Once he left and spent a few months in the grasslands, not to mention that Falad, if he ran into Yij again, he was sure he could kill him. A guy who couldn't shoot straight and couldn't outrun him in the dense forest. What difficulty was there? Though it was possible that Yij simply didn't want to end up battered and bruised regardless of the situation, he had once again escaped from this guy's clutches. No matter what, his ambition would not allow him to stay in this comfort zone. I need research funds, I need to keep up with the latest scientific achievements on the sea, and I need to exchange academic ideas with others. So I can't stay here for long. They'll come back to Greenbit for a few days every month to visit you. This isn't a permanent farewell. Milo's gaze, as if looking at a traitor, made Shenwan's back feel like it was pricked by needles, so he softened his voice and made a promise. As long as you're not trying to run away, you don't have to come every month. Milo raised her chin and looked at Shenwan with a disdainful expression. She was acting a bit like its Sundara. Shenwan couldn't help but smirk. Sundara was out of style now. He stood up and sat in front of Milo's little hut, leveling his gaze with hers as she stood on the roof. Take care of yourself while I'm away. Getting pregnant doesn't mean everything is fine. There's still a risk of Based on human experience, the first 3 months are the most dangerous. You need to be extra careful, and it's best to avoid strenuous exercise. The last 3 months are also risky, as premature birth is more likely. But the physique of ordinary humans is different from that of Tontata. Milo, it's best if you consult an experienced elder in your tribe. That would be the safest approach. If you have a miscarriage or premature birth, it will harm your body greatly. And if our agreement isn't fulfilled, you'll have to go through another pregnancy. That would be a real ordeal. Listening to Shenwan's detailed instructions, Milo couldn't help sniffing, and her eyes grew a bit red. But for a warrior, such weak emotions were not allowed. Milo's face stiffened, her eyebrows knitted together, but her voice came out surprisingly soft. I know I'll ask. You're so long-winded. Just go already. Shenwan had almost finished packing. Thinking he would come back to stay later, he left some things behind. He stood up, closed the wooden box, picked it up, and walked out. At the door, Shenwan waved his hand without looking back. See you next month. Don't miss me too much. Hearing this, Milo leaped straight up and delivered a flying kick to Shenwan's rear. Shenwan stumbled forward, his heart tightening. He quickly turned around. Be careful. As he turned, he saw Milo do a backflip in midair, transform into a pink half-mantis form, and flutter her wings as she descended slowly. Stop worrying about things that aren't your business. They'll be careful. Once she landed, Milo turned her back to him, raised her chin, and said in a high-pitched tone. The fluttering pink in the air was so dazzling that Shenwan was momentarily stunned. Why aren't you leaving yet? Milo's impatient, muffled voice snapped him out of it. Shenwan chuckled. All right, I'm going now. He walked out the door, picked up the half-eaten deer leg that remained above the fire, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and left. Inside the house, Milo kept her face tilted upward. She had intended to pack up and return to her underground home, but after a moment's hesitation, she decided to go back tomorrow. Her eyes were a bit red, she didn't want anyone to see her like this. As Shenwan walked along, he saw many Tontata, some strolling, some running. Some carried wooden buckets to tend to plants, others patrolled. There were also those picking fruit and hunting. It was a scene of thriving peace, like a paradise. Such a beautiful sight. It would be a shame to see it shattered. He made up his mind as soon as he heard news of Doflamingo he would go and eliminate him immediately. "Hey, you evil human, don't ever come back." When he reached the suspension bridge, a voice called out. Shenwan turned his head and saw it was the Tontata warrior with the cracked voice from the day he first arrived. The warrior pointed his sword at Shenwan with a cool expression. Shenwan just smiled and didn't take it to heart. He had come to understand the Tontata a little. They might talk tough, but they wouldn't harm innocent people. Though what he had done might seem like cuckolding the guy, it was clear that Milo had no feelings for this cracked voice boy, so he was innocent. "Milo is already pregnant with my child. Don't worry, he'll be back next month." Shenwan said, maliciously smiled, and waved, then stepped onto the suspension bridge without hesitation. "Ugh, you damn human." The impotent rage behind him only served as background music. As Shenwan reached the middle of the bridge, ripples spread across the water's surface. "Watch out." With a splash, Shenwan looked down to see a black fish with two horns on its head about the same size as him charging out of the water and opening its huge mouth to bite him. Instantly, only one thought crossed Shenwan's mind: this fish, I can take it down. At the same time, two more identical fish emerged from the water, lunging at him. A gust of wind rushed from behind. Just as Shenwan drew the dagger at his waist, a small figure kicked the leading black fish square in the head. With a bang, the fish was sent flying sideways. Following the momentum, the small figure lunged at the other two fish. Several flashes of cold light streaked through the air, and streaks of blood traced across their bodies. Racked with agony from the wounds, the two fish fell powerlessly. The small figure stomped on one fish's head, leaped up, and landed on the handrail of the chain bridge. "Not bad, you actually drew your blade against a fighting fish," the hoarse-voiced boy panted slightly, sheathing his needle-like sword. "I acknowledge you, human." Perhaps because of the full-force sprint just now, the boy's hood was blown back. Shenwan noticed that his hair was actually— This discovery almost made Shenwan lose his composure. He forced a smile onto his face, though the corners of his mouth twitched. "You're very strong too. I admire your prowess." Shenwan's tone was barely under control. "This warrior, what is your name?" "Since you're a human, I acknowledge I'll tell you my name." "Chica." Chica suddenly lifted his chin. "My name is Chica, human. Remember it." Shenwan nodded vigorously, didn't even bother to say goodbye, turned around, and walked toward Dressrosa, his shoulders shaking sporadically. Strange human. In Chica's eyes, Shenwan's gait was bizarre. As soon as he entered Dressrosa, Shenwan lit a fire and roasted the half-deer leg. He was truly starving. He had only eaten a little in the morning, and now his stomach finally felt something. On the way back, Shenwan deliberately went east and ventured deeper into the grassland. A flock of sheep was grazing up ahead. Shenwan pulled out his dagger and charged. So blatant an approach, of course, scattered the sheep in all directions. One sheep, in its mad dash, suddenly found the human running neck and neck with it. But with that, it summoned every ounce of strength, its legs moving 3 parts faster. "Good morning, little sheep." Shenwan quickened his pace slightly as he plunged the dagger into its heart. Shenwan eased up on his grip, and the dagger tore a large gash across the sheep's chest and belly. Watching the crimson liquid spray into the air, Shenwan no longer felt any discomfort. "Guess I don't need to bleed it now." After the sheep stumbled a few steps and collapsed, Shenwan walked over, slit its throat with a single cut, grabbed its hind leg, and dragged it back to retrieve his luggage. Then he returned to his long-visited base in the grove, took out salt, and went to the river to roast the whole sheep. This meal was devoured with savage abandon. The discarded sheep bones were so clean that even flies would slip if they landed on them. Next began a period of intense self-discipline, feasting, and training. After only 10 days of insane grind, Shenwan was thrilled to discover his strength could now lift a 1,000-gene boulder. In terms of speed, even the cheetahs on the prairie couldn't outrun him. The little people's talent was truly remarkable. No, to be precise, Milo's talent was superb. That flower mantis Zoan devil fruit was an incredible bargain. After the excitement, Shenwan began to consider training his entire musculature. Pure strength and speed alone wouldn't make him a powerhouse. He added swimming in the sea to his regimen. After managing to swim a full lap around Dressrosa at maximum effort, Shenwan escalated his training further. He started using the mushroom-shaped rocks surrounding the kingdom as training equipment. From throwing 10,000 full-power punches daily, he upgraded to pounding the rock wall 1,000 times, then 10,000 times. Then came rock climbing, starting from the sea, scaling up the 50-meter mushroom rock. This was a full circuit. After climbing up, he would jump directly back into the sea and repeat the climb. Climbing honed his agility, while the 50-meter dive strengthened his boat's resilience against impacts. Once these drills were decently mastered, he went to fight giant fish in the sea. The beasts on the plains and in the forest were no longer a match for him. They offered no training benefit. Underwater, pressured by the water combat, not only drained stamina, but also accelerated oxygen consumption. The results were excellent. It wasn't that he wanted to practice aquatic combat. After all, he would eventually consume a devil fruit. This was merely his fitness regimen. Thus, 6 months flew by, and he finally realized his improvement had become marginal. Though there was still some room for further growth, the rate would be painfully slow, a matter of many years of patient grinding. Of course, he wasn't going to waste time here. Now what Shinwan needed to enhance was his actual combat ability, and conveniently Dressrosa provided the means. That was the Koritha Coliseum, the bullfighting arena. This was not the era of Don Quixote da Flamingo's rule. There were no flashy prize tournaments, only gladiatorial combat matches. The number of victories served as a measure of strength to match opponents. As a newcomer, he didn't have to worry about facing an invincible foe right from the start. After a hearty meal, Shun headed straight to Acacia to scout out the gladiatorial scene. But first he bought a new set of clothes. A black sleeveless vest and black knee-length shorts, and to follow local custom, he tied a bright red wide belt around his waist. Then he left his clothes open, revealing sharply defined pectorals and an 8-pack set of abs. His shark lines and Adonis belts were etched with utmost clarity. If a gust of wind lifted the hem of his clothes, the lines of muscle on his back would be even more breathtaking. All that was the result of his comprehensive high-intensity training sculpting such a perfect physique. He hadn't done excessive strength training, so his muscles were mostly streamlined. If fully clothed, he only appeared slightly broader than 6 months ago. Walking down the street, feeling the gazes of women around him, especially several beauties who even winked at him, Shunwan felt a wave of exhilaration. Talent won't give you chiseled muscles, self-discipline is the finest engraver. Mahaha. Shunwan touched his firm, well-defined abs, and couldn't help bursting into laughter. People around cast bewildered glances, then averted their eyes, as if electrocuted. The beauties who had winked immediately put on expressions that screamed, "I don't want to know him." But Shunwan didn't care. Since they weren't his goal, it all meant nothing. Before heading to the arena, Shunwan stopped. He ordered a rather expensive glass of rum, and directly asked the bartender, "I need some information." The bartender placed the crystal-clear rum in a rare glass before Shunwan, then tilted his head toward a corner where a figure in a black robe sat alone at a table. "Talk to that guy." Following the advice, Shunwan picked up his glass and walked over to the corner. Just as he was about to sit opposite, the black-robed figure spoke. "Sitting down costs 5,000 berry." Shunwan hesitated for 2 seconds, then pulled 5,000 berry bills from his pocket and handed them over. "What intel do you want?" The black-robed figure swiped his hand over the bills. Before Shunwan could even see, the 5,000 berry had vanished. Hearing the question, Shunwan relaxed and sat down. "I want information on a pirate crew. Brief intel including their roster and approximate strength. 100,000 berry. Detailed intel covering their members' habits, specific abilities, and levels, recent activities, and destinations. Starting at 300,000 berry. The stronger the crew, the higher the price, with no upper limit." What arrogant talk. Still, Shunwan didn't expect anything too detailed. He just needed to know the Vraid pirate crew's members' strength and their location. But over the past few months, though he had hunted many prey, 95% had gone into his stomach, and he had sold only a small portion. Now his savings were just over 30,000 berry. He couldn't even afford the basic 10,000 berry intel. Should he go hunting more? But hunting no longer boosted his strength, only gladiatorial combat could increase his power. First, check out the gladiator fights. "I need to raise some money first." Shunwan made an excuse and left. Before entering the arena, Shunwan had considered disguise. But after all this time, he hadn't seen the Vraid pirate crew in Acacia, meaning they weren't a well-connected crew and probably wouldn't come to watch the fights. He decided against disguising. Too troublesome. What if someone smashed his helmet flat and he couldn't get it off? At the arena entrance, after paying the admission fee, Shunwan went to the spectator stands to watch the gladiators of this era in combat. After 3 days of intense observation, Shunwan had gained a thorough understanding of the gladiators' capabilities in the arena. Those who had achieved 10 victories were predominantly individuals endowed with a certain degree of talent, along with a few ordinary people who relied solely on technique. However, those lingering at this level were either talented yet untrained individuals or ordinary people lacking sufficient skill. Reaching 50 victories meant they possessed both talent and cultivated technique, though a rare few with extraordinary talent could still brute force their way through. The gap between 50 and 100 victories was not stark. It merely reflected differences in talent and the refinement of technique. Those who attained 500 victories were almost invariably individuals of immense talent and impeccable skill, although it was not impossible for someone to brute force their way there purely through raw aptitude. Although Shunwan had not encountered such a freak of nature during these 3 days in a place as vast as this sea, such talented individuals were not as common as carp crossing a river, but they were far from rare. For here, gladiators above 500 wins could be seen possessing armament Haki. On the second day, Shunwan was fortunate enough to witness a match between a gladiator with 658 victories and another with 702 victories. Both possessed armament Haki. Dramatically, the gladiator with 600 victories triumphed over the one with 700, and it was not a narrow victory. In Shen Wang's eyes, the 600 victory gladiator evaded most of the attacks from the 700 victory opponent. Thus it was evident that the 600 victory gladiator must have mastered observation Haki, or perhaps a more advanced form of it. Shen Wang did not witness higher-level battles, but it was easy to deduce that beyond 500 victories the contest revolved around the intensity of armament and observation Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki, considering that Kairos, who had 3,000 victories, lacked it stands to reason that Conqueror's Haki was essentially absent here. Although the contest later came down to the strength of dual-color Haki, armament Haki itself was determined by physical strength and willpower, meaning Haki intensity ultimately boiled down to physical prowess. And physical prowess required sufficient talent. It was not something that could be achieved through diligence alone. Indeed, the system was the ultimate answer. With his mind made up, Shen Wang promptly signed up for the gladiatorial combat. "Hello, Mr. W. Your gladiator credentials are ready." A young, enthusiastic tropical beauty at the front desk handed Shen Wang an iron plate with a radiant smile. It was palm-sized, engraved with a capital W. It was a pseudonym he had casually chosen. Running his fingers over the plate, Shen Wang felt that the engraving was not only simplistic, but also rough with burrs along the edges. Truly crude. Though it made sense, who would bother forging this token? After all, it was the credential for entering the arena. "Your combat session is in Arena 6. Please proceed to wait. You will be called when it's your turn." Shen Wang nodded slightly and turned to find Arena 6. Along the way, he spotted several shops with crowds gathered at the entrances. A man in a suit dashed to the door and banged a gong. The next match in Arena 5 is out. 20-win Lone Wolf versus 28-win Iron Arm. Odds are 1.8 to 1. The match is about to start. Betting closes soon. Place your bets on the fighter you favor and revel with them. Bets placed, hands off. The crowd suddenly became raucous, many people waving berries and frantically pushing into the shops. Shen Wang was not surprised. Wherever there were winners and losers, there were bound to be bookmakers. However, this appeared to be a quick way to make money. Patting the 1,000 berries in his pocket, Shen Wang walked toward the least crowded shop. "Hello, I'd like to bet on Arena 6 Gladiator W." Shen Wang pulled out a stack of berries. The shopkeeper flipped through them, then raised his eyes to look at Shen Wang. "No information. This W is you, isn't it? How many wins do you have?" "No wins, just signed up." The shopkeeper let out a scoff. "A rookie, huh? Rookies aren't even guaranteed to survive their first match. They're not worth opening a book for. You need at least 10 wins to be worth betting on. Survive first, then talk." Shen Wang found the situation amusing as well. Indeed, this was not the world of computers he once knew. With manual operations, how could they open a book for someone who had never fought? Even a few wins were worthless. With a mix of regret and heightened fighting spirit, Shen Wang stepped into the preparation room of Arena 6. The space was not large, with several weapon racks filled to the brim with arms. The most abundant were katanas, followed by shields and armor plates of various sizes. Axes and clubs were relatively scarce, along with a few exotic weapons. Shen Wang stood before the weapons deep in thought. He had not yet decided what to use in combat. The katana was undoubtedly the coolest weapon in this world, but he had never wielded one. Using it rashly might allow him to display barely 10 or 20% of his true ability. The weapon he had used most frequently was the dagger, followed by the chopper. However, he had trained most extensively with his fists. To develop armament Haki, he would often endure pain while hammering mushroom-shaped rocks, hypnotizing himself. "My fists are the hardest. They can shatter everything in the world." Thus his fists should be the most natural to use in combat. Yet although pounding the cliff no longer caused much pain, his hands could not withstand a single slash compared to a weapon. With that in mind, Shen Wang began to pick and choose. Finally, he selected a pair of head-sized small shields and strapped them to his forearms for emergencies. He also secured a chest plate. Survival was paramount. He was no hot-headed fool. While life-and-death situations could more easily awaken Haki, the precondition was that one remained intact after awakening it. "Who's W? Your match is starting now." A staff member rushed over with a stack of papers, sweating profusely as he shouted. Shen Wang immediately walked over and raised his hand. The staff member led him to the entrance of the arena, where an iron grate blocked the way. "Warm up. You have 5 minutes until the fight." After saying this, the staff member ran off without looking back. Shen Wang complied, beginning a light warm-up. A series of sharp cracks echoed as his joints loosened up. After all, this was his first combat, and Shen Wang approached it with earnest seriousness. Before long, with a clang of the gong, the iron grate lifted. Shen Wang stepped inside, greeted by sparse applause. Glancing around, he saw that only about 100 spectators occupied the 500-seat stands. Though the audience was small, it was fine. It allowed him to adapt to fighting before an audience. His opponent emerged as well, a towering figure. The two walked toward each other, stopping when they were about 3 meters apart. Now Shen Wang could clearly see his opponent, about 2.5 meters tall, with an inflated upper body clad in half armor, and a helmet fist the size of sandbags fitted with brass knuckles. Great, another one who neglects leg training. Shen Wang muttered inwardly, but felt no significant pressure. Having trained to his current level, he could vaguely sense the intensity of his opponent's life force. Of course, it was not very accurate, mainly because the opponent was wearing prison clothes, a common prison gladiator in the arena. How strong could someone thrown into jail be? Next up, the announcer screamed until his voice cracked, but the audience remained apathetic. The prison gladiator fist of the tiger with 5 victories versus the rookie gladiator W. Clang. A scantily clad assistant raised a small mallet high and struck the starting signal. Cateels and whistles rose from the audience. How much belonged to this match, and how much to the assistant's revealing attire was anyone's guess. Kid, are you my 6th stepping stone to freedom? Dressrosa had a rule: criminals who participated in the arena and achieved 100 victories could be released. Conditions were far more lenient now than they would be in the future. Shen Wang recalled that when Doflamingo came to power later, the number of victories required for unconditional release soared to 1,000. Barely anyone could ever earn that freedom. Even if someone did, they would likely be recruited by Doflamingo. 1,000 wins demanded strength enough to become one of his executives, and not even the weakest among them. Hey kid, what are you spacing out for? A furious roar accompanied a whistling wind. Shen Wang looked up to see a fist growing larger in his vision. The punch was fast, but he could easily dodge it with his speed. Yet Shen Wang chose not to evade. He wanted to test his own power. Bang! Shen Wang raised a hand, and the fist wearing brass knuckles collided with the metal shield on his forearm, producing an explosive sound. Muscles bulged on his calves, and a strong gust of wind swept outward from his feet, kicking up dust. Is that all? You tickling me? Shen Wang grinned, a mocking expression on his face. The burly man known as Tiger Fist flushed crimson, and visible puffs of air shot from his nostrils. Who do you think you're looking down on, you scrawny brat? Tiger Fist bellowed, unleashing a storm of punches. Shen Wang countered calmly, avoiding the brass knuckles and striking the unprotected parts of his opponent's fists. After only 10 exchanges, Tiger Fist's hands drooped limply. No. Tiger Fist shook his head, feeling the excruciating pain in his knuckles, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He stumbled backward on his short, thick legs. You monster. Haha, I'll gladly accept the title of monster. Shen Wang crouched low, coiling his legs. A blur of motion flashed past. Rising dragon. Shen Wang shouted, leaping up and delivering a fierce uppercut that slammed into Tiger Fist's chin. In an instant, his jaw twisted grotesquely as if struck by a massive hammer. Then Tiger Fist was launched nearly 10 meters into the air. Splat. Behind Shen Wang, Tiger Fist crashed to the ground unconscious. Whoa. The 100+ spectators in the stands erupted in a unified cheer. What happened? Just 3 rounds. Tiger Fist's punches were crippled barehanded by W. Oh. Tiger Fist takes flight. Tiger Fist is in free fall. Beautiful. Tiger Fist can't get up. W wins. Let's cheer for this raw, bone-crunching, exhilarating battle. The announcer, handling a slightly less ordinary fight, exerted a bit of his crowd control skill. Hearing the cheers from those 100 or so people, the announcer grabbed his flask and took a big gulp. Listen to that roar. It doesn't sound like just 100 people. Putting me in this small arena is a waste of talent, he said with self-satisfaction. Back in the contestant tunnel, someone was already waiting to go on. The staff member who had guided him earlier said, "Congratulations on your first win." Shen Wang thought for a moment, then stopped him and asked, "I want to keep going. That last fight was just a warm-up." "Oh, you want to fight consecutively?" the staff member asked in surprise. "If possible," Shen Wang replied. "I hope the next opponent has at least 10 wins. That would give me some pressure." "No problem." The staff member gave a warm smile. He then hurried off to dismiss the waiting contestant and exchanged a few words with another person. As Shen Wang stepped onto the arena again, the announcer's voice echoed from all directions. The winner of the last match, our W kid, is going to fight again. A doubleheader is rare in this arena, ladies and gentlemen. Your tickets are already worth it. According to the request W made after his fight, he said his last opponent was too weak, only good for a warm-up. So we're sending out an opponent with at least 10 wins. Well, gladly oblige. Cheer. Let's shout out the name of Venom Fong Jimmy. Jimmy, who has 12 wins already, is a familiar face here. Let's see if the arrogant newcomer W can withstand the Venom Fang's attack. Amid the crowd's cheers, a tall, thin figure appeared opposite him. Shen Wang focused his gaze. The man was dark and wiry, holding 2 daggers in reverse grip, his eyes cold and predatory. The blades shimmered with an iridescent black. So it really was Venom Fong. Shen Wang's eyes narrowed. You couldn't spar for combat experience with someone who used poison. If you could kill him, you'd better do it quickly. The moment the start signal sounded before Venom Fong Jimmy could even taunt the small figure before him was already a blur. Sighed. Jimmy barely sensed it when a sharp whistle of wind came. Before he could react, a size 45 boot slammed into his face. Shun Wang dashed to Jimmy's side, felt the timing was right, twisted his waist, and whipped his leg like a whip toward Jimmy's head in a side kick. If Jimmy hadn't turned his head, the kick would have put him to sleep peacefully. But now his nose was bleeding, his front teeth were gone, and he writhed on the ground wailing. He didn't appreciate my kindness. Shun Wang sighed and turned around. Wow, such a clean and decisive defeat. Looks like we underestimated W. After Shun Wang left, he found the staff member. I want to keep fighting. Inside the arena, the cheers grew louder, and Shun Wang began his third bout. A day passed, and Shun Wang had fought 10 matches. His opponents went from 15 wins up to 37 wins, and even the 37-win opponent only made him fight a little longer. He wasn't injured, and he hadn't even exhausted his stamina. He still had to climb the ranks. He estimated his own strength was around the 100-win level. Only then could he truly grow through battle. Shun Wang patted his empty stomach, looked at the darkening sky, and headed back. After reaching the eastern plains as usual, he caught a cow and roasted most of it to fill himself. What was left would be his breakfast tomorrow. He hadn't expended much energy today, but he still had to train persistently. After digesting on his wooden bed, he began his evening exercises. He trained until 1 in the morning, then caught a fighting fish as a midnight snack. His current body recovered quickly and brimmed with energy. Sleeping at 1 and waking up at 6, he felt completely refreshed with no discomfort anywhere. Arriving at the Corrida Coliseum, he didn't even need to buy a ticket this time. He just showed his gladiator credential and walked in. First he registered, then headed to the row of betting shops, already decided. Today he brought 100 belly, a third of his savings. Boss, is there a betting line on W? Taking advantage of the sparse morning crowd, Shun Wang entered a betting shop, full of confidence. Not the same one as yesterday. The shop owner didn't even look up, asked through a den mushy, then replied. Yes, at 9 o'clock the 10-win Monster Kid W versus the 40-win in Hardbone Joe. Odds are 1-6 to 1. What? I'd only make 100 belly betting on myself. The bookmaker was shrewd. Had noticed I didn't use my full strength yesterday. But Shun Wang didn't realize the bookmaker was even smarter than he thought. After watching the footage, the bookmaker knew Hardbone Joe had no chance of beating Shun Wang, but he wouldn't set odds at 1 to 100 based on true strength. That way no one would bet on Hardbone Joe. Everyone would see he couldn't win, and if they all bet on Shun Wang, the bookmaker would have to pay out everything. With these odds, maybe more people would bet on Joe. There are plenty of fools trying to win big with a small stake. Now Shun Wang, who was also trying to win big with a small stake, was very troubled. Shun Wang was deeply troubled. If he placed a bet on this one, the winnings would be too meager, and he had to fight multiple consecutive matches with no time to come back and place bets after each one. It was a vexation to have no trustworthy person to help him. Not to mention someone reliable. Shun Wang had been here for over half a year and hadn't even made a single ordinary friend. No, that wasn't right. He didn't know many from the smaller races, and they could all be trusted, but they would never come here to place bets for him. It seemed he could only make this meager amount. Shun Wang sighed. The bookmaker, hearing no follow-up, looked up in confusion, paused for a moment, then instantly plastered a smile on his face. Mr. W, judging by your expression, you think the money is too little. No matter. I have 3 more betting pools related to you. First, whether you can achieve 15 consecutive wins with odds of 1-2 to 1. Securing another 5 consecutive wins today was within his confidence, but with those odds, even if he succeeded, he would only earn 12,000. Far too little. Disappointment was written plainly on Shun Wang's face. The bookmaker saw this and continued. The second pool is whether you can achieve 20 consecutive wins with odds of 5 to 1. This one was somewhat interesting. If he reached 20 consecutive wins, he could earn 50,000 belly. That would directly surpass his entire savings. The third pool is whether you can achieve 30 consecutive wins with odds of 20 to 1. This one was excellent. Securing it would net him a full 200,000 belly. However, judging by the increase in his opponent's win counts after each victory yesterday, 30 consecutive wins might prove very difficult. Shun Wang hesitated for a while, still unable to make up his mind. Wait, the difficulty and the reward were disproportionate. 200,000 belly was something he could save up in 2 months at most if he hunted diligently. 30 consecutive wins, on the other hand, was quite challenging. Better to bet on 20 consecutive wins first. That was much easier. Raise the stake, then come back tomorrow to bet on 30 consecutive wins. However, even if he could easily win the last few matches today, he would still need to put on an act so that the bookmaker wouldn't lower the odds for his 30 consecutive wins tomorrow. Having thought it through, Shun Wang hurriedly took out 10,000 belly and went Allen on the 20 consecutive wins. Watching Shun Wang's retreating figure, the bookmaker squinted and pondered for a moment. W seems very confident. He'll have to raise the odds for 20 consecutive wins so that others won't dare to bet on him winning. Seeing those odds, the customers would likely think W was bound to lose and bet everything on W, losing, hoping to pick up some pocket money from him. Hey, you want my money? Dream on. The bookmaker adjusted the odds for 20 consecutive wins to 10 to 1. Glancing at the 30 consecutive wins pool set at 20 to 1, he felt it didn't match the odds for 20 consecutive wins. With a flourish of his pen, he changed the 30 consecutive wins pool to 50 to 1. Next, he would heavily promote the 20 consecutive wins pool to others. As for the 30 consecutive wins pool with such high odds, if no one asked, it simply didn't exist. If they did ask, it might still not exist. He wondered how much money W would make when he reached 20 consecutive wins. As long as he promoted it vigorously, he would definitely rake in a huge profit. But he couldn't promote it openly. He had to guide subtly and find a few shills. Ingenious. The bookmaker swayed his head and hummed a tune as he sat back behind the counter. Shen Wang was unaware of the bookmaker's thoughts, simply striving to follow his own plan. His first few opponents posed no pressure, but he pretended that each was harder to beat than the last. In 6 fights, the most serious injury was to his throat. He gasped so desperately that his voice turned hoarse. By the time he faced his 10th opponent, he even deliberately let the opponent punch his nose, making it bleed. Although it was a minor injury, it was the first time he had been wounded. To the audience, it looked like he was nearing his limit. In reality, the 10th opponent only forced him to exert a bit more effort, working up a sweat. His final opponent had 98 wins. That meant his prediction, that he would feel sufficient pressure once his opponents reached over 100 wins, was correct. He had come early today, so the 10 matches were finished by the afternoon. Happily taking 60,000 belly from the bookmaker, Shen Wang felt in high spirits. For some reason, the bookmaker was also grinning widely when he handed over the money. Could losing money make him so happy? Shen Wang didn't understand, but he respected it. After another fulfilling evening, Shen Wang arrived at the arena again. Today, he brought 70,000 of his total 80,000 belly, leaving a little for emergencies, and went Allen on the rest. Boss, him back. Shen Wang called out cheerfully. The bookmaker, who had been bent over his desk writing furiously, looked up at the familiar voice and instantly broke into a smile. Mr. W, what would you like to bet on today? The odds for you against the 100-win Gladiator twin, Swords Ku Erla, are 3 to 1. Betting 70,000 belly on himself would only yield a little over 90,000. Not interesting. Shen Wang's appetite had been whetted by the 30 consecutive wins pool yesterday, and he now looked down on a mere 90,000 belly. Boss, I want to bet on my 30 consecutive wins pool, Shen Wang said with a smile. The bookmaker froze for several seconds, then forced a smile as he pointed to the pool posted this morning. W, your 30 consecutive wins pool has a real-time odds of 50 to 1. How did it go up? I must have acted too well yesterday. Not in vain did I deliberately get injured. Shen Wang's brows lifted with pride, but he struggled to suppress his grin. For some reason, the bookmaker seemed reluctant, but in the end, he let Shen Wang place the bet. Shen Wang didn't think much of it. After the bet was placed, he finally let the corners of his mouth rise. Watching Shen Wang's back, the bookmaker muttered to himself again. This guy seemed confident about 30 wins, but he had struggled a bit with 20 wins. Where did that confidence come from? Should I raise the odds or lower them? The bookmaker paced back and forth in the shop, lit a cigarette, and took it. If he was certain W would win, raising the odds to attract more bets was correct, but the money people bet might not even be a fraction of what he would have to pay out. Lowering the odds could attract speculators, bringing in more people betting on W to win. But that was completely pointless. Whether W won or lost, he couldn't afford the payout. Boss, I want to place a bet. A customer walked in, and the transaction was completed quickly. The bookmaker stared at the displayed pool, gritted his teeth, and removed it. That way, if W lost, he could happily pocket the 70,000 belly. As for winning, the bookmaker didn't consider that possibility. Yesterday's 20 wins had already been a struggle, and W had been injured. His winning streak would top out at 25. The world was full of arrogant people, and the bookmaker had seen many. But after removing the pool, his heart involuntarily raced for a moment, as if something was off. Boss, I want to bet on Sickle Terry. Right away, sir. The bookmaker put on a full smile and swiftly processed the bet, but his mind was elsewhere. The crowd gradually grew, and the shop's assistant came in for work. The bookmaker began to lose focus. As time ticked by, he grew increasingly restless. He retreated to the back room, pacing while biting his fingers. Suddenly, he stopped, pulled out a visual transponder snail, and connected to Arena No. 4. Shen Wang's consecutive wins had earned him some popularity, and he had been assigned to Arena No. 4. Woo! Let's congratulate the Monster Kid W on achieving 26 consecutive wins. The host's hoarse voice came through the visual transponder snail. The audience's storm-like cheers and curses were all captured by the snail, exploding in a chaotic cacophony within the small room. The bookmaker sat in his chair, his expression darkening. Will the Monster Kid W continue to challenge? He wants to keep going. Stamina is not an issue. The wounds are bandaged and he can still fight. This is what a gladiator is. As long as he hasn't fallen, it's just a scratch. After a thrilling and intense battle, W has achieved a 27-win streak. Let's cheer. The bookmaker's face darkened, veins bulging on his hand as he crushed the wooden cup holding rum. A 28-win streak. W lives up to the name Little Monster. Can he reach 30 wins? Can he? The host's excited shout echoed. The last person to approach 30 wins was half a year ago. That was the highest streak of 29 wins, and now Lord Fylian Terry, with 436 wins. Whether we can witness the rise of the next Lord Terry depends on the next match. The bookmaker watched the image, squinting, feeling restless. Oh, W indicates he needs a rest. The host sounded a bit regretful. Recovering stamina is also good. Let's look forward to the little monster W delivering an even more exciting battle next time. The boss leaned back heavily in his chair, picked up the rum on the small table, and gulped down most of the bottle. With a soft grunt, he slammed the rum heavily on the table. Shen Wang had intended to fight consecutively, but the 28th match was exceptionally difficult. The opponent's strength and speed were slightly inferior to his, but his own stamina had been largely depleted in the first 7 matches, causing him to lack sufficient strength and speed during the fight, resulting in a closely matched battle. In the end, he dragged it until the opponent's stamina was half exhausted and showed some openings. Then he mustered his strength and ended the fight with 2 punches. He decided to recover his stamina first before fighting again, since it was still early in the day. The next battle opponent would likely be equally matched. He must not take it lightly. Walking past the row of shops in the arena, Shen Wang hesitated for quite a while. Because he was now penniless, not having considered that he would run out of stamina in the morning. It would be reluctant for him to go back now. If he replenished his stamina, he was confident to win 2 more matches and obtain those 3.5 million belly. If he delayed until tomorrow, he feared that more problems might arise. After pondering for a long time, Shen Wang made up his mind. He had some reputation. Now could he rely on his face? Not wanting to act first and report later, after entering the bar, Shen Wang explained to the bartender that he had no money. The bartender called over the boss, who was very enthusiastic and even asked Shen Wang for an autograph and photo. So he smoothly put it on credit. As for why he came to the bar, it was because there was no proper restaurant in the arena. People who came to the arena sought thrills. They either loved flesh and flesh splattering liquids or enjoyed betting and risking fortunes. In any case, proper restaurants couldn't satisfy them. Shen Wang wondered if alcohol could invigorate his blood and qi, so in addition to ordering 10 jin of grilled meat, he also ordered a glass of rum. It had been a long time since he last drank. While eating, Shen Wang suddenly noticed many wanted posters stuck on the bar's signboard. Glancing briefly, he didn't recognize most of the people. The only ones he could identify at a glance were Luo Qixi and his crew. Luo Qixi, Jin Shitzi Wang, Ji Yuehan Malong. But now Luo Qixi hasn't formed his pirate crew yet, so their wanted posters are separate. Of course, what attracted his attention most was Charlotte Linlin. That pink balloon-like figure was hard to ignore. It was also because Shen Wang regarded her as his biggest target. Although she looked somewhat off-putting now, after a few years she would slim down and be fine. Shen Wang consoled himself. Suddenly, he saw a wanted poster pinned alone at the top. Strangely, the photo on the poster was missing, cut out, leaving only a square hole. Squinting slightly, Shen Wang finally read the words on the wanted poster. Fire Flower Galileusa. Bounty 91 million, Vice Captain of the Josha pirate crew. Above the name, there was a large "only alive," different from other pirates, dead or alive. It was rare, only allowing capture alive, completely different from most other pirates where dead or alive was accepted. It seemed that the sea idol Galileusa had started to exert her influence. Not only was her photo on the wanted poster cut off for collection, but even the world government, when issuing her bounty, was reluctant to let her die. He just didn't know what Galileusa looked like on the wanted poster. Shen Wang was also curious about how beautiful she really was. After all, in the anime, many beauties looked roughly the same. Which one was more beautiful depended on Weishan's stroke expressed through text and plot. He imagined a bit. Perhaps Galileusa looked proud on the wanted poster. After all, he hadn't seen the wanted poster of the Josha pirate crew captain, the current empress. This was enough to prove that her beauty completely overshadowed the current empress. Unlike after she became the captain, under the crushing popularity of Xia Qi, she still retained a bit of popularity. About 1% of Xia Qi's popularity. Thinking about Galileusa's depressed expression after being crushed by Xia Qi, Shen Wang couldn't help but laugh. Galileusa was also one of Shen Wang's intended targets. Women from Josha Island all had strong physical talent, and armament Haki was even easier for them to comprehend than ordinary people. Although this was partly due to their inherited training methods, it was undeniable that without sufficient physical talent, armament Haki simply couldn't be cultivated. And the Empress was the strongest and most talented person on Josha Island. After all, the selection of the Empress of Josha Island had always been based on the strongest person. Their belief was that strength is beauty, the strongest is the most beautiful. Have you placed your bet? Lord Terry's second match starts at 2 o'clock. A voice nearby interrupted Shen Wang's thoughts. As for why it caught his attention, it was because after the just concluded martial match, the host had mentioned this name. The person who achieved a 29-win streak half a year ago. Can I still place a bet? Damn. No, of course everyone wanted to make a small profit, and were busy placing bets. Only I well informed, and having bet early am generous enough to tell you. That person drank leisurely, looking as composed as a fisherman waiting for the catch. The other person hastily settled the bill and left without turning back. He'll treat you to drinks tonight. Shenwang quickly finished his meal and left. He wasn't going to place a bet, but to watch the match. He had seen Terry fight once before on the second day of his 3-day reconnaissance. He just didn't know that Terry was the one who had come closest to 30 wins before. Now, of course, he needed to carefully assess his strength. Moreover, he had a deep impression of this Terry because he was one of the few people here with a normal physique. Soon Shenwang arrived at Arena No. 1 and found a seat in the audience. After watching a thrilling high-win match at around 2 in the afternoon, it was finally time for Filey and Terry to appear. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, more than half erupted in frenzied cheers. Meanwhile, a smaller portion booed just as loudly. Those who cheered frantically were mostly gamblers. Because Terry's win rate was as high as 84. As long as you bet on his victory, you could likely earn a small sum for drinks. As for those who booed him, Shenwang also knew the reason this person's fights weren't aesthetically pleasing. Terry wore a silver full-face helmet with only a finger-wide cross-shaped slit on the visor. Whether he could see clearly or not was unknown, but Shenwang certainly couldn't see his eyes. Presumably he could see well enough, for Terry's fighting style was a tandrin. How could he execute such tactics without clarity? His opponent was over 2 meters tall, with an upper body as massive as a wall and a neck thicker than his head. Gripping a gleaming iron rod, the giant charged furiously at Terry. Terry, wielding 2 scythes connected by long chains, nimbly dodged, and one scythe flew from his hand, arcing through the air. Naturally, the giant reacted swiftly and blocked the strike. But Terry remained unruffled, deftly catching the returning scythe. Though surprisingly agile, the giant could not land a single blow on Terry. He was forced to endure the kiting. Blurs filled the arena, leaving most spectators utterly bewildered. Shenwang could follow the action, but not entirely keep up. How could those chopstick-like legs support such a massive upper body while unleashing such blistering speed? Shenwang couldn't comprehend the rules of this world, but he had no desire to experiment on his own body. Power is fleeting, but style is eternal. After half an hour of this stalemate, the giant bore over a dozen wounds of varying depth, his stamina nearly depleted, forcing him to concede. Terry stood silently in the distance, his white shirt and washed-out jeans immaculate. Only the 2 sides glowed with a dim crimson light. Shenwang took a deep breath and turned away. This man was beyond him for now. But in 3 months, perhaps 4 or 5, he could defeat Terry in an instant with overwhelming speed. He was utterly convinced of this. After most of the 20% Little People tribe talent manifested, he could clearly gauge Terry's strength. Once he obtained the remaining 30% and underwent intensive short-term training, could there be any doubt about defeating this Terry? Oh, the little monster W returns to the arena. He's charging for a 30-win streak. After the announcer's impassioned cry, Shenwang stepped onto the platform for the 29th time. His opponent was a swordsman wielding a katana. Shenwang had faced such opponents over a dozen times. Though a longer blade offers reach, Shenwang simply overwhelmed them with superior speed and strength. But this opponent was of equal caliber. Raw talent alone wouldn't carry him. Little Monster W faces a 200-win veteran. How will this tale unfold? Stay tuned. The 208-win Flash Luge versus the 28-win streak Little Monster W. At the sound of the gong, Shenwang slightly crouched, his legs taut like drawn bows. Meanwhile, Flash Luge maintained his drawing stance, lowering his head to gather momentum. Ayajutsu. Ha, I won't let you build your power. Shenwang stomped hard and dashed forward like a gale. Let's test your mettle. The opponent's aura was seamless, flawless. Shenwang paid it no mind, pulling his fist back to its limit, ready to shatter that aura with a devastating blow. As for his blade, a shield would block it. But the instant he closed in, a sharp, numbing sting pricked his chest, and his heart clenched. Danger! Alarm bells screamed in Shenwang's mind. He instantly retracted his punch, planted his foot backward, and crossed his arms before his chest. Zheng. A clear sound of a blade being drawn, a flash of cold light, and a deep gash appeared on the small shield strapped to Shenwang's forearms. The immense force sent Shenwang, already in emergency braking, flying. He somersaulted in the air, and the impact was so fierce that he squatted upon landing. Black skid marks scarred the floor, and his soles thinned by a layer. Steel cutting. Shenwang narrowed his eyes. No, though it cleaved iron like mud, it hadn't fully pierced through. This man's swordsmanship was roughly on par with Zoro when he first arrived in Alabasta. He was only a step away from the steel-cutting swordsman realm. At that moment, the sharp sting on his arm behind the shield reminded Shenwang of the blade's deadly keenness. A formidable foe. However, this man lacked Zoro's monstrous physique. His strength fell considerably short. The impact on his arm was manageable. His strongest Ayajutsu strike didn't overwhelm Shenwang in terms of power. Shen Wang's breathing quickened, his heart thundering like a drum. This man was fightable. Perhaps it was the rum head had an hour earlier, but Shen Wang felt a surge of recklessness. He stood, unfastened the deeply gouged shield from his arm, and tossed it to the ground. It was nearly wrecked, and it couldn't stop the opponent's blade. What use was it? By nature, Shen Wang would never discard a shield. Every block counted, and he wouldn't risk serious injury. But now, stirred by excitement, of blazing combat passion ignited in his mind. Again, he roared, the muscles in his arms twitching, splitting the minor wounds open. Yet Shen Wang seemed impervious to pain, charging forward with fists as big as sandbags. Though emotions ruled his actions, Shen Wang wasn't foolish enough to recklessly rush in. Relying on his speed and the faint prickling sensation on his skin, his evasive moves were flawless. He now fought on the defensive, looking for openings. He realized he possessed a keen intuition for danger. Each time peril approached, his skin would tingle slightly. On his first night here, that danger sense had helped him dodge a casual shot from Ego. And on the day of the Little People trade, though his mind had gone blank, he later recalled many dodges that weren't because of trees ahead, but because his body sensed peril. With no time for deep thought, Shen Wang acted on instinct, evading and seeking counterstrikes. His flickering form circled Flash Luge, while Luge coolly drew and struck each slash, seemingly slow yet swift. If Luge's defense were impenetrable and his attacks always landed, Shen Wang's approach would surely fail. After all, Luge's physique, though inferior, was not far behind, and his swordsmanship was superb, a hair's breadth from steel cutting. But Shen Wang evaded every blow. Only some sword chi left shallow cuts on his body, beating. Those cuts would heal in under half an hour if he stayed still. However, though Shen Wang's counterpunches were few, each one landed solidly on Luge. After a fierce dozen minutes, Luge's stance wavered. As one side waned, the pain from various wounds made Shen Wang's focus even sharper. Now, seizing the moment, Shen Wang burst into Luge's embrace, preventing his sword from countering. At the same time, he pulled his right fist to its limit and delivered a devastating uppercut to Luge's face. The softy thud sensation against his fist delighted Shen Wang. The hard bones resisted for an instant before being crushed by the punch. As Luge's face twisted violently, his body lifted off the ground, and a few yellow-white blocks arced through the air along with blood droplets. Bang! Luge and his blade fell separately, only about 3 meters apart, yet radiating a hopelessness of forever being out of reach. Thus Luge could no longer rise. Whoa! WS legend continues. The little monster title is well-deserved. He's achieved a 29-win streak. It's been 2 years since the last gladiator with a 30-win streak. Can we witness history? Stay tuned. The announcer's hysterical shouts filled his ears. Shen Wang panted heavily, his legs trembling, feeling nothing but noise around him. To avoid being cut, he had given his all for those dozen minutes, not daring to slacken. That short span felt more exhausting than swimming 2 laps around the island at full speed. Back in the lounge, Shen Wang covered his face with a towel, hiding eyes that shone like stars. That feeling just now, it was akin to observation Haki. Observation Haki doesn't require a robust physique, but likely demands mental fortitude. But mental fortitude, does Usopp possess that? Determination aside, he probably has enough spiritual power. His father's observation Haki was terrifyingly strong, and some talent must have passed down. If that's the case, as a transmigrator, is his spiritual power naturally strong? But he traveled bodily, not through soul transfer, so there was no stacking of 2 souls. Shen Wang was puzzled, but he knew he was on the path to awakening observation Haki. Becoming familiar with this sensation, strengthening it, deepening it, and wielding it at will. Once he achieved that, would he have entered the initial stage of observation Haki? In a dimly lit room, the image of the communication insect hung its head, clearly having ceased transmission. The bar owner lowered his gaze, his fingers gently stroking a small communication insect. WS state seemed to have reached its limit, yet he did not continue. Shen Wang was already quite exhausted, but he wanted to solidify the sense of crisis he had just felt. Gritting his teeth, he decided to keep going. As for how many reasons there were for the situation, it was hard to tell. Given his current state, continuing to fight was clearly unwise. Thus Shen Wang sought out another bar, trying his luck once more. He wasn't thick-skinned enough to continue racking up a tab at the previous bar, so he found a new one. Ha ha ha. Monster boy, do you have confidence for 30 consecutive wins? Of course, Shen Wang replied, while devouring meat, not forgetting to respond to the bar owner. His confidence wasn't overwhelming, but he had reasons he couldn't afford to lose. If he didn't boldly declare it, he might lose a bit of the motivation to push him toward victory. Haha, then I'll have to place a bet on you. The bar owner downed a large gulp from his cup, showing no intention of leaving. This statement was merely for show. The bar owner had seen many overly confident individuals and would not place a bet based solely on Shen Wang's words. Are you that confident? A middle-aged man, red-faced from drinking, felt Shen Wang seemed approachable and chimed in, from my years of watching, your next match will definitely be tough. The last match was against a flash rug with 200 wins and a 70% win rate. This match is a critical juncture with 30 wins. The arena will surely select a formidable opponent. Based on my estimation, you need at least 230 wins to truly stand a chance. Shen Wang swallowed hard, feeling a lump in his throat, and finally managed to push it down. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Wang picked up his cup and took a sip. The increase in wins isn't that substantial. The middle-aged drunkard looked mysterious, but based on my experience, your opponent's win rate will definitely be 80%. This win rate is very solid. Don't be fooled by the 200 wins. If the number of matches is sufficient, reaching 400 wins is definitely achievable. This depends on facing a relatively weaker 400-win swordsman. Indeed, it was a significant increase. But not just for that 3 million, also to break through his limits, and for the sake of his observation Haki, he had to taste the salt and sweetness. No problem. I'm sure I can win. The power of the mind is of utmost importance. Shen Wang's words were not just boastful, they were meant to encourage himself. In the world of One Piece, to become the strongest, both ambition and belief are extremely important. Shen Wang was gradually adding bricks to his path toward becoming the strongest. After eating his fill, Shen Wang planned to stroll around to help digest. Along the way, he heard passersby mention that Terry was engaged in a martial battle and remarkably had fought 3 consecutive matches. Shen Wang headed to the first arena. He immediately spotted a half-human, half-beast monster in the arena. Another Zoan-type devil fruit user. Through the host's passionate commentary, Shen Wang quickly learned that this was a user who had surpassed 500 wins. A rare ancient type, a crocodile form user. Upon closer inspection, he bore no Haki. Ancient types are indeed strong, but without Haki, that's about it. As Shen Wang pondered, Terry threw a scythe, and the half-beast man seemed to have finally seized the opportunity, opening his large mouth to bite down on the scythe. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The crocodile half-beast man looked smug. Bug, are you still flying around? Terry, unfazed, shouted, I concede. Pock. The crocodile half-beast man spat out the shattered pieces of iron scythe, furiously charging at Terry. However, Terry leaped a few times, seemingly toying with him. Only after the host announced the result did he begrudgingly back off. Hadn't even sat for 3 minutes, and it was over. That surrender was too swift. Shen Wang felt somewhat disheartened looking down on Terry. However, upon closer inspection, they had apparently fought for quite a while, yet the crocodile bore no wounds, only a distinct white mark on his right arm. It seemed Terry had no way out. His attacks couldn't break the defense. Normally lingering like this wouldn't be an issue, but if Terry accidentally had his weapon bitten down on, there would be no suspense left. If this continued, should he make a mistake, it would be disastrous. The crocodile, having warmed up, might very well take the opportunity to severely injure Terry. Clearly this Terry was someone who preferred to preserve himself. Shen Wang was of the same ilk, but the 70,000 he wagered forced him to take a risk. Otherwise he would be quite reluctant. After watching 2 more martial battles, Shen Wang had mostly digested the situation, his stamina had nearly recovered, and his wounds had scabbed over. After signing up, the staff promptly led him to the first arena. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Friends, your tickets were worth it today. After half a year, someone is finally challenging for 30 consecutive wins again. Little Monster W. Tonight, this moment, officially begins the 30th martial battle. Having already achieved 29 consecutive wins. Only one more match. To accomplish a feat no one has achieved in 2 years. Let us give a warm welcome. As Shen Wang walked straight to the center of the arena amidst the cheers and applause, he was surprised to find himself here so soon. This arena was typically only open for swordsmen who had achieved 500 wins. Some swordsmen who hadn't reached that milestone but had high win rates of 400 wins could also compete. Additionally, there were individuals like Shen Wang who had a small milestone battle, which was considered the minimum standard. This open-air circular platform, coupled with the shouts of tens of thousands of spectators reaching the sky, indeed stirred one's blood. Accustomed to battling in front of crowds, Shen Wang was not nervous, but his heart was racing. Let us welcome WS opponent, the bone-breaking Moke, with 241 wins and an 83% win rate. A tall figure slowly approached opposite Shen Wang, carrying a massive long-handled axe. The opponent was about 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall. Having grown accustomed to those monsters, Shen Wang didn't find him particularly tall. As for the massive axe, he cared even less. With such a weapon, his attack speed would undoubtedly be much slower than Shen Wang's. However, it was noteworthy that while this person was indeed robust, he wasn't excessively so, and his build was fairly balanced. Thus it could be inferred that this person's movement speed was certainly not slow, and might even surpass Shen Wang's slightly. Kid, it's rare to see someone who only uses their fists. Let's have a true man's battle. Moke's voice came through his helmet. His helmet was made of iron, resembling a motorcycle helmet that protected the lower half of his face, leaving only the area around his eyes exposed. Oh, what constitutes a true man's battle? Shen Wang began to flex his limbs. Of course, it's a thrilling fight where fists meet flesh. I want use my axe or this armor. You should remove that useless little shield of yours, and we'll fight like this. As Moke spoke, he swung his axe, sending it flying to the edge of the arena where it embedded itself into the rocky ground. This display made Shen Wang's pupils constrict. This move showcased Moke's mastery over strength and the finesse of his skills. Shen Wang could only manage to accurately throw it to the edge of the arena. Whether it would stick into the ground depended on luck. Shutting his eyes and taking a deep breath, Shen Wang suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils gleaming with cold light. This is exactly what I like. Using a blade is stylish, but bare-knuckle brawling is far more exhilarating. Shen Wang unbuckled the small shields on his arms and removed his chest guard. Lifting his gaze, he immediately frowned. Why are you still wearing a helmet? Imoku had shed all his armor, but kept his helmet on. Sorry, I can't reveal my true face, Imoku said, his voice muffled. I promise in the coming fight I won't strike your head. Probably another wanted criminal with a hefty bounty. After all, in the pirate world, many rogues strut about with wanted posters. Or maybe this guy thought his crime was huge when in reality few recognized him. Either way, it wasn't Shen Wang's concern. He let the helmet slide. This battle fiend didn't seem the type for dirty tricks. Fine, let's begin. The audience is getting restless. Shen Wang gestured toward the stands. As they spoke and discarded gear, some spectators understood their intent, some cheered, others jeered. Many had no clue what was about to happen, so a chorus of boos erupted. Come on. They squared off, circling each other with probing steps. Then, as if by silent agreement, a blur appeared between them, and their fists collided with a thunderous clang, like steel striking steel. Solid. Shen Wang forced a grin, gritting out the words. Imoku sneered, not bad, kid. Boom. Almost simultaneously, they kicked up clouds of dust, obscuring their figures. Within the haze came a relentless series of impacts. When the dust settled, their movements hadn't ceased. Rorororo. Imoku laughed while unleashing a flurry of punches. Give me a fiercer fight. That laugh sounded so much like Kaido's. Shen Wang's heart lurched instinctively, but he quickly realized this man couldn't be Kaido. Irked, he clenched his jaw and matched Imoku blow for blow. Yet his strength fell slightly short, his arms grew numb from the counterforce, his power waning. His fists ached too. The fury of the earlier exchange left a gap in his guard. Imoku seized the moment, driving a fist into Shen Wang's chest. For the first time, Shen Wang coughed blood. As he flew backward, watching the crimson spray before his eyes, his life began to flash before him. The flash lasted only seconds. When he hit the ground, his vision went dark for a moment, then cleared. He scrambled up, wiping his mouth. The taste of blood wasn't as bad as had imagined. Apart from the pain where had been struck, spitting out that mouthful made him feel oddly lighter. Again, he roared, charging forward. This time, he wouldn't foolishly trade blows. That only pleased Imoku. He'd leverage his speed advantage, recover his condition, and look for openings to land clean hits. As Shen Wang dashed toward him, Imoku, poised to meet the charge, suddenly froze. Shen Wang had feinted, executing a sharp pivot to the right. Playing tricks, boy. Fine by me. Imoku twisted his waist and whipped his left leg toward the right. My reactions ain't half-baked. Shen Wang saw Imoku hesitate and aimed a heavy blow at his side. But as he wound up, a vicious gust swept toward him. Alarms clanged in Shen Wang's mind, his lower back tingled. Without a second thought, he pivoted on his left leg, twisting his entire body to intercept Imoku's kick with his own right leg in a lightning-fast parry. Boom. Both staggered back. That guy's leg power is weaker than mine. Even though it was right leg against left, Shen Wang felt Imoku's strength was significantly less. Because Imoku had been building up normally, while Shen Wang's hasty block couldn't unleash full force. The guy looked evenly built, but apparently didn't train his legs much either. Your reactions aren't so great. Shen Wang added verbal taunts while maintaining his Hitandran strategy. Rorororo. Useless brat. Even if you yell Muda, I won't ORA you. Shen Wang slipped behind Imoku and drove a straight punch into his lower back. Imoku swayed, turned. Damn, that's some satisfying power. Gets me even more fired up. A gleam of red flickered in his eyes as he sped up. Shen Wang quickly realized he could no longer outrun Imoku. He had to trade blows again. After several exchanges, he noticed that Imoku, in his effort to match his speed, was throwing slightly weaker punches, less wind-up. That gave Shen Wang the confidence to continue. Now evenly matched, he resolved to fight on. As the battle grew more intense, the cheers from the stands surged wave after wave. Even the announcer lost his professional composure. Ladies and gentlemen, W takes a heavy blow. He seems to be losing, no? He's fighting back. Both men are spitting blood. This is thrilling. The sound of fists colliding. The most beautiful melody on earth. In the stands, some women rose screaming, others clutched their necks, their other hand clamped between their thighs, trembling with excitement, faces flushed crimson. More waved betting slips with wild expressions, cheering or cursing amid loud boos. On the arena, the two combatants couldn't tell who was being jeered, maybe both. Wang was utterly focused, deaf to all noise but the whistle of fists. Boom, boom, boom. Countless rounds later, both wore manic grins. Their stamina was down to 20 or 30%, movement slowed. Wild blurs crossed a few collisions, and they stepped back 3 paces, panting heavily. Their gazes clashed as if lightning sparked between them. Kid, give up. This punch is serious. After a few breaths, Moka stomped and vanished from his spot. But Wang saw it clearly. Fall down, old bastard. Confident he wouldn't lose, Wang roared and swung his fist to meet the attack. A metallic clash rang out, dust exploding at the point of impact. A crisp crack followed, and 2 figures flew backward out of the dust cloud. Oh, double knockout. Who will stand up? No. What am I seeing? WS right arm is bent at a grotesque angle. If I'm not mistaken, it's fractured. He might lose. Wait. Moka's right arm is also dangling immobile. If I'm right, his shoulder dislocated from the impact. What will happen next? Let's continue to enjoy this rare, spectacular fight. Wang sat cross-legged on the ground, staring blankly at his right forearm, dangling and swaying from the middle. It took him a moment to process. Fractured. But why doesn't it hurt? Only a faint ache. Haha, kid. Give up. My dislocated shoulder won't hinder me much, but your fracture will. Go get it bandaged and splinted, or it'll heal badly. Moka's tone softened, almost coaxing. Wang snapped back to reality, silent for a moment. Should I keep fighting? Of course. We're both missing our right arms. Who's afraid of whom? He spotted Moka's discarded chainmail nearby, walked over, and stripped off his own new clothes. He used a piece of the mail as a splint, then tore his shirt into strips to secure it. Moka watched silently, unmoving. When Wang stood up, the veins on his forehead, an arm visibly throbbing, Moka's pupils contracted. Come on. Seeing the fine sweat glistening on Wang's brow, Moka took a deep breath and asked, Kid, why do you still want to fight? Because I can win. Can't afford to lose. Any reason? Reason? Because I want to win. Rorororo. Good kid. Impressive will. Moka laughed heartily. So kid, what's your dream? Or rather, what do you want to become? I want to become. Wang started to say the strongest, but suddenly the word felt hollow. Why do I want to be the strongest? A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Moka noticed, but didn't press, waiting quietly. What can becoming the strongest achieve? Overthrow the world government. No, that would be a trivial task for the strongest. Become the king of the world. But he knew himself. He was no king, he couldn't govern well. Then why become the strongest? Soon Wang's pupils sharpened, the light in his eyes burning hotter. I want to be the strongest so I can do whatever I want. No obstacles to the things I desire, the people I love, the goals I pursue. Anything I dislike, anyone I despise. I can crush them all. My dream is to be a free man. Wang's heart surged, and he shouted out loud. After shouting, he instantly felt embarrassed. Blood rushed to his skin, the throb of blood in his fracture grew clearer. Emotions got the better of me, bad move. This pirate world must be toxic. Gnashing his teeth, fueled by hatred for this old bastard who stirred his heart, Wang stomped the ground violently and charged. Well met. Moka's eyes gleamed with admiration and excitement. He pulled back his left fist and countered fiercely. Just as they were about to clash, Wang executed a sudden pivot, twisting his waist as his right leg lashed out like a whip. Moka's pupils contracted sharply as he withdrew his fist and retreated. But Wang, refusing to relent, unleashed a relentless flurry of kicks aimed at Moka. Though he had never formally trained in leg techniques, his extensive full-body conditioning, especially his unwavering stance practice, had endowed him with formidable core strength, making his legs even more powerful than his fists. Overwhelming force overcame superior skill. Soon Moka could no longer hold his ground, forced back step by step. After all, he now had only his left hand, while Wang wielded 2 legs of greater strength. The tide had turned dramatically. A flaw soon emerged. Wang used his left foot to deflect Moka's blocking left hand, then, with a sudden burst of abdominal power midair, he executed a spinning turn, his right foot tracing a perfect arc. His heel slammed heavily into Moka's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and his body to fly backward like a discarded sack. Wang landed on the spot, his breathing slightly ragged, though the veins on his forehead bulged even more prominently. He dug his left hand fiercely into the flesh of his right forearm. A few more moves, and he would not be able to hold on. It wasn't a matter of stamina. The excruciating pain from the fractured right forearm surged in waves, making his vision blur and darken. He finally understood what it meant to have pain penetrate the marrow. For him, it wasn't just pain in the marrow. It was the marrow itself that ached. Such agony was catastrophic in battle. However, for some reason, he could vaguely sense Moka's attacking intentions just moments before they struck. Taking a bold risk, he found his accuracy reached about 70%. Thus, he quickly seized the opening and defeated Moka decisively. Your legs are more powerful than your fists. Why didn't you use them from the start? Moka gasped, heavily struggling to get up. Shenwang forced a pale smile. You forced my hand. I never formally learned leg techniques either. Even though his legs had been trained to such strength, they only provided explosive speed and an upward force for he had never considered using his legs for attacking. As for learning leg techniques in the future, Shenwang felt fists were simpler and more straightforward. Leg techniques were difficult to master without a teacher, and he could not figure them out on his own. As for seeking a master, Shenwang had never entertained the thought. Earlier, Shenwang had secretly pondered whether he could first forge a strong physique and then battle opponents with exquisite techniques to awaken observation Haki. That was his plan. Though things did not unfold exactly as he envisioned, at least he had stepped onto the path of awakening observation Haki earlier than expected. And once he had observation Haki, techniques would be unnecessary. Mastering the battlefield with observation Haki, striking enemies with greater strength and speed. This was the ultimate combat method. As for techniques, he only needed the skill to exert force, like using 10 points of effort to unleash 15 or even 20 points. Lolo. Coughing violently, Moka laughed until he choked. When he caught his breath, he flopped onto his back in a starfish pose and grinned. I lost. Shenwang slowly raised his left hand in a victory gesture. Woo! Little Monster W has achieved 30 consecutive victories. For the first time in 2 years, someone has reached 30 in a row. We are witnessing the birth of a true powerhouse. Though W's injuries are severe, they do not diminish his monster reputation. He is W, the little monster of the arena. Let us cheer. Celebrate the birth of a champion. The announcer was in a frenzy, but most of the spectators did not share his joy. They waved their betting slips and cursed wildly. Shenwang found it all noisy. He just wanted to leave quickly. Still, this was a milestone, so he struck a pose for 10 seconds for them to admire, then turned and hurried off the stage. He needed to find a doctor to treat his fracture immediately. In the dark room, the boss smashed things across the floor, then calmed his breathing, pulled out a small din mushy, and dialed swiftly. Hello. One-eyed Wu Di, I have a commission. Shenwang found the arena doctor, who set his arm with professional technique and stabilized it. The doctor said if he didn't move the arm for 3 months it would be fine. Shenwang nodded perfunctorily and rushed to the betting counter. 350,000, here I come. As for the doctor's advice to keep the arm immobile for 3 months, Shenwang didn't take it too seriously. 100 days for a broken bone applied to ordinary people. With his physique, it would heal in less than 2 months if properly fixed. Moreover, in 3 months the child would be born. With the innate talent from that, even if it wasn't completely healed, it would be cured. At this hour the betting shops had few customers, but Shenwang felt, perhaps an illusion, that the bosses were smiling happily. As for the shop where he had placed his bet, the boss smile was strained and forced, obvious even without sensing it. Just as Shenwang was worrying, the boss generously slapped down 4 stacks of berries, 3 thick stacks and 1 thin. A total of 357 10,000 nomination bills. Seeing so much money for the first time, Shenwang's heart raced. In the past, when reading One Piece, they talked about tens of millions or billions of berries, but that never felt real. After living here for months, he understood how hard it was to earn berries. 357,000 would allow him to live comfortably for a long time. He put the money in a small pouch and hung it securely on his belt. Of course, he also took out 70,000 berries to repay his debts to the 2 bars, then had a meal at the bar with the friendlier owner. Before repaying the money, he bought a new black vest. That was how a decent person should look. Many recognized Shenwang and raised their glasses to him. A few even asked for photos and autographs. Shenwang truly felt he had become famous. In high spirits, he had a glass of rum. But he didn't overdrink. The principle that drinking ruins plans was deeply ingrained in his mind. When Shenwang walked out of the arena, the sky had darkened, but the streets were still bustling, even livelier than daytime. This was truly the land of love and passion, full of tropical vibes. As he walked, Shenwang calculated how to spend the money. The first priority was definitely to buy information on the Vlad pirates. Once he understood their strength, he could plan his revenge. At the very least, that Hehe was definitely going to die. With his current power, if he had chased his former self who fled into the woods, it would have been over in seconds. But Hehe had chased for so long and still lost him. That only showed he was nothing special. Just wait. After confirming your Captain Vlad's strength, your days are numbered. After thinking about revenge, Shenwang's first thought was of Milo. Earlier, he didn't have much money, so he saved it for his own meals and didn't buy Milo any gifts. Besides, it wasn't really appropriate. It was just a partnership. But during his recent visits to Green Bit, he clearly sensed a change in Milo's attitude toward him. Even though she was stubborn. Whether it was because of the pregnancy, or because she had come to like him, Shenwang decided to take a chance and buy her gifts to cultivate affection. He would buy several bolts of beautiful fabric and some gourmet food. As for jewelry, girls liked, unfortunately, there were no sizes suitable for the Tontata. Then there was the housing problem. He couldn't keep living in the forest like a savage. It was better to settle in the bustling West Peninsula. But whether to buy or rent was a dilemma. Though he would set sail within 2 years at most, keeping a house here would mean having a root. Yet having a root here seemed meaningless. He was truly torn. However, he was set on the West Peninsula, whether buying or renting. It was crowded, and with more people it was easier to find targets. He couldn't start a harem among the Tontata. His earlier persuasion had been limited to only one child. So his focus remained on humans. It was frustrating to see, but not be able to touch. Just as he crossed through the residential area and approached the city wall, lost in thought, his scalp suddenly prickled. Without a second thought, his body instinctively dodged to the side. Bang! The bullet kicked up a puff of dirt on the ground before the gunshot echoed in his ears. What's going on? Shenhuang turned back to see a dozen men in black suits slowly emerging from the shadows. Each carried dual pistols. The leader was a bald, one-eyed, middle-aged man with a cigar exuding a boss-like aura. Who are you people? Sorry, pal. Someone bought your life. The one-eyed man took his cigar out of his mouth and blew out a plume of smoke, concealing his expression. Though it's useless to say this, please cooperate and make this job easier for me. The hell I will. A surge of murderous intent rose in Shenhuang's heart. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the group. Heh. The one-eyed man sneered, waving his hand. The dozen gunmen raised their weapons simultaneously, and a volley of gunfire erupted. Shenhuang's breath caught, feeling his entire body screaming alarms. Indeed, a gun is faster beyond. Relying on the rudimentary form of his observation, Haki, Shenhuang made an emergency, turned, diving left in a right-angle pivot, rolling once, then immediately springing up and zigzagging in a shaped path. On his broken right arm, a bloody hole was silently bleeding along with 2 bullet graze marks. The barrage of bullets was too dense, and he had charged too close. Despite his best evasive efforts, he was inevitably hit. Ignoring the pain, Shenhuang's heart pounded like a drum as he dashed toward the small eastern grove without looking back. Damn it! Where are the usual guards? At the city wall's archway, the guards who were normally there were now all gone. Although I didn't count on their combat ability, at least the name of the Royal Guard would have given the assassins behind some pause, increasing my chance of escape. They must have been bribed. Shenhuang performed irregular shape dodging, but this movement significantly slowed his running speed. Evading bullets relied entirely on the occasional stinging sensation from behind. I'm not an ordinary person, and the ones chasing are not ordinary shooters. Why should I run like this? Soon Shenhuang realized. He ran in a straight line, leaving the bullets entirely to his perception. He knew his perception was not yet perfect, but right now he had no choice but to trust it. Shenhuang ran at full speed, diverting all his attention to his rear perception. Amidst this adrenaline surge, he suddenly entered a state akin to the disappearance of his 5 senses. His ears could no longer hear the wind, his skin felt no warning tingles, and even the various pains all over his body vanished. Only the blurry road ahead and the exceptionally clear bullets behind remained. The trajectory and landing points of the bullets in the air were seen clearly by Shenhuang, and he evaded them with minimal movements. If Shenhuang's mind weren't too occupied to think of anything else, he would have been overjoyed. This was the legendary color of observation, Kenbunchika Haki. The gunmen pursued all the way until they entered the archway beneath the city wall, yet they couldn't leave another bullet wound on Shenhuang. A bunch of useless trash. The one-eyed middle-aged man snorted coldly, exhaling a puff of cigar smoke. He then drew both guns from his waist and planted his feet in a shaped stance. As the smoke cleared, 6 gunshots rang out like a string of firecrackers. If one didn't listen carefully, they would think it was the sound of a single shot with a slight delay. Shenhuang certainly saw the 6 bullets flying almost simultaneously from behind, but they were too fast. Before he could think of a perfect countermeasure, the bullets were already upon him. Because the 6 bullets were aimed at his legs, sealing off all his escape angles, his body instinctively made the optimal choice. With a sudden change of direction, 2 bullets, one high, one low, embedded themselves in Shenhuang's left leg with a dull thud. His figure wavered, and his movement speed drastically decreased. The other gunman quickly aimed and fired. Even though he could see the bullets with his observation Haki, his injured left leg prevented him from making perfect evasions. Before long, dozens of transparent and opaque holes appeared on Shenhuang's limbs. This was the best evasion he could manage with all his effort. He collapsed at the edge of the grove closest to the city wall. The gunmen slowly encircled him, but did not finish. A tall figure emerged from behind the gunman and came before Shenhuang. Only then did Shenhuang see that it was a burly man with African features. Do you know why you're going to die? Shenhuang forced a faint smile. Isn't it just someone sent by the bookie? Do I even need to guess? By now Shenhuang could no longer feel pain, perhaps because the pain had exceeded his threshold. Moreover, he felt his spirit growing stronger, his mind exceptionally clear. Apart from being unable to move, Shenhuang suddenly felt he was in the best state ever. His brain was likely employing every means possible. Pity you're too smart, yet too stupid. The burly black man crouched down, grabbed Shenhuang's hair, and pulled him up to face him. Remember, the one who kills you is Otto the Iron Fist with 305 wins in the bullring. Huh. Shenhuang couldn't hold it together upon hearing the nickname Iron Fist. You deserve to be called Iron Fist. You can be Iron Fist. What right do you have to be called Iron Fist? Wah. Shenhuang laughed until tears and snot streamed down. Oomph. Otto didn't know where to start cursing. In the dark night, his black skin seemed even darker. He yanked Shenhuang's hair, stood up, pressed Shenhuang against a nearby tree trunk, and delivered an uppercut to his stomach. Uffed. A mouthful of blood splattered all over Otto's head. He didn't mind, instead clenching his fist and aiming at Shenhuang's head. Is this death? Shenhuang closed his eyes. His body actually felt no more pain. This would be clean. But I won't accept this. Shenhuang's eyes snapped open, glaring at the black giant's face, his eyes so red they seemed about to bleed. I am someone who has lived a second life. I should become the strongest. I want to live freely. Even if it's Garp in his prime, I have the confidence to contend. Even Emu is my destined final boss. Why should I die at the hands of such a minor thug? Why? I will not die. The roar mixed with a mist of blood sprayed onto Otto's face, forcing him to step back. The manic yet certain scream stunned him for a few seconds. Damn it. Otto stepped forward, his right arm muscles swelling again as he gathered full power, determined to smash Shenhuang's head like a watermelon. At the same time, rustling leaves stirred, the wind rose. Otto suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, a sensation like encountering a fierce beast in his childhood. The single-minded Otto shook off this illusion and punched fiercely. The violent wind from the punch pushed Shenhuang's mental tension to the extreme. His eyes were wide as the fist rapidly enlarged before him. It was as if a bowstring had snapped, some shackle in his mind violently burst open. Crack! A black-red lightning bolt the size of a small thumb suddenly appeared at Shenhuang's glabella, pulsing, then instantly blossomed into countless black-red lightning bolts spreading indiscriminately in all directions, with Shenhuang as the epicenter. Whoosh! A powerful pressure wave radiated outward. The nearest Otto didn't even grunt, his eyes rolled back, and his already thrown fist weakly smashed into a tree trunk far from Shenhuang's head, scraping off a piece of bark. Otto then collapsed backward. As for the gunmen, they fell silently at once. Only the one-eyed middle-aged man managed a pained cry before collapsing radially like his subordinates. Within 1 kilometer, including the 5 districts on the western peninsula adjacent to the city wall, over 10,000 people all collapsed in an instant, unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Indeed. How could I not possess Conqueror's Haki? The Chosen One is nothing less. The golden finger cheat proves it, and Conqueror's Haki confirms my destiny as the Chosen One. Shenhuang laughed silently. It wasn't that he didn't want to laugh out loud, but his body had reached its limit and darkness flickered before his eyes. After a period of intense use of observation Haki and the recent burst of Conqueror's Haki, his spirit had also reached its limit. I think I used observation Haki earlier. No, can't sleep. If I sleep now, I'll be ruined. Shenhuang desperately tried to stay awake, but the body has its limits, and his consciousness began to fade uncontrollably. In the last second before his consciousness faded, a faint, unique fragrance reached Shenhuang's nostril. It seemed both sweet and bitter. The disposition of a king. Before falling completely unconscious, Shenhuang heard only a gentle, somewhat husky female voice. Then he lost all awareness. Hiss! Why did it hurt so much? When Shenhuang regained consciousness, he felt every nerve screaming, every part of his body aching, all sensations exploding in his mind at once. His brain felt as if it would burst, not allowing him a single moment to collect himself. He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes wide. The long unseen light pierced his vision into a white blur, and the sounds in his ears gradually coalesced from chaos. Not until his eyes adjusted to the brightness did his hearing return to normal. The chirping of birds reached his ears, and the warm sunlight bathed him, soothing and pleasant. A feeling of being reborn after an era. Ollie, you're awake. A familiar, gentle, and magnetic voice sounded. Don't move yet, your injuries won't allow it. Vaguely he saw a person approach and raise a hand to press down his body as he tried to sit up. A sweet, milky fragrance mixed with the subtle bitterness of grass and herbs, blended with a hint of sunshine, rushed toward him, instantly relaxing Shenhuang's nerves. This scent reminded Shenhuang of the essence of life. When his vision focused, a girl with a very gentle smile appeared before him. She had platinum blonde hair braided into a thick plait hanging over her chest. Her somewhat western-featured face was strikingly beautiful, but her absolutely tender smile softened the sharpness. The white floral dress exuded a fresh, girlish vibe. However, following that thick platinum blonde braid, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the prominent rise in front. Though he couldn't see the cleavage, he estimated it could be in a cup. And her crescenteed smile was like an angel's, capable of healing hearts. Shenhuang stared in a daze until his throat went dry. Hoarsely he said, "Water. Could I have a glass of water?" Of course. The beautiful girl readily agreed, and turned to fetch water. As her skirt fluttered, Shunwan felt as if he had glimpsed a fairy. The evenly toned fair legs had curves that were simply perfect. His throat involuntarily moved, the friction against his parched, burning throat caused a tearing pain. This new ache brought Shunwan somewhat to his senses. He sniffled, and turned his head to look out the window. Water's here. Turning his head, even with mental preparation, Shunwan still found himself squinting, dazzled by the girl's beauty. He froze for a second before coming to his senses, ready to raise his hand. But she pressed his hand down. "Don't move." Saying this, she reached out to support the back of his head, and slowly fed him an entire glass of water. Cough, cough. "Thank you for saving me." Shunwan didn't know where to begin, so he just said thanks. "It's nothing." She propped up his pillow a bit higher, so he could see around, also fearing that staring at the ceiling would be too boring. Only then did Shunwan see his own body, wrapped tightly in endless bandages, all white. At least he still had shorts on. "My injuries. Nothing serious. In 3 to 5 days you can move, but to fully recover, don't expect it in less than 3 months. Where is this?" "This is Libella. You're at my house." Shunwan sighed in relief. Libella was a village deep in the eastern plains, part of the southern village clusters of the eastern peninsula, the easternmost village. He had occasionally passed by while hunting these past months, but had never entered. Here, even if the assassins wanted to find him, they probably couldn't. He could recuperate here in peace, and when he recovered, he would surely make that boss pay. Who didn't know how to ambush? As for the revenge against the flayed pirate crew, he'd have to set it aside for now. For the moment, he still had to rely on his savior to survive. Once he was well, he would buy intelligence immediately. If they weren't in Dressrosa, he would go get revenge on the Blackheart boss. If they were, he'd deal with them all together. After planning his future arrangements, Shunwan looked at the supremely beautiful girl, whose smile seemed to radiate light. Was it this girl who saved me? He vaguely recalled that when he passed out he had smelled a scent almost identical to hers. He couldn't be certain because his memory was fuzzy. The voice, too, gentle with a hint of magnetism, was very likely hers, though he didn't remember what she had said at that time. In any case, Shunwan was 99% sure that the girl who came to the scene and saved him was the one before him. Being able to go to such a scene and rescue him covered in blood meant this girl was no ordinary person. But Shunwan was happy to play dumb. After all, he had been saved, for now survival came first. I took 100,000 from your bag to call a doctor for you." Her expression seemed a little nervous. It seemed a bit fake. Following her pointing finger, Shunwan saw the bag of money on the bedside table, still bulging, stained with his blood. "Oh, that's fine. I still need to pay for board and lodging and for your lost work. Is 500,000 enough?" Shunwan asked seriously. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. "That's not necessary." Shunwan didn't dwell on it. A look of slight difficulty came over his face. Could you help me turn over? I feel like my wounds are all pressing underneath." As Shunwan spoke, he watched the supremely beautiful girl's lips curl into a subtle, meaningful arc. "Sorry, I forgot your wounds are all on your back." "Damn it. Who are you hinting at, woman?" Shunwan forced a smile. "It's fine, not a problem." Sure enough, his instincts were right. Though her smile was beautiful, it looked like a mask. The girl put down the glass and clapped her hands. Then wait a moment. She stood up, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Her voice came faintly. "That guy wants to turn over. Didn't I say I would handle it?" Not long after, a figure appeared at the door. Shunwan looked over to see a man exceptionally tall and burly filling the entire doorframe. He seemed somewhat familiar. "Haha, lad, you're awake. That's good." The man beamed, grinning widely, giving off a warm and hearty vibe. Shunwan studied him. He had a short golden buzz cut, a stubbly chin, a somewhat square face, and wore a linen shirt and loose gray trousers. After thinking hard, Shunwan found no memory of this man. The man turned his head and glared at the girl at the door, then walked to Shunwan's bed. With a long arm, he deftly turned Shunwan over. Shunwan finally sighed in relief. The piercing pain vanished, and the level of pain at least halved. "Thank you, uncle." Lying on his stomach, Shunwan's brow relaxed. "Haha, it's nothing." The burly man rubbed the back of his head, grinning even wider. "Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Aokita. You can call me Uncle Ao. That's my daughter Tailizi. I'm Shunwan. I'll be troubling you for a while. I'm really sorry. If there's any issue with money, please feel free to take from it. Thank you so much." Shunwan knew it was a life-saving grace, but didn't know how to express gratitude, so he refrained from flowery words. He would leave 1,000,000 berries when he left, and later, if chance permitted, he could also lend a hand. Would that barely repay the life-saving debt? "Haha, lad. Oh, I should call you Shaowan. Don't you worry, I won't be shy about what's due. The 100,000 I took earlier hasn't been used up yet." Aokita waved his hand, turned around, and left. At the door, he looked back. "You and my daughter are about the same age, so you should have common topics. Chat with her if you're bored." Shunwan was astonished. Was this man even a father? How could he leave his daughter alone in a room with a man of her age? Though he couldn't move, he could still talk. Wasn't he afraid that after recovering he would seduce his daughter away? Such a beautiful woman. What man wouldn't be attracted? Aokita left hurriedly, without waiting for Shunwan's reply. Tailizi closed the door and came to sit by Shunwan's bed. The unique fragrance filled his nostrils again, lifting his spirits. Shunwan turned his head to look at Tailizi. Though he knew it was fake, her seemingly gentle smile still struck straight at the heart. Tailizi propped her chin on the bedside table, resting her cheek on her hand, and tilted her head to look at Shunwan. From somewhere she produced a stalk of foxtail grass and waved it in front of Shunwan's nose. Xiaowan Tailizi's smile was perfect, but the distorted tone of Xiaowan made Shunwan's instincts scream trouble. Xiaowan, Wanshan, puppy. This woman was so mischievous. This is my savior, I must endure. Xinhuang pursed his lips and closed his eyes simultaneously. Seeing that Xinhuang did not respond, Tailizi pouted, waved a foxtail grass in front of his face for a while, and then left out of boredom. After the room was left with only Xinhuang, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though Tailizi was beautiful and smelled pleasant, her temperament. No need to guess he was left lying on the ground by her just now. Xinhuang saw clearly. He estimated that he would have remained unconscious for a while, but was woken up by the pain. He had no idea what he did to offend her. Forget it, let me extinguish this bit of fondness. It's not even really affection, just a moment of lust stirred by beauty. I can't just judge by appearance, I must consider talent and not let down my system. Although this system is crude and rigid, it's truly useful, and that's enough. Recalling the recent pursuit, Shun Wang began to reflect. From now on I must not be blinded by money. Those who dare to run gambling rings must have dark backgrounds, and they don't care much about the code of the underworld. I can't take money that I cannot control. If I had known the true nature of those bosses that day upon seeing the odds of 50 to 1, I would have only bet 10,000 Bailey. Even though the boss would feel a pang of pain at 500,000 Bailey, he wouldn't call people to rob and kill me. Even if he did, he wouldn't be willing to pay a high price to find capable people. It all comes down to strength. If I were strong enough, it wouldn't matter if he hired people. Learn from this lesson. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? Is it time to go see Mi Luo? Xinhuang thought for a moment, then sighed in the end. Since I can't even move, I'll have feeling inexplicably depressed. Suddenly Xinhuang remembered that he had awakened Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki, and he burst out laughing. As for Conqueror's Haki, it's impossible to use it at will right after awakening. It can only be triggered passively when emotions are intense. However, I could try thinking about all the anger and sorrow in my life and see if I can hypnotize myself to control the trigger. Make a note to try it after recovering from the injury. He didn't want to attempt it here. He couldn't cause the family that took him in to fall asleep instantly. Moreover, if the whole village and neighboring villages all fainted, that would attract too much attention. Better to practice observation Haki. Instead, the more I use it, the more proficient I become. Xinhuang widened his eyes, held his breath, and tried to channel the willpower in his mind. A foul odor dispelled the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Damn it! Why can't I use it? Xinhuang's face turned red from holding his breath, and he closed his eyes to continue trying. But after struggling for a long time, he still couldn't manage it. After an unknown amount of time, the door suddenly swung open. Xinhuang instinctively opened his eyes and saw a beautiful lady. Hello, Xiaowang, I'm Salana, Tailizi's mother. She approached carrying a tray. Your injuries are severe, you need to drink some meat porridge. Salana walked to the bedside, sat down, and picked up the bowl and spoon with a smile. Oh, hello, Sister Salana. Xinhuang replied instinctively. Era Xiaowang's words are so sweet. Salana's eyes crinkled into slits with laughter. Oh no. This whole family has narrow eyes, they all smile beautifully crescent-shaped. Danger. Xinhuang started to think wildly to distract himself. Finally, he realized that although Tailizi's smile was gentle, it always seemed fake. The truly perfect gentle smile was on her mother's face. Copycat. Liar. Unlike Tailizi, Salana's facial lines were soft, her features beautiful, and when combined with that gentle smile, it made a pure young boy's heart flutter wildly. Her light brown curly hair cascading down to her waist highlighted her gentle and refined temperament to the fullest. Moreover, her chest was one size bigger than Tailizi's. From the height of Xinhuang's eyes, he was exactly at eye level with the seated Salana. A faint fragrance of perfume assailed his nose. Beneath this perfume scent, the hidden aroma was like a flower blooming in autumn, radiating warm heat and saturated with the sweetness of ripe fruit. Xinhuang's heart pounded violently. Why were those peaks getting closer? Xinhuang's eyes widened. It turned out that Salana was leaning over, grabbing Xinhuang's shoulders and struggling to push him over onto his side. A pity, but the position was wrong. Time to eat, Hehe. Xinhuang took a deep breath, suppressed his distracting thoughts, and obediently opened his mouth to drink the porridge. A large bowl of meat porridge was slowly fed to him until it was finished. Xinhuang felt that time passed quickly, as if it ended in an instant. Thank you, sister. Although Xinhuang had suppressed his thoughts, being sweet-tongued never hurt. Since his meals from now on would be provided by her, he should still compliment her. It's nothing, Xiao Wang is a good boy. Salana packed up the bowls and chopsticks, then turned her head to call out. Tay Lizzie, come in and help Mom. Tay Lizzie appeared at the door, gave Shun Wang a cold glance, and then displayed a gentle smile, identical to her mother's. Coming, Mom. Mother and daughter worked together to turn Shin Wang over. Don't always run off, but take good care of Xiao Wang. Salana raised her hand, bent her finger, and tapped Tay Lizzie's forehead. Of course I will. Tay Lizzie maintained that gentle and proper smile. When Salana walked out with the tray, Tay Lizzie sat down properly beside the bed. The air in the room suddenly became quiet. To be honest, the fragrance emanating from Tay Lizzie was more pleasant, natural, without any artificial scents. But considering that this girl harbored ill will toward him, Shun Wang lost all interest. He simply closed his eyes and began to pray for the expansion fruit. Now his willpower had greatly increased. He possessed both observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, though he couldn't use them yet. By calling out with his current will, the success rate should be significantly improved. Shin Wang's guess was correct. On an unnamed island in the Grand Line, on a fruit tree, a fruit was slowly transforming. A group of pirates seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle and finally escaped to this deserted island to rest. Boss, look what I found. The pirate grunt in charge of foraging for fruit ran over excitedly. A devil fruit. The burly man with 2 swords hanging from his waist laughed. They didn't have a fruit encyclopedia and didn't know what ability this fruit granted, but they knew that with a good fruit their strength could skyrocket. To avoid missing out on a powerful ability, the captain decided to lock it in a wooden chest and hide it in the captain's quarters. Once they figured out what ability it granted, he would decide whether to eat it. After all, with his swordsmanship, he could already dominate the Grand Line. He would go to the New World only after advancing to a Grand Sword Master. He believed that within 5 years their pirate crew would make a name for themselves in the New World. Though his plan was good, within a few months their pirate crew was annihilated by a devil fruit user. Men, set sail, head to the Sabaody archipelago for coating, then to the New World. This pirate crew didn't have an encyclopedia either. Though the captain obtained a powerful ability, the first mate received a useless ability and instead became a landlubber. Thus they preferred to store it away and eat it after figuring it out. This didn't affect their voyage to the New World. Unfortunately, after enduring countless hardships and barely crossing Fishman Island, they arrived in the New World only to have their ship capsized by a storm without even engaging in a proper battle. All perished. From then on, this devil fruit disappeared in the New World. On the second day of lying down, Shun Wang could already move slowly. By the third day, he was able to get out of bed and shuffle along with a cane. The dozens of bullet wounds on his body, though horrifying to look at, were actually healing quite fast. This was thanks to his physique being stronger than average. From Triss, he learned that he had been unconscious in bed for 2 days, meaning 5 days had passed since that night. The bullet wounds had scabbed over, but it would still take some time for the flesh to grow back. The only injury that would take long to recover was the fracture in his right forearm. Shin Wang hobbled to the door with his cane. Triss was walking across the veranda toward him. Seeing her, he quickly shuffled over, and amid her puzzled gaze pressed a small stack of kuliyuji into her hand. Please, Triss, I need a large amount of meat. Hey, race 500,000 Bailey. Please help me buy it. Triss clutched the money, her expression unreadable. Of course I can, but I'm very curious. How much meat do you eat per meal, Xiao Wang? Shin Wang pondered. In truth, he could eat 30 to 50 jin of meat per meal, but that was during his devilish training sessions. Now that he spent most of the day lying down, even though he needed energy to recover, he didn't need that much. About 15 jin or so. Shin Wang gave a moderate number. Huh, are you a glutton? Triss' bright blue-green eyes widened. The expression lasted only a second before it melted back into that graceful, gentle smile. Ahem, I mean you have quite an appetite. Were you hungry before? No, I was lying down and not moving, so I didn't use much energy. Actually, he was a bit hungry, but since he couldn't move and was a guest, he didn't feel it was appropriate to make requests. Nevertheless, he wasn't lying. When he didn't move, he barely consumed any energy, though his wounds healed slowly due to a lack of nutrients. Very well, I'll buy it for you, Xiao Wang. Watching Triss walk away, her figure was indeed graceful and alluring. Shaking his head, Shin Wang found a chair and sat down. He trusted Triss to handle the matter. This girl had a mischievous streak and for some reason disliked him, but she wouldn't deliberately sabotage him. She only liked to play small pranks on him when the chance arose. Half asleep in the sun, he soon reached near noon. Triss returned pulling a cart loaded with half a goat. It looked about 30 to 40 jin. 36 jin. Cost 4,900 Bailey. Triss placed the goat by the kitchen door, then pulled out a small notebook and began recording the expense in front of Shin Wang. Shin Wang didn't mind, he merely waved a hand. He had already decided to leave 1,000,000 Bailey as a token of gratitude when he departed, so he didn't care how this 50,000 Bailey was used. Even if Triss pocketed some, it didn't matter. Why did you buy so much meat? Salana exclaimed. Mom, Xiao Wang said he wasn't full before, so I went to buy some. Triss' perfect smile faltered at the corners. Oh my, such poor hospitality. Salana looked at Shen Wang with an apologetic expression. Shen Wang was so embarrassed that sweat beaded on his forehead. No, I ate very well before. It was all Sister Salana's kindness. Xiao Wang, you're not being honest. If you weren't full, you weren't full. Salana chided him affectionately. Shen Wang forced a smile, not knowing what to say. Wait a moment, Xiao Wang. Today you'll make sure you're full. Salana strode energetically into the kitchen. Triss took out a knife, cut off half, and carried it inside. Triss, why are you roasting it directly? No time, this is fastest. Shen Wang wiped his brow. This Triss sure knew how to stir up trouble. A moment later. Hey, why did you only add salt? And so much of it. Don't worry, he's eating so much that he won't taste anything. No matter how well it's cooked, he won't appreciate it. Besides, this way is faster. The conversation between mother and daughter in the kitchen left Shen Wang between laughter and tears. That Triss was always trying to mess with him. But it didn't matter, as salt was also a necessity for him. As long as it wasn't too salty, it was even better. When the kitchen was filled with billowing aroma, Octa also returned. Uncle Octa, you're back, Shen Wang greeted. Octa hung his straw hat on the wall and placed his hoe against the corner. Oh, Xiao Wang, you're recovering well. You can get out of bed. Thanks to your care, I can move around on my own. Time to eat. Salana carried dishes to the dining room. Remember to wash your hands, Octa. I know. Octa smiled and waved. Shen Wang got up with his cane and slowly shuffled to the dining room. Octa also went to wash his hands. When Shen Wang sat down, Triss placed a large platter of slightly burnt roasted meat in front of him, her smile flawless. Sorry, Xiao Wang, my cooking skills aren't great, and I burn it a bit. Triss' face showed a hint of apology, but her eyes held amusement. If not for Salana's interference, she would have burned it even more. Fortunately, when Shen Wang replenished his energy, he didn't care about texture or taste. With 2 big glasses of water, he finished it all cleanly. Thus his days of recuperation continued for another 3 days, punctuated by Triss' occasional pranks. Shen Wang could now walk more freely with his cane. Except for the dozen or so rough hand-throw bullet wounds, and the fractured right arm, the bandages on other parts of his body had been removed. That afternoon, feeling restless after being cooped up, Shen Wang hobbled out of Octa's house and wandered around the village. True to its reputation as the most remote village, it had only about a dozen households and fewer than 100 people. At this time, most people were either in the fields or out hunting. Walking out of the village, he saw endless wheat fields, the grain already golden and beautiful. It would likely be harvest time soon. In the past, when he passed by, he felt nothing, but now there was a sense of vibrant life and vitality, a feeling of all things flourishing. He moved along the road, enjoying the scenery of wind sweeping through the wheat. The wind carried the fragrance of wheat, which was surprisingly similar to the scent on Triss. Recently, she had developed a pleasant fragrance, and now he knew it was this wheat smell. Don't be stubborn. Your mother and I both think Xiao Wang is great. Hearing his name, suddenly Shen Wang stopped. Looking closely, he saw a tall figure and a petite figure sitting side by side on a ridge not far below the road. It was Octa and Triss. I really didn't want to eavesdrop, but the wind brought their voices to my ears. Shen Wang slowly crouched, supporting himself with his cane. I don't want to. He's not handsome. How is Xiao Wang not handsome? He's very good-looking, and he's strong. What's wrong with having him as a son-in-law? Hearing this, Shen Wang felt no emotional stir. He had long noticed that the couple always tried to leave their daughter alone with him in his room under the pretext of caring for the patient, but in truth creating opportunities. He just didn't know why they were doing this. Now it seemed they found him strong. Indeed, an ordinary person with such injuries would likely die, and even if they survived, recovery would never be this fast. Anyway, I don't think he's worthy. What kind of warrior has all his wounds on his back? Shen Wang sniffed. To be honest, he had no wounds on his back. All the wounds were on the back of his thighs and the back of his arms. His torso only had a dozen or so grazes from bullets that had skimmed past. That was the result of using his observation Haki to its fullest that day, and this girl had no idea what she was talking about. The bullets had been as dense as a rainstorm. How could he charge in, run, or become a sieve? If he hadn't created some space that Black Man wouldn't even have needed to appear, he would have been riddled with bullets. Then there would have been no later awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Acting like a true warrior would have meant instant death. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for some warrior spirit. As long as he survived, his strength would eventually surpass everyone's. Shen Wang now understood the reason for Triss' animosity toward him, so he decided to leave, lest they come home and he be caught in the middle of an awkward encounter. Thank you anyway, Triss. I'm not willing to be a Livian son-in-law, so you'll have to handle the pressure from your parents. If they brought up the life-saving favor and pressured him to marry into the family, it would be really awkward. Mainly because Triss was so beautiful that it was hard to refuse. Walking on the road, Shen Wang was in a fierce inner conflict. But his journey was the sea of stars. How could he stop for a mere pretty face? Triss, you'd better hold your parents off on your own. I don't want to make that choice. The wind carried fragments of conversation behind him, too faint to catch clearly. Words like strength, Will, freedom, next generation, God, drifted indistinctly. Shenhuang paid them no heed. On the empty path, only his silhouette grew farther and farther under the sun. Leaning on his cane, Shenhuang strode briskly toward Telesai, who was sitting under the eaves washing clothes. Upon hearing his footsteps, she hastily stuffed the item she was washing into the basin. As he drew near, Shenhuang caught a glimpse of a white strip of cloth. Little Wang, what is it? Telesai tilted her head toward him, her face adorned with a standard smile. A smirk tugged at Shenhuang's lips. This girl hadn't hidden it well enough. He nodded toward the basin and said, you didn't conceal it properly. Telesai abruptly lowered her head, then swiftly tucked the corner of the cloth deeper inside. After a 2-second pause, she seemed to draw a deep breath, then turned back to Shenhuang, her cheeks faintly flushed. Shenhuang handed her the 3 garments he was carrying. Could you please wash these for me? Her smile stiffened slightly, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Can't you wash them yourself? She cast a sidelong glance at the gray boxer shorts in his hand. You know my hands aren't convenient. Shenhuang raised his right arm, which was in a splint. Telesai was about to retort when Octa stepped out from a nearby room. Telesai, since his hands aren't convenient, just help him wash them. Telesai's smile froze entirely, the silence stretching like an endless night. Finally, her smile turned so forced it was almost grotesque. Then, fine. Thank you, Telesai. Shenhuang chuckled and turned away. It's nothing. Telesai's voice, having discovered the previous afternoon why Telesai harbored animosity toward him, Shenhuang no longer worried. At dinner that evening, he directly remarked that the roasted meat contained too much salt, insufferably salty. This led to Octa criticizing Telesai, and her fake smile nearly cracked. Today he made her wash his clothes. Originally, Shenhuang planned to wear a set for 3 to 5 days, then discard it after changing. Now he intended to change daily and give each set to Telesai for washing. From his observation, Sarana and Telesai washed clothes every day. Sarana presumably handled hers and Octa's, while Telesai did her own. He felt a twinge of envy for Uncle Octa. Although Sister Sarana's beauty was slightly inferior to Telesai's, her temperament far surpassed it, earning more favor in his heart. Handing his clothes to Telesai for washing seemed a fair balance. Still, he found it odd that Telesai's basin seemed to contain more than 3 or 4 garments. At lunch, Telesai served him roasted meat with a smile that carried a hint of smugness. Shenhuang eyed the meat suspiciously, though nothing seemed off, and it was even better roasted than before. Thinking carefully, he noticed she hadn't brought it from the kitchen, and her eyes and nose were slightly red, as though she had been coughing earlier. Shenhuang cautiously cut a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The moment the meat touched his tongue, his eyes lit up. It was spiced with Sichuan pepper and chili. He had searched far and wide for spicy seasonings without success, yet Telesai actually possessed some. With his small knife, Shenhuang sliced the meat faster, eating mouthful after mouthful with relish. Telesai stared at him, eyes wide, her spoon frozen in midair. Catching her expression, Shenhuang felt amused, chewing. Telesai, this roasted meat is quite tasty, but the Sichuan pepper is a bit too strong. We're not from Shu, so we can't handle such intensity. If the pepper were halved and the chili doubled, it would be even better. Shenhuang's forehead beaded with light sweat, a blissful look on his face. Octa eyed Telesai suspiciously, while Telesai herself looked incredulous. The next moment, they simultaneously scooped a piece of cut meat from Shenhuang's plate and ate it. Water. Give me water quickly. I'm dying. Shenhuang watched in astonishment as the father and daughter breathed fire from their mouths. Did people in this world have special abilities? Shaking his head, indeed, the flame fruit was something even a dog wouldn't touch. Ignoring their chaos, Shenhuang continued savoring the spicy, roasted meat with delight. Impressive little Wang. Sarana set her eyes bright as she looked at him, a hint of eagerness flickering in her gaze toward the meat on his plate. It's nothing. This is the taste of my hometown, I've eaten it since I was a child. Shenhuang returned her smile. Sister Sarana, would you like to try? Sarana shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. At dinner, Telesai, her lips still slightly swollen, slammed the roasted meat heavily onto the table before Shenhuang with ill grace. Why is it tasteless? Shenhuang was puzzled. You're lying. I added salt. Telesai, who hadn't smiled all afternoon, now turned red with anger. Those slightly swollen lips looked somewhat seductive. Shenhuang froze for a second, then quickly said, I mean, where's the Sichuan pepper and chili flavor from lunch? I really liked it. Gone. Those 2 herbs are very rare. Don't say that. Shenhuang could tell at a glance that Telesai was making excuses. If such herbs existed, they couldn't be that scarce. I'll buy them at 10,000 berries per pound. Telesai seemed tempted. 20,000 berries per pound. Early the next morning, Shenhuang followed Octa and Telesai out. After waiting for Telesai to finish weeding, he accompanied her to find the 2 herbs and learn their appearance. Along the way, many villagers greeted Octa and Telesai with broad smiles. Shenhuang noticed a hint of distant politeness in their greetings mixed with barely concealed fear. That was normal. The villagers were about his height, around 1.8 meters. Octa towering at over 2 meters with a burly build naturally inspired fear. What puzzled Shenhuang, however, was that when they encountered 7 or 8 young men about Telesai's age, they all pretended not to see them and kept their distance. Moreover, the fear in their eyes was impossible to hide. Shenhuang clearly saw that this fear was directed at Telesai. How could such a beautiful woman inspire such terror? Even if her personality was somewhat malicious and she enjoyed teasing, it shouldn't reach the level of fear. Wasn't there a brave man who wanted to win her hand? Wasn't this supposed to be the land of love and passion? Shenhuang couldn't understand. That afternoon, with both father and daughter away, the idol Shenhuang went to the village to chat with the young men driven by curiosity. Through their laments, he finally learned that Telesai had been a little demon since childhood. Relying on her superior strength, she teased cats and dogs, and beat up children for no reason. Most of the men who grew up with her had suffered fractures from her beatings, those without fractures had merely endured slightly lighter thrashings. In the few days he'd known her, Shenhuang hadn't noticed any violent tendencies, just some malicious amusement. Hey, wasn't she exactly the gifted girl he was looking for? But a few days ago, when he needed to turn over and couldn't move, Telesai always called Octa or helped with her mother Sarina to turn him. Such strength didn't seem to belong to someone with great talent. After exercising so long, his body density must exceed that of ordinary people, and his weight was much heavier. If she were truly talented, why would she need help to turn him over? Judging by Octa's physique, some talent must have been passed down. But even Octa, after several days of observation, Shenhuang found only 3 to 5 times stronger than an ordinary person. That level of talent was hardly thrilling. After the enhancement from the dwarf Milo, Shenhuang had lost interest in such ordinary talents. After another 5 days, most of the bandages on Shenhuang were removed, leaving only a few transparent holes still wrapped, along with the fracture in his right arm. His movements had returned to normal as long as he avoided strenuous exercise. These past few days, Shenhuang had been quite troubled by his observation Haki. Up until now, he still couldn't enter that state from the night he was chased, when it felt like eyes had grown in the sky. Before seeking revenge, he had to develop a proper observation Haki. Otherwise, the plan might not be. As for the Flad pirate crew, needless to say, though most of his underlings were trash, someone like IG could even stay by Flad's side. Flad's own strength was unknown after all. It was a pirate crew that had survived in the New World for so long. On the other hand, the arena had stood for ages. Its depths certainly far more than met the eye. The boss must have connections with the arena, so he couldn't let anyone stop him. For now, he was still too weak to go. With observation Haki, he could carry out the revenge without leaving a trace. Besides his right hand, his body could now move normally. Sharpening his observation Haki had to be put on the agenda. As for how to practice, Shenhuang had an idea. The method used by Luffy and Zoro in the original blindfold yourself and let someone attack. Triss, can you help me with something? Shenhuang stopped Triss, who was about to head out in the afternoon. Xiaowang, what is it? Triss smiled, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Over the past few days they had been at odds with each other, so she didn't understand what Shenhuang could need help with, or rather what task he could entrust to her with confidence. Well, it's just. Shenhuang had trouble finding the words. Blindfolding himself and letting her hit him hardly seemed like something a normal person would do. Better to just tell the truth. If she didn't know about the 2 types of Haki, had spun a grand story. If she had heard of them, had explained clearly. If she knew about it, even better. Maybe hearing his half-baked method would make her unable to resist correcting him. Shenhuang believed that given the bond between them, if she knew the real deal, she'd definitely burst out laughing at him. In the midst of her laughter, she might accidentally let slip some training methods. Though it was unlikely it was worth a try. He had observed her quietly for a long time, but still hadn't found any sign that she was strong. Just a bit more physically powerful than an ordinary man. Hey Triss, have you heard of the 2 types of Haki? Triss raised an eyebrow, her gaze even more curious. I have. Does your request have something to do with? Shenhuang quickly nodded. What I need your help with is exactly one of the 2 developing observation Haki. The specific method is this: I blindfold myself, and you hit me with a wooden stick. Is that all? Triss widened her eyes. Alright, I'll help you. That's great. Shenhuang took out the cloth and stick he had prepared in advance, and led her to the middle of the yard. Triss was his best partner for training observation Haki at the moment. They had a grudge, and she had considerable strength. If she were an ordinary person, the hits wouldn't hurt enough to create a sense of danger. Incoming. After they were ready, Triss warned. Don't warn me, you have to ambush. Before he finished, a stick landed on his left arm. Hiss. Shenhuang frowned. The force was only a little painful, completely lacking a sense of crisis. Triss hit harder. No problem. He didn't see the twist of Triss' mouth. Her face was half smiling, looking quite strange. Before Shenhuang could recover, a rapid series of swishes came striking the... He didn't see the twist of Triss' mouth. Her face was half smiling, looking quite strange. Before Shenhuang could recover, a rapid series of swishes came striking the parts of his body where the bandages had been removed. Ow! 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 Shenhuang felt pain all over, dodging wildly. Of course he couldn't avoid it, and Triss' eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had found a new toy. In the end, Shenhuang was covered in bruises with many swollen patches gleaming. Time out! Shenhuang shouted, then collapsed backward without any dignity. Triss didn't pursue. Maybe she had already had her fill. Damn it, why didn't it work? Had physical pain lost its power to stimulate my sense of danger? Or was this Xiaowang? It seems your method isn't very effective. Triss laughed heartily. This smile was completely different from the one she had learned from Salana. Bright and uninhibited. Too bad Shenhuang couldn't see it, or else this version of Triss would have mesmerized him. Shenhuang was now fuming. It must be because your strength is too weak. I don't feel any danger, so it's useless. Besides, this isn't something that can be mastered in a day. Triss suppressed her smile, but the joy still lingered. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea came to her. Xiaowang, I know how to stimulate your sense of danger. Want to try? Oh, you have a way. Shenhuang frowned, then suddenly covered his most vulnerable part, and jumped up. Don't attack my vitals. Triss' eyes widened in sudden realization. Then she couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I won't hit there. Really trust me, I keep my word. Shenhuang breathed a sigh of relief. He trusted Triss because although they had been tormenting each other lately, it was only to the extent of making the other uncomfortable. Neither had escalated the conflict. Besides, she had just vented her anger by beating him, so there was even less reason to worry. All right, I'm counting on you. After standing up, Shenhuang focused his mind. His world fell into darkness with only his ears catching sounds. Suddenly, the whistling of the stick rang out, and Shenhuang's heart tightened. That was nothing. His heart had tightened countless times already with no effect. But this time he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his toes, the middle and ring toes of his right foot. So that's it. Given Triss' strength, if that blow landed, he'd be limping for days. Moreover, the pain would directly exceed the threshold. Shenhuang quickly pulled his right foot back. Smack! The crisp sound of the stick hitting the ground made cold sweat break out on his skin. This girl was going for the kill. Huh? Came Triss' surprised voice. Then the whistling sounded again. This time it was the little toe and ring toe of his left foot. Shenhuang quickly withdrew his left foot. The stick paused for 2 seconds, then struck even faster. Right big toe, left middle and index toes. Right foot, left foot. And now all the fingers of the left hand. Startled, Shenhuang flicked his left hand away to avoid the blow. The corners of his mouth lifted. He had finally returned to the state before the injury that night. At that moment, Triss, seemingly a bit annoyed, swung the stick at his arm. I sensed it. Upper left arm. Shenhuang sidestepped to dodge. Huh. I actually perceived such a mild threat. Looks like I've made progress. Left shin, right thigh, chest, abdomen, back. The more Shenhuang dodged, the happier he became. Finally, it was back. The embryo of observation Haki. Suddenly, an intense, scalp-tingling sense of danger came from 3 inches below his navel. Shenhuang leaped backward, tore off the blindfold, and roared Triss. Triss widened her eyes, waving the stick innocently. Error, I missed. I was aiming for your thigh. Sorry, Xiaowang. Shenhuang choked on his breath, then burst out in fury. Don't play innocent with me. You did that on purpose. You definitely meant it. Xiaowang. Triss stepped closer, leaned over, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and looked up at Shenhuang from below. I really did it by accident. Forgive me, okay? She gazed at him with her big, watery eyes. Though the sight was pitiful after the past few days of training, Shenhuang had become as hard as iron. What really made Shenhuang's eyes go wide was Triss' posture. With her leaned over and her hands pressed to her chest, it seemed she had deliberately pulled her collar a little lower. You see, Triss was 3 to 5 centimeters taller than Shenhuang and never wore low-cut dresses. Now the sight of that expanse of milky white and the deep, alluring line made Shenhuang's mind go blank. His Adam's apple bobbed visibly. In a hoarse voice, he said, well, it's not like I can't. Just don't let it happen again. Triss leaned, an even closer, a sly look on her face. Then, Xiaowang, can you tell me, is that really observation Haki? What's the principle behind it? And how do you train armament Haki? What's the principle behind observation Haki? And how is armament Haki trained? An intense sweet fragrance mixed with sweat assailed his nostrils. Though it wasn't the usual soothing scent, it made his heart race, blood surging uncontrollably toward one place. This was bad. At the last moment, Shenhuang regained his senses. He quickly walked to the porch and sat down. I can tell you a bit, but I've only gathered fragments from several sources and pieced together a method of dubious authenticity. Just take it with a grain of salt, and don't take it too seriously. Xiaowang, thank you. Triss gave a little cheer and sat down beside him. Seeing the barely concealed slyness on her face, Shenhuang, inhaling the warm, alluring fragrance, could only pretend not to notice. Admittedly, her hair damp with sweat plastered to her cheeks, and her flushed face were almost unbearable. Damn, she was seducing him while calling him doggy, utterly insincere. Shenhuang swallowed, calmed himself a little, and cleared his throat. Ahem, observation Haki is like having an extra eye on the body. This eye is formed by a person's spiritual will, so the mastery of observation haki requires one to first meet the standard of mental will before attempting to cultivate it. As for what the standard is, I have no idea. Feeling Tilly's piercing gaze, Shun Wang could only shrug. Some people are born with it, while some who appear weak can still develop it, and yet there are those who can withstand suffering, but still cannot cultivate it. Anyway, this practice method of mine is a way to develop observation haki, and can also be seen as a test of one's aptitude. I force myself to sense danger even when I lose my 5 senses. If you can sense danger like I can, it means you've initially developed observation haki. This eye known as observation haki has now slightly opened a crack. Once you can see your surroundings within a certain range with observation haki, it means you've entered the second stage and your eyes have opened. This stage involves gradually expanding the observable range, which should be related to the strength of one's spiritual will. In the third stage, this eye of spiritual will evolve various abilities, the most common of which is foresight of the future within a few seconds. Tillis' eyes widened in surprise. Is that really possible? To foresee the future, even if it's only for a few seconds, that's a divine ability, isn't it? Shun Wang chuckled. What kind of divine ability is that? Not many can do it on the sea, but there are at least 100 people who can. Tilly was at a loss for words. 100 people with such abilities didn't seem divine, but considering the vast ocean, having that many was still an extraordinary level, right? Besides foresight, there are other aspects such as sensing the goodwill or malice of those around you, hearing others' thoughts about you, and perceiving the sounds of everything in the world. These incredible abilities are the pinnacle of observation haki. After finishing his explanation, Shin Wang looked at Tilly, who was visibly shocked and fascinated, her slightly parted red lips, making him a bit restless. It seemed Shun Wang's intense gaze was too much for Tilly, who quickly regained her composure, shot him a sidelong glance, and suddenly changed her expression to one of admiration with her big glistening eyes. Can you tell me about armament haki? Listening to your explanations is so interesting, please. Shin Wang found it hard to refuse, but the last part made him pull himself together. Damn it. Once I'm better, I'm going to keep my distance from you. If it weren't for the debt of gratitude, I would definitely hang you up. He then glared and extended his hand. Get me a plate of fruit. Okay. Tilly left as quickly as a gentle breeze, seemingly delicate, but actually swift. It's a pity she wasn't wearing a skirty, otherwise from this angle her legs would have been breathtaking. Shin Wang turned his head, sighing regretfully as he looked at the ground. Soon the sweet scent of milk mixed with the fresh aroma of grass wafted over him. He didn't even need to turn around to know Tilly had returned. Your fruit service has arrived. A large plate of fruit was presented to him, consisting of ordinary bananas, mangoes, papayas, and pineapples. Shin Wang, however, did not take it, and moved his right hand, which was bound to a splint, saying, I have a fracture, feed me. The service needs to be attentive, otherwise if I choke, I won't be able to continue. He shot Tilly a sidelong glance and warned. Taking out a small knife, Tilly skillfully sliced a large mango into small pieces, and then reached out to feed one to Shin Wang. If one were to look only at the back of her hand, it would appear delicate and graceful despite the calluses on her palm. Shin Wang opened his mouth to bite down, and to ensure he caught it perfectly, he had to extend his tongue. The slippery sensation on his fingers made Tilly feel like she was about to explode. Yeah, you're so annoying. Although Tilly had a playful expression, if he wasn't mistaken, the veins on her forehead were pulsating quite energetically. Shin Wang focused on his breathing, instantly becoming serious. It was better not to provoke her. Interacting like before by throwing jabs at each other was the way to get along, but today he couldn't help it. Seeing her hair damp with sweat clinging to her flushed face was a bit overwhelming. Ahem, armament haki, right? This is simpler to understand than observation haki. It requires a certain level of physical condition to cultivate, but it also has some metaphysical aspects. There's a saying, when your physical condition reaches a certain level, armament haki will naturally manifest without needing to be cultivated. It sounds like it's entirely linked to physical fitness, right? But in essence, armament haki is a manifestation of belief and will, which is the power of the heart. Based on what I've pieced together from various hearsays, when your spiritual will perfectly aligns with your physical body, armament haki will emerge. Tilly pouted. That's more convoluted than observation haki, and you said it's easier to understand. Don't slack off. Oh, where's my fruit? Shin Wang raised an eyebrow. I know. Tilly peeled a banana and stuffed it into Shin Wang's mouth. Chew, chew, chew. I must say your attitude is problematic. Shin Wang reached out, opening his mouth wide, and crushed the entire banana into a mush in his mouth. Right now you need something from me. You can't show weakness. I got it. Tilly replied softly, then quickly peeled and sliced a piece of pineapple and stuffed it into Shin Wang's mouth. Shin Wang's features contorted at once. It was too sour. The pineapple was actually only mildly sour, but after eating the overly sweet banana, this pineapple tasted overwhelmingly sour. This guy, was she planning revenge when she brought the fruit plate? You're quite something. Shin Wang didn't even chew, hastily swallowing it down. Now he wasn't thirsty anymore. How should he get back at her? Shenhuang couldn't think of a way to retaliate for now, so he refrained from provoking this mischievous woman and continued explaining armament Haki. To put it simply, when you firmly believe that your fist can shatter all obstacles before you and your body is truly capable of doing, so then armament Haki will emerge. My. Tilly tilted her head. If I can shatter all obstacles, why do I need armament Haki? Moreover, isn't armament Haki used for defense? Why must I break through to have it? For example, to help you understand. Shenhuang waved his hand. If you want to defend, it means you firmly believe that your body can withstand any attack and your body genuinely can resist all assaults. Then armament Haki will manifest. What if it's using a knife? Shenhuang thought for a few seconds and said, basically you believe that your strength can cut through all obstacles with this knife, and you can truly achieve that, then armament Haki will appear. Tilly attempted to comprehend, but all she felt was a vague sensation. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't help but punch Shenhuang in the face. You better explain it clearly. To be honest, it didn't hurt. In her anger, this little strength was weak. Though she felt disdainful, she didn't want her to harbor resentment and resort to something more disgusting. Rubbing his face, Shenhuang spoke calmly. I speculate it should be like this: when a person's physical strength reaches a certain level, the body produces a mysterious energy that is generally imperceptible. When your spiritual will and body are highly aligned, this spiritual energy will naturally combine with the mysterious energy, ultimately resulting in Haki. Tilly's expression darkened, her smile devoid of warmth. Little Wang, why didn't you say this at the beginning? Ha ha. Shenhuang clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. As I said from the very beginning, when one's physical strength reaches a certain level, they find nothing unbreakable before them. Their confidence and ambition grow ever stronger, and soon their spirit and body sync in frequency. Then armament Haki emerges. This is the path where the spirit chases after the body, a situation that only occurs for those with exceptional talent. Shenhuang gazed in the direction he believed Elbaf lay, swallowing enviously. For us ordinary people, it's usually the other way around. First comes ambition and aspiration, then the body trains itself, advancing ceaselessly toward the belief within. This is a very difficult path. It's possible that the body's strength will never reach the required level, or that before it does, one's ambitions will be shattered by others. Moreover, mastering armament Haki isn't the end of the matter. As I said, it's a very willful power. Shenhuang stood up with an air of profundity, staring at the sun in the sky, squinting as the light pierced his eyes. You must remember to keep your conviction and ambition strong enough. Some people with great ambition develop armament Haki, but when they see a mountain towering into the clouds, they feel they cannot cross it and lose faith in their bodies. Later, they can no longer use armament Haki. Shenhuang was not just speaking to Telesai, he was speaking to himself. He must never be overwhelmed by any mountain. He had to believe that as long as he lived, he would eventually become the highest mountain. Telesai stared blankly at Shenhuang, her clenched fist slowly loosening. Suddenly, she sensed an aura so clearly that her chest tightened, and she felt an urge to prostrate herself in reverence. At that moment, Shenhuang felt something about to burst from his mind. Bewildered, he suddenly caught sight of Telesai's head wobbling, her eyes rolling back. Conqueror's Haki. Startled, Shenhuang quickly calmed himself and crouched down to support Telesai. Fortunately, she recovered after just a few seconds. Are you okay? Do you need me to help you rest? Telesai held her head, pressing her temples. I'm fine, I just need to sit for a while. Shenhuang did not insist. He had to confirm whether the burst of Conqueror's Haki had leaked out. He quickly walked to Solana's door and knocked. The door was naturally open. Solana was sewing clothes. Hearing the knock, she looked up and saw Shenhuang, a tender smile naturally blooming on her face. Perfectly natural. Oh, it's Xiaowang, what a good child, so polite. Shenhuang inwardly cursed Octa for being so lucky, while putting on a warm smile. Excuse me, I wanted to ask if you felt anything unusual just now. Seeing that Solana had not fainted, he confirmed that the Conqueror's Haki had not been fully released. Nothing unusual, Solana thought for a moment. I felt a little dazed just now, but sometimes I space out. It's not unusual. All right, take care then, sister. Shenhuang waved cheerfully and left. How wonderful. With a light heart, he exited the yard. He still needed to check the surroundings. Of course, nothing was amiss. Everyone was fine. So Shenhuang did not ask if they had felt anything unusual. In a house about 50 meters from Octa's, two women were sewing together. One of them sucked her finger. How strange, why did I space out just now? That shouldn't have happened. They had been chatting just a moment ago. Yeah, I had a daze too, the other woman replied, though she hadn't pricked herself with the needle. After dinner, Shenhuang lay on the bed, following his routine of forcing himself to sleep. There were no evening entertainments and people slept early, but Shenhuang was not accustomed to such early hours. He wasn't tired enough, he was full of energy. But he couldn't exercise because he hadn't fully recovered. The sleep problem had been tormenting him these past few days. Earlier in the day, he had nearly erupted with Conqueror's Haki. Now he could study it. What kind of emotion had that been? It was complicated, but in the end it boiled down to confidence. I am number one under heaven. My brother is number one under heaven. Strange, why can't I feel that sensation anymore? While Shenhuang was studying Conqueror's Haki, Telesai had called Octa out to the fields. Old man, I figured out how to train observation Haki. Telesai eagerly thrust a stick into Octa's hand. Then she tied a cloth over her eyes, and even plugged her ears. Hit me. Telesai spread her arms. This will trigger my sense of danger. Once I can sense danger, observation Haki will emerge. Octa weighed the stick, shaking his head with a helpless expression. Here I come. He stepped closer. Unfortunately, Telesai had her ears blocked and couldn't hear a thing. Octa pursed his lips, made a few gestures, then finally whacked Telesai's bottom. Ow! Telesai leaped forward a few meters. Why did you hit my butt, you old fool? I'm not a child anymore. And this spot doesn't hurt much, so how can I feel any danger? Octa was indeed reluctant to hit her hard, but thinking about her growth, he gritted his teeth and struck Telesai's arms and legs. That first half of the night was punctuated by Telesai's pained cries. Unfortunately, their field was too far away, as Shenhuang didn't hear it, or he wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. He would have been laughing too much. Thus, during the day, Shenhuang had Telesai beat him with a wooden stick. As he dodged relentlessly, his observation Haki became increasingly adept. Though he still couldn't see the surroundings, he could now sense even very small dangers. That was a major step, but he still couldn't recapture the feeling of Conqueror's Haki from that moment. Still, Shenhuang wasn't discouraged. This Haki would gradually be mastered. It improved with experience and spirit, not something one could control through effort alone. As for Telesai's progress over these 3 nights, she had learned to endure the beatings without uttering a word. She had grown accustomed to this level of pain. Shenhuang. On the morning of the 4th day, she didn't put on a fake smile, but blocked Shenhuang with a serious expression. It was the first time she had called him by his full name, so Shenhuang perked up, standing straight and fully sensing for any approaching danger. I've been training your method of observation Haki for 3 days, but it's completely useless. Am I just not suited for observation Haki? Not necessarily. Shenhuang detected the frustration in her voice and chose his words carefully. Who did you train with? I asked father to help. Shenhuang frowned. Let me see your injuries. Telesai rolled up her sleeve. Shenhuang took one look and let out a snort. There were only a few red swollen marks on her arm. This is nothing. You asked Uncle Octa to hit you. He's your father. How could he bring himself to do it? But it hurts a lot. Pain is just pain. Judging by your injuries, his training is basically useless. Telesai's eyes wandered, staring at the ground. If you want to develop observation Haki, it's better to have someone like me who doesn't get along with you. A sly curve formed at the corner of Shenhuang's mouth. Telesai hesitated for a long time. Shenhuang was in no hurry, he just watched. Finally, she took a deep breath as if making a great sacrifice. You'd better not break any bones or my father will never let you off. Shenhuang's smile widened. Though he was still recovering from his injuries, a strong farmer posed little threat to him. Telesai's threat was like a gentle breeze to Shenhuang. It's hard to say. I might break your bones on the first hit, or maybe the 10th. It all depends on my mood. Listen. Shenhuang's face instantly turned serious. If you don't have the resolve to die and a sense of crisis, you'll always have a safety net in your mind. Even if you have the talent for observation Haki, you'll never awaken it. A sense of crisis is the catalyst for observation Haki. Telesai seemed convinced and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Fine. Shenhuang couldn't help but laugh. Now I can legitimately vent my frustration. And it will take a long time. After all, not everyone is like him, able to instinctively sense danger for no apparent reason. This was the first time she had called him by his full name, so Shenhuang perked up, standing straight and fully sensing for any approaching danger. I've been training your method of observation Haki for 3 days, but it's completely useless. Am I just not suited for observation Haki? Not necessarily. Shenhuang turned and walked towards the corridor, throwing away the wooden stick in his hand, a satisfied smile. Behind him lay Triss, writhing on the ground, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, her small face flushed and twitching as she let out continuous hissing sounds. Plumping down on the wooden steps, Shenhuang gazed contentedly at his handiwork. Shenhuang, I'm going to kill you. Triss' blindfold had loosened, revealing a bloodshot eye fixed hatefully on him. Shenhuang grinned smugly, ready to taunt her for being too weak to endure it, when suddenly, he sensed 2 surges of killing intent. One large, one small, rapidly approaching from outside. Since Triss was staying behind to attempt developing observation Haki, Salena had accompanied Octa to weed the fields. As they left, both had smiled and told them to get along well. How was he supposed to explain this scene? Though he had no desire to get along with Triss beating the child of his benefactor, and a benefactor herself, so severely, was inexcusable. If Octa in anger resorted to a full-blown fight, winning would be problematic even if possible. What to do? In his desperation, Shenhuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Triss, remember this pain. Fix this feeling in your mind. If your memory isn't strong enough or the pain too mild, it'll give you stronger. If you still can't awaken observation Haki after this, you might as well give up. Shun Wang shouted with righteous fervor, striving to sound passionate and determined. As if struck by an epiphany, Triss froze. She seemed to block out the pain, and there was even a hint of shock in her eyes. He had to convince her. Anxiety churned within Shun Wang. Whether he could withstand the wrath of Octa and his wife hinged entirely on Triss' cooperation. The two surges of killing intent halted just outside the door. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard." Triss screamed, tears and snot smeared across her face, her gaze as resolute as if she were vowing to become a pillar of society. "I'm not afraid of pain. Hit me again." She staggered to her feet, raising her hand to recover her eyes. Shun Wang waved a hand. "Too much is as bad as too little. The pain has exceeded your limit. Your skin can't feel anything anymore. Wait until you've healed." The two killing intents outside weakened, gradually fading until only a faint trace remained. It seemed he had passed the test. He had to admit, despite the tear-streaked, mud-smeared face, Triss' features were still striking. Even the messiness and fragility only made her more captivating. He felt a grudging self-admiration. Faced with such beauty, his only concern was how to exploit his golden finger. Truly iron-hearted. "I'm amazing." Ignoring Triss, who was now panting from relief, Shun Wang shook his head and walked toward. Outside, Octa's face was taut, his left hand gripping the wall by the door, gouging a fist-sized hole into the hard earth wall. Solana's expression was complex. "Maybe we shouldn't push them together. I think this is more than just roughhousing. It's not about building affection. Xiao Wang is so ruthless, hitting so hard." Triss' screams had reached them even from the distant fields, hinting at the brutal scene, which reeked of personal vendetta. His heart is hard enough. He remains unmoved by Triss' beauty. If they truly ended up together, he'd be a perfect husband. Octa ground out through clenched teeth. But they seem destined to be apart. "I know. Forcing it would make me unwilling to let my daughter suffer." Octa took a deep breath. "Well, stop meddling. Let Xiao Wang leave once he's healed." During dinner, the atmosphere was odd. Shun Wang tried to act nonchalant. The family's perpetually squinted eyes were now wide open, looking much more normal. But Solana's perfect smile was gone, replaced by a strained one. A pity. That night in Triss' room, she lay on her stomach, her back crisscrossed with stick welts, red and white marks alternating. Solana was applying medicine, her fingers trembling, eyes brimming with tears. "Mom, is this the best medicine we have?" Triss asked, her face grimacing, but her eyes unwavering. "I need to recover quickly. I want to try again tomorrow." "Triss, do you really have to master observation Haki?" Solana's voice was choked with emotion. "Of course. I can't let that guy outdo me." Triss hesitated, then changed her answer. "Becoming stronger has always been my dream. Without both colors of Haki, what kind of strong fighter would I be?" Solana opened her mouth, then sighed, and said nothing, carefully applying the ointment. Meanwhile, Shun Wang followed his nightly routine, imagining practical scenarios with the bullet fruit to summon it. Then he studied how to awaken Conqueror's Haki. As for observation Haki, he could already activate it, but only to sense immediate danger. He hadn't reached the level of opening his eyes to see the world, and didn't know how to train further. He decided to set it aside for now. Finding the switch for Conqueror's Haki was the highest priority. Ding! Just as he was growing drowsy from studying Conqueror's Haki, a familiar sound rang in his mind. What? Wasn't that the system's notification sound? Shun Wang's heart tightened, and his mind cleared instantly. But when he checked, the system had only made that single ding with no further message. What was going on? He thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Just as he assumed he had misheard, and was about to sleep, a clear ding sounded again. This time there was no mistake. What was the system doing? Little did Shun Wang know this was just the beginning of things would get even stranger. Suddenly, it started dinging continuously every 2 or 3 seconds, rhythmically, for several minutes before stopping. Shun Wang thought it was over, but then another random ding came. Intermittent dings, rhythmic dings. There was no peace. Well, sleep was out of the question now. However, unless the system had a bug, the only thing that could cause it to act up was Milo. Was something wrong with Milo? What kind of problem would trigger this reaction from the system? Danger. Shun Wang wasn't sure, but he grew worried for Milo. Of course, he was more concerned about his own child. If it were lost, his investment would be wasted. Not just wasted, but he didn't know how the retrieval of talents would manifest. Would it give him rhabdomyolysis? He wanted to go immediately, but he was currently crippled and Milo's strength was more than double his own. If he faced the entire dwarf tribe's danger, even joining wouldn't make a difference. He decided to wait until tomorrow. After making the decision, he endured until dawn. In the dark room, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his restless figure on the bed. Before long, Shun Wang suddenly sat up. No, he had to check on the situation. Even if his own safety prevented involvement, he could at least observe Green Bit from a distance. The uncertainty coupled with the intermittent dings made it impossible to stay in bed. The wall of Triss' yard was only 2 meters high, enough only to block the view. Shun Wang vaulted over it easily with one hand. He could have jumped over, but that would have made noise. Disturbing the neighbors in the middle of the night was bad form. 5 days earlier, on Green Bit in the underground kingdom of the Tontata within an unremarkable wooden hut, Milo awoke in her warm bed. She did not rush to get up, but reclined against the headboard, lowering her head to caress her noticeably swollen belly. She could distinctly feel the tiny life within stir, whether from a small kick or a little fist she could not tell. A tender curve graced Milo's lips. The sensation of the life in her womb being connected by blood was truly wondrous. "Are you greeting me? Good morning, little one," Milo murmured to herself, responding to the tiny life. Such interactions had grown more frequent of late. Her emotions had also settled, and she eagerly anticipated the arrival of this little being. What had started as a mere transaction now felt genuinely like family. Milo rose to wash up, her movements brisk and efficient, belying the fact that she was over 6 months pregnant. She had specifically consulted the previous generation of female warriors who had borne children, and based on her own feelings, she knew that unlike ordinary Tontata, a warrior of her caliber could remain safe so long as she avoided combat. In truth, fighting was fine as long as it was not a losing battle and no direct strike hit her belly. She ate and drank as usual, and there was no need to cease her daily training until the child was born. Even so, she would still need a few days of rest after childbirth. That was unavoidable. After washing her face, Milo pulled a round iron box from the cabinet. It was larger than her footbath. Opening it revealed a creamy white paste inside. Milo scooped up a bit with her finger, rubbed it between her palms, and a captivating fragrance filled the air. She gently spread it over her face, then examined herself in the mirror. Her skin had become several shades fairer and was suffused with a rosy glow, making her appear far more refined and beautiful than before. Turning left and right before the mirror, Milo curved her lips, her eyes sparkling. At least this gift is useful. Opening the wardrobe, she took out a set of clothes that had been hanging in the most prominent spot since last night. She had made these new clothes herself. The style suited her well, and the belly was not too conspicuous. Her hair had been washed yesterday, and her body smelled fragrant. She looked lovely and smelled wonderful. After everything was prepared, she turned her gaze to the head of the bed, where several rows of scratches were carved into the wooden wall. Upon close inspection, one could see that every 30 scratches one was noticeably longer than the others. Milo meticulously counted again from the last long scratch, verified it was the 30th, then picked up a small knife from the bedside and carefully carved another long mark. Putting on her hat, Milo pushed open the door. The moment she stepped out, her smile vanished, replaced by the dignified bearing befitting the first warrior. Not far away, the neighbor's wooden hut also opened, revealing a kindly middle-aged Tontata woman. Good morning, Aunt Tano." Milo merely nodded, maintaining what she believed to be the demeanor of the first warrior. "Oh, my little Milo looks so pretty today." Aunt Tano chuckled, covering her mouth. "Ah, today is the day the scientist. Time flies so fast." The pink on Milo's cheeks deepened instantly, and the tips of her ears turned red. "When am I not pretty?" Without waiting for a response, Milo said stiffly, "I'm off to the training ground." Aunt Tano watched Milo's retreating figure, wanting to point out that was the south and the training ground was to the north. She covered her smile. "Ah, youth is wonderful." On the way, Milo encountered the old chieftain. "Little Milo, don't walk so fast. Remember, you're 6 months pregnant. Be careful." The elderly chieftain scolded sternly as Milo strode past with a breeze. "I'm already being very careful." Milo hurried around the chieftain, knowing that stopping would waste a lot of time. On the road, she met some familiar warriors. She usually just nodded at most, offering a good morning. Chica saw Milo, snorted, and turned away. Milo thought he was acting strangely, but paid no heed, walking. After a moment, Chica turned to look at Milo's back, unable to resist taking off his hat and biting the brim in frustration. His green hair gleamed brilliantly under the light. Milo went from the underground to the northernmost exit, her steps swift, almost bouncing with a hint of joy. She soon reached the familiar tree, climbed onto a branch, and could clearly see the iron bridge connecting Dressrosa and Green Bit. Every time they met or parted, she would secretly hide in this tree. When Shinwang came, she would go to another part of the forest and then accidentally bump into him. She didn't know what meaning this held, but it gave her a deeply comforting feeling. The sun gradually rose, and the air grew hot. Milo pulled leaves to shield herself from the sun, but the heat still made her restless. This was the edge of the forest where few of her people usually came. Only the feeble chirping of cicadas droned on in the silence, adding to her irritation. Why can't that guy come earlier? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Milo felt that all her efforts from last night and this morning had been wasted. The sun had already passed its zenith, and the air shimmered with heat. In the morning, she could still see distant tribesmen cultivating and gathering plants, but now there was no one. "Milo." Hearing her name called, Milo's heart leaped with joy, but she quickly recomposed herself and looked down to see her good friend Layla at the base of the tree. Layla was carrying a branch with a piece of roasted meat, as large as herself, skewered on it. "I didn't see you at lunch, so I guessed you'd be here." Did he not come? Layla was also part of the warrior squad. She pulled out a slender sword from her waist, used it as an aid, and effortlessly carried the meat up the tree, settling down beside Milo. I'm not waiting for him. So what if he didn't come? Milo folded her arms, lounging against the trunk with a nonchalant air. Layla sat cross-legged on a branch, pulled a cloth from her backpack, and spread it on the bark. No matter what, you still have to eat. Eating well is the most important thing. Layla placed the roast on the cloth and set out utensils. Eat first. I brought you this lunch specially. Milo sat opposite Layla, picked up the utensils, and began cutting the meat, though her movements were a bit rough. It seemed she was venting her frustration on the roast. Layla said nothing, just took out some fruit and accompanied Milo as she ate. The sun gradually slanted westward. Layla returned to the tree. Milo, come back for dinner. It looks like he's not coming today. You go ahead. I'll eat later. Suit yourself. Layla shrugged and left. The sunset cast Milo's shadow on the ground, which grew darker until the moonlight first appeared. The night was livelier than the day, with a chorus of insects and frogs. The trunk she leaned against was already scarred by her knife, but she hadn't added any fresh marks in a long time. Maybe something happened. No, it should be fine. Perhaps something delayed him. Just one day late. Milo unfurled her wings and flew down from the tree. Though the female warriors who had given birth said it was perfectly safe to jump, she still thought it wiser to be cautious. After all, this child was not only connected to her by blood, but also deeply cherished by Shenhuang. After dinner, Milo didn't know why, but instead of going home, she went to the forest cabin where Shenhuang had stayed before. Perhaps he would come at night. But the next day, Shenhuang still didn't show. For days had passed since the agreed time. Today was the 5th day. Just as dawn broke, Milo rose from her forest cabin and trudged toward the entrance leading to the underground of the Lilliputians. The guard at the entrance saw her, hesitated, then whispered, "Good morning." "Morning." Milo replied with a smile. Watching her retreating figure, the warrior bit his lip and finally let out a long sigh. It was still early and the path was empty. As Milo walked, not even a breath of wind stirred, making it feel as though she was the only soul in the world. Returning to her small cabin, Milo fetched water to bathe and wash her clothes. Her hair, too time-consuming to wash, was tucked securely beneath her hat. She sprayed floral dew collected from jasmine stamens onto her hat, then retrieved the jar of whitening balm and applied a thick layer to her freshly cleansed face. Milo looked into the mirror. Her face bore not a hint of rosiness. Under the balm's effect, it was as pale and smooth as a doll. She overlooked this detail and simply put on a standard smile. She lowered her head to cover the jar. The lid now bore many more mending marks than before, meticulous, revealing great care. When she looked up, her face had already resumed the usual composure of a warrior. Before leaving, she approached the bedside and glanced at the long scratch mark. After that scratch, no new ones had appeared. On the path, she spotted the elderly chieftain and greeted him first. "Good morning, grandfather chieftain." The old chieftain looked at the smile Milo forced onto her face and didn't know what to say. "Eat." "Well, yes, grandfather chieftain." Milo wore the smile, walking faster and faster until she left behind the concerns and murmurs of her tribespeople, warrior comrades and friends. She didn't want to hear them, nor did she believe what they said. She needed no comfort. She was a warrior. After emerging from the ground entrance, her face instantly regained the cold, stern expression of a warrior. As before, she flew up to the tree branch that overlooked the iron chain bridge. Today the bridge remained empty. As the sun sank westward, Layla slid down from the tree. Looking up at her friend, who sat fixedly on the branch staring southward, Layla sniffled. Why did she feel like crying? The love and hatred between her friend and a human. Layla felt her young heart deeply shaken. For the first time, she realized how complicated feelings between a man and a woman could be. Having observed the couples in the tribe, she had thought love meant simply asking each other if they wanted to be together. Not in vain did she bring meals every day. In just the hour she spent with Milo, she clearly sensed that faint melancholy. This emotion could linger in her mind for a long time. Silver moonlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground with patches of light, and the forest air quickly shed its daytime heat. Milo bit her lip, her eyes already red. At first she wondered if Shenhuang had abandoned her. But when she had poked 18 holes into the bomb he gave her, she came to her senses. They were merely in a transactional relationship. After realizing this, she soon began to worry about Shenhuang's safety. This child in his eyes was more precious than a powerful devil fruit. He would never give it up. Since he hadn't come, something must have happened. One day could be a delay, but 4 days had passed. It was unthinkable that anything could delay him for so long. By today, Milo's heart had gradually sunk into the abyss. Could he be dead? From the moment the moon first rose, this possibility, which she had denied yesterday, took root in her heart and rapidly grew into a towering tree that consumed all her thoughts. Yesterday she had wondered, what should she say to that jerk when she saw him? Curse him, hit him, or give him the cold shoulder. All these she wanted to do, but it seemed she had no right. Now she only wished that jerk would appear before her, smiling and waving as usual, saying, What a coincidence, but that seemed like a luxury now. Gradually she accepted the possibility of Shun Wang's death, yet the void in her heart only grew larger. Until an unnatural flush spread across Milo's face, one that even the balm couldn't conceal. Suddenly she groaned softly, her brows furrowing tightly. A dull pain in her lower abdomen made beads of sweat form on her forehead. What was this? Milo quickly recalled what a common tribeswoman aunt had told her. This was a sign of labor, or if the month was insufficient, a miscarriage. Child, you don't believe your father is dead either. So you're rushing out to check. But you are not allowed out. Milo took a deep breath, using sheer willpower to activate muscles she had never trained, holding the door firmly shut. She had heard that premature babies rarely survived, and even if they did, they would not be healthy. This was her only child with that jerk. It must not die. And it must be born healthy, grow healthy. This was the one thing she could do. The tiny life in her abdomen was restless. After one push against the barrier, and finding no exit, it seemed to rest for a while, then tried again. But Milo would not allow it. She was a strict mother. The child seemed stubborn and clever. Its pushes came at random times, sometimes a single thrust, sometimes a series of rhythmic ones. Milo sat on the branch, not daring to move, focusing entirely on the movements in her belly. Through her relentless resistance, the night passed quickly. Physically she was not exhausted, but mentally drained. Seeing that the sky was fully bright, Milo decided not to go back to tidy herself up. She tried to move, then planned to return to the forest cabin to rest. That was the last place he had stayed. Carefully rising, she sprouted wings from her back and slowly descended to the tree roots. After waiting a while, Milo felt the child trying to come out again, so she held the door tight while attempting to walk. Within a short time, she tried everything from walking to brisk walking to slow jogging. None of them caused trouble, only requiring more attention to her lower abdomen. Milo breathed a sigh of relief and headed toward the forest cabin. Suddenly, she heard the crunch of fallen leaves and twigs behind her. Because her attention was on the child, she only noticed it when it was close. Just as her heart leaped, a familiar voice came from behind Milo. Milo froze for a full 3 seconds, then turned her head sharply. The figure outlined by sunlight. Wasn't it the Shun Wang she had been yearning for? Tears gushed from Milo's eyes, her lips trembling without a sound. Just as dawn was breaking, Shun Wang had risen. In truth, he hadn't slept. The system's notification sounds had never ceased in his mind. Late last night, he had gone north and quietly gazed at Greenbit Island from a distance. The island was calm, nothing seemed amiss. It must be that something was wrong with Milo's body. But there was little he could do at the moment. Going over in the middle of the night would solve nothing, and leaving without a proper farewell would be bad. So after watching for a while, he returned, planning to inform Octor, and then buy some things to visit Milo. He knew nothing of medicine. This was all he could do. Uncle Octor, I'm going out today to visit a friend. It might take a day, or maybe a few. He told Octor, who was the earliest riser. Octor looked worried. What if you run into someone trying to kill you? I'm going to Saibao, far enough that I shouldn't encounter any. Shen Wang smiled. Then, after breakfast, Triss eagerly ran to find Shen Wang, but his room was empty with no sign of him. Old man, where did Shen Wang go? Triss stopped Octor, who was carrying a hoe and about to head out. He left early this morning, said he had to go see a friend. But I'm healed. Triss looked disappointed. When did he say he'd be back? He said earliest tomorrow morning, but if it's slow, he didn't know how many days. Octor put down the hoe and paused to answer. I see. Triss looked at Octor, then lowered her head in disappointment. Saibao is located at the southernmost part of the western peninsula of Delasiliosa Island, also a port city, second only to Acacia in the far west in terms of prosperity. This place was far from the arena, but Shun Wang was cautious enough. He first went to Kerda to buy a cloak while observing whether there were bounties and if anyone was watching him. With no anomalies, Shun Wang went to Saibao in his cloak. On the streets of Saibao, he observed for a while, and only after confirming everything was safe did he start shopping. However, he did not remove the cloak. After all, he was somewhat famous, and his broken right forearm could identify him. He first went to the street adjacent to the port. Indeed, as the second port, the morning market was bustling. Shen Wang wandered not long, and bought some imported fruits, all rare goods not found on the island. After all, any fruit that grew on the island was cultivated by the Dongdonga tribe, and they grew them far tastier than those grown on the island itself. Boss, how much is this? Shen Wang asked in a cosmetic shop, holding a small, exquisite box of balm. This is a premium product often used by nobles. 20,000 berries. The boss greeted him warmly. It was rare for a man to buy cosmetics, but as long as there was a willingness to purchase, a deal could be made quickly, so even though the customer didn't look very wealthy, the boss was enthusiastic. Shen Wang looked at the small round tin in his hand, recalling the balm he had given Milo before. This thing of yours, I won't use it up even if I live to my death. Milo complained like that. She even took out her foot basin to compare, and indeed it was larger. Later, each time he visited, he smelled that balm's fragrance. It was quite amusing. Shen Wang stroked the premium balm in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. That box of bomb had cost him 2,000 berries, a cheap item for commoners, yet back when he only had 30,000 berries in savings, it was a precious gift representing his sincerity. Now of course he bought this premium bomb about the same size as the cooling ointment he used as a child worth 20,000 berries. Only this could represent his feelings. Shenhuang slapped down 2 skeleton-shaped UG bills, looking very generous as he asked the boss to wrap it up. Handing the bomb to the boss, Shenhuang sniffed his fingers, a fragrance that seemed like something a noble would fancy with a hint of an elusive orchid from a secluded valley. Of course that was nonsense. He wasn't a noble, had never seen the nobles here, and didn't even know what an elusive orchid from a secluded valley was. In his pocket, there were still 7 skeleton-shaped UG bills, and very little change. It seemed a misstep to have brought only 100,000 berries. Oh well. Shenhuang also missed Milo, and had no time to fetch more money. Finally, he went to buy fabric, purchasing 1 chi of cloth in various patterns. The fabric was a full 2 chi and 7 cun wide. 1 piece was more than enough to make 2 outfits for Milo. After all, her belly was big now, and she needed new clothes. Since he had sown the seed, he had to take some responsibility. The criteria for selecting fabric were mainly fine texture and rich patterns. Shenhuang carefully touched each piece of fabric, confirming the feel before buying. As for patterns, his aesthetic was just so. He bought 1 chi of anything he found pretty or cute. In the end, he carried a large bundle half his height, spending nearly 60,000 berries. The money spent wasn't much, the problem was he brought too little. These purchases were of course gifts for Milo. With the occasional prompt sounds from the system in his mind, Shenhuang dared not forget that something might be wrong with Milo. For now there seemed to be no major issue, but if this problem was related to him, he had to prepare an apology in advance. Whether it was related was uncertain. After all, the abnormal situation only appeared after he had been late for 5 days. Regardless, it was all his goodwill. After leaving Saibiao, Shenhuang immediately activated his observation Haki to sense danger. He was still a cripple now, so he had to be careful. Heading north, Shenhuang originally planned to bypass the forest where his secret base was located. After all, it was only about 200 meters from where he had fallen that night. But seeing no one around, and sensing no danger with his observation Haki, Shenhuang couldn't resist hiding the things and quietly sneaking in. Sure enough, the treehouse he lived in had been ransacked. The hunting weapons were gone. Fortunately, his clothes, tools, and money were hidden elsewhere and not found. He draped the white coat over himself, put the remaining tools and the clothes he had worn when he arrived into the narrow wooden box, stuffed 10,000 berries and change into his pocket, and from then on there was no need to come here again. No longer a savage from now on. Shenhuang shouldered the bundle of fabric, carried the wooden box and a bag of fruit with his left hand, and hurried toward the far north. Fortunately, it was still early, and there were few people who otherwise his appearance would have been quite conspicuous. Upon seeing the iron chain bridge, Shenhuang felt as if meeting an old friend. Finally, he was going to see Milo. Without a moment's pause, he stepped onto the bridge. Halfway across, 2 ripples appeared on the sea surface. Plop, plop. 2 sounds, and 2 betta fish leaped out of the sea. He forgot to activate his observation Haki, but it was fine. A continuous double kick sent these unfortunate creatures straight back into the sea. A close call, but no harm done. Arriving at Jelenbite Island, Shenhuang took a deep breath. The air here was sweeter than on Island. Having stayed on Island for so long, he no longer smelled the salty sea breeze. Stepping into the forest, the freshness in the air lifted his mood even more. Not far along, Shenhuang suddenly saw a Dongdongta walking slowly ahead. So early, and there was already a Dongdongta out. Looking closely, the clothes and silhouette were very familiar. Milo. Before his brain could react, Shenhuang called out. Could it really be such a coincidence? Every time he entered the forest, he soon met Milo. Before he could ponder further, he saw Milo ahead turn around swiftly. Her face was so pale it seemed a gust of wind would blow her over. Her eyes, bloodshot, suddenly burst into a flood of tears. In that instant, Shenhuang felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. Shenhuang, you bastard. While Shenhuang was still dazed, Milo leaped into a headbutt hurtling toward his chest. His observation Haki went wild with warnings, making him inwardly cry out in alarm. Was she trying to kill him? He was only 5 days late. Was she that angry? Shenhuang braced his feet in a stance ready to receive the impact. But just as he was on full alert, the sense of danger rapidly diminished as Milo flew closer. Milo gently bumped into Shenhuang's chest, tucking her wings. You bastard. Her small head pressed tightly against his chest, her hands clutching his clothes firmly. Soon his chest was soaked over a large area surpassing Milo's own size. Could she be so aggrieved? He didn't understand, and dared not speak, only letting Milo hang on him and cry. As she cried, Milo suddenly frowned, and her crying ceased instantly. At the same time, a ding prompted in Shenhuang's mind, making him immediately notice the situation. What's wrong? Are you okay? Shenhuang asked, perhaps feeling inexplicably guilty, his voice softer than he ever imagined. Milo shook her head, then suddenly noticed Shenhuang's right arm in a sling with bandages. You're so badly injured. Milo's eyes widened. No choice, bad luck. Shunwang temporarily set aside his doubts and hurriedly shifted the blame for his delay. To make Milo feel sorry for him, he took her to a cabin in the woods, took off his clothes, and showed her the dense gunshot wounds on his limbs. At this point, the change in his physical strength couldn't be hidden, but he had prepared an explanation. My most important experiment was finally completed not long ago, a gene serum that can stimulate human potential. I injected it into myself immediately, and I successfully obtained the qualifications to become a warrior of the sea. This is my dream. Shenwang also laid the groundwork for his later departure to sea, explaining why he would abandon being a scientist to become a pirate. Of course it was because of his dream. In this pirate world, as long as it was for a dream, it could be understood and forgiven. At this point, Shenwang sighed. Unfortunately, my lab was destroyed by a gang who all the equipment and experimental data are ruined. I can't continue production. I don't have the patience to research it all over again. I want to become a powerhouse. Because Shenwang had already awakened his Conqueror's Haki, the words, "I want to become a powerhouse," were spoken with extraordinary force of power that struck straight to the heart. Sure enough, Milo had stopped crying, her eyes sparkling. That Shenwang wanted to become a warrior suited her even better. Even if he wasn't that strong, as long as he had this resolve, she would be content and feel her life was complete. After all, she was going to become the strongest warrior of the Dongdonta tribe. Upon seeing the wounds on Shenwang's body and learning that he had been recuperating during this time, Miluo found herself unable to utter the harsh words she had prepared earlier. Moreover, she no longer wished to speak them, not even words of reproach. It seemed she had no standing to say such things. Miluo lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously stroking her swollen belly. The little creature within her was restless again. She took a deep breath, now somewhat adept at channeling the energy there, and suppressed the stirring. But her expression management was still lacking. Every time she suppressed it, a frown involuntarily creased her brow. Shenwang saw that frown. The system notification had sounded several times, and each time Miluo's expression was similar to now. She was uncomfortable, and it was no ordinary discomfort. After suppressing it, Miluo seemed lost in thought. She had already understood her own heart, but she needed a better moment. You, both spoke at once. Miluo quickly turned her face away. You go first. Are you feeling unwell? No. Miluo's reply came as fast as a conditioned reflex. Imperfectly fine. Shenwang didn't press further. He had already asked directly once before, only to have the topic deflected. Asking again would yield no results. But he had to get to the bottom of this. The system wouldn't ring without reason. Something must be happening to Miluo. Having had his direct question sidetracked, it seemed Miluo didn't want to talk. Still, this gave him an idea for improving her favorability. Having just one child would be somewhat unprofitable. Shenwang harbored such ambition because Miluo appeared to hold some affection for him. Judging by her recent behavior, the affection was not insignificant. There was room for maneuvering. Miluo, look what this is. Shenwang pulled out a box of high-grade balm, twisted off the lid, and presented it to her like a treasure. A scent of noble fragrance wafted through the air. This is top-grade balm, dozens of times more effective than the one I gave you before. The size difference was at least 5-fold, while the price was 10 times higher. By that calculation, one could say the effect was dozens of times better. Miluo's expression instantly turned dreamy. She reached out carefully, pinched a bit, and smoothed it on the back of her hand. Compared to that box of balm that would take 100 years to finish, this one is acceptable. Miluo snorted, then promptly carried the balm into the forest cabin, her temporary little home. Shenwang then brought out the fabric for her to admire. Clearly, Miluo brightened considerably. Her complexion improved, her cheeks flushed with a healthy pink, and her eyes regained vitality. Finally, Shenwang produced the bag of imported rare fruits and shared them with Miluo. After one bite, she squinted and said, "The taste is very ordinary," then proceeded to eat 8 or 9 in a row. Miluo, I plan to move my luggage here tomorrow and recuperate in green bit until my hand heals before leaving. Shenwang picked up a large, unfamiliar fruit, one Miluo hadn't tried. After chewing, Shenwang frowned. It was unexpectedly terrible. Refund. He remembered it was quite expensive, supposedly a royal tribute from some frozen island. Bah. Miluo was bowed over a melon, nibbling. At his words, her eyes instantly lit up. But with her head lowered, all Shenwang saw was her silence. I'm already quite familiar with the Dongdonta clan. Surely I can stay here to recover, right? Shenwang had thought it was a sure thing. We don't forbid anyone from coming here. If you want to stay, just stay. After saying this, Miluo felt a pang of regret. Her tone was too stiff. What if Shenwang misunderstood and chose not to live here? That's good. Then you'll live with me from now on. I can take care of you. You're getting further along and movement must be inconvenient. Miluo's hand trembled and the melon slice snapped in two. Whatever you say. Miluo's voice was stiff. Your child, you take care of it. Shenwang took out a tissue, intending to wipe the juice from the corner of Miluo's mouth. Then he realized a problem. He was too big. Miluo was too small. One hand could easily cover her entire head. As he reached out, a shadow loomed over her, and Miluo, Shenhuang's hand paused near her face for a moment, the tissue barely grazing the corner of her mouth, then dragging across her nose and forehead. This wasn't wiping her mouth, it was washing her face. "They'll go hunt some prey." Shenhuang withdrew his hand, his face tense as he stood up. "A bit awkward." "They'll go too." Miluo also rose. "You shouldn't engage in vigorous activity now. You're nearly 7 months along, the most prone time for miscarriage. Take care of yourself." Shenhuang reassured her. "With my current strength, dealing with the beasts in the forest is more than enough." Miluo lowered her head, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. "Then be careful." Shenhuang walked out of the cabin, letting out a slight sigh. His performance just now should have been decent, though wiping Miluo's mouth had been not only deliberate, but poorly executed. He would learn from it. As he walked engrossed in thought, a black bear charged out from behind a tree. Instinctively, Shenhuang delivered a flying kick to the bear's head. With a dull thud, the black bear collapsed, twitched a couple of times, and lay still. Bear meat wasn't particularly tasty, but such a large one could last several days. Shenhuang dragged the bear back. Behind him, Miluo stood on a branch of a distant tall tree, watching his retreating figure. Her expression relaxed, and then she silently returned to the cabin via another path. Shenhuang busied himself with processing the bear meat. It was too much to finish in one day, so he had to salt it. Since his right hand was inconvenient, Miluo helped with the cutting. The needle-like rapier glinted coldly as it swiftly sliced through both bone and flesh into large chunks. At the same time, Shenhuang began stewing the bear paws, which would take a long time. As for this renowned delicacy, he had some ideas. Not sure how to cook it. Load up on seasonings and stew it long. It'll be delicious anyway. At noon, the two sat at a table drinking bear meat soup. "Huh. Scientist, you're here." Layla pushed open the cabin door, stunned for a moment upon seeing Shenhuang, then her face lit up with delight. "Good afternoon, Layla." Shenhuang responded with a warm smile. He certainly knew Miluo's best friend, at least better than that green-haired little person. Seeing her carrying a large piece of meat, he was curious. "You brought your own food for a visit." "What visit?" Layla sprinted and jumped onto the dining table. "If it weren't for me, Miluo would have starved herself to death. You have no idea these past few days, MMPH. Miluo rushed over and clamped her hand tightly over Layla's mouth. Shenhuang raised an eyebrow and offered a gentle smile. It seemed promising. "Let's see." He pretended not to notice Miluo whispering fiercely in Layla's ear, slowly savoring the bear meat soup. With enough seasoning, it was indeed quite tasty. The day passed quickly. Shenhuang lay on the bed with no intention of sleeping. After all, the system in his mind kept reminding him incessantly. He still couldn't figure out what was going on. The night was deep, and the small hut was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing. The sound rang out once more. He opened his eyes, and in the darkness, he could clearly hear Miluo's breathing becoming rapid. Shenhuang sighed, got up, and walked to the edge of Miluo's small bed. "Miluo." "I'm fine." Miluo's voice was a little hoarse. "You go to sleep." Shenhuang didn't lie down. He leaned against the side of the small bed. After a moment, her breathing steadied. But not long after, the prompt sound rang out again. He instantly sat up straight. This time Miluo spoke before he could. "I'm really fine. Is your stomach hurting?" "No. It's just a little uncomfortable. It'll pass in a moment." Shenhuang was silent. "I'm worried about you. How about sleeping next to me?" Miluo hesitated for a moment, perhaps because Shenhuang had been sitting there without sleeping. Soon she moved her. Shenhuang took the bed, which was about the size of a magazine, and felt a hint of envy. With a small size, one could easily sleep on a luxurious big bed. He placed Miluo's bed beside his own pillow, giving a sensation of sharing a bed. Miluo probably felt the same way. Her face flushed as she wore her pajamas and turned her back to Shenhuang to sleep. After a long while, just as Shenhuang was about to fall asleep, the system's voice echoed again. Miluo was struggling to control her breathing and movements. A hand reached out. "Hold my hand if it's uncomfortable." Miluo blinked hard and reached out to grasp Shenhuang's pinky finger. After that, it happened 5 more times. Each time, Miluo thought Shenhuang had fallen asleep and tried not to exert force in her hand, but Shenhuang would gently hook his pinky, signaling that he was still there. The next morning, when Miluo came out of her small hut, she saw Shenhuang already sitting by the fire roasting bear meat. "Last night." Miluo hesitated, words unspoken. "Moi, how did you?" "Every time." Shenhuang paused in turning the meat. "I was worried about you," he said. "Perhaps I was too worried, and even in my sleep I could sense you were uncomfortable." Miluo stood at the door of the hut, head lowered, her expression unreadable. "Every time you could feel it." Her voice sounded strange. Miluo was silent for a long time, then walked over and sat down by the fire. "You asked me before if I was feeling unwell." Shenhuang didn't speak, waiting. Miluo stared at the flames for a long moment before speaking. "You were 5 days late." Shun Wang's hand turning the meat stopped. On the 5th day the child was worried about you. Mi Luo's face was tense. I thought you were dead, and the child might have been worried too, so it wanted to come out maybe to see you. But I wouldn't let it. She looked up at Shun Wang, the firelight illuminating her face. So these past few days it probably couldn't stay put anymore, and kept wanting to come out. I have to keep watch all the time, so it doesn't run out the door the moment I'm distracted. It's still too young and the outside is unsafe. Shin Wang opened his mouth wanting to say something. But Mi Luo had already lowered her head and started gnawing on the bare meat as if nothing had happened. Shin Wang watched her, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. Mi Luo spoke lightly, but as a young man from the 21st century, Shin Wang was well aware of the danger involved. He could fully grasp the emotions hidden behind her joking words. Drawing a deep breath, 2 conflicting thoughts wrestled in his mind. Perhaps she should just let the child be born. It was too hard and dangerous like this. But if they gave birth now, even though they had chosen excellent talent, the child might not have fully developed it yet. What if it died at birth? Or what if it turned out terribly mediocre? Mediocrity wasn't frightening. With some effort on his part, Mi Luo might be willing to bear another child. But if it couldn't survive, that would be the end. He wasn't afraid of anything else, only that the system would take back the talent. 9 months. What? Give birth when 9 months are up. No need to hold it in longer. Shin Wang handed her a piece of roast. Acey's mother could hold it for 2 years. Mi Luo was strong. Holding it for 2 months should be no big problem. And there was no need to go full 10 months. Mi Luo took the meat and glanced at him. Are you feeling sorry for me? Shin Wang thought for a moment, then looked at Mi Luo with a gentle smile. Of course. Mi Luo humphed and bit into the meat. What Shin Wang didn't see was that, as she lowered her head to eat, the corner of her mouth curved upward. After breakfast, it was time to head to Ribera and get the 200,000 berries from T. Lizzie's place. There was no other luggage. Just the money, 2 sets of clothes, and 10 jean of spicy grass that Tay Lizzie had collected. What did you say? You're going to stay at a friend's house. Tay Lizzie was washing clothes under the porch, and when she heard Shin Wang's words, her expression froze. Yes, my friend's place is safer, and she needs me too. Shin Wang leaned against the porch pillar, a lazy smile playing on his lips. Tay Lizzie didn't know what to say. An unexpected sense of reluctance welled up in her heart. It was the first time she had interacted with a man like this. The men in the village had all been beaten into submission by her, and none dared to breathe heavily in her presence. Her emotions were complicated. Tay Lizzie didn't know how to express them. She clutched the cloth strip tightly. If you leave, what about my observation Haki training? She couldn't muster the perfectly practiced smile. Well, how about I train your observation Haki one last time? Shin Wang was also a little reluctant. Such a beautiful woman, but it was a pity she couldn't bear a child to borrow talent, so he had to say goodbye. Still, beating her up one more time would be extremely satisfying. One last time then. Tay Lizzie closed her eyes, mulling over the decision for a while before answering. She was a woman of action. After replying, she pushed the wash basin aside and took out a blindfold and earplugs. Shun Wang walked straight to the corner, picked up an eyebrow-level wooden stick as thick as an egg, and weighed it in his hand. Not bad, the feel was right. Come on. Tay Lizzie stood in the center of the yard, arms outstretched, standing straight with the muscles in her cheeks visibly taut. If the blindfold were removed, the expression underneath would surely be one of defiance in the face of death. But Shin Wang didn't see that. His gaze was fixed on the billowing waves straining against her light blue linen shirt. Swallowing hard, he forced his eyes wide and raised the wooden stick. Swish! A harsh wind cut through the air. Tay Lizzie let out a muffled grunt, but didn't cry out in pain. The force that had made her scream every time the day before yesterday. Why wasn't it working anymore? Was she improving this fast? Shin Wang frowned and decided to increase the intensity. He had to make her produce some pleasant music. A gentleman exacts revenge. When the chance presents itself, he shows no mercy. Huh. Triss roared, shifting her left hand just in time to evade the swift strike of Shin Wang's staff. Shin Wang was slightly taken aback. Could she really have succeeded? Though he had already enjoyed himself thoroughly, leaving her thighs and arms swollen and bruised, if she had truly mastered it this time, he would never have such an excuse to strike her again. I think I'm getting it. Triss murmured, dazed. Hearing that one couldn't help but let their thoughts wander. Shin Wang gripped his staff and, starting from 0 frames, lashed out at her left leg. Triss instantly reacted, withdrawing her left leg and dodging once more. Did I do it? I really did it. She seemed on the verge of madness, her emotions surging suddenly. Shin Wang couldn't be bothered to scold her. After all, she had her ears blocked and wouldn't hear him anyway. He continued striking. After dodging dozens of blows, Triss finally couldn't resist tearing off her blindfold. What? Shin Wang complained. Now is the time to solidify the sensation. I had never. Triss was likely too ecstatic. She ran toward Shin Wang, leaped, wrapped her arms around his neck, and hung on him, shaking frantically. Such a rich fragrance. Such a soft and bouncy feeling. Such smooth fabric. Actually, it didn't matter if she didn't consolidate it. She had already become familiar enough. Shen Wang was joyful, yet faintly melancholic. After a while, perhaps due to Shen Wang's unresponsiveness and his indifferent silence, Triss quickly calmed down. Her face was already flushed, so it was hard to tell if she was blushing from embarrassment. Well, I got a little excited. It's fine as long as you don't forget the sensation you just experienced. Shen Wang placed his left hand behind his back, feigning nonchalance. In reality, his right arm hung in a sling, and even though it was bandaged, he could still feel it. The soft yet firm sensation against his lower abdomen felt vaguely familiar, and it was pleasant to the touch. Well, as an ordinary person, being able to perceive observation Haki is such a delightful surprise, so I. Triss lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes. It was the first time he had seen her make such a small gesture. I can understand. Honestly, I'm amazed too. Could an ordinary person also awaken observation Haki? It wasn't impossible, but could such a crude, inefficient, and self-torturing method really work? Shen Wang pondered, and then accepted it. Triss was clearly much stronger than an ordinary person. He had just looked down on her, because she was slightly weaker. Her awakening of observation Haki was barely within reason. Since you've mastered it, it's time for me to leave. Shen Wang put away his staff, and turned to walk into the room where Triss opened her mouth, but said nothing. Shen Wang picked up his money pouch and bag of herbs and left. Through the wide-open courtyard gate, Triss stared blankly at Shen Wang's retreating figure, watching for a long time. According to proper etiquette, she should have seen him off at least to the village entrance. But she stood frozen, unable to take a single step. It wasn't until Octa and Salana returned from work and saw the dazed Triss that they called out to her, snapping her back to reality. Shen Wang has left. He said a friend needed him. Triss' voice was hoarse. Oh, so sudden. Salana raised a hand to cover her mouth, eyes wide. He's already gone. Octa walked toward the room Shen Wang had stayed in. He's gone. Why didn't he stay for a meal? Octa stood at the doorway. Didn't you try to keep him? Triss shook her head. Octa sighed, pushed open the door, and planned to tidy up. How rude. Salana reached out, curled her finger, and tapped Triss' smooth forehead. Etch. A surprised exclamation came from the room. He immediately walked out, holding a stack of skeleton Yugi currency. Xiao Wang left $1 million. Salana was first shocked, then shot Triss a glare. See how polite and grateful Xiao Wang is. What a good kid. Salana's tone carried a hint of regret. Before returning, Shen Wang first went to Acacia. Donning a hood and mask, he went to the tavern to find the black-robed informant. I need detailed information on the Vlad pirates. Shen Wang paid 5,000 belly and sat across from the black-robed man. Vlad, huh? The informant's tone was noticeably less enthusiastic. He raised 3 fingers. 30,000 belly. Hearing this, Shen Wang felt relieved. He handed over the separate 30,000 he had prepared. A low starting price was good. It meant this guy wasn't strong. After receiving the 30,000, the black-robed man took a wooden box from beside him, rummaged through it, and handed Shen Wang a piece of paper. On it was written the intelligence on the Vlad pirates. Bounty 43000 belly. The first thing that caught his eye was Vlad's wanted poster printed at the top. Over 40 million. Felt a bit low, yet also a bit high. This was the era of rocks. After hesitating over the intelligence for a while, Shen Wang looked up and asked, how many wins in the Korea Coliseum would this Vlad's strength be equivalent to? The black-robed man pondered for a moment, then said, roughly equivalent to a 400-win gladiator with a win rate of over 60%. And this guy had a 40 million bounty. The bone crusher Moke he had fought before. According to veteran spectators, if Moke reached 400 wins, his win rate would be around 50 to 60%. He wasn't that strong, yet he had a 40 million bounty. Shen Wang immediately realized that bounty didn't fully represent strength. It was just a reference. It was more about the crimes committed. Thank you. Shen Wang nodded, took the intelligence, and left. Glancing over it, the Vlad pirates only had Vlad himself as a formidable combatant. The rest were far behind. And they were indeed typical pirates, pillaging and killing without restraint. However, they weren't on D Island right now. According to their habits, they were currently plundering some non-allied nations around D Island. That was fine. His hand was still healing. The child wasn't born yet, and his strength hadn't reached its peak. He would lie low for a while, develop, and once he obtained that 30% talent and unlocked most of it, he could go after the Vlad pirates. Before returning to Greenbit, Shen Wang bought enough salt to last half a year. Seeing Shen Wang back by noon, Milo's eyes instantly lit up with joy, though she didn't show it on her face. When cutting meat, her movements became noticeably lighter. Shen Wang officially settled down in Greenbit. His hand was still injured, and there were many things he couldn't do, but with Milo's help, life was not only manageable, but quite comfortable. Milo's belly grew larger, and although the child remained restless, it was no longer visible from her expression. This situation didn't affect Milo's daily training, though she said she had reduced it by half. The main impact was that Milo couldn't sleep deeply anymore. She had to stay alert at all times. Of course, Shen Wang didn't sleep well either. Whether it was the system's reminders that reached his very soul, or his determination to play the role of a gentle man, Shun Wang couldn't sleep. The difference was that Milo had to consciously control herself from falling into deep sleep, while Shun Wang let himself sleep, but was trained to wake up instantly at the system's prompt. Now both of them had heavy dark circles under their eyes, and looked exhausted. Milo's dark circles were even more pronounced, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. Shun Wang fared worse, the light in his eyes seemed to have dimmed. Regardless, both of them eagerly awaited the child's arrival. The date was set, so they were counting down the days. Thus, day by day, they finally reached the 9th month of pregnancy. Well, it was calculated based on the date Shun Wang had told Milo she became pregnant. Milo was probably fine, but Shun Wang was truly tormented. How could he admit that he had been blinded by desire knowing she was pregnant, yet pretending she wasn't? He had to endure 4 more days. The only good news was that the fracture in his right forearm had healed almost completely, and he could move freely, though he still needed to rest before fighting. On the day of delivery, according to Milo's wishes, the delivery room was set up in her small cabin in the forest grove, and an elderly midwife from the tribe was called. Though Shun Wang couldn't see inside, Milo insisted that he stick his fingers through the window, so she could hold them. Now they just waited for the child to make its grand entrance. Once everything was ready, not long after, a system notification echoed in Shun Wang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The mother Milo has given birth. Based on the birth of the child from Mother Milo, you have obtained 30% of the child's talent. So soon. He hadn't heard Milo cry out. As he thought, a surge of heat from somewhere within flooded his entire body, and he could feel a slight increase in his strength. The faint pain in his right forearm disappeared completely after the heat passed. He instinctively clenched his fist, then slowly released it. Not bad. This was just the most basic manifestation of the 30% talent. Once he trained it, his strength would more than double. Wah wah wah. The child's clear cries echoed through the room. From the sound, it was a very lively baby. This child's cries sound just like little Milo's back then, so full of life. The midwife's voice was loud, and Shun Wang could hear her clearly. Indeed, with a one-tune inheritance of talent, the performance was naturally the same. Just as he thought, with a one-tune inheritance of talent, the performance was naturally identical. Shun Wang gazed at the tiny swaddle in his palm, no larger than an egg, which hinted at the minuscule being with, on a face no bigger than a fingertip, a small pointed nose and strands of black hair, peeking from beneath the forehead, made it appear utterly endearing. This child was born for the sake of gaining strength, yet why did his heart race and his hands tremble uncontrollably? Perhaps this was the sensation of blood ties. How peculiar! At the twilight of his 20s, he had a child. What did it feel like to give birth? You seem to have delivered so quickly. With reluctance, Shun Wang handed the swaddle through the window to Mi Luo, who lay in bed. She leaned slightly, stretched out her arms, and gently took the child, cradling it with a smile. The feeling, like holding it in for so long and finally releasing it. Whoosh, and suddenly I felt light. Didn't it hurt? Hurt. Just a little. Mi Luo lifted her chin, her pale, delicate face with its pointed nose pointed at the ceiling. It hurt terribly, but she had long anticipated the pain of childbirth and steeled herself, so she made no sound. Fortunately, the agony lasted only seconds before the child eagerly emerged, otherwise she could not have endured it. In those few seconds her forehead was drenched in sweat. As a warrior, she must never cry out from pain. This pretense of toughness both pained and amused Shun Wang, who brought prepared venison and chicken soup. Eat something to restore your vitality. Mi Luo, now very hungry, took the plate of minced venison from Shun Wang, opened her mouth wide, and poured it in. Chew. Shun Wang, what should we name our son? Chew. Mi Luo's cheeks bulged larger than a hamster. Shun Wang had no idea how she could speak like that. He certainly couldn't. What name? Shun Wang, somewhat lost in thought, automatically took Mi Luo's empty plate and handed her another plate of venison. He had not known the child's sex before birth, and this child was part of their transaction, leaving him uncertain of Mi Luo's intentions. Did she want to name the child herself, or let him do it? In Shun Wang's understanding, he had no right to decide anything about this child. The agreement only concerned observation. The child's custody was unspecified. Now Mi Luo asking him to name the child gave him a sense of participating in the child's life, as if they were a family. In my hometown, Shun is my surname. If you don't mind, how about using Shun as the surname? This is your child. Of course it uses your surname. Why do you even need to ask? Mi Luo looked at him with an expression of incomprehension. All right, then it's settled. Shun Wang's lips curled upward, and his heart, previously heavy from lack of sleep, now felt lighter. Mi Luo ate plate after plate of venison, her cheeks puffed out, staring with wide, curious eyes at Shun Wang's pensive expression. When he handed her the last bowl of chicken soup, he had finally settled on a name. Let it be Xingya, Shun Xingya. Mi Luo's eyes lit up. That sounds rather nice. Is there a meaning? Stars in the sky represent eternal light, and Yi is the extension of the forest. Acceptable. Though she said it casually, her smile was undeniable. Shun Wang smiled. The character Xing Star carried many expectations. He had come from another world like a meteor traversing the cosmos. But since he had fallen into this world, he would transform into the hardest steel. Mi Luo cradled the child, examining it with delight. Little Xingye sleeping so soundly. Shun Wang, peering through the window at the tiny figure in Mi Luo's arms, also had a gentle look in his eyes. It was truly amazing. Before birth he felt no real connection regarding it, as an accessory and NPC. But when this little life emerged, all strangeness vanished, leaving only tenderness. They were immersed in this atmosphere, unmoving for a long time. Only when little Xingye burst into tears did Mi Luo panic. Why is he crying? What should I do? Don't panic. Shun Wang, having been through an explosion of information, knew a little about everything. Check if he soiled his diaper. If not, he's hungry. Mi Luo checked. Little Xingye is hungry. She slammed the window shut. Shun Wang clicked his tongue. He hadn't intended to see anything, but being treated like a thief made him uncomfortable. Soon the child stopped crying. But then the sound of Mi Luo's steady, heavy breathing came from the hut, almost like snoring. She hadn't slept soundly in 3 months. Her spirit was at its limit. Shun Wang's eyelids were also heavy, feeling as though he could collapse any moment. He hadn't heard the system's ding in a long time, and it felt strange. With Mi Luo asleep, he couldn't sleep. He had to keep watch. She would likely sleep deeply, unable to sense danger. Shun Wang stepped outside and began light exercise, mainly to stay alert. First 2 hours of horse stance as a warm-up. With no other training equipment, he decided to uproot trees. He chose trees that seemed impossible to pull, trying various postures and exerting maximum force. By evening, Shun Wang felt no fatigue, only hunger. With just half of Mi Luo's talent, he could achieve this. Truly remarkable. His muscles were flushed red, emitting steam. His eyes were bloodshot with dark circles so thick they looked painted with ink. But his eyes shone brightly. What a cathartic workout. He roasted the leftover venison, more than half a deer, for dinner. His appetite had grown, and after intense workouts he used to eat at most half a deer and be stuffed. Now, after consuming most of the deer, he felt only 80 or 90% full. After cleaning up, he prepared to continue his exercises when he heard a baby's cry from Mi Luo's hut. The child cried for nearly a minute, but Shun Wang heard no change in Mi Luo's breathing. She was truly dead asleep. He felt sorry for Mi Luo and didn't want the crying to wake her, so he decided to handle it himself. He went to Mi Luo's window and pushed softly. It opened directly. This seemed to keep out only honest people. Did she trust him that much? But he didn't consider himself an honest man. The window was wide open, revealing the scene on Mi Luo's bed. She sat propped up, her head drooping. The blanket covered only her lower abdomen. Her top was open, and she held little Xingye in her arms. She must have fallen asleep while nursing. She wouldn't let him look, but now he could see all he wanted. Shun Wang snorted inwardly, carefully reached out a finger, lifted the swaddle from Mi Luo's hands and took it. He checked and confirmed that little Xingye had soiled his diaper. After changing the swaddle, the baby slept comfortably. When he placed it back, Shun Wang turned the child to a different position. Both sides needed to be used. His movements seemed a bit rough. His index finger accidentally squeezed a little milk. After withdrawing his hand, Shun Wang curiously licked it. A bit fishy with a sweet fruitiness. Child, you eat well. Rubbing his fingers, Shun Wang savored the lingering sensation. As he said, he wasn't a gentleman. This couldn't be prevented. Mi Luo awoke with a sense of disorientation. Wasn't she breastfeeding Xiao Xingye? She looked down, and indeed he was nursing. But the position didn't seem right, and the swaddling cloth wasn't this one. Suddenly she realized how refreshed she felt, as if she had slept her fill. Yet she hadn't slept well in a long time, had she? Noticing the window by the bed wasn't tightly shut, Mi Luo's heart skipped a beat. Had she fallen asleep? Mi Luo quickly assessed the situation, and as she thought of what might have happened, her face flushed, especially her ears burning as if on fire. Just then she heard heavy footsteps outside. Shun Wang's footsteps. Awake. Mi Luo pressed her lips together and gave a soft Shun Wang clearly heard her. Good that you're awake. I can't hold on any longer. I need to sleep. Despite having plenty of stamina and strength, I always feel deficient in vital energy, as if something inside me has been hollowed out. Shun Wang's muttered complaints reached her clearly. She felt like laughing. How long did I sleep? Mi Luo leaned out the window. Her face was no longer flushed. From near noon yesterday until this morning, a night and half a day. Shun Wang sat on the edge of the bed, taking off his shoes. Had she slept that long? Mi Luo wanted to ask Shun Wang if he had seen anything, but when she turned, she spotted a line stretched not far away with 3 small cloths hanging on it. One of them looked very familiar. It was Xiao Xingye's very first swaddling cloth. Mi Luo felt her face burning again, worse than before. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, and it seemed nothing needed to be said. Shun Wang's snoring began. He had fallen asleep less than 3 seconds after lying down. For some reason, Mi Luo felt relieved. After waking up, Shen Wang felt utterly refreshed. He got up and walked outside. Seeing that it was already dark, he realized he had slept the entire day. You really slept for ages, even longer than me. It'll be dawn soon. Mi Luo pushed open the window and poked her head out. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Shen Wang gave an apologetic smile. Since you arranged everything, you'll forgive you. Mi Luo let out a soft hum. Near morning, Shen Wang deliberately caught a deer, roasted one leg, sliced it, and placed it by the window. Mi Luo didn't need to go out, she could just reach out and eat. The water containers were also filled, including a bucket of warm water. You take care of Xiao Xingye, I'm going to sleep. Mi Luo held the swaddled baby out the window. Shen Wang brought a miniature cradle and placed the baby inside. If Xiao Xingye gets hungry, what will you do? Mi Luo made a sour face. Of course you'll push open your window, lift your clothes, and feed him. Bastard. Of course you should wake me up. Mi Luo blushed instantly. Afterwards, Shen Wang noticed that Mi Luo still didn't guard against sly people. She hadn't locked the window, so he simply did as he had said. It seemed there were no consequences. He just received a few soft curses. Days passed like this until a week later Mi Luo had completely returned to her usual routine. Having such a strong constitution really made a difference. The postpartum confinement only needed 7 days. According to Mi Luo herself, she was fine by the 4th day, but following the tribe's elder female warriors' tradition, a full 7 days of bed rest was required. Even the childbirth had astonished him. He hadn't expected the postpartum period to be an express version as well. Now that Mi Luo had finished her confinement, he was almost free. The first thing to do was to buy intelligence on the recent whereabouts of the Falad pirate crew. Buying this separately would only cost 100,000 Bailey. If they were on the island, he would go and annihilate. Having gained 30% of Mi Luo's innate talent, which itself was already a significant enhancement, and after several days of training he was confident he could take this guy down. If they weren't there, he would go and take revenge on the betting shop boss. The vendetta was irreconcilable. He had absolute confidence in his revenge. However, the boss had managed to open a shop inside the arena, and it was unclear what forces backed him. What if someone unbeatable showed up? Therefore, for this revenge, Shen Wang had decided from the start to carry out a true assassination. Yearly, will leave early tomorrow morning. On the 8th day during lunch together, Shen Wang directly brought up that he would leave Jelen Bite the next day. Weren't you going to study the differences between this child and the ordinary Dongdonta tribe? Mi Luo murmured, her expression dazed. Just come for a few days each year to take notes. Besides, to truly see the differences, we'll have to wait until he's an adult for accuracy. Shen Wang said this deliberately. He didn't want to leave at all and hoped Mi Luo would conceive his child again. But these days had been filled with ambiguity, and Mi Luo had shown no clear stance. Perhaps she was enjoying this ambiguous atmosphere, but what Shen Wang wanted was more than just flirtation. If this continued, it might naturally evolve into something, but there was also the risk of drifting apart. He had read many love stories before, and many couples had died in the limbo stage. For him to break the ice carried certain risks. After all, he wasn't a mind reader of Mi Luo's thoughts. So Shen Wang wanted to force Mi Luo's hand. At the table, Mi Luo ate slowly with her head down, saying nothing. She seemed in a bad mood, but she didn't ask him to stay. Was the timing not right? It seemed he had failed. Shen Wang sighed inwardly, but wasn't particularly upset. With the child, he could come whenever he wanted in the future and slowly cultivate their relationship. However, he wouldn't stay long in Dili Siliosa. Once he acquired both color of armaments and observation Haki, he would set sail immediately. Only at sea could there be women strong enough. Perhaps they would indeed drift apart in the future. Although Mi Luo was stronger than him now, Shen Wang had never considered her an insurmountable peak. In just a few years his strength would far surpass hers and reach heights she could never see. With sufficient confidence, even though he hadn't achieved his goal, Shen Wang accepted it calmly. During the afternoon's basic strength training, Shen Wang kept feeling someone was secretly watching him, but when he followed the feeling he saw no one. Was it Mi Luo? If so, she was really contradictory. Good thing he didn't plan to waste time on her. After washing up in the evening, Shen Wang went straight to sleep to recharge. Tomorrow he would go to Acacia to carry out his revenge plan. Half asleep, Shen Wang heard the sound of wings flapping, seemingly getting closer. What was Mi Luo up to? He squinted through the slit of his eyelids. You're still awake, aren't you? Mi Luo landed on his pillow and reached out to tug at his eyelid. Your breathing changed. Shen Wang opened his eyes and tilted his head to look at the tiny figure. Is there anything left unsaid on this parting night? Shen Wang decided to push her once more. Sure enough, at his words, Mi Luo's cautious expression instantly changed. Her face flushed crimson and her earlobes turned deep red. Taking a few deep breaths, Mi Luo's voice went from trembling to smooth, and she said with unwavering determination, Could you? Can we be together? I mean, should we form a family? Even though I'm not as gentle as other girls nor sweet or cute and my body is too small to satisfy you, I still want to be with you. Do you agree or not? Mi Luo closed her eyes, looking as if she were facing death. Shen Wang's lips curved upward, And he said joyfully, of course I agree. In fact, after all this time I've fallen for you too. Love doesn't follow reason, so don't keep saying you're lacking here or there. After hearing Shen Wang's words, Mi Luo's eyes instantly reddened. She tilted her head back, sniffled, but tears still spilled from her eyes. Finding it impossible to hide her tears, Mi Luo simply wiped them quickly, then swiftly leaned down and kissed Shen Wang on his upper lip. There was only the sensation of a pinprick on his lips. Shen Wang. Milo unfastened her equipment, her hands traveling down his chest. The sensation was faint, far less stimulating than when she used her fingers. It was primarily a visual feast. Yet he hesitated to interrupt her lest he break her rhythm. Hiss! Milo had perfectly recalled everything he had taught her. In the end, it was nothing short of a visual spectacle. Without the syringe adapter, the sensation was quite wonderful. But unlike the syringe, alignment proved trickier, though most of it had already bathed. Milo, drenched in white syrup, made his heart race, as if hitting 180 miles per hour. In the morning, Shen Wang gazed at Milo sprawled across his chest, her curly brown locks splayed on his skin, her fluffy brown tail gently brushing against him. The mingled scent of her woody fragrance and ointment lingered at his nose, stirring a restless itch in his heart. Wah wah wah. Before Shen Wang could savor the moment, Xiao Xingyi's piercing cries rang out. Without opening her eyes, Milo sprouted wings from her back, carrying her folded, relaxed body as she flew toward her little hut. The scene was astonishing. Was she awake or not? Or did the wings have a mind of their own? Letting his thoughts drift, Shen Wang felt a pang of regret. No system notification upon waking. He had truly failed this time. Perhaps her body wasn't ready yet. No matter, there was still plenty of time. The current situation was the best it could. Over there, Xiao Xingyi had quieted down. A moment later, as Shen Wang was packing his luggage, Milo flew before him like lightning. You are leaving again. Milo's eyes widened, brimming with visible fury. I have always lived in human society. Oh, I cannot leave it behind to live a secluded life here. But since we like each other and are together, prolonged separation is clearly not feasible. From now on, every 2 days, at most 3, he'll return here to stay for 1 day. Is that acceptable? Milo bit her lip, her face a picture of reluctance, but ultimately she agreed to Shen Wang's new arrangement. Fine, but if you don't come back within 3 days, I'll ignore you. A weak threat. Alright, I'll never exceed 3 days. Please don't ignore me. Shen Wang feigned fear at the right moment, then pointed to his lips. Milo, kiss me. Milo snorted, then flew over, closed her eyes, and kissed the spot he indicated. She was pricked once more. Such a size difference was indeed inconvenient. Feeling somewhat unsettled, Shen Wang slowly finished packing, and under the watchful eyes of Milo and Xiao Xingyi stepped onto the iron chain bridge. At the inn beside the bullfighting arena, Shen Wang rented a second-floor room with a window overlooking a small gate of the arena. From his observations yesterday, the shop owners inside all exited through that gate. He hadn't seen the owner last night. Shen Wang booked the room for surveillance, preparing for a long wait. Yesterday, he had spent 100,000 berry on information about Falad's whereabouts. He wasn't on Mocktown, so he had to trouble the betting boss first. The lodging was also expensive. You two better not make me spend too much. Peering through the window crack, Shen Wang's gaze darkened as he fixed on the small gate. That evening in the dining hall, this 3,000 berry dinner was both pricey and hardly filling. Cutting into a sea beast steak on his plate with deliberate slowness, Shen Wang affected an air of refinement, matching his silver-rimmed glasses and newly bought suit. Though his frame was broad, luckily his face wasn't fierce. Back when he was weaker, he even had a certain delicacy. Unfortunately, that delicacy was lost forever. Now he had to fake it with glasses and hairstyle. No flaws apparent. He looked every bit a polished scoundrel. From the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 people emerging from the small gate. The short, stout one seemed very familiar. Focusing his gaze, it was indeed that despicable betting boss. Behind him followed the burly, dark-skinned man who had tried to kill him that night. Iron Fist Otto. Squeak, crunch. The harsh sound of metal chair legs scraping against the wooden floor caused many in the dining hall to turn their heads. Shen Wang grabbed his wide-brimmed flat-top hat, pressed it onto his head, forced a smile as he glanced around, and called out, "Waiter, check please." Hastily tossing out 3-2 co-ing-sure, Shen Wang strode out of the inn, managing to catch sight of them just as they turned into another street. Lowering the brim of his hat, Shen Wang quickened his pace to the corner. The burly, dark-skinned Otto lagged a step behind, following the boss, likely a bodyguard. Reducing himself to a lackey, he had truly wasted that title. His 300 wins now seemed like a joke. To be fair, the man played the role of a guard with great dedication, his bull-like eyes scanning everywhere, as if everyone around posed a threat to his boss. This forced Shen Wang to hang far back during his tailing, nearly losing them several times. Damn it! How much was this guy getting paid to be so diligent? After losing them again, Shen Wang gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, his legs spinning like wind-driven wheels, leaving afterimages. As he was about to catch up to the corner where the two had disappeared, a sudden, intense sense of crisis surged within him. Discovered. An ambush. Frustrated and anxious, Shenhuang suddenly felt as if all obstacles ahead had vanished. He clearly saw Otto leaning against the wall at the corner ahead, arms crossed, head tilted, squinting around the edge. Meanwhile, the boss had already retreated far back, standing at the other end of the alley watching Otto. So he had been exposed. Shenhuang's eyes widened as he realized. This was the same sensation from the night he was hunted. Observation Haki had reached the second stage. Could he maintain this state this time? Or could he control it? Shenhuang forgot about revenge for the moment and focused on testing his ability. After testing the maximum range, unidirectional range, clarity, and most importantly the ability to turn it on and off, whether he could use it freely, he finally concluded he could now use the second stage observation Haki at will. The maximum sensing range was roughly 100 meters in all directions. If he focused on one direction, he could sense up to 200 meters, but the farther the distance, the fuzzier the perception. Near the limit, he could only detect auras, not discern shapes. To see clearly, he had to be within 50 meters. Sanji should have pursued the transparent fruit less and honed his observation Haki instead. That was the true path. And indeed, within that 50-meter radius in the residential area, his observation Haki revealed 3 couples engaging in procreation as dusk fell. There were young lovers and a middle-aged pair, sights that demanded an eye bleach. Truly the land of love and passion. Marveling at this wondrous observation Haki, Shenhuang could only sigh. Milo's talent was astonishing. He hadn't trained his body seriously these past days, nor had he experienced events that sharpened his spirit. Yet with that 30% talent acquired after a bit of urgent stimulation, his observation Haki advanced to the second stage. He just couldn't understand why Milo, who was twice as strong as him, had no Haki. Possibly because the Dun Dun Ta clan had no concept of it and never developed in that direction, so the ability never manifested. After all, Haki is a power of the mind. Her physical attributes should be up to par. If he later teaches her about the 2 types of Haki, she should be able to train them. Over there, Otto, having not spotted the tail, turned to check and thought his earlier suspicion was just a misjudgment. Apart from a few passers-by, there was only a fool standing by the roadside grinning idly. While employing his observation Haki, Shenhuang uncovered a vital piece of intelligence he had previously overlooked. The pot-bellied proprietor, who appeared utterly harmless, possessed an aura not far inferior to that of Otto. This fellow too harbored a certain degree of strength. For the present, Shenhuang eliminating Otto was not difficult, though it would require some time. If the proprietor joined forces with Otto, a deathmatch in the arena would still end in his victory, but a pursuit would take far too long, introducing too many variables. A perfect opportunity was needed. Using his observation Haki, Shenhuang trailed them from a distance. Compared to before, this was now a leisurely and effortless affair. Before long, he arrived at the vicinity of Wangji Gaudi, renowned as a wealthy district. Yet their residence lay only on the periphery. This fellow's strength was unimpressive. Shenhuang muttered a complaint as he concealed himself in the shadows and drew near. The house was a 2-story villa, about 100 square meters in the main structure, with a small garden of 50 or 60 square meters. Of course, compared to the commoners' dwellings, it was not only larger, but also adorned with beautiful exterior decorations and various reliefs far more appealing than the drab walls of the slums. However, this was merely the outermost edge. The closer one got to Wangji Gaudi, the larger and more splendid the houses became. Good. This made it convenient to flee after succeeding. Had he lived further inside, he would have faced stronger defenses and risked being intercepted by meddlesome wealthy guards during his escape. Circling the small villa once, Shenhuang quickly mapped out the interior using his observation Haki. Inside were about a dozen people, 2 of whom were notable. One was a woman in her 30s with passable looks, but a sharp, unkind countenance. The other was a teenage girl who bore a strong resemblance to the woman. This must be the family of 3, as the others were all servants attending to this mother and daughter. The bookmaker himself was in a room on the 2nd floor. Shenhuang climbed a tree nearest to that room's window, hiding among the thick foliage. As for why he came so close, it was because his observation Haki's range was still insufficient. Only at such proximity could he see clearly. Why is that fellow guarding here? Shenhuang noticed that the room was designed as a suite with Otto stationed in the outer. If something happened in the inner room, he could react and burst in within 3 to 5 seconds. What to do? Under the current circumstances, charging in to kill was impossible. Maybe I should get a gun and shoot him here. But there was no firing angle. The wall blocked it. Although it wouldn't affect his observation Haki, the guns he could afford were hardly capable of penetrating the wall. Even if they did penetrate, the direction and power would be unreliable. Another awkward point was that Shenhuang had no marksmanship to speak of. After pondering for a long time, Shenhuang discovered that there was space under the bed in the bedroom, more than enough to hide a person. The wardrobe, too, seemed capable of concealing someone. What if tomorrow, before they return, I sneak into the room, hide, and after they fall asleep send them to the Western Paradise with 2 strikes. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. That's what he would do. The next day after lunch, Shen Wang strolled back to the same spot. He planned to observe for a while, discern the servants' general routines, and then make a perfect infiltration. After about an hour of cautious observation, Shen Wang noticed that half the servants in the villa were gone and the mother and daughter were absent as well. Had they gone out? Regardless of the reason, it was a good opportunity. Only 4 servants remained inside, leaving plenty of gaps. Finding a side window that was open, he easily climbed in. There happened to be a small staircase leading to the 2nd floor. With only 1 servant upstairs at the moment, this infiltration was effortless. Shen Wang stepped lightly and darted up the stairs. But just as he reached the midway point, the staircase suddenly dropped, throwing him off balance. Shen Wang quickly grabbed the handrail, only to find that the connection between the stairs and the 2nd floor had broken. The broken end was descending at a steady and rapid pace, soon leveling with the ground, then continuing downward. Was this a basement? Had he accidentally triggered a mechanism? Shen Wang subconsciously thought so, but the observation Haki he extended told him otherwise. 2 robust male servants were each carrying large wooden buckets, chatting and laughing as they stood at the landing point of the stairs, evidently waiting for their arrival. Their clothes were somewhat disheveled, far from the immaculate attire of the previous night. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. His observation Haki spread along the corridor behind them, and in an instant Shen Wang saw the entire basement scene, his eyes instantly bulging and reddening. The basement contained about a dozen iron cages made of wrist-thick bars, and inside those cages were not beasts, but mangled humans. At the far end of the basement were many torture instruments. A blood-soaked person was tied to a cross, and the teenage girl was cracking a whip with a sharp whistle, each strike bursting into gory sprays on the bound victim. The girl was splattered with blood all over her face and body, yet she wore a chilling smile, her eyes brimming with excitement. Her mother, meanwhile, was meticulously mounting a piece of skin onto a wooden frame. The bound person's face was nothing but red flesh. This was the first time Shen Wang truly witnessed what it meant to have flesh torn open, nothing like the few whip marks shown on TV. The horrifying scene, the girl's unnatural cruelty for her age, the woman's cold-blooded composure, the screams, mixed with faint groans, the pungent smell of blood and fermented excrement, all violently assaulted Shen Wang's nerves. He clenched his fists, breathing heavily. The moral framework instilled by compulsory education sent his anger skyrocketing to its peak. The 2 male servants were chatting and laughing softly when they saw an unfamiliar man standing on the descending staircase. One of them instinctively prepared to shout, but suddenly felt his breath catch as if submerged 100 meters underwater with the weight of the world pressing down on him. In the instant before losing consciousness, he saw the man erupt with black-red lightning. At Wangji Gaudi, how is their Conqueror's Haki again? King Riku too propped himself on his armchair, veins bulging on the back of his hand and temples, cold sweat pouring out instantly. The nobles and officials before him had all dropped off to sleep. Fewer than 10 soldiers of the royal guard remained standing, most struggling, like King Riku. Only 1 person seemed relatively at ease, the guard commander. Maybe that person from over 3 months ago hasn't left yet, the commander said, sensing the direction of the Conqueror's Haki and positioning himself in front of King Riku, too, who immediately felt much lighter. He was at least more comfortable than everyone except the commander. This time is worse than last time. Last time we only got a slight edge of it, but now it feels like Wangji Gaudi is entirely within its range. King Riku too wiped the sweat from his brow. The commander was about to respond to the king when an even more intense wave of Conqueror's Haki surged forth. He could no longer stand and dropped to one knee with a thud. As for the few who had held on before, including King Riku too, they all fell into deep slumber. Has another even stronger one arrived? Kill me. As Shen Wang approached the person tied to the cross after venting his inner rage, he heard this faint plea. These 3 words instantly rekindled Shen Wang's fury that had just subsided. Before dealing with those people, he forced out the truth. It was simply because that fat bastard had taken a few extra glances at the new maidservant and his wife. This 30-something woman had bound the maid here and tortured her to death. Her daughter bore no particular grudge against the maidservant. It was purely for venting. 2 rotten seeds had spawned a naturally rotten offspring. The anger that had just been quelled by slaughtering those few was reignited by the death wish of this flower-like young girl, erupting even more violently. Explosive black-red lightning burst forth, instantly forming a fierce pressure wave. Yet even the shock wave of Conqueror's Haki, stronger than before, failed to knock the girl unconscious. Her bloodied face revealed only one remaining eye that had witnessed everything yet held no will to live. Only relief and a plea. Kill me. Gazing into those eyes, Shen Wang could find no words of comfort. She was even younger than me, yet she no longer wished to respond to this world. Shen Wang's eyes brimmed with rage. He gripped his blade, and with a motion as heavy as it was swift, like lightning, he granted her the fastest release. Standing still with the dripping longsword in hand, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes, silently praying for this girl he had met but once. Last night, using observation Haki, he caught a glimpse of her and was momentarily startled. This girl was actually quite pretty. How could she be a maidservant for such a petty rich man? In just one night she had become like this. What a fucking fate. The few people in the cages around him, also still conscious despite the shock of his conqueror's Haki, let out faint groans. They showed no reaction to what had just happened, even as their enemies were killed before their eyes. They had been tortured beyond awareness, reduced to mere shells, driven by survival instinct. Shenhuang walked past one by one, thrusting his blade into each iron cage to grant them release as well. He then rushed up the stairs. There was no one good in this villa. Soon he tossed the longsword, now coated in sticky blood, at the main entrance. He had taken it from a wall in the outside. As expected, everything had fallen silent like a ghost realm. Shenhuang set fire to the small villa. In this wealthy district, if all the residents were dead, some would surely be innocent. But killing every other one would certainly let many guilty slip through. Thus he had no fear of the fire spreading to the surroundings. By the time anyone woke, it would be at least 7 or 8 hours. Everything would be too late. Shenhuang drew the dagger from his waist and retraced the route they had taken the previous night. Soon, 3 streets away, he found the 2 figures lying on the ground. At that moment, with his observation Haki at full power, he sensed several powerful auras rushing toward him from the arena. Sure enough, there were strong ones. Consider yourselves lucky. With 2 swift cuts of his dagger, Shenhuang sent their heads rolling like balls. The boss carried a black square bag. Shenhuang picked it up and found, as expected, a stack of berries inside. The denominations were mixed, and he couldn't tally them quickly, so he simply took the bag and left. The amount inside probably wasn't huge. More money would have been kept at home, but Shenhuang had already burned it. Moreover, the strong enemies were closing and leaving no time. Without a moment's pause, Shenhuang headed for the nearest porticacia. It took nearly half an hour to exit the area covered by his conqueror's Haki and see standing figures. Many were chattering as they looked his way. Shenhuang wanted no further trouble, so he quietly circled around from the other side. Finally, he leaped from the porticacia into the sea and swam back to Greenbit Island. Little Xingye is so well behaved, getting cuter by the day. Shenhuang gazed at the child in his palm, feeling his heart hollow, after exacting revenge fill anew with strength. Even if what he witnessed tonight was but a trivial fraction of the world's evil, he must not deny this world because of it, nor lose faith in it. Above all, he must never lose self-confidence. After adjusting his mindset, Shenhuang began planning his future training regimen. He would double the intensity of all previous exercises, and if he had spare energy, he would increase it further until he pushed himself to the limit. As for the day he had to return every 2 or 3 days, he could not waste it. He would spar with Milo and teach her both armament and observation Haki. In sparring, she would undoubtedly go easy on him, so it would only serve to familiarize himself with his body in combat. For true pressure in battle, he would still need the arena. His disguise tonight was flawless, and in this pirate world few knew to use intelligence, so there was no worry of exposure. Of course, to be absolutely safe, he would first need to disguise himself and observe. After pondering all this, Shenhuang recalled the 2 bursts of Conqueror's Haki he had just unleashed, and his mind stirred. If he could master the release of Conqueror's Haki, his safety would be greatly enhanced. Those outbursts came from extreme anger, so this would be the direction of his study. Shenhuang was reluctant to recall the rage-inducing scene in the villa. He could only recall those frustrating stories from the internet that made one's blood boil. Soon anger surged within him, and he felt an itch in his mind, as if something was about to burst forth. A trace of aura leaked out, and Shenhuang instantly understood that his conqueror's Haki was about to erupt. He quickly calmed down. Now he should be able to control the release of his Haki, but only by channeling some anger. The next step was to precisely control Conqueror's Haki, making only those he intended pass out. After considering the path ahead, Shenhuang's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the hellish scene in the villa. He did not want to recall it, but sometimes his mind was beyond his control. This was but a tiny fragment of the world's evil, yet it felt so unsettling. This world is deep. His thoughts wandered far, his brow tightly furrowed. Beside him, Milo watched Shenhuang, sensing the anger simmering within him, and looked worriedly at the little Xingye in his hands. In poverty, one tends to one's own virtue. In success, one benefits the world. This wisdom from ancient China over 2,000 years ago calmed Shenhuang, who had been locked in fierce emotional conflict. What just happened to you? Milo carefully took the child. Shaking his head, Shenhuang smiled with some relief. I'm just lamenting that I'm not a good man, nor thoroughly evil. He was merely an ordinary youth from the 21st century, whose ambition had been ignited by a golden finger upon arriving in this pirate world. Milo tilted her head in confusion, looking at Shenhuang. After a moment's thought, he told her the story of his revenge. He needed to unburden himself, And he also hoped that Milo and the little people would not have any illusions about humans. It would do them good to be more cautious. You are a very, very good person, Milo said, looking seriously into Shun Wang's eyes after listening. I don't know where you get the idea that you're not a good person, but in my view and in this matter you are a very, very good person. Seeing Milo's earnest expression, Shun Wang felt a clarity in his heart, an unprecedented relaxation of spirit. Reaching out with both hands, he lifted Milo from her tiny rooftop and brought her close to her hair, inhaling deeply with closed eyes. She hadn't used any balm today. This fragrance of grass and fruit was truly refreshing, and with a hint of milky scent it stirred a tickle in Shun Wang's heart. Let me show you just how bad I can be. It's broad daylight. Put little Xingye down first. Don't. When he woke the next day, the system remained eerily quiet. Shun Wang paid it no mind. After all, she had only recently given birth less than a month ago, so it was likely that she hadn't yet developed a receptive body. It might be better to conceive slowly. Shun Wang found this manner of interaction with Mi Luo somewhat intriguing. Then it struck him, even if conception occurred through this method, wouldn't it have no effect? Abruptly realizing this, Shun Wang felt it was better to hasten the pregnancy. He needed sufficient power. After breakfast together, he proposed a sparring match. Mi Luo agreed, thinking it would be good training for his combat abilities. In her perception, Shun Wang's aura was only about a third as strong as hers, so she approached the spar with a mentoring mindset. All for the sake of enhancing Shun Wang's combat prowess, ensuring his safety outside. Yet the more they sparred, the more astonished Mi Luo became. Despite Shun Wang's strength and speed being less than a third of hers, he always managed to evade her attacks, even when she unleashed her full speed. Significant failures. Can you tell me what ability this is, eh? Mi Luo asked curiously after the spar. Shun Wang plopped down and vigorously rubbed the red marks left on his arms by her small fists. Even when Mi Luo was holding back, her strikes still hurt that much. Of course I was planning to tell you anyway, he replied with a smile as he rubbed to ease the pain. This is one of two abilities that any strong warrior on the sea must master. Observation Haki, one of the two-color Haki. Shun Wang explained in detail the uses and levels of Observation Haki, clearly describing danger sensing and aura perception. I've now reached the second stage of Observation Haki. I can clearly see every bug on that big tree from top. He pointed to a nearby tree. As Mi Luo listened, she closed her eyes and frowned. Suddenly Shun Wang, who was counting the bugs, sensed a strange spiritual energy emerge beside him. I can see it too. Mi Luo opened her eyes. Shun Wang's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at her. Although he had only shared 50 of Mi Luo's talent and had quickly learned Observation Haki, seeing her grasp it so effortlessly and develop it to the second stage was still quite a blow to his pride. What you call the first stage of Observation Haki? I've actually had it for a long time. Most warriors in my clan also possess this ability, but our knowledge ends there. We call it aura perception. What we can train is the clarity and range of perception, but we never knew it could advance to the level of seeing. Indeed, without the concept of Observation Haki, could this ability not be developed? That is to say, Mi Luo's spiritual power had long been sufficient, but she had traveled far on an initial path and never switched to the correct one. With his explanation, she immediately returned to the right path. This Observation Haki is really useful. Mi Luo looked up at the distant tree, her eyes shining. Sensing her spiritual power, that is Observation Haki, spreading toward the tree, Shun Wang suddenly, he recalled that Observation Haki could suppress another's, so he attempted to control his own to envelop and suppress Mi Luo's Observation Haki. Are you sure you want to suppress my Observation Haki? Mi Luo immediately sensed it, raising her little fist with a dangerous expression. This is a training method for Observation Haki, a way to progress faster. Shun Wang made up the excuse on the spot, actually wanting to tease her while she was still unfamiliar with it. If she became proficient, she would suppress him in this area for at least a year. His words did convince Mi Luo. She closed her eyes and focused on resisting his suppression. To Shun Wang's surprise, within less than 3 minutes, that nascent Observation Haki solidified and expanded. The force breaking through his suppression was steady and heavy. Despite his utmost struggle, he could no longer block Mi Luo's Observation Haki. You were right. This is indeed a good way to train Observation Haki. Mi Luo gave him a mischievous smile, then turned the tables and suppressed his Observation Haki in return. He never expected this actually trained Observation Haki. Shun Wang was both astonished and delighted. Even knowing he was no match for Mi Luo, he did his utmost to break free from her suppression. In just half an hour, he was utterly exhausted, his mind feeling as if it had carried a 1,000-pound weight around Devil Island. He collapsed to the ground and lay still. The effect presumably was there. In physical training, when the body still has great potential, such a limit-pushing session yields obvious results. It should be the same for the spirit. Seeing he had reached his limit, Mi Luo jumped onto his chest, took off her shoes, then gave a light leap, landing on his nose and cutting off his breath. Serves you right for teasing me. In the strongest warrior of the Dongdonta tribe. Scared yet? Mi Luo stood with arms crossed and chin raised high as if she had won a great victory. Though lacking energy, Shenwang wasn't about to let this little thing be so arrogant. He gently blew a breath. Mi Luo trembled, a quivering sound escaping her nose, and blush bloomed on her cheeks. Little brat, can I handle you? That fluffy brown tail with a bit of tender touch was extremely sensitive. But what did Mi Luo mean by licking her lips? Why did her eyes look as if through a veil of mist? No good. This little thing did it on purpose. After that, they ended up spending the daylight hours in. Well, while preparing lunch that afternoon, Mi Luo helped and asked, "You mentioned the two-color Haki that a strong warrior must master. I've already got observation Haki. What about armament Haki? Can you teach me?" "You're too cocky." Shenwang looked at her sideways. "Flatter me. Otherwise I want—" Mi Luo hesitated, then put on a fawning smile. "Shenwang, dearest." It was the first time she called him dearest, and it felt rather nice, but not enough. Mi Luo's sprouted wings flew up to his face and planted more than a dozen smacking kisses. "Can you teach me now, dearest?" Once again he was poked over a dozen times. Shenwang felt inwardly speechless, but at least it didn't hurt. He had no way around it. After all, kissing was an important way to nurture and express affection. He couldn't very well stop her. He also needed Mi Luo's strong feelings for him to make childbearing a natural progression. That's about enough. Shenwang put on a satisfied expression, then while grilling meat and preparing vegetables, he explained the upgraded armament Haki to Mi Luo. The refined armament Haki theory he presented made it clear for Mi Luo, unlike before when Trixie had been so frustrated she wanted to hit him. That evening, just as he was about to console Mi Luo, who had repeatedly failed to condense armament Haki on her fists, he saw her draw her rapier, slash out a blur of afterimages, and when she stopped he was horrified to see the blade had turned pitch black. Was she this strong? Shenwang had trouble sleeping that night. Originally he considered choosing Mi Luo's watered-down fruit ability for the second child, but after witnessing her terrifying talent, he decided to stick with inheriting her talent for the second child as well. He absolutely had to obtain Mi Luo's full talent. With so many thoughts, Shenwang fell asleep very late. When he got up, Mi Luo was already training outside. Still brushing his teeth, Shenwang walked to the clearing where Mi Luo was practicing. She was sword training, and he intended to watch. But as he drew closer, the toothbrush dropped from his mouth. Mi Luo had transformed into her beast-human form. Her raptorial legs were extended, straight edges gleaming, coldly coated in black armament Haki. In her hands, she held a pitch-black rapier, and she was practicing techniques combining her raptorial legs and the blade. Three-sword style. The black bag he obtained from the bookmaker was heavy, but it contained only 63 million belly, presumably the day's capital and earnings. Truly, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, nor a man wealthy without windfall. Though the sum was not enormous, it sufficed for him to purchase a 2-story house near the southern port city of Saibao. The house was modest inside and out, a plain 80 square meter structure. Lying in it to sleep, a single sneeze would— it was far too empty. As for the cost, it was less than 2 million belly, within budget. He left the remaining money with Milo and kept only 1 million belly for himself, then began more extreme physical training. Besides the daily horse stance, swimming around Dressrosa, climbing the mushroom rocks, and running circles atop them were now basic drills requiring a 500 and load to be effective. True training came from battling sea beasts and diving 200 meters deep to temper his body with water pressure. He also learned from Master Garp's methods, punching mountains barehanded, smashing rocks, and clashing with steel. In this process, he constantly adjusted the force and angle of his punches, striving to forge the simplest, most direct, and most efficient fist. He thought of Garp's instruction not to use armament Haki during practice, a laughable command, for he had none. He had hypnotized himself into believing it would manifest, but armament Haki remained elusive. Perhaps his physique still fell short. Were it not for his doubled recovery rate, Shenwang would never have dared to employ Garp's punching method. It demanded too much from the Bodhi's innate talent. If recovery could not keep pace, the only outcome would be either giving up or destroying his fists. Soon 3 months passed. Shenwang stood on a protruding rock ledge on the seaward side of the mushroom rock. Originally, only one person could stand here, but Shenwang had directly punched a hole nearly 2 meters deep. Enough. A collapse would be troublesome. Gazing at the rough stone wall covered with fist imprints, then at his own large-knuckled hands, Shenwang. A year ago, he had been a weak college student with no strength to truss a chicken. Now, he could use his fists to chisel a 2-meter-deep, 2-meter-high hole in solid rock. How wondrous are life's encounters. Shenwang stepped onto the rock ledge and leaped, exploding a great splash on the sea surface. Moments later, he emerged clutching a fish as tall as a man in his left hand. Then, gripping the cliff with one hand and the big fish, he climbed to the top of the mushroom rock in a few moves. Before long, cooking smoke rose in this secluded place. Time reached the year 1487 of the sea circle calendar. Undercurrents stirred on the great ocean, but the surface remained calm. at least enough not to affect Dressrosa. He went to the tavern for intelligence, but the informant was absent again. 300,000 belly spent in 3 months. Dejected Shen Wang ordered a glass of rum at the bar, intending to relax. At the bar, he suddenly spotted a wanted poster: Rocks Pirates combatant Edward Newgate. Bounty 170 million belly. Whitebeard had already joined Rocks. Truly worthy of Rocks. There had never been a bounty poster for Whitebeard before. At this time, Whitebeard was playing his family game with the captain who had brought him out to sea as a pirate. That is, treating all crewmates as family. To blend in, he hid his strength to the level of an ordinary squad leader, not even earning a bounty. Yet Rocks had unearthed him even then. Time was pressing. Though he thought so, Shen Wang had no good solution. In these 3 months, aside from reaching a certain level of physical conditioning, the most important task, finding a talented woman, had made no progress. Over these 100+ days, he also explored every part of Western Dressrosa at least 3 times. Now he knew every street, every tavern, and even every residential block in the West by heart. Yet the prosperous city held not a single pearl hidden in the dust. Should he try the East? Shen Wang had been subconsciously avoiding the East for some reason. He did not want to see Trellis, a useless vase who only tempted him without any real benefit. Every time he thought of Trellis, the first image that surfaced was her fake smile, obviously feigned yet incredibly beautiful. She must be avoided. The only good news so far was that Milo became pregnant again a month ago. As a kidney strengthened by the system, it took an extra half-month for conception to occur. Shen Wang had even wondered if the final burst had missed its mark. Should he try the high-pressure syringe injection method? But that would be too crude. So Shen Wang was tempted, but fortunately half a month later Milo successfully conceived his second child. Indeed, not every time could enough volume find its target. Most of it was wasted. Such a waste. This time Shen Wang decisively chose Milo's talent for the child. The fragmentary fruit ability's meager boost in recovery and strength was unimpressive. The only things worth mentioning were enhanced upper limb strength and skin defense. That was a major boon for his fists. But 50% of Milo's talent would absolutely surpass that, and in every aspect. Clearly, stacking another 50% of Milo's talent was the best choice. By now his physical conditioning had reached a certain level, and though room for improvement remained, it would take years of polishing to reach the peak. As before, Shen Wang decided to continue competing in the Korea Coliseum. That was the most efficient way to boost strength. This time, entering the Coliseum, he used a different name and wore a black iron helmet that exposed only his eyes, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. He also discarded the forearm shield he had worn before. He no longer needed such weak protection. This time the early battles naturally met no resistance. In just one day he achieved 20 consecutive victories. Naturally, he also bet on himself reaching 20 straight wins. Because he had displayed terrifying strength, the odds for his 20-win streak were only 3 to 1. He bet 400,000 belly and earned 120,000. Not a bad sum considering. Still, it was a pity no boss tried to assassinate him this time. Half a month later, Shen Wang had directly fought to 60 consecutive victories. By then his opponents were gladiators with 400 to 500 wins and high winning percentages. Because the opponents were strong, Shen Wang had gradually slowed his gladiator pace after 40+ consecutive wins, going down to 2 matches a day, then 1. During this period he earned a lot from betting on his winning streak. The 400,000 belly on him had grown to over 1 million. Now he did basic training in the morning, fought 1 gladiator match in the afternoon. If uninjured, head digest his evening meal, and then begin extreme training. Since there was time, he would grind slowly. One day, too lazy to cook, Shen Wang found a tavern in Saibao for dinner and ordered a glass of rum. The gladiator fights had been stress-free, and a little drinking was a pleasure. As he was finishing his 10th serving of grilled rice, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. "So it's you who's been buying intelligence on our Vlad pirates?" Shen Wang turned his head, and delight instantly sparkled in his eyes. Before him was actually Vlad himself. Shen Wang instantly activated his observation Haki, sensing that Vlad's aura was far weaker than his own. A smirk curled at his lips. Vlad's brow furrowed upon seeing Shen Wang's face. After a few seconds of thought, he burst into laughter. "IG, this is the little insect you let escape. He seems to have started training, thinking he can take revenge on you." IG, who had been standing with arms crossed looking up at the sky in a cool pose, lowered his head. Seeing Shen Wang seated, his face flushed red. After all, he had been mocked for months following Shen Wang's escape last time. He still harbored a grudge. "It's you insect. Run. Why aren't you running now? Where can you still go?" IG panted and shouted, then laughed. "Hehe. This time I'll break your limbs and make you wail in despair." With that he drew the revolver, only he didn't notice Shen Wang's calm expression. Or rather, none of them cared about his expression. What did a few months of training matter for an insect, even if he was stronger? They had killed men far more robust than him. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Shen Wang held the revolver in his right hand. Before the smoke cleared, his index finger flicked, spinning the gun elegantly. The whole place fell silent. Ig's eyes bulged wide. A gruesome blood hole in his forehead nearly let light through. Though Shen Wang's marksmanship was poor, pressing the gun against the target ensured he wouldn't miss. What happened? How did the gun get into his hand? So fast. Couldn't see it at all. Murder. Pirates. Pirates are here. It's the Vlad pirates with a 43 million belly bounty. It's over. Vlad will go berserk. The bartender had long since shrunk under the counter. Most customers had fled, and the rest were hiding under tables. The other members of the Vlad pirates either looked wary, agitated, or cursed. Only Vlad's face was grim. He had seen Shen Wang's speed. He wasn't confident. You've already killed IG. The pursuit was all Ig's doing. Now the enmity is over, isn't it? Vlad said cautiously, though his face tried to maintain composure. His body was actually trembling. You're right, Vlad. You're a smart man, Shen Wang said, slapping the revolver onto the table before raising his glass for a drink. Good. Then we have no more grudges. Vlad gestured with his eyes. Boys, let's go. He turned and after 2 steps suddenly drew his blade and twisted his body, delivering a horizontal slash at the spot where Shen Wang had been. Too slow, and you've got no power. Shen Wang appeared like a phantom before Vlad, pressing his left hand lightly over Vlad's sword-wielding hands and pressing the revolver with his right hand against Vlad's heart. Bang! Bang! At the same moment as Shen Wang fired, some members of the Vlad pirates, seeing Shen Wang closing in on Vlad, hurriedly pulled their triggers. But Shen Wang vanished. Vlad, who had been struggling to stand and spitting blood, was riddled by over a dozen bullets, collapsing heavily. In a few breaths, a flash of cold steel finished off all the remaining Vlad pirates. Bartender, another 10 servings of grilled rice. Shen Wang tossed the blade aside and returned to his seat. The bartender scrambled to his feet, trembling. Yes. Please. Wait a moment. After a short while, Shen Wang finished his meal and staggered out of the tavern. What a fine day. The commoner finally gets his revenge. Humming a tuneless song, he slowly walked back to Acacia. Vlad's head was worth 40 million, but for now Shen Wang wasn't strong enough to go to a marine branch, and he still had enough money. So he left it there. Consider it a red envelope after revenge. Happy times, everyone's joy. Though it stung a little, he didn't want to invite any trouble. By the time he reached Acacia, he had digested his meal, just in time for the gladiator match. After a series of registration procedures, his 67th match was about to begin. The ever-legendary 66-win gladiator Gale Fist Jean is entering from the left passage. Nobody has achieved the miracle of 70 consecutive wins in 100 years. Can he accomplish it? Let's wait and see. Amidst the cheers, the announcer introduced his opponent. His rival is, with an 87% win rate and 503 victories, Filey and Telly. Due to a previous sword duel, Shen Wang fought with exhilarating abandon. The piercing sound of his full-force punches audible throughout the arena. Hence he earned the nickname Gale Fist. As for the name Jean, it was a pseudonym casually picked. At the time, he was reminiscing about the league and wanted to use the name Jean Fu, but he realized it didn't fit his persona at all. Eventually, he thought of Wang Yuan Jean and settled on it. Stepping into the arena, the harsh lights made Shen Wang squint. 80% of the 10,000 seats in Arena No. 1 were filled and cheers flooded his ears, numbing his eardrums. When he opened his eyes, Shen Wang saw Fei Lian Taili approaching as well. Previously, he had said that once the child was born, he could rely on speed to completely overwhelm this Taili, but now Taili had changed his style. He had removed the chains from his twin hook swords and now wielded them for close combat. Having watched a duel of this man a few days ago, Shen Wang discovered that this Taili actually possessed observation Haki. Based on his smooth achievement of 500 wins and an improved win rate recently, it could be concluded that this guy had only awakened observation Haki recently. This guy now with observation Haki looks down on his opponents. In that case, he was almost assured of victory this round. Previously, opponents without observation Haki could still spar with him for a while using physique and reflexes before losing. But this Taili's physique was weak and his observation Haki was just newly developed. After many bouts against Mi Luo's observation Haki, Shen Wang's observation Haki could completely suppress this Taili. Once a person has possessed observation Haki, when it gets suppressed, they briefly fall into a dazed state akin to losing their 5 senses. Not that the senses are truly gone, just that they are unaccustomed for a moment. The more talented one is, the faster they adapt. As for this Taili, once suppressed, the adaptation period would be long enough for Shen Wang to knock him out with one punch. As soon as the bell rang to start the battle, before Shen Wang could move, Taili was already in motion. A blur of afterimage flashed, instantly arriving before him. The wind pressure from the hook sword stung his face. A smirk curved on Shen Wang's lips. Since you're so impatient, let's play first. Let me gauge your measure. With a slight push off the ground, he dodged that hook sword by a hair's breadth, while the other hook sword meant to block his path was clearly seen by his observation Haki. Twisting his body into an extreme angle, he evaded the second hook sword, while simultaneously resuming his original posture. The force smoothly transmitted from his soul to his waist, becoming a powerful boost for his fist. A powerful right hook landed squarely on Tai Li's helmet after Shun Wang charged into his midgate. However, Tai Li's observation Haki had already perceived it before the punch landed. His feet were pushing back, retreating violently. Although the punch connected, Tai Li used the momentum to fly backward. His posture was disheveled, but he suffered virtually no injury. Nice reflexes. Shun Wang laughed with confidence. Tai Li was visibly stunned for a moment, then charged forward at an even faster speed. Shun Wang countered without hesitation, and in an instant only two afterimages were seen colliding in the arena, producing sounds of metal striking metal. Of course, Shun Wang did not let his fists contact the blade edges of the hook swords. Instead, he slapped or hammered the sides. After dozens of exchanges, the two finally separated. As the dust cleared, Tai Li was visibly panting heavily, while Shun Wang stood there calmly. Not bad, your speed matches mine, your strength is decent, but your stamina leaves much to be desired. Shun Wang couldn't help but indulge his tendency to act as a mentor. Hearing Shun Wang's critique, Tai Li ground his teeth audibly and burst forth in an instant. Normally you can't beat me, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach you a lesson. Shun Wang sidestepped, dodging the hook sword while unleashing his observation Haki at full power. His observation Haki instantly flowed like water, enveloping Tai Li's observation Haki, and then Shun Wang extended his right hand and clenched it. Just like the motion of his hand, Shun Wang's observation Haki fiercely compressed Tai Li's feeble observation Haki, instantly pushing it all back into Tai Li's head. At that moment, Tai Li had just rushed to Shun Wang's side, and his figure suddenly faltered. To Shun Wang, it was an obvious pause, though the audience could scarcely perceive it. His pupils dilated instantly, and although his hook sword still moved forward by inertia, his hands had already lost their strength. Ha ha ha! Shun Wang was in high spirits. He clenched his left fist and thrust it from his waist, simply unleashing it in the shortest distance, striking Tai Li's side. A dull thud sounded. Tai Li flew sideways like a cannonball, his two hook swords flying out of his hands, spinning in the air before landing on the ground. Bang! Tai Li slammed directly into the wall beneath the audience stands. The audience fell silent for 2 seconds, then various sounds exploded. Cheers, curses, and boos. Whoa! Gale Fist Jean achieves 67 consecutive wins. One step closer to 70 consecutive victories, steadily advancing towards the legendary 70-win streak. We are about to become witnesses to legend. Cheer. Some cheered, while of course bettors cursed, caring nothing about any damned legend. Tai Li sat against the wall, head hung low, motionless for a long time. After a while he asked in a hoarse voice, what technique was that? Very simple. My observation Haki is stronger than yours, so when I suppressed it you couldn't resist. Although Shun Wang was striking a pose to receive the victor's cheers, when he heard Tai Li's question, he kindly told him, though it was useless, if you're not strong enough, you're just not strong enough. However, that hoarse voice sounded vaguely familiar. He thought carefully, but couldn't match it to anyone. Shun Wang soon put the matter out of his mind. The next afternoon when Shun Wang arrived, he was told that 2 sword duels had been scheduled, and he needed to wait. That was normal, it wasn't the first time. Shun Wang went to buy some snacks with practiced ease and sat in the audience of Arena No. 1 to watch the duels. Most of the gladiators fighting in Arena No. 1 were his future opponents, so it was an opportunity to get a bit familiar with them. One of the participants in this duel was actually Tai Li, whom he had severely struck yesterday. Was he not injured? That's right. The punch he threw yesterday had no build-up and insufficient distance. Such a punch hitting his body wouldn't even cause him to stagger. Although this guy's physique was inferior to his, he would only be winded for a moment after hitting the wall, losing some strength. It made sense that he could still fight today. Today's opponent was much stronger, a gladiator with armament Haki. An obese, tall, fat man laughed wildly while swinging an axe covered in armament Haki. Surprisingly, this fat man also possessed agility that belied his figure. Shun Wang squinted, staring intently at the fat man, analyzing his combat strength to assess his own chances against him. Whenever Tai Li's hook swords slashed across his body, they produced a metallic sound. Unlike Shun Wang's tactic of striking the sides, this fat man directly withstood the blade edges. This guy has so much armament Haki. Let's check with observation Haki. Through his observation Haki, Shun Wang sensed that this fat man's aura was only slightly stronger than his own. Can one condense so much armament Haki with just this level of physical condition? Logically, he himself should have met the minimum physical criteria, so why couldn't he condense it? Why is the unity of will and body so difficult? Or is this path not the right one? As he pondered deeply, the audience burst into exclamations. Shun Wang snapped back to attention and saw the fat man split Tai Li's silver helmet with an axe blow. Tai Li retreated sharply, but it was too late. The helmet cracked by the axe fell off as he fled. I surrender. As Taylor shouted these words, he turned and dashed toward the gate he had entered, crashing through the bolted iron door and disappearing from sight. In just that brief pause, Shen Wang, with his observation haki, had clearly seen Taylor's face. Shen Wang shot to his feet, snacks scattering to the ground in a clatter. How could it be Taylor? It was actually Taylor. Shen Wang hurriedly got up and chased after her. He was quite familiar with this place and quickly reached the exit where that entrance led. Yet after a careful search, he found no trace of Taylor at all. In the end, he could only clench his fists. "You sly Taylor, pretending to be weak with me." He had always suspected that her family harbored some secret, but since they were his benefactors, he never dug deeper, only confirming that it posed no threat to him. He knew well that curiosity killed the cat, but he never imagined Taylor had concealed 90% of her strength. Come to think of it, when he left last year, she seemed a bit reluctant, didn't she? Shen Wang cautiously assessed the situation. Could it be that she wanted revenge because he left? Yet her attitude was somewhat odd. He decided to visit Uncle Octa and Sister Salena when he had the chance. That would give him a reason to continue contact. A life-saving debt couldn't be repaid with a mere million. He needed to keep in touch frequently. The anxiety in Shen Wang's heart slowly subsided once he learned how strong Taylor truly was. He had finally found the gifted girl he had been searching for. He should have gone to the east long ago. With a sweep of observation haki, he could have seen through Taylor's lies. How did he only discover this now? After the initial irritation passed, Shen Wang began to scheme. How could he convince her to bear his child? Her parents shouldn't be a problem. They had once wanted him to marry into the family, though he had later discouraged that idea. A little extra effort should be enough. The key was Taylor herself, who was very resistant to the idea. In the end, she looked down on him for being chased and wounded all over his back during his escape, lacking a warrior's spirit. She said, "I had no warrior's spirit." A naive little girl, huh? Whitebeard later bragged so loudly, yet at God Valley he was still chased free by Garp. It was just that no wounds were left on his back, but he had taken plenty of punches. Still, after yesterday's thorough defeat, she shouldn't be so resistant now, should she? Thinking it over, yesterday's victory was somewhat undeserved. Recalling her fighting style, Shen Wang spat. "And you still have the nerve to look down on me?" Who would finish a match without a speck of dust on their clothes? But he couldn't call her out on that. He knew she would just smile and say it was an elegant way to fight. Really, there was no way to deal with her. "Mr. Jean." The arena staff rushed over, sweating profusely. "Your sword duel is about to begin. Please prepare to enter the arena as soon as possible." Shen Wang stopped his wandering thoughts and hurried to the entrance of Arena No. 1. As soon as he entered, he realized his opponent was the nearly 3-meter fat man who had just fought Taylor. From the announcer's warm-up, Shen Wang learned that this fat man was Mad Axe Woody with 637 wins. As for why he was matched with a 600-win opponent, it was because his win rate was too low, below 50%. Though he was grateful to this guy for revealing Taylor's secret, if he gave him a good beating, Taylor would probably. To advance the progress of having children, this fat man had to fall. Shen Wang's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. "Gale fist, huh?" The big fat man Woody grinned with a bloody mouth, his raspy voice grating on the ears. "Kid, I've seen your sword fights and know you've mastered observation haki. But it's useless against me. My armament haki can be moved instantly at will. I can shift it to any part of my body in the blink of an eye." Shen Wang looked at his black axe and fat pale palms. "So you mean that earlier when I saw you withstand sword strikes with your body, you were instantly transferring the armament haki from your axe to your body?" "Of course," Woody said smugly. "As far as I know, no one can move it faster than me. Of course, those with ambition focus on quality and quantity, not like him, using a tiny bit of armament haki to defend everywhere." Shen Wang relaxed and smiled. This fool had revealed his ability completely. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, there were plenty of such fools. "I think my reaction speed is faster than yours." The bell rang, and Shen Wang activated his speed mode, clenched his fist, and charged at Woody. "Wurrara. I love watching helpless faces like yours." Woody laughed maniacally and swung a heavy axe, its surface gleaming with indestructible black light. Shen Wang easily dodged the axe, circled behind him, pivoted hard on his left foot, and threw a full-powered right punch at Woody's liver. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and Shen Wang felt as if he had punched solid steel. How did he block it? Just a moment ago, observation haki showed his armament haki condensed on the axe, and the next second it was on the skin of his liver. Woody turned his head and laughed arrogantly. "Curious how I knew where you were going to strike. Because I can transfer armament haki from one part of my body to another in just 0.1 seconds. Despair, kid." Woody swung his giant axe, and the sound of slicing air jolted Shen Wang awake. He quickly stepped back, retreating out of Woody's range. Gritting his teeth, Shen Wang spat out 3 words, "I don't believe it." Then his figure turned into a blur, flickering around Woody. Strangely, no sound of impact occurred. Because Shen Wang was constantly monitoring with observation haki. The moment his fist was about to land, if Woodis Armament Haki could cover the striking point in time, he immediately shifted his attack. As a result, by the time the audience was nearly asleep and the announcer couldn't fill the silence, Shen Wang still hadn't found an opening to attack. Refund. The shouts of that single word grew louder, forming a tide of public sentiment. Suddenly the audience saw the blur finally solidify, stopping 10 meters in front of Woody. Shen Wang gasped for breath, having already used up half his stamina. He realized that the goal of defeating this fat man today, to make Telly C happy, was impossible. Since he couldn't break this turtle shell, he might as well conserve his strength for any unexpected events. Was his 6-7 win streak about to end? He had thought he wouldn't lose until after 70 wins. This was much earlier. This guy had laid out his abilities, clearly confident that Shen Wang couldn't win. Losing to such a clown was truly frustrating. This man who ignored quality and quantity only focused on reaction speed, using that tiny bit of armament Haki to defend his whole body. To Shen Wang, he was a pure clown. He could only find his significance at this level. Wurrara. I've defeated countless speed-type guys like you, and I love seeing your helpless expressions. I only need an instant while you need too much time. So you fast bugs can never break through Lord Woodis' defense. Woodis' arrogant laughter echoed through arena. No. 1. Speed-type. Me. Shen Wang froze. He had never thought of himself as a speed-type, nor had he specifically trained in speed. The powerful speed from his legs was merely a byproduct of practicing punches, or rather a necessity for increasing his punching power. He used speed only to find an opponent's weakness. No. When did this mindset start? About 20 fights ago, when he found opponents difficult, but with obvious flaws. He got into the habit of finding their weaknesses and defeating them easily. But he trained in heavy punches. Punches that were meant to land solidly, to break through Hehe. Think of Garp. When did he ever need to find an opponent's weakness? No matter what tricks you pull, my fist shatters everything. After realizing this, Shen Wang clenched his fists again, assumed a fighting stance, and his eyes reignited with the fire of battle. This time it burned even more fiercely than before. Kid, I don't like your eyes. Enough talk. Here comes my fist. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous dull thuds echoed, the sound of fists colliding with steel. Shen Wang's eyes blazed with an alarming intensity as he relentlessly swung his fists, each blow striking Woodis' chest with full force. Even though every punch was blocked by armament Haki, he was not discouraged. This guy's aura intensity is similar to mine. How could I not break through his feeble armament Haki? Every time he dodged Woodis' giant axe, Shen Wang would hammer relentlessly wherever he could, without seeking openings or waiting for the opponent to slip up. It was a frontal assault. Useless, useless, useless. Wurrara. I've never seen a fool like you. Woody laughed wildly, swinging his giant axe with swift speed. Despite his words, he did not underestimate his opponent. Instead, he seized the opportunity to strike fiercely with his axe. Shen Wang's speed was a byproduct of his fist training, yet it allowed him to find enough gaps under Woodis' attacks to land several full-power punches, though never on the same spot. That was fine. He had never intended to injure Woody by hitting the same place. Only one thought occupied his mind: this guy's armament Haki is just a paper tiger. I will definitely break through it. As the assault continued, the audience finally opened their drowsy eyes, captivated by the fierce and intense battle on the field. Cheers erupted, and the announcer finally had something to say. The Fist of the Wind lives up to its name. In just a few breaths, he has thrown over a dozen punches. Even I, the top announcer in the industry, can't count them all. And the Mad Axe is truly worthy of its title. The axe seems weightless in Woodis' hands, ferocious beyond compare. Amid the heated atmosphere, Shen Wang's blood surged, his mood growing more exuberant. I feel it. A grin spread across Shen Wang's face as his hands moved faster. His stamina was nearly depleted, yet he felt no fatigue. His fists continued their full-force attacks without the usual pain from training against an iron wall. All he could sense was sheer exhilaration. I feel it. Your turtle shell will shatter with the next punch. Shen Wang suddenly stopped before Woody, laughing freely. Impossible. You're daydreaming. Woody was about to bring his axe down on Shen Wang's head when his eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. Before him, the young man's fists suddenly turned black, spreading like flowing water until they enveloped his knuckles. The luster alone indicated a strength surpassing his own. How is this possible? Panic surged through Woody, and even the armament Haki on his axe began to flicker. Mountain Crusher. A thunderous shout jolted Woody awake as a jet-black fist grew larger in his vision. Instinctively, armament Haki flowed to the area under attack. Clang. The sound of steel clashing pierced eardrums, and the armament Haki on Woodis' face shattered like glass cracking into a spiderweb pattern. Again, seeing Woodis' armament Haki shattered by his fist, Shen Wang's momentum soared. His left fist followed immediately, striking heavily against Woodis' chin. Pock! Woody the Mad Axe spat out a mouthful of broken teeth as the upward blow sent him flying. He spun over 1,000 degrees in the air before crashing down like a meteor, slamming into the ground with a loud thud, leaving a shallow, human-shaped crater. Maddox Woody was down for the count. The legend continues. The Wind Fist Gene, with 68 consecutive victories. Only 2 wins away from reviving a century-old legend. Are you excited? The announcer shouted hoarsely, though one could only imagine how he would scream at 70 wins. But 70 wins seemed certain now. Shen Wang gazed at the armament Haki coating his fists, a surge of pride swelling within him. The world felt vast and boundless. No place he couldn't go. Ha ha ha. His laughter overpowered the cheers and jeers of the audience. Armament Haki, so that's how it works. Understand yourself, believe in yourself, and have faith in your strength. When body and will resonate, armament Haki emerges. Quite simple, really. In this battle, he had the absolute confidence that he wouldn't die because his aura sensing and earlier probing assured him he could escape unscathed. Under such conditions, he fully believed he could break through the opponent's defense with his fists. And within these limited circumstances, he awakened armament Haki without much trouble. Compared to the other 2 types of Haki armament, should be the easiest to master. Today was a double blessing. How can you achieve it so easily? Even with blood bubbling from his mouth, Woody forced out the question. Shen Wang was about to turn and leave when he heard this. He looked back with a sunny smile. I have to thank you for reminding me. I've trained my body and honed my fists, but never to become some speed-type fighter. When I realized that my will and body resonated, my body craves passionate battle. Shen Wang raised both fists, striking a bodybuilder's pose. The muscles on his arms were carved like sculptures, not overly bulky but sharply defined, each bundle of fibers like coiled steel wire brimming with explosive tension. From the audience, many girls screamed, their voices overpowering the crowd. They were captivated by the muscles Shen Wang deliberately displayed. I hate people like you the most. Woody roared with these words before his eyes rolled back, and he went completely still. Shen Wang picked at his ear and walked away. On the way back to Sabio, Shen Wang considered when to visit Uncle Octa and Sister Sarina. It had been 2 days since he last returned to Greenbit, so he needed to go back tomorrow. Mainly, he wanted to show off to Milo. Although his physical fitness had reached 60% of Milo's, his combat power was far below half of hers. Now with armament Haki, his combat power should firmly reach half of Milo's. By the way, if Trish were also pregnant with his child, his physical fitness would be close to Milo's. Thinking of that girl with dreamy platinum blonde hair tied in a thick braid, her perfectly proportioned delicate features paired with a gentle smile. Shen Wang could imagine someone similar to the 3D elf from videos had seen before. I want to go through the normal childbirth process. Slurp. He'll go back to Greenbit tonight. Ever since including Trish in his options, Shen Wang felt that this tantalizing tease with Milo was getting dull. Is there a fruit that allows both shrinking and growing? A fruit that can freely control body size? I really want one. Waking up, his first thought was to pray devoutly, hoping that a fruit capable of freely controlling body size. The expansion fruit had already become the second choice. However, Shen Wang couldn't recall any fruit with the ability to freely control size. He only remembered the miniaturized fruit and the enlarged fruit, expansion fruit, both one-directional. Didn't the op-op fruit allow free DIY of the human body? But that fruit required exquisite medical skill to use well. Its development was strongly correlated with medical expertise. Would I have to study medicine just to eat a devil fruit? No way. Persuading someone to study medicine is a... Shen Wang silently mocked, then imagined what it would be like if he actually ate the op-op fruit and wanted to discuss the transmission of life with Milo. First, he would expand the room space, then elegantly and precisely excise 90% of his body tissue, letting the pieces float freely in the room space, and finally communicate freely with Milo inside that space. That's terrifying. Pushing open the door, the fresh morning forest air rushed in instantly, refreshing his spirit. The sun was already a bit dazzling, so Shen Wang raised his hand to shield his eyes. After adjusting a little, he saw the mottled patches of light falling on the ground through the leaves in the clearing before the house. What a comfortable sleep. Shen Wang stretched the morning sun just right, casting a lazy warmth on him. The treetops were adorned with circles of brilliant rainbow halos from the sunlight. It seemed another fine day. As usual, Milo had risen earlier than him and was practicing her three-sword style at the edge of the clearing. After washing up, Shen Wang began to prepare their breakfast. Smoke curled up as he cooked a pot of mixed porridge with meat, rice, and some vegetables, then grilled a few pieces of roasted meat as a dish. He took out a small iron canister and a barrel cup from the house, a cup made by modifying a dwarf's wine barrel. Opening the canister, inside were red powder and a small spoon resembling an ear pick. Shen Wang carefully scooped a little red powder with the ear pick spoon, then shook some off, leaving only a thin layer covering the bottom of the spoon, and poured it into the barrel cup. Then he took out other common spices and sauces, mixed them with honey, and finally diluted with water, resulting in a dark red semi-viscous liquid. Wang used a small brush to apply this special barbecue sauce onto the grilled meat, and a pungent, yet sweet aroma spread through the air. Milo finished her morning practice, and was about to go back to change clothes. Passing by, she smelled the scent covered her nose, and her face twisted. "Are you eating poison abandoned first thing in the morning?" After saying that, Milo couldn't help sneezing heavily, choked with tears, and snot streaming down. Sorry, I kept one piece of roasted meat without sauce." Wang replied with a chuckle, "Go on, and I've prepared hot water for you." Milo rolled her eyes at him, and quickly dashed into the room. A month ago, at Wang's strong recommendation, Milo had tasted the spicy numbing grass he had brought earlier, and she mentioned that there was also a fruit in the forest that caused a burning sensation in the mouth, and it was even more intense. Overjoyed, Wang asked Milo to find some. It was a round red fruit. If not for the chili seeds inside, when cut open, Wang would not have been sure it was chili. The problem was that just cutting the chili made the air sting his eyes, and his hands were burning for a whole day. This thing was probably a kind of ghost pepper. Milo said that among the Dongdongta tribe, this fruit called abandon was used as poison. In any case, after drying and grinding the ghost pepper, Wang was finally able to use it sparingly. But Milo always looked at him with an expression of incomprehension. Breakfast left Wang drenched in sweat. If not for Milo's presence, he would have shouted, "Awesome." After breakfast, Milo didn't move, and Wang didn't mind. Only after washing the dishes did Milo still wear a troubled expression, and Wang knew she must have something difficult to say. "Milo, we are family." Wang held his own teacup in his left hand, and with his right thumb and index finger pinched a jujube-sized cup, placing it on Milo's small table. Her small table was placed on Wang's large table. So when Wang sat down, they were about the same height. To look level, he would rest his right arm on the table and prop his chin on the back of his hand, as he was doing now. Family members can say anything directly. Milo hesitated for a moment, then reached out to touch her lower abdomen, a gentle smile on her face. "What do you think? Will our child be a boy or a girl?" "This. She's beating around the bush." Wang immediately knew this wasn't what she was hesitating about. Thinking for a moment, Wang looked into Milo's eyes and said, "I'd prefer a daughter, but it's fine if it's a boy. We can always have more." Milo seemed not to expect Wang's answer, and she had a clearly choked expression. Taking a deep breath, Milo composed herself. "This child was born out of our mutual love. Little Xingya also needs more companionship from his father." Wang raised an eyebrow, sensing where this was going. Seeing Wang's "so what" expression, Milo's face flushed red, and she finally said dejectedly, "People say it's strange for newlyweds to only meet once every 3 days. Well, gossip behind my back. Aren't dwarves supposed to be simple and kind? How can they destroy people's relationships behind their backs?" Wang's mind raced for a moment. To be honest, he actually felt he was somewhat excessive, but it was embarrassing to be called out by others. He thought dwarves wouldn't gossip. All because of this system forcing him to be a scumbag. Wang considered himself to have a certain moral bottom line, so facing this situation, he definitely had to catch Milo's emotional drift. "I understand this really isn't right. How about from now on I stay with you for 2 days, then go to Della Siluosa for 2 days? Is that okay?" Milo's eyes showed a hint of joy, but her mouth said reluctantly, "I guess that's fine." Wang wiped his sweat. Fortunately, Milo wasn't a greedy woman. Just 1 extra day was very acceptable. But there were gossips behind her likely to egg her on to push further. He had to hold the line at least 1 day to go out. If he was confined here, what future could there be? This time, Wang stayed with Milo for 2 days before leaving. 1 extra day seemed to make a difference, giving a clearer sense of a family of 3. Upon leaving, his heart felt healed, as if filled with strength. After crossing the chain bridge, he condensed armament Haki on his fists. Examining it carefully, Wang felt the color was darker. Was it due to a change in mindset, or the result of Milo's special training these 2 days? Wang couldn't quite figure it out, because in his perception his armament Haki hadn't changed, but it was visibly darker than 2 days ago. Its quality had improved. As for quantity, there was no change. It could still only cover up to the wrist. The quantity of armament Haki should be related to physical strength, and only when physical strength increased would the quantity increase. Back in Sabio, the first thing Wang did was go buy gifts. He couldn't wait to see Uncle Octa and Sister Salina again. He would buy rare items from other islands at the port. Only unusual things could express his feelings right. As for the gift for Sister Salina, he needed to choose carefully, a pretty dress, or accessories. It didn't feel right for him to give such things. Just then 2 capable-looking men on the street stopped and started, then finally blocked the troubled Wang. "Stop. We need to ask you something," one of the men said rudely, while the other stood casually but subtly formed a blocking stance. These 2 are not ordinary. Wang was not intimidated, as his observation Haki sensed that neither was strong. Only about 10 times the strength of an ordinary person. "They'll tell you whatever I know." Wang put on a gentle smile. These 2 were not strong, but they had a commanding presence, and showed signs of training, likely regular soldiers. Satisfied with Shen Wang's cooperation, the questioning man took out 2 papers and showed them to Shen Wang. Have you seen these 2? Shen Wang looked closely and his pupils contracted. It was a photo of Uncle Octa and Sister Salena when they were young. What shocked him even more was the small print below Paloma D. Octa. Portgas D. Salena. Speak. Have you seen them? The interrogating man keenly caught the strange look in Shen Wang's eyes and demanded harshly. Another person pulled out a badge from his pocket. We are CP5, the intelligence organization of the world government. If you know something and keep silent, you know the consequences. So they were from CP. So weak. Shen Wang's face showed nothing, putting on a fawning smile. Sir, I saw these 2 in Acacia a month ago. The woman was so beautiful that I remembered her vividly. I didn't expect she was even more good-looking when younger. As he spoke, Shen Wang appropriately showed a lecherous expression. That's it. You didn't think of following them. How could I, sir? I am a law-abiding citizen. Shen Wang immediately cried out in grievance. Worthless. One of the CP5 agents snorted coldly. Another took out a photo. What about this woman? All right, she should look like this now. So saying, he pulled out another piece of paper. Shen Wang, now mentally prepared, squinted and looked. It turned out to be a photo of Telesai as a child around 4 or 5 years old, bearing a 70 to 80% resemblance to her grown-up self. The main difference was in temperament. She was quite cute. As for the paper CP5 had produced, it was a portrait of Telesai, about 90% likeness. The hairstyle was different from her usual one. One glance was enough for Shen Wang to realize that he was not the only one who had seen Telesai's appearance at the arena that day. The CP organization of the world government was truly pervasive, coming like hyenas on the scent. It had only been 2 days. Their family had lived here for over a decade, yet one exposure was enough for them to be tracked down. No wonder Telesai had to wear that helmet. As soon as a slight change flickered across his face, a CP5 agent barked, "You've seen this girl." Shen Wang's heart tightened, but he quickly put on an even more lecherous expression. I didn't expect this girl to be even prettier. Oomph. One of the CP5 agents displeased through a punch. Shen Wang did not dodge or evade, and was sent flying far away, then scrambled to his feet and fled. Of course it was all acting. Didn't you see the 2 CP5 agents just glance contemptuously and leave? After confirming with observation Haki, his scrambling posture became less convincing. The specialty goods from the outer islands were naturally left where he fell. Only after running 2 streets away did Shen Wang resume a normal walking posture. Must hurry to inform. Paluomadi Telesai. She really kept it from me so well. Turned out she is of the D clan, no wonder. Shen Wang headed toward the southeastern port city of Karta, keeping his observation Haki fully activated all the way. He had watched many TV dramas and didn't want to bring a tale while kindly reporting the news. Arriving in Karta for the next hour, Shen Wang continuously confirmed with observation Haki, even found an inn and rented a room, waiting until after lunch before setting off. Hurrying as fast as he could to Libela, just as he was about to head straight to Telesai's home, he passed by their farmland and saw 2 figures, one large and one small, working in the fields. Uncle Aokita was digging holes ahead, with Telesai following behind to scatter seeds and cover them with soil. Their speed was only slightly faster than ordinary people. Such a good disguise, but why didn't they disguise their name as well? They wouldn't even tell others their surname, yet they kept the given name unchanged and used it openly for over a decade. I can't understand their thinking. Uncle, Shen Wang called out, jumped into the field, and ran toward them waving. Hearing the shout, Aokita straightened his back, saw it was Shen Wang, broke into a wide happy smile, and waved back. Telesai turned her head, her eyes somewhat obscure and unclear. She turned around holding the basket of wheat seeds, standing very gracefully with a standard gentle smile on her face. Good lad, you've become so much stronger in half a year. Before Shen Wang could speak, Aokita reached out, grabbed his shoulders, squeezed, and praised repeatedly. As soon as you arrive, you ruin a whole day's work for me and Dad. You'll have to compensate. Telesai said with a smiling face, her words reproachful. Shen Wang didn't know how to express it. Reunion after a long separation did bring a special feeling, but now it was an urgent situation. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wang's expression turned serious. Is Aunt Salena at home? Before you always used to call her Sister Salena. Why the change today? Aokita asked, strangely reaching out to touch Shen Wang's forehead. Shen Wang's breath caught. He almost choked. He didn't know why either. It had come out naturally as aunt. First tell me, is she at home? She's at home. She rarely goes out, Telesai replied, also looking at Shen Wang with confusion. Relieved inwardly, Shen Wang put on a serious expression. Your secret is out, Paomidakita. The moment the words left his mouth, the smiles on Aokita and Telesai's faces froze, and a dangerous aura began to spread. This morning while I was shopping in Sabio, 2 people stopped me. They showed me photos of Uncle Aokita and Aunt Salena and asked if I had seen them. They were CP5. You understand the gravity of the situation, right? Shen Wang looked directly into Aokita's eyes. You didn't tell them, did you? Telesis' voice trembled with fierceness. Aokita said nothing but shouldered his hoe, took Telesis' hand, and headed home. Shenwang followed behind, rolling his eyes. Fortunately, Uncle Aokita was sensible. He only told Telesi that would be a waste of time. Telesi also realized her face stiffened and instantly turned bright red. The three walked in silence, Telesi hanging her head as if dead. Once home, Aokita casually tossed the hoe aside and pulled Telesi quickly toward their room. Xiaowang, come in too. Let's talk. Shenwang had no objection and followed them into the room. He had never entered this room before. At most, he used to knock at the door. The room was very tidy with no extra items. The main thing was the strong scent of Solana's perfume that hit him as soon as he entered. Solana's own scent was dominant. The perfume was very faint. It seemed the perfume was not for herself, but solely to fragrance the room. Era Xiaowang, long time no see. Solana stood up in surprise upon seeing Shenwang putting down the sewing work in her hands. Don't rush to catch up, Solana. Pack your things. We're leaving, Aokita said. Solana's smile froze instantly, her eyes wide. She met Aokita's eyes for 2 seconds, then decisively turned and walked toward the back of the room. Behind the innermost bed, there seemed to be more space. Solana hurried into the shadows. Aokita moved the half-finished clothes from the table to the bed and gestured for Shenwang to sit. Pouring a large glass of cold water and gulping it down, Aokita seemed to finally come back to his senses, his expression relaxing. Xiaowang, do you know about the D clan? Or how much do you know about the D clan? I know. The enemies of the gods, descendants of those who followed Joy Boy 800 years ago in pursuit of free will. Aokita's eyes flickered with unusual brilliance. He couldn't help reaching out to place a hand on Shenwang's shoulder. You know so much. Could it be that you are also? Shenwang quickly shook his head. Am not. I merely stumbled upon a few secrets by chance. Octa immediately wore a pitying expression. Then you're done for. Knowing the secrets of the world government, they'll surely have you erased. Unless. Not necessarily. Shenwang interrupted Octa. As long as I don't go around blabbing, the world government won't bother. From what I know, a member of the D clan joined the Marines and is now around the rank of captain or commander. Impossible. Octa's eyes widened. Why not? The Monkey clan forgot their mission and the meaning of D, so the world government let them be. Octa was even more incredulous. The Monkey clan? How could they forget, obviously? Who says they can't pretend to forget? From what I know, his family arranged a marriage for him, and his wife is from the D clan. In truth, Shenwang wasn't sure either, but it didn't hurt to say it. If Garp could join the Marines, Uncle Octa could play the law-abiding citizen too. Actually, I think Uncle Octa could learn from the Monkey clan. As long as you don't preach freedom everywhere or expose the world government's secrets, you can walk in the light. Octa rubbed his face with both hands and sucked in a cold breath. But my grandfather and father were exactly the kind who preached freedom. Then case closed. Shenwang was speechless. So his family had produced a few anti-world government activists before. No wonder the world government was hunting them down. They'd vanished for over a decade, yet the moment any trace appeared, they came knocking. Seems Triss' grandfather and great-grandfather had made quite a name for themselves. But that also proved her bloodline was excellent. Even if she hadn't fully inherited it, it would still be enough to elevate her strength to the next level. Octa sighed for a while, then shook his head and walked deeper into the room. Shenwang glanced sideways at Triss. Want to go outside and talk? Now Triss couldn't muster that cheerful smile. Hearing Shenwang's invitation, she nodded, rose, and followed him into the yard. Though he really wanted Triss to bear his child, pushing too hard would spoil the deal. So Shenwang prepared a way to make her owe him a favor, a subtle means to hold some leverage. What do you want to tell me? Triss' voice was soft, her gaze vacant as if lost in thought. Those 2 CP5 agents still have your portrait. The hairstyle in it. That's how you looked when Woody split your helmet that day. Shenwang spoke softly. If her family found out about this, there would be no shortage of scolding and criticism. But that would be all. Even though her actions had exposed their long-hidden residence, no matter how great the trouble, her parents would forgive her. Because Uncle Octa and Aunt Alana loved her deeply. That was the truth, but Triss probably didn't truly feel it. So she'd likely be grateful to him for helping to keep it hidden. What if she wasn't grateful? No matter. He could flip it and turn it into a threat. You saw it. Triss' question was oddly off-topic. Couldn't she grasp the main point? Of course. Even though you're fast, my observation, Haki, isn't for show. As soon as he finished, he felt Triss' piercing glare. So she didn't know who defeated her that day. Fair enough. He hadn't bothered to hide his voice. Thank you. After a long pause, Triss said in defeat. It's nothing. When you leave, make sure to disguise yourself properly. Look different from before. Shenwang advised. This was a critical moment. The priority was to get out of here, preferably leave Dressrosa. As for having children, there would be opportunities later. After all, he had mastered both colors of Haki and planned to set sail at a good opportunity. He could find her then. Tom was already pressing. Just then Octa came out. Triss, who was about to say something, immediately fell silent. Xiaowang, we don't have much to thank you with. I can see you're not one to stay in Dressrosa forever. Here are our family's heirloom navigation techniques and a few log poses. Octa handed over a small wooden box. This? How could I accept? Shenhuang declined twice, then decisively took it. This was the new world, the most treacherous sea in terms of currents and weather. Without expert navigation, he wouldn't get far. When he went looking for navigation books, he found only basic ones barely usable in paradise, but useless in the new world. And they were expensive. Had been worrying about where to find a beautiful navigator, but here Octa had navigation techniques. This family tradition was far superior to common knowledge, learning it would at least dodge most natural disasters in the new world. Xiao Wang, hold on. Octa pressed Shenhuang's hand. I didn't make a copy of this family navigation art, so I'm only lending it to you to study. Once our family is settled, you'll have to return it. Those log poses are the real gift. Even so, I'm truly grateful. I was just worrying about where to learn that. After hearing Shenhuang's words, Octa gave Triss a look of utter disappointment, pressing her against the wall so tightly she dared not speak. Uncle Octa, if you give me so many log poses, will you have enough? Shenhuang opened the small wooden box and saw 5 neatly embedded log poses on the lid, expressing concern. It's fine. We won't need these. Octa waved dismissively with a smile. How can you not need them? Shenhuang's voice suddenly rose. Don't tell me you're not leaving Dressrosa. Of course. Octa said matter-of-factly. We've been here so long. We didn't prepare, just one. After saying that, Octa smiled mysteriously. Wait for me. Then he walked into the room. Shenhuang shot a puzzled look at Triss, but she completely ignored him, head down, as if deeply depressed. After a while, hearing the clatter of metal, Shenhuang looked toward the door and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The person coming out wore a dark gray iron helmet covering the lower half of his face, like a motorcycle helmet, only the area around his eyes visible. He carried a huge long-handled axe and wore a half-body chainmail shirt. Bone Crusher mock. Rororo. A muffled laughter came from inside the helmet. How about that, Xiao Wang? Surprised? Well, this was all familiar faces. Shenhuang was utterly speechless and didn't know what to say, so he just let out a few dry laughs. Just then a waft of fragrance came as Alana walked to the door. Honestly, Octa, don't scare Xiao Wang. Huh, as if that could scare me. Shenhuang turned his head, and his eyes instantly widened. Alana had straightened and dyed her wavy long hair black, transforming into a beauty with long straight black hair. She had even put on a very youthful makeup, looking just like Triss' older sister. And a sister only 1 or 2 years older at that. And Triss was only 19. This? Aunt Solana, isn't this too conspicuous? What does it matter? Solana leaned weakly against Aokita's chest. A powerful warrior capturing a young beauty is perfectly normal. Shenhuang had no desire to critique Solana's worldview anymore, but silently mused. But you've made her so beautiful. Uncle Aokita's strength might not be enough to protect her. Telesai, go change your clothes quickly. Aokita wrapped his arms around Solana and said to Telesai. After a while, as Aokita was demonstrating Nika's dance of liberation to Shun, one Telesai emerged. Telesai, why are you wearing that helmet? Didn't you say it was too ugly to wear? Aokita stopped his indescribable dance moves, looking confused. Telaisa's muffled voice came from the black ironkin helmet. At a time like this, who cares about ugly or not? Disguise is what matters most. Aokita nodded with considerable satisfaction. Then let's hurry and leave. Aokita waved his hand as excited as if heading out for a picnic. Oh. Solana raised her right hand, her face showing an eager look. The smile was clearly one of genuine joy, completely different from her previous smiles. What two carefree people. The 3 of them carried packs of various sizes and set off together with Shenhuang following, suitcase in hand. Could it be that all members of the D clan are such fools? Shenhuang glanced at Solana, then at Telesai. He had been wondering earlier, how did Telesai manage to hide her a cup to look like a man with slightly large pectoral muscles? Being so harsh on herself. Aunt Solana only reduced herself by 2 sizes. Shenhuang was using observation Haki under the guise of vigilance, but in reality sneaking in a critique. It wasn't yet dark, and Shenhuang felt it was somewhat inappropriate to leave at this hour when he suddenly noticed they were heading in the wrong direction. Aokita led the way toward Telaisa's room. Though puzzled, Shenhuang still followed. Entering Telaisa's room, he immediately smelled the fragrance from Telesai, strong and refreshing, giving a sense of relaxation. Looking around carefully compared to her mother's room, this room was extremely plain, with an overall simple vibe. Mainly it was neat and clean. This Telesai has no girlish heart. Aokita walked straight to Telaisa's bed, pushed it aside, then crouched down in the center and fumbled around for a while. After a moment, with a hey, he pulled a rope from somewhere, and a circular hole appeared in front of them. There was actually an underground passage in Telaisa's room. The underground passage was spacious for Shenhuang, but not so friendly for Aokita. He had to stoop to walk smoothly. The exit was near a cylindrical mountain. There were many cylindrical mountains of various sizes on the eastern plain, their shapes not appearing natural. Shinwan had deliberately counted them. There were 8 in total. This was one of them medium-sized and not particularly conspicuous. Once out, Aokita pointed at the cylindrical mountain and said excitedly, "I dug a secret base there, but we're not going there this time. That's our last resort." Shinwan activated observation Haki and looked. Inside a part had indeed been hollowed out about 50 square meters. Most importantly, the stone wall at the exit was crafted very neatly. The seam was so subtle that unless you stared closely you couldn't tell there was a door. Beautiful craftsmanship. Shinwan gave a thumbs up. But aren't you afraid someone will find it opening your home's tunnel? We won't hide here at first. If we sense danger in the city, well, come then. By that time this place will have already been searched and they'll never think to search it again. The most dangerous place is the safest, a blind spot under the light. Well done, old man. Shinwan didn't say anything more. Anyway, he felt it was best to leave Dressrosa at this time. But after all, he wasn't the one in charge of their family, so he couldn't force a decision for them. He could only advise. If something happens, you can find me at 56 Rosedale Street in Sabio. But be careful. I stayed at your place before, and the villagers saw me. They might trace it back to me. Shinwan wasn't too worried either. During his recovery period, because he hadn't eaten enough and needed nutrients to heal his wounds, he had lost a lot of weight with sunken cheeks. A stark contrast to his current energetic and full-cheeked appearance. Moreover, he hadn't revealed his name. Talisa's family all called him Xiao Wang. When the time comes, if I'm home and safe, I'll place a rose in the window facing the street. If I'm not home, or if I feel unsafe and have left, there will be no flower. Okay, we understand. We really need to thank you this time, but the timing is wrong, and we might have caused you to be wanted. Salana took Shinwan's hand, feeling very apologetic. If you hadn't saved me back then, I wouldn't be alive now. There's no need for words of thanks. Too close. Shinwan smiled stiffly. At last, Shinwan parted ways with Talisa's family here for a better reunion in the future. He was certain of it. Returning to his home in Sabio, Shinwan immediately bought a rose, found a bottle, placed it on the windowsill facing the street, and inserted the rose. The atmosphere on the street was tense. Many thugs were grabbing people to question them. They even mobilized the underworld. This world government CP really acts in an unseemly manner. These thugs questioned people casually, mainly to extort money. Pedestrians and shop owners were all taken advantage of by them, using their borrowed authority, squeezing out a lot of extra income. A storm was brewing. Shinwan had no heart to go to the arena. He stayed home reading the family navigation techniques that Aokita had lent him. It was clear that these navigation manuals were written by one person, though no name was left. According to him, in the New World, he could predict 80% of natural disasters, and for major ones, he could predict them 100%. By learning the navigation knowledge, he wrote, one could detect over 50% of natural disasters. As for how high one could reach, that depended on comprehension. The same applied to discerning the chaotic currents of the New World. Whether one could reach his level was given method in the book, but the final result still depended on comprehension. This was navigation born of technique and experience, allowing efficient learning. That said, Shinwan still found himself scratching his head and feeling frustrated. How is it that Luffy just picks up a navigator like Nami, who has both looks and skills, as soon as he sets sail? She can sense subtle changes in weather with her body and has extraordinary talent for currents and charts. It's like being strong in both magic and physique. Damn it. Shinwan raised the book as if to slam it on the table, but hesitated and gently put it down. A good navigator isn't easy to find. For now, if he wanted to set sail, he still had to rely on himself. Ah ba. Haha, little Xingye is so smart. Speaking at just over 3 months. Shinwan looked at the chubby, fair-skinned little Xingye in his palm, laughing happily. Sure enough, putting down the book brings happiness. But if he didn't push himself to study, he wouldn't have the ability to go to sea. He extended his left index finger to tease Xiao Xingye, who grabbed Shinwan's finger with his chubby little hand and pushed hard. Oh, you're really strong. Shinwan exclaimed in amazement. No wonder the child had inherited Milo's talent. He could move so energetically at such a young age. Handing the baby back to Milo, he asked, Milo, were you this impressive when you were 3 months old? Milo thought for a moment, then suddenly realized and shot Shinwan a sharp glare. How would I remember what I was like at 3 months? Shinwan studied Milo's expression. Since they returned last night, he had noticed her subdued mood. What's wrong? You seem upset. Shinwan felt uneasy. Could she have been swayed so quickly by the gossiping tongues? Maybe he should proactively concede further. Go out only once every 3 days. It's nothing. Milo didn't want to answer. Although Shinwan didn't press further, he carefully probed with casual questions and finally got the answer that evening. It turned out that with her observation Haki armament Haki and the gradually perfected 3-sword style, she had risen to become the top fighter in the combat team, arguably the strongest among the little people. She had enjoyed 2 months of supremacy, but half a month ago she taught the observation Haki and armament Haki techniques to other combat team members. Yesterday she was defeated by the former combat team captain, who had now mastered those abilities. Now she had fallen back to second place behind the former captain. Before obtaining the devil fruit, she ranked 7th in the combat team. After eating the fruit, she rose to 3rd, and now this second place. She didn't know how long it would last. That was why she had been reluctant to talk today. It must be because you're pregnant and can't go all out, so you lost. Once the baby is born, you'll show him what's what. Shenhuang said words even he didn't believe, trying his best to comfort Milo. Yet Milo was genuinely comforted by them. The next day, the family of 3 spent a joyful day together. Milo treasured the time she spent with Shenhuang since he had to be away from home 15 days each month, far less time together than other couples. Jumping into the sea from the beach of Greenbit Island, he swam to Acacia Port, intending to buy a basic navigation textbook to shore up his fundamentals before delving into the works of great masters. As he crawled out of the water onto the sand, he spotted far off at the port a group of gunmen in black suits interrogating people everywhere. The leader was familiar, the one-eyed middle-aged man with excellent marksmanship. It was that assassin organization. Earlier, when Shenhuang had scoured the West Peninsula searching for talented girls, he had also looked for this assassin organization, but found nothing at all. He could only console himself that they were just hired guns with no deep grudge, not worth the effort to hunt down. In truth, he had simply run out of leads. But now, after painstaking search, the assassin organization had inexplicably shown up as lapdogs for CP. What was there to say? Follow them, find their hideout, and wipe them out in one sweep. Shenhuang slipped into a tavern, ordered a glass of rum, and sat at the bar slowly drinking while monitoring the one-eyed middle-aged man with his observation Haki. This was the surest way to track them to their lair. Watching them while nibbling on snacks made the time pass quickly, and soon it was noon. These assassins were far more disciplined than the petty thugs. They didn't extort money, merely searched for someone. From the chatter of other patrons in the tavern, Shenhuang learned that the leader, the one-eyed middle-aged man, was called Cyclops Woody, a renowned gunman in the underworld of Dressrosa with top-tier skills. And also an assassin, of course. Could he be related to that fat man Woody? The physiques were so different. Did the next generation eat better? Shenhuang's mind wandered idly. Through his observation Haki, Shenhuang saw Cyclops Woody suddenly pull a den mushi from his pocket. Moshi. Cyclops Woody, you can withdraw. The CP agents of the world government have located the target. Yes, sir. I understand. Well, pack up immediately and won't interfere. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang in their ears. Before Woody could turn around, a pitch-black hand gripped his wrist with iron force. What do you mean, located the target? Shenhuang smashed through 3 walls in an instant, charging through bricks and dust to Cyclops Woody's side, grabbing the hand that held the den mushi. Up. Woody screamed in agony, trying with his other hand to pry Shenhuang's grip loose, but could not budge it an inch. Crack. The sharp sound of bones splitting rang out. Woody could no longer hold the den mushi. His hand went limp. Shenhuang snatched the den mushi midair. Sir, may I ask who you are? The den mushi asked with a stern expression and a steady voice. Tell me where you found your so-called target. Shenhuang's brow was furrowed, his eyes wide with a ferocious glare, but his voice trembled involuntarily. No comment. The moment the words fell, the den mushi returned to its normal state. The call was hung up. Crack. Juice and shattered shell splattered from Shenhuang's clenched fist, veins bulging. Oomph. Shenhuang stomped down on Cyclops Woody's left leg as he writhed on the ground. The crisp snap of bone accompanied a blood-curdling scream. No time to deal with this assassin organization now. Triss and the others were in danger. Where should he look for them? Shenhuang sprinted toward Acacia City. His first step crushed a watermelon, sending juice flying. Only after Shenhuang's figure vanished did people gather, trembling, sucking in cold air and murmuring, "There'll be no more Cyclops Woody." Shenhuang activated his observation Haki to the fullest, sweeping across Acacia City. Apart from some thugs still extorting money, there was nothing unusual. Not here. He ran to the Coliseum area and scanned with his Haki. Still nothing. Could they be looking for me? Shenhuang rushed toward CBO with all his might, covering what normally took over an hour's walk in just 10 minutes. But they weren't there either. He had kept his observation Haki active the entire way, sweeping most of the West Peninsula. With his Haki fully extended, he could detect presences within a radius of about 2 kilometers. If they were on the West Peninsula, he would have sensed something abnormal. Then they must be on the East Peninsula. Could that be it? Why hadn't he thought of that earlier? Shenhuang gasped for a minute, then fixed his gaze on the cylindrical mountain in the East Peninsula. He took a deep breath. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted from the ground as Shenhuang shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Too much time had been wasted already. Faster. If the CP5 agents were only as strong as the ones he had encountered before, their numbers might not pose a real threat to Triss and the others. But the key was that he didn't know how many there were. Moreover, the Rokushiki techniques practiced by CP were a dimensional leap above those self-taught fighters. With their exquisite Rokushiki martial arts, they could even handle wildborn fighters 30% stronger than themselves. Clearly, although Triss was nearly twice as strong as a CP5 agent, if 2 or 3 of them surrounded her, she wouldn't be able to escape. And Uncle Octa's aura was even weaker than hers. As for Serena, she could barely handle 3 to 5 ordinary people. She stood no chance against a single CP5 agent. Like a gust of wind, Shenhuang passed through the wall dividing the peninsula. The cylindrical mountain was now faintly visible. He sped up even more. There were countless tiny figures in the distance like sesame seeds. At last, the edge of his observation, Haki detected 3 familiar presences. They were all still alive, though a little unstable. Being surrounded and attacked by over a dozen people naturally made their auras fluctuate. Good they had held out this long, so there shouldn't be any major problem. Shenhuang barely breathed a sigh of relief when he felt something snap underfoot. Spider silk. Sensing it with his observation, Shenhuang was puzzled. No, ordinary spider silk wouldn't even be noticed when he broke through it. Shenhuang's heart tightened. At that moment, he finally noticed that behind the dozen or so people surrounding Triss' family, on the side closer to him, there was a very strong presence standing. From the aura alone, he could tell that this person was significantly stronger than himself. A guardian. Shenhuang's anxiety spiked again. Finally, Shenhuang saw the figure's back. A pure white cloak flapping loudly in the wind, revealing a white suit beneath. CP0. Marugi, snapped a tall, gaunt man clad in white. I sensed it long ago, no need to tell me, Cassius. Another figure also in white materialized silently behind Cassius. I just thought it would be more amusing to let him watch, unable to save anyone. Don't you think? Another figure also in white materialized silently behind Cassius. I just thought it— Marugi wore a blindfold-like mask with a wisp of gray-white beard protruding beneath his chin, quivering as his lips twisted. Stormleg. After being forced back by Octa's axe, the 3 CP5 agents simultaneously launched 3 flying slashes through the air. He barely blocked 2 of them, but the third sliced into his waist, and abdomen, blood seeping through his gray linen short-sleeved shirt. Octa gasped for breath, his body already riddled with bloody holes clearly bearing the marks of finger pistol attacks. Iron Body. Trish's sickle blade struck one of the CP5 agents, her hand numbing from the impact, yet it only managed to cut through his clothing. She panted heavily, gazing at the 7 CP5 agents surrounding her, a flicker of despair in her eyes. Meanwhile, Sana gripped a machete with both hands locked in a fierce exchange of blows, with a CP5 agent wielding a katana. Her long black hair flew in the wind, a few strands clinging to her sweat-dampened face, lending her a heroic beauty. Yet her opponent showed no sympathy, his blade never easing in force. Almost there, Cassius set his voice utterly flat. Marugi grinned malevolently as 6 brown spider legs sprouted from his back with a series of sh sounds, their tips pitch black and gleaming coldly. He drew the 2 swords at his waist, his aura surging as he charged toward Octa, who was nearest like lightning. Shaved. Old man dodge. Trisha, sensing Marugi's movement through observation, Haki shouted a warning. But the moment Octa shifted his feet, his face twisted in agony. Splat, splat, splat. 6 blossoms of blood erupted. Marugi materialized before Octa, his 6 spider legs already embedded deep into Octa's body. Octa, no! 2 cries rang out. Sana and Trisha watched helplessly as Octa staggered, dropping to one knee with a thud. Marugi remained unmoved, his twin blades swift, yet deliberate, plunged into Octa's chest. The heart and the symmetrical right lung were pierced clean through the cold steel, protruding over a meter from his back. Octa! Sana's eyes flushed red instantly. She spun and dashed toward Octa, her stride unbroken despite a massive spray of blood erupting from her back from her opponent's strike. Thud! Sana collided directly with the sword, impaling Octa's heart, clutching him fiercely, her pallid cheek pressed against his blood-drenched back. Perhaps sensing the familiar warmth of his back, Sana closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. No! Trisha's tears burst forth as she charged recklessly toward Octa. Stormleg. Finger pistol. Several energy attacks and real blades rained down toward Trisha, but she ignored them all even as wounds opened on her back. An opening. 1 CP5 agent bellowed, leaping high and bringing his sword down in a vicious overhead slash aimed at Trisha's head. A faint crackle, barely audible. A torrent of wind pressure laced with black-red lightning surged forth. Boom. The CP5 agents barring Trisha's path rolled their eyes back. The one who had leaped was thrown off balance by the pressure, his blade slicing straight into Trisha's left hand. Ea! Trisha's scream pierced the sky, her eyes bloodshot, tears and snot streaming down her face. Yet she paid no heed to her severed left hand, still gripping the sickle, as she stumbled toward Octa. Cassius turned his head, breathing a little faster. Marugi's body twisted, reverting from his half-beast form, staggering back a few steps. Oh my, a troublesome one has arrived. A bead of sweat slid down Marugi's exposed chin. The wind stirred both men's cloaks. Apart from Octa kneeling and Sana holding him, everyone else lay sprawled on the ground. Iron bang. A human figure charged in like a cannonball, crashing into Marugi. Marugi flew backward, plowing a massive wave of dust across the ground until he slammed into the cylindrical rock wall. Perhaps still affected by the Conqueror's Haki, his reaction was a beat too slow. Shunwu used the recoil to halt, crouching down while stripping off his black sleeveless vest. He grabbed Trish's still spurting left arm and bound it tightly. Sorry I'm late. Looking up at Octa, whose face and body were drenched in blood, Shunwu's eyes turned bloodshot as he drew a deep breath. He rose to his feet, fists clenched, his voice low and dark. Today you die. Hehe. A massive black-blue spider burst from the dust cloud, its enormous black mandibles opening and closing. Its entire body was covered in bristly hairs, deeply unsettling. And one of the D clan no less. Cassius tore off his white cloak, removed his hat and mask. Deep nasolabial folds lined his face, his hair streaked with gray. Simultaneously his form began to distort drastically. Ready to die, D clan scum. Marugi shifted into his human beast form, his 3 pairs of hind legs stabbing the ground. My ability is the Zoan-type insect fruit Lambabu form. Conqueror's aptitude. 100 flowers blossom, dream, blue finger pistol. Countless blue light and dark shadows assailed Shunwu. He swung his jet black fists, meeting them blow for blow. Lightning fast exchanges exploded in the air as Shunwu gritted his teeth, giving his all. Damn, there's another one. His observation Haki hadn't detected the spider until the moment it struck. Only then did he realize a CP0 agent was present. Now he saw it clearly. It was a notorious assassin among insects, the tarantula. No wonder it had hidden so well. His Haki had scanned only the aura of an ordinary person, and even if his eyes caught it, his mind subconsciously dismissed it. Observation Haki wasn't omnipotent, or rather his own observation Haki was still insufficient. The other one had already transformed into a half-beast. What now? Blocking the spider had already taken everything he had. Conqueror's Haki was not very effective against these. The other man's half-beast form was truly fearsome. His torso bulked up enormously, limbs thick and stubby, skin a dull gray, resembling a rhinoceros. But the horn on his head was absurdly long, as tall as his height, over 2 meters. What kind of rhinoceros? As Shunwu puzzled, the man lowered his head and began to charge. His heart tightened. How could he evade both attackers without letting the shockwaves hit Trisha behind him? Before he could devise a plan, the long-horned rhinoceros man rumbled past the Spider-Man, without even glancing back, charging straight toward the cylindrical mountain from which the spider had emerged. Boom. A thunderous crash. Half of the cylindrical mountainside collapsed, a massive mushroom cloud rising. Damn it, Cassius. The Spider-Man Marugi withdrew from the fight, stomping and cursing. I told you not to use that move. And put a blindfold over your damned eyes. My apologies. Cassius emerged from the dust, pulling a strip of white cloth from his pocket and tying it over his eyes as he walked. After transforming, I always want to ram things. And I keep forgetting not to trust my own eyes. Now for the real fight. He lowered his head. Horn gun. Pain. So much pain. Every bone in my body is groaning and screaming. My mind can no longer think clearly. All that remains is instinct, numbly trying to fend off the spider legs rushing at me. The qualifications of a king. Nothing more than this. Hehe. This spider spirit's aura is much weaker than that of the rhinoceros man, yet I can barely defend myself. My observation Haki is equal, but his armament Haki surpasses mine. He also possesses a Zoan-type devil fruit, and is proficient in the 6 forms. I am being relentlessly beaten, and it's clear he isn't even using his full power. Fallen D, you should be completely eradicated today. This rhinoceros man has a strong physique, yet he relies solely on his horn to attack, without using any martial arts. Fortunately, he isn't taking this seriously. I can dodge using only my observation Haki and instinct, though I might take a hit from the spider spirit, but it's worth it. Is he just playing a role? Awakening for the fruit. I love that expression of yours. Come on, please me more. The sound of fists colliding with spider legs is like metal crashing, sending pain through my bones, and I no longer know what I am doing. I was impulsive again. Blood flowed into my eyes, turning the world a crimson red. I don't even know why, but although I have little emotional attachment to them, seeing them like this triggers an uncontrollable eruption of Conqueror's Haki, and I found myself rushing here. I can only say it's fortunate these two aren't some legendary geniuses lacking in fruit awakening. It doesn't really make a difference. Do I feel regret? Not much at all. But I still regret it. After all, a gentleman's revenge takes 10 years. Oh. Woo-woo. Dad. Mom. Oh. Behind me, Taylor's voice rang out sharply, piercing like glass shards scraping against ceramics, shaking both my numbed spirit and body. Shenwang. Shenwang. You need to leave. Don't stay here. Go. A broken sobbing shout echoed in my ears inexplicably, making my eyes warm, my heart racing, until the sound resounded like a drum in my ears. Blood surged through my body once more. I cannot fall here. Shenwang, get away. Get far away. Mud and dirt struck my back, feeling weak and powerless. There must be a way to survive. I hate you. I hate you the most. Shenhuang, you big fool. Woo. What a wonderful sound, Cassius. This is simply the most beautiful drama I've seen in years. Maruji stepped back a few paces, arms crossed, the 6 spider legs fully encircling his torso, trembling all over, even rolling his eyes in a comically exaggerated manner. Cassius frowned. It's a bit noisy, let's end this quickly. Hehe. So unromantic, Cassius. Hey, world government. This guy is not one of the D clan. You're mistaken. Shenhuang took a moment to catch his breath, closing his eyes. He thought of the only viable solution, Conqueror's Haki. More precisely, the precise control of its impact. What if he could direct the Conqueror's Haki to focus solely on these two rather than spreading indiscriminately like before? In the previous wave of Conqueror's Haki, these two had not been completely unresponsive. The threat of death loomed overhead, and I felt the shadow of death engulfing me, making my brain work at full capacity. Shenhuang brewed his emotions within while striving to control the restless impulses in his mind. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Oh my, such an innocent little girl. Then I'll give you a chance to make a final statement. Think carefully. This is the only opportunity you will ever have in your life. The Spider-Man sneered with the sun shining from behind him, the 6 spider legs casting shadows, as if a mob of demons danced behind him. As for you, kid, I can also generously give you a chance, seeing as you've warmed me up nicely. Just kneel, and he'll give you a complete corpse. Cassius kicked Maruji, who let out a disappointed click of his tongue. Alright, what a boring guy. Then it will be a tedious quick kill. Shenhuang. Woo, you're such an idiot. Maruji stepped closer, his heavy footsteps perfectly in sync with the beating of my heart. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Black-red lightning flickered from Shenhuang's forehead, and a chilling pressure began to spread. Oh my, are we doing this again? Useless. Chafed. Maruji sneered, his feet flashing as he charged. Suddenly, those black-red lightning bolts exploded, coalescing into 2 massive black-red serpents, roaring as they surged forth. Spear. Maruji formed a sword finger with both hands, clearly intending to use his most fundamental finger spear to finish Shenhuang, but was halted by the oncoming Conqueror's Haki, just a step away, his eyes wide with shock. In the next moment, he was knocked over by the impact, reverting from his half-beast form, his eyes rolling back as he... Meanwhile, not far away, Cassius, despite making a dodging motion in an instant, was still hit squarely in the head by the instantaneous Conqueror's Haki, serpent reverting to human form, his eyes rolling back as he fell. The sobbing from behind came to an abrupt halt. Shenhuang turned his head, a blood-soaked smile spreading across his face. See, this is how you win. Telly sat on the grass looking up at the trembling Shenhuang, with tear-filled eyes, her jade-like pupils staring blankly at Shenhuang's bloodied face for a few seconds. She suddenly pouted and broke down in tears. I'm so glad. Shenhuang. Woo. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't if I hadn't gone to the arena. Telly's cried, her tears flowing freely down her blood-streaked face. Shenhuang bent down to pick up a knife, but seeing her like this, he didn't know what to say, so he stepped closer, crouching in front of her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, offering his chest for her to cry on. Telly's. Shenhuang suddenly raised his head, and Telly, struggling to lift her head from his embrace, quickly turned away, a few drops of tears arcing through the air. Mom won't blame you. Dad forgives you. Old man. Mom. Telly's raised both hands, frantically wiping her tears. Don't say anything yet, I'll take you for treatment. Octor watched as Telly's rubbed her left wrist across her face, the pain on his face revealing a pained expression despite his serious injuries. No need, Telly's mom and dad are already gone. Sarana peered out from behind Octor, gazing deep. Little Long Uncle has a request for you. Telly's mom hopes you can do this. Tears streamed down Taylor's bloodstained face, carving 2 paths as she rushed to embrace Octor and Sarana. Little Long Uncle asked you to take care of Telly's, okay? Telly's mom hopes you won't blame yourself. Start your new life after today. This is Mom's last wish. I will do my best to take care of Telly's. Shenhuang earnestly gazed into Octor's eyes. Telly sobbed, nodding vigorously, unable to utter a word. Little Long, our family's sailing technique, if you have the chance. I hope you can pass it on to our family in the future. Octor blinked. Shenhuang was taken aback for a second, then quickly responded, Don't worry, I will definitely pass it on to your family. Then I will have no regrets. Octor closed his eyes. Telly's mom hopes you will always be happy, able to do the things you want and not be bound by the past. At this moment, Octor suddenly opened his eyes, light flashing within them. He grasped the dual blades protruding from his chest, grunting as he pulled them out, a small spray of blood splattering out. So painful. Octor, can't you just let me die in peace? Sorry, Sarana, I just wanted to hold you one more time. Octor dropped the dual blades, standing up and turning around. Really? Still likes to be spoiled. Sarana smiled, faintly staggering as she fell into Octor's oak. The two embraced tightly, gently closing their eyes, as if shedding a heavy burden, their faces revealing relaxed smiles. Then there was no more sound. It was the afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely. Yet Shenhuang felt an icy chill throughout his body, as if suffering from excessive blood loss and utter exhaustion. The blood vessels in his forehead throbbed violently, but the all-over pain from earlier had subsided. Only a faint ache remained. Seeing Tellus weeping uncontrollably on the ground, unable to rise, Shenhuang had no choice but to step forward and pat her on the shoulder. "Here, take your revenge yourself." Shenhuang handed Tellus a knife and pointed at the prostrate spider centaur Marugi. Tellus' vacant eyes instantly regained focus as she whirled around to glare at the fallen creature. She seemed to draw strength from somewhere, snatched the knife from Shenhuang, and charged at Marugi. "Cut off his head first, then do as you please. If he wakes up and survives, we'll be the ones dying here." Shenhuang's words made Tellus pause, but she pressed on, raised the blade, and brought it down. A head rolled away with a dull thud. Shenhuang picked up a knife himself and staggered toward the distant rhinoceros man Cassius. Seeing Shenhuang's condition, Tellus wordlessly rushed ahead of him and delivered another clean, decisive blow. Then she turned to Marugi's corpse, brandishing the knife as tears streamed down her face, striking blow after blow. Before long, she suddenly burst into curses, sobbing and letting out incomprehensible howls. Shenhuang turned to deal with the remaining CP5 agents. When he finished, his vision grew hazy. He deeply admired Tellus. Her arm had been severed, she had lost so much blood, yet she could still vent for so long, merely pale-faced. Surviving a disaster. Shenhuang tossed the knife aside and flopped down near Octa and the others. Moments like these, shouldn't he have a cigarette? Or a glass of rum? Pity he didn't smoke, and though he could drink, there was none to be had here. Besides, rum tasted terrible. Forget it. He was famished, though. Tellus approached with red-rimmed eyes. In fact, her entire body was drenched in blood, making her look like a murderess. "Shenhuang, I want to bury my parents." Her voice was hoarse now, but she had stopped crying. "I'll help you." Shenhuang said nothing more, stood up, and walked directly toward Octa and the others. This place was clearly unsuitable for burial. They lacked the strength to clean up the scene, and the world government would surely send investigators later. So they decided to move the bodies of Octa and Salana to the mushroom-shaped rock formation at the easternmost end and bury them there. By the time everything was done, dusk had fallen. The two utterly exhausted people helped each other back to Tellus' home in Labura. The place had been ransacked, but belongings remained. With all the CP agents dead, Dressrosa would be absolutely safe for the next day or two. They cooked a large pot of rice, ate their fill, bathed, changed clothes, and after discussion, decided to return to Saibayo that very night, to Shenhuang's house. Since Shenhuang had not yet been exposed, his place was safe, and he had plenty of medicine. Both of them had many wounds that needed bandaging, especially Tellus. Her wrist was only crudely wrapped with Shenhuang's shoulder cape. The moment he got back to his house, Shenhuang couldn't help collapsing onto the bed. He slept in a stupor until the next afternoon. Tellus. Tellus. Waking up, Shenhuang used his observation Haki to scan the house and found no trace of her. He tried to move, but realized Tellus had wrapped him in layers of supreme bandages again. TSK. Even with only one hand, she managed to dress my wounds so well. She's so strong. Shenhuang curled his lip, carefully sensing his body. The main reason he couldn't move was that during the battle with the Spider-Man, their armament Haki had clashed heat-in. Though the surface of his fists wasn't injured, many of his bones had been fractured by the recoil. His physical constitution was still inadequate. Yesterday, adrenaline must have kept him going until he got home. But now awake, everything hurt, and he couldn't move at all. He estimated that even after eating well, it would take 2 or 3 days to regain basic mobility. Looked like he'd have to break his promise to Milo again. But that didn't worry him. Shenhuang reached into a hidden compartment under his pillow and pulled out a den mushi. Once bitten, twice shy. He couldn't afford to let this happen again unprepared. He had specially given Milo a den mushi. Moshi. Milo, I got into a fight with an enemy yesterday. Shenhuang slowly explained the situation to her. Finally, he said he needed 3 days to return to Greenbit. Of course, he couldn't be completely honest. A few white lies were necessary. Milo insisted on coming to take care of him, but Shenhuang quickly made up countless excuses to stop her. If she came, things would go wrong. He promised to call her every day before hanging up. Shenhuang began to think about Tellus. Where had she gone now? Naturally, he couldn't contemplate the idea of her bearing his child now. Octa and Salana had just passed away. He himself was quite grieved, let alone Tellus. Though he had let her hack her enemy to pieces yesterday, to vent her pent-up emotions, such a thing would take at least half a year to even consider. For now, the priority was to build affection. Just as he was thinking, Tellus returned. She had covered her face with a cloth, leaving only her eyes visible. Carrying several large bags with one hand, she entered, set them down, removed the headscarf, locked the front door, and then walked into Shenhuang's room. Tellus left the other bags outside the door, but brought in a single box. With a snap, she placed the box on Shun Wang's bedside table, opened it, and took out a golden prosthetic hook. She held it up to her bandaged stump, comparing. Isn't this cool? I picked this hook for the longest time. Tellus beamed with joy like a child, as if she had completely moved on from yesterday's events. Seeing that golden prosthetic hook, Shun Wang felt his scalp tingle. No way. Could the rumors be true? Old Sha. Huh. No, that can't be. Old Sha hasn't even formed yet. Hairstyle and color don't match either. Shun Wang's forehead beaded with sweat, and he raised a hand to wipe it. The room fell into an abrupt silence. Shun Wang looked up to see Tellus' face utterly expressionless, cold as ice. Though the flicker of disdain in his eyes was fleeting, she had caught it clearly. You despise me. Tellus threw down the golden hook and slowly approached the bed. How could I despise you? Shun Wang felt baffled. She suddenly thrust her left stump, still wrapped in bandages seeping blood, right in front of Shun Wang's face. Xiao Wang, how dare you despise me? Her face wore a familiar gentle smile, but her jade-like eyes were icy cold. You promised the old man to take care of me. How could you despise me? Tellus maintained an almost perfect smile, sidestepped onto the bed, and straddled Shun Wang with a swift motion. She pressed her stump against his face while reaching down to pull at his pants. I don't care. You promised, so you can never escape. Her voice carried a trembling, desperate ferocity. MMPH. Shun Wang couldn't speak. Tellus had shoved her stump directly into his mouth. Why no reaction? How can there be no reaction? Tellus grew agitated, causing Shun Wang some pain. Oh, I know. She brightened with a joyful expression, though her eyes remained hollow. She tore off her own top and skillfully unbound the bandages around her chest with one hand. Shun Wang stared wide-eyed at the blindingly white, quivering flesh. The pain instantly faded, and his blood surged, as if receiving a charged signal. Lust crept into his eyes. Perfect. I knew it. Tellus looked into his eyes, as if finally getting the answer she wanted, and the ice in her gaze melted slightly. Ignoring whatever Shun Wang might say, she took off her own gear, adjusted herself, and sat down. A slight frown crossed her face, but then the perfect smile returned. Xiao Wang, you can't lose me now. You have to be responsible for me for life. It hurt quite a bit, but that didn't stop Shun Wang's trembling hand from reaching out and grasping heart. Finally, now he knew what it felt like to hold such bounty. The texture was incredible. Or rather, Tellus' skin and body were just too good to the touch. Of course, his other hand held Tellus' left forearm, rubbing it against his own cheek, gently kissing at his eyes, softening with tenderness. Tellus might have been acting crazy, but he couldn't afford to lose his head. He had never despised her missing hand. Even if he had to fake it now, he must make her happy and willing to bear his child. Gradually, amidst the fragrance at the tip of his nose, the sweet milky scent grew stronger, overpowering the herbal aroma. The pheromones merged perfectly with it, making his heart quiver. Well, a beautiful girl's blood does seem sweet and fragrant. How many times must I say it? It's that golden prosthetic hook I despise, not you. Really? Shun Wang mustered the most sincere tone, locking eyes with Tellus' eye as she lay in his arms. His left hand gently patted Tellus' bare back, offering every ounce of comfort he could. I once encountered a pirate with the exact same prosthetic hook, hideous, burly, and to make matters worse, they said she was a woman. When I saw the one you bought, I couldn't help but think of that brute. To soothe Tellus', Shun Wang had no choice but to fabricate a story. Hearing Shun Wang's explanation this time, Tellus' emerald eyes finally rippled with a smile. Then go pick one for me. Make sure it's stylish, okay? Tellus' blinked her watery eyes, her rosy lips exhaling softly, her right index finger tracing circles on Shun Wang's chest. Hiss. It'll definitely be stylish. That angle. Shun Wang's heart pounded violently. How could she be so bewitching, so adept? Unfortunately, his body was wrapped in layers of supreme bandages. Otherwise, with her skin pressed against his, it would have been both painful and pleasurable. Now being crushed only brought pain. As he stealthily moved the claw on his back downward, he heard a faint snore from her chest. So she's finally relaxed. Watching her rest her head sideways on his chest, her long lashes fluttering slightly. The scene was stunning, yet it weighed heavily on his heart. Shun Wang's eyes brimmed with affection as he reached out his right hand to gently stroke her forehead. It was a bit warm. Her constitution was truly remarkable. Despite such severe injuries and blood loss, she could still bounce around and go shopping, and then get so emotionally stirred. Shun Wang sighed inwardly, his mood sinking slightly. His claw reached its destination. The feel was indeed pleasant. As he kneaded gently, his thoughts drifted far away. Based on the efficiency with which the world government had previously tracked down Tellus' family, agents from CP would arrive in Dressrosa by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Relying on them not finding the specifics and betting on that probability would be suicide. One impulsive act nearly got him killed. He absolutely could not fall into a desperate situation a second time. Next time CP0 would send even stronger agents and his own strength couldn't achieve a qualitative leap in such a short time. What if the next person couldn't be knocked unconscious by Conqueror's Haki? They had to set sail immediately. Even if his navigation skills were half-baked, it was still better than living in Besides, he had always wanted to go to sea, but he kept telling himself to get stronger first, or that he couldn't abandon Milo. Various excuses to delay leaving. This time he would force himself. He already had the two-color Haki, and his Conqueror's Haki was under control with decent power. If he didn't set sail with this setup, what level of strength would be enough? Having made up his mind, Shenhuang prepared to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes and began to drift off, he suddenly realized he had only been awake for a short while, hadn't he? He couldn't fall asleep at all. And he didn't want to disturb Telesai, who was already exhausted and sleeping on him. Mostly he was starving. What a terrible situation. Now he could only pick up the navigation book on the bedside table and leaf through it. Time passed bit by bit as he idly turned the pages, his hand resting on Telesis' smooth, springy curves. Not entirely unpleasant. The sky soon darkened. Ding! The host Telesai has successfully conceived. Now generating inherited talents. Shenhuang's hand jerked and the book fell to the floor. Telesai rubbed her head against Shenhuang's chest as if slightly dissatisfied. Shenhuang gently patted her back to soothe her, his heart brimming with surprise. She's already pregnant. Maternal talent analysis complete. Inheritable talents are as follows: excellent human physical talent constitution that can be called monstrous Conqueror's Haki potential. She has Conqueror's Haki potential. Shenhuang immediately noticed those two words, deeply puzzled. Octa and Salana died, so tragically, yet she didn't awaken it. Suddenly he recalled a saying one must face and break through one's deepest fears to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Her deepest fear wasn't her parents' death. That's it. Octa and Salana probably instilled in her from childhood the terror of the celestial dragons and the world government. Though she seemed dismissive, deep down she had formed an absolute fear. Especially this time. She barely showed her face and got taken down by the world government instantly. It seemed that when he grew strong enough, he would find a chance to let her kill a celestial dragon to see if it could break her fear and awaken her Conqueror's Haki. As expected of the D clan. But this talent is useless to me. After his excitement, Shenhuang felt a bit speechless. He then read the other line carefully. Excellent human physical talent, monstrous constitution. She can be called a monster. Ridiculous. If she's a monster, what am I? Shenhuang pinched her soft, fair arms and thighs, unable to suppress a laugh. Suddenly a cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This is fat-trapped muscle. Has she never exercised in her entire life? With a body that grew naturally, even pampered, she managed an 87 win rate over 500 battles. Wow. Truly terrifying. Uncle Octa really doted on his daughter. Shenhuang instantly selected the excellent human physical talent. The offspring has inherited the mother's excellent human physical talent, now granting the host 20 of this talent from the offspring. After birth, an additional 30 of the offspring's talent will be granted. A surge of heat appeared out of nowhere, coursing through his body. Wherever it passed, warmth enveloped him, tingling and numbing. A sensation both pleasant and uncomfortable. Soon the heat dissipated, and Shenhuang felt completely relaxed. Both the pain in his flesh and the ache in his bones vanished. He tried to move his body, and found he could shift easily. Fully recovered. Just in time. If he had waited to heal before preparing to leave, it might have been too late. Now he could drift out to sea, and the world government wouldn't be able to catch him for a while. After training to fully develop his potential, even CP0 wouldn't be a threat. Feeling the surging power within, Shenhuang was absolutely certain. This 20 talent hadn't even fully manifested yet, but it had already increased his strength by about 2/10. With extreme training for 3 to 5 months, his power would at least double. Telesis' physical potential far exceeded Milo's. With his previous experience, 1.5 times, he could roughly gauge the intensity. Telesis' 20 talent was roughly equivalent to 70 of Milo's. In terms of pure physical talent, Telesai was more than 3 times stronger than Milo. This doesn't mean that Telesai with her talent fully realized would necessarily be 3 times stronger than Milo. Combat ability isn't determined by physical prowess alone. Factors like the strength of armament and observation, Haki physical techniques, swordsmanship, devil fruits, weapons, and most importantly combat intuition and combat IQ all play a role. But purely in terms of enhancement, to Shenhuang, Telesai was indeed more than 3 times as valuable as Milo. This was an epic power-up. Come to think of it, Telesai hasn't even reached 20 of her own potential. At best, her current physical condition is just over 10 of her full potential. What a waste. Carefully sliding out of bed, he admired Triss, who lay peacefully asleep. She was the very embodiment of fair, jade-like skin, a living work of art. She's been well nurtured. If she underwent extreme body tempering, she probably wouldn't look this beautiful, would she? He figured she thought the same. No girl doesn't love to be pretty. But these legs. Maybe they'd look even better after training. Then again, they're already at the level of legs worth a lifetime. Too bad I couldn't move them just now. Sighing, Shen Wang gently pulled the thin blanket over her. Better not disturb her. Next, Shen Wang prepared to cook himself a meal. The recent reinforcement had left his stomach cramping with hunger, burning away the scant fat on his body, making his cheeks appear slightly hollow. Stepping outside, he saw the bundles and bags Triss had bought, a mountain of shopping. Rummaging through them, he found new bedding, some women's daily necessities, and several new garments. Notably, there were 2 dresses of a style unlike her previous ones, with necklines cut a bit low. It seemed she was already preparing for her role as a wife. Did the local customs not require a mourning period? She's already ready to start a new marriage. Suddenly recalling Serana's dying entrustment to Triss and the frenzy Triss had just displayed, Shen Wang fell silent. After standing for a while, Shen Wang quietly pulled out the half-sheep he had glimpsed earlier from the bag and went to cook it. Having eaten his fill and settled his thoughts, he headed under cover of night to the tavern, where he could contact underground intelligence brokers. Though he hadn't deeply integrated into Dressrosa over the past year, he knew a few things. He spent 800,000 Bei Li to buy the wanted posters and basic intelligence of the most active pirate crews in the New World. This was a fundamental part of sea navigation. If a pirate was powerful and brutal, one should flee at the sight of their flag from afar. He wasn't about to gamble with his life. He also purchased sea charts and intelligence on non-member states. There were few world government member states in the New World, and the Marines had limited reach. Of course, he bought basic navigation skills as well. All this cost 980,000 Bei Li, leaving him with less than 100,000. However, most of his money was stored with Milo. He placed the box of intelligence back at 56 Rosedale Street, glanced at Triss sleeping soundly, tucked her in, and then rushed without pause to Calta Port on the eastern peninsula. Acacia Port was Dressrosa's largest, busiest, and most secure harbor. No pirates came here, and even if they did, they disguised themselves. There was no need to check CBO Port where he lived. After all that time, he had never seen a pirate ship there. To find pirate ships, he had to come to the smallest and shabbiest dock, Calta Port. Right. Despite the tight inspections on Dre's Island in recent days, 3 pirate ships still anchored here tonight. A smile spread across Shen Wang's face as he headed straight for the vessels within his observation Haki's range. Yes, he planned to hijack a pirate ship and set sail. Buying a ship cost too much and left traces of better to take one that was ready-made. At worst, it would just be a bit dirty. Drawing closer, he saw 3 ships of varying sizes. The largest was over 30 meters long, and the other was only slightly smaller. What caught Shen Wang's eye most was a 15-meter single-masted sloop, since he expected only himself and Triss would be aboard. Even a ship this small raised doubts about whether 2 people could manage it. He jumped on board to get a feel. It seemed about the same size as the Going Merry, though perhaps a little larger. Shen Wang touched the gunwale, making a careful assessment. A fast sloop like this in the New World. Is this an adventuring party? He swept it with his observation Haki and gave a low whistle. Good grief. The 2 largest cabins under the main deck were crammed with nearly 50 crewmen, sleeping on the floor in bunk beds and hammocks. They had maximized every inch of space. The captain and first mate had their own private quarters on the aft deck, albeit small ones. Compared to the crew, their living conditions were worlds apart. Who's there? The captain and first mate charged onto the main deck, glaring at Shen Wang. They used their observation Haki, and sensed Shen Wang's presence was weaker than theirs, so they relaxed. You bastard, how do you want to die? Daring to steal from my ship. The captain brandished a nodachi, layers of fat beneath his chin quivering. Just a bug. Your job, captain. The scrawny first mate yawned, patted his mouth with a strange sound, and, hey, bastard, you should be the one doing the fighting. The captain. Despite his words, he didn't move, his face alight with battle fervor. Yeah. The first mate disappeared into his cabin. Hey, what's with the dumbstruck look? Swish. The captain swung his nodachi, and the blade instantly darkened to a glossy black that glowed even in the night. Your ship's pretty good wood. Shen Wang mused, stroking his chin and nodding. The gunwale is quite tough. I grabbed hard and didn't break it, just left a fingerprint. The keel must be even better. Hearing Shen Wang's remark, the captain, who had taken a few steps, abruptly halted. You've got an eye, kid. This is a branch of the treasure tree atom I bought for 170 million Bei Li, and the ship cost another 50 million to build. Oh, impressive indeed. Shen Wang's eyes lit up. Why didn't you make it bigger? You guys seem to be living in cramp. Bastard. It takes enough cash. The captain, who had been proud a moment ago, flushed with rage, and so they were broke. Shen Wang had been building up his battle intent inwardly, and his Conqueror's Haki was ready to burst. He suddenly realized that controlling it into a single attack like yesterday afternoon was extremely taxing and almost impossible. Without pushing his brain to the brink of life and death, he probably couldn't replicate that. So he did his best to channel the Conqueror's Haki forward. Crack! Black-red lightning erupted before Shen Wang, surging ahead. Ugh! The powerful captain gasped and collapsed 2 meters from Shenhuang. This Conqueror's Haki was so hard to control. In the darkness, thumps echoed from the other 2 pirate ships lined up, sounds of heavy objects falling, then silence. That was the watchman falling from the crow's nest. Shenhuang scratched his head. When not pushed to the limit, his brain couldn't achieve the extraordinary. His observation Haki sensed that everyone on this ship had fainted, and the other 2 ships caught in the unexpected blast were also knocked out. Tisk, he still couldn't control it properly. Had only meant to stun this ship, never to involve the innocent. Humming a tune, Shenhuang bound the captain and first mate with iron chains and tied up the crew with hemp rope, then threw them all into the sea. As for the other 2 ships, he repeated the same process. A pack of scumbags who deserved death. After tossing the pirates overboard, Shenhuang returned to the sloop and threw all the crew's belongings into the sea as well. Of course, abiding by the principle of never leaving empty-handed, he made a cursory search of their bodies and luggage. Turns out the dozens of crew members didn't even have 10,000 baili between them. Truly a sorry bunch. He also sank the messy beds from the cabins and most of the things in the captain's quarters to the bottom of the sea. The ship now held only some fresh water and food. Everything else was cleared out, leaving just 2 wooden chests in the captain's and first mate's cabins. Time for the exciting treasure chest opening. He stared at the 2 chests, rubbing his hands eagerly. When he snapped the locks and opened them, he was deeply disappointed. The captain's chest held just over 2 million baili in scattered gold and silver jewelry. The first mate's had a little over 1 million baili. Truly, he shouldn't have expected much. The ship, though dirty, was 95% new. They had gone bankrupt building it from the treasure tree atom not long ago. But no matter. There wasn't a trace of dejection on Shenhuang's face. He stepped out of the captain's cabin with a smile. He turned his gaze to the other 2 30-meter brigantines in the darkness. Those pirate ships were the real treasure. No rush now. I need to clean up the ship first to store the loot properly. He fetched water and scrubbed the cabins below deck, then washed the captain's quarters, first mate's quarters, kitchen, and common room on the aft deck. The only place on the aft deck he barely touched was the navigation chart room next to the captain's quarters. It was quite clean already, with sea charts and log poses mostly for the Grand Line. Their navigator had been reasonably competent. At least now he wouldn't be completely clueless when sailing the Grand Line. He decided not to wash the main deck. Making it too clean would attract pirates. He still had to go back and fetch Triss, leaving the ship unguarded for a stretch, so he had to be cautious. Triss needs training too. I will leave the deck scrubbing to her. Shenhuang stood on the main deck admiring his. There were a few spots on the ship he hadn't cleaned, but they were unnecessary, like the cannon room under the foredeck and the storage room under the aft deck. Speaking of which, this captain had no sense of romance. The bow just had a cannon opening, no figurehead at all. He'll have someone make one later. This ship needs a unique figurehead to look truly cool. He checked the sky. The moon was descending toward the west. Time was short. He leaped onto the nearest brigantine and headed straight for the captain's cabin, the greatest trove of treasure on any pirate ship. Entering, he rifled through the desk, wardrobe, and drawers. Only a little over 100,000 baili and some gold and silver. No way, that can't be all. The crew is almost as rich as the captain. Shenhuang scanned the room, confirming he hadn't missed a spot, and frowned. Observation Haki, activate. There was something hidden after all. He pressed his hand against a half-length portrait above the sofa, pushed hard, and the frame shattered, revealing a dark knock, knock, knock. Shenhuang's face instantly darkened as a dozen or so short arrows struck his armament Haki-covered face, clattering to the ground haphazardly. The moment he opened it, he sensed a considerable sense of crisis. Violent dismantling was still not advisable. He simply didn't want to waste time. It was just a few traps. Shenhuang reached in and grabbed the handle of a large wooden crate inside. With a heave, he gasped. It was quite heavy. He pulled it out and set it on the ground, pried open the lock, and lifted the lid. Immediately under the lamplight, a dazzling reflection burst forth, almost blinding him. Inside the crate was a pile of gold, silver, gems, and jewelry. He had little knowledge of such items and couldn't estimate their value, but since they were all collected by the captain, surely they were worth tens of millions of berries, right? Apart from these precious metals and gems, there were also large stacks of berries. Shenhuang took them and counted, his hands trembling more with each number. The total was a staggering 1,600 Kuliyuji notes. That meant 16 million berries. Adding the gold, silver, and gems, it amounted to nearly 30 million berries. How many towns must have been plundered to amass such loot? Shenhuang took a deep breath, poured all the treasures into a sack, and slung it over his back. He closed his eyes, stood still, and silently mourned for 3 seconds in honor of the unidentified victims, thereby cleansing the sins tainting these riches. Since the enemies had already been sunk to the seabed for you, this money is now pure and clean. Shenhuang didn't dwell on guilt. Burdened with the heavy little sack, he began exploring the pirate ship. This sea chart is well drawn, he'll take it. Oh, There's even exercise equipment like suolongs. Seems like some pirates aboard had a sense of urgency after all. Indeed, based on the ship's logs and charts, these pirates had sailed from the North Blue all the way through the Grand Line into the New World. How could they have completely degenerated into a life of debauchery? He picked a few relatively new pieces of equipment and placed them on the deck to take back later. The supplies are quite well stocked. Shen Wang arrived at the storeroom and was delighted to find barrels of rum, large casks of pickled meat, and an assortment of vegetables and fruits. Since his own ship had limited provisions, these would make up the deficit. But didn't these guys drink fresh water? Shen Wang moved everything to the deck, then transferred it all to his new ship in several trips. Seeing the storeroom below the aft deck, brimming with supplies, he felt immensely satisfied. Yet when he noticed the two empty holds beneath the central deck, a sense of insecurity crept back in. Who knew how long they might drift on the sea? Moreover, his own appetite was enormous, and if Telesai started training, her appetite would likely become just as large. Inevitably, Shen Wang also ransacked the last pirate ship. The treasures aboard were slightly less, totaling 13 million berries along with some gold and silver. He estimated that the combined wealth from the three ships would exceed 50 million berries. Although in the original story berries seemed worthless, having 50 million berries in hand felt extremely real and tangible. As he walked, the bag clinked and jingled. The sound of gold, silver, and gems colliding was particularly delightful. How could anyone who had never experienced it understand? After hiding the 50 million berries of treasure in the warehouse, Shen Wang, beaming with joy, proceeded to move the supplies. Apart from sea charts and food, he found a large, sturdy bed on this ship. Their captain was indeed large, almost 3 meters tall. This bed frame is nice, we'll take it. As he walked into the aft cabin, Shen Wang's eyes lit up. What are these two water towers for? And there are pipes connecting to the sea. After some experimentation, Shen Wang realized it was a seawater purification device. He took a sip. It tasted strange and slightly bitter. The purification device probably wasn't high-end, but the water was perfectly fine for washing and scrubbing. Shen Wang directly disassembled the whole system, planning to install it on his own ship later. After a busy spell, as the sky began to lighten, he had filled 2 of his ship's holds almost to the brim and collected about a dozen barrels of fresh water. Perfect. Thus a relatively clean single-masted swift sloop, with its keel made of treasure tree atom fully loaded with fresh water, food, riches, and various supplies, was finally prepared. Standing at the pier and seeing the ship's draft deepen considerably, Shen Wang grew a bit worried. Would the ship even be able to set sail? Well, no immediate danger for now. He'll capture Telesai later, and we'll figure it out together. Sudden wealth felt pretty amazing. Humming a tune, Shen Wang grabbed a piece of pickled meat and quickly headed back. In this relatively peaceful area, the 3 ships flying pirate flags were docked together. No one would dare come near anytime soon, so they could be left here safely. Even if he wasn't at ease, he had no choice. He had to go back and summon Telesai. Regardless, the ship would have to stay here for a while. In about 10 minutes, Shen Wang arrived at his home in Sibio. First, he stewed a pot of meat porridge, then began packing his luggage. It wasn't just clothes and bedding, but also pots, pans, bowls, various medicines stored at home, and a wooden chest containing the Paloma family's hereditary navigation techniques. In the end, he packed a bundle as tall as a person. When watching anime, he used to think such scenes were comedic, but now that he was here, he realized that when you have enough strength, this kind of bundle was the most convenient and time-saving. Telesai, get up and have breakfast. Shen Wang pulled back Telaisa's blanket, and the dazzling whiteness made his eyes narrow and his breath catch. Calm down, calm down. Not the time for this. Taking a few deep breaths, Shen Wang reached out and gave Telesai a firm shake. What time is it? Telesai squinted, raised her left hand to rub her eyes, but it slipped down from her face. Her eyes flew wide open, and she froze. Her gaze seemed to grow hollow, as if lost in thought. Seeing Telaisa's expression, like that of a soulless doll, Shen Wang felt a pang of sorrow. How could he help her? He had no idea what words might comfort her. After a few seconds of thought, Shen Wang simply reached out and pressed his palm against Telaisa's forehead, then leaned in and kissed her soft pink lips. MMPH. Telesai was dazed at first, then struggled a little, and finally closed her eyes. After a long moment, she opened her eyes and saw a thin silver strand in the air. Her already flushed face turned crimson. I haven't even washed up yet. Telesai lightly patted Shen Wang a few times as if playfully coaxing. This time she used her uninjured right hand. Shen Wang stroked the top of her head and whispered, "I'll always be by your side." Telesai gazed at Shen Wang for a few seconds, then broke into a smile. This time it wasn't an imitation of her mother's smile, but a relaxed, genuine one. All right, get up quickly, wash up, and have breakfast. There are important things to do. Telesai docilely put on her clothes and did as Shen Wang said. Good thing I held my breath. What if there had been bad breath? Shen Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But can this really mask bad breath? Or do beautiful girls simply have no morning breath? He didn't know. Still, if you handle the surface things well, matters tend to proceed smoothly. Talisa's lips are so soft. So this is what kissing feels like. Shenhuang's face showed nothing, but his eyes wandered as he watched Talisai taking small sips of porridge, her head lowered. An hour later, Shenhuang, carrying an enormous bundle, stood at Cartaport. Pointing at the small, single-masted sloop before them, he said to Talisai, who also bore a bundle on her back, "This is our ship, our home on the sea from now on. How does it look? Cool, isn't it?" Shenhuang had picked up on some of Talisai's preferences. She liked cool things and cool vibes. He just didn't know exactly what her criteria for cool were, so he just went along with it. Talisai tilted her head up, her big emerald eyes reflecting the image of the ship. This ship. It seems to belong to someone else, doesn't it? That pirate flag is still flying. Don't mind it, that's the flag of the pirate crew who helped me build the ship. They'll take it down in a moment. Shenhuang's face was brimming with smiles as he contentedly placed his luggage on the deck, then disembarked to take Triss' bundle. Before he could even call out to her, Triss scrambled eagerly aboard the vessel. This fellow, she said one thing. Shaking his head, Shenhuang untied the mooring rope and climbed aboard via the gangway with one hand. By then, Triss had already emerged from the captain's quarters and was about to enter the chart room. "Triss, don't look around, yet come help me sail the ship." Shenhuang set his bundle on the central deck, gazing at the mast that was as thick as two people could encircle, feeling somewhat troubled. Should he pull this rope to lower the sail? Was the wind direction favorable? Oh, the angle of the sail could be adjusted. The book said so. Shenhuang fumbled to pull the halyard, lowering the mainsail. But the wind was misaligned, pushing the vessel toward the mushroom rock. "Damn it. You can't sail a ship, yet you set out to sea." Triss grumbled as she adjusted the yard at the base of the mainsail. Shenhuang imitated her actions, helping to correct the direction, and finally the ship was steered toward the vast ocean. "Good thing you're here, Triss." Shenhuang wiped his sweat. The corners of Triss' mouth curled upward, but she said nothing, instead picking up her luggage to stow it away. "You'll stay in that room." Shenhuang pointed to the former first mate's quarters. As Triss headed toward it, he began to ponder adjusting the course further, secretly steering toward Greenbit. But the wind and current didn't allow the ship to head toward Greenbit. After struggling for a long time, Shenhuang only managed to reach the easternmost edge of Dressrosa, near the mushroom rock, where the vessel lingered. No wonder the Tontata tribe had remained undisturbed for so long. The log post pointed to the southwestern port of Dressrosa, but getting from that port to the northernmost Greenbit Island was quite challenging. The only way there was by rowing. No one would bother to do that unless they had nothing better to do. When people docked, they came for supplies, to drink at taverns, and to gather news. Why would they waste energy rowing to Greenbit? Unless one's target was the Tontata tribe. But aside from the Riku royal family and the records of the Don Quixote family, almost no one else knew about the existence of the little people on Greenbit. The people of Dressrosa had known once, but 200 years ago, after the chain bridge connecting to Greenbit was ambushed by the fighting fish, the knowledge gradually faded, leaving only the legend of fairies. Huh. Xiaowang, why is the ship still at the mushroom rock? Triss, having tidied up her room, stepped out and saw the familiar rock formation, momentarily baffled. Shenhuang suddenly felt a bit awkward. "I need to go to Greenbit Island to say goodbye to some friends. But the ship can't get there. I plan to swim over. Drop the anchor." Without waiting for Triss to respond, Shenhuang leaped into the sea and swam toward Greenbit. Watching the long waterline Shenhuang left behind in the sea, Triss was momentarily stunned. Pursing her lips, she had no choice but to haul in the sail and then go to the stern deck to open the windlass and drop the anchor. Doing all this alone was quite tiring and inconvenient. Triss wiped the sweat from her face, muttering a few complaints, yet a hint of anticipation for her new life gleamed in her eyes. After stepping ashore on the beach of Greenbit, Shenhuang took a few steps before feeling his stride falter. How was he supposed to tell Milo? Why did it feel like a guilt of abandoning one's wife and child? Scratching his head for a while, Shenhuang then found clarity. This wasn't a voluntary abandonment, but a compulsion of crisis and circumstances. It was a forced abandonment. Why not take them along? Of course, because little Xingye was still young and Milo was showing her pregnancy, and the ship's tossing would be detrimental to their health. Shenhuang stopped, unable to convince himself. Indeed, I'm still afraid of the harem battlefield. Shenhuang took a deep breath, his gaze firming. Well, let's use that classic line from the pirate world to explain. The sea is calling me. He raised his hand and pressed on the freshly healed wounds under the bandages, causing them to split open. Crimson seeped through the damp bandages. The fact that he hadn't removed the bandages when they were healed was a subconscious preparation for this. Now it came in handy. "Why are you here?" Milo, who was guarding the Den Mushi in the forest cabin, looked at Shenhuang with surprise at the door. Seeing his bandages soaked red and wet, Milo's eyes filled with distress. "How could you come back before your wounds healed? And you swam back. Lie down quickly, let me change your bandages." Shenhuang waved his hand in refusal. "Milo, listen to me first. I'm in big trouble now. If I don't leave Dressrosa, I'll die, and it might even implicate Greenbit Island. So I plan to leave this place. I understand. Milo didn't hesitate for a second. Wait for me a moment, I'll go pack my luggage. Huh. This reaction wasn't right. Shenhuang panicked. Milo, you're pregnant now, and little Xingye is still young. You can't come with me. Once the storm passes, I'll come back to see you. Xingye might not be able to endure the tossing. Milo seemed to be completely ignoring Shenhuang's words. He'll entrust him to Aunt Tano. Aunt Tano is a very kind person, he'll be well taken care of. Wait. Just like that, she arranged a foster care package for adorable little Xingye. Shenhuang couldn't believe it. He had planned to use maternal love to bind Milo to the island, but she didn't seem to care that much. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Compared to her child, Milo obviously cared more about him. But this. Shenhuang made a final attempt. Milo, you're carrying a child now. The sea is so harsh and turbulent, it might be bad for your health. It's fine, I know my body. Even fighting wouldn't be a problem. Milo raised her chin, her gaze haughty. If we encounter a powerful enemy and fall in battle, then this child isn't meant to exist. Milo's words were ruthlessly cold. Shenhuang rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. Could he bear this depth of affection? All right then. It's just. Shenhuang found himself at a loss for words. Milo flew a few meters away, then suddenly stopped. Am I the second? Her voice trembled slightly. Shenhuang was stunned, then realized what she meant and hurriedly said, You are my first woman, and this child is my first. Then it's fine. I've already prepared myself mentally. Milo turned back with a smile, then flew toward the cave of the Tontata tribe. You must wait for me. Her voice drifted over faintly. That smile, for some reason, didn't seem quite genuine, a bit forced, yet strangely beautiful. Shenhuang felt a wave of relief, a lightness in his heart. But then he thought of Triss, and his head began to ache again. However, it wasn't as uneasy as when facing Milo. Clearly, Triss' talent was more important to him. Yet in this situation, Milo's feelings seemed to matter more. After a while, Shenhuang packed up everything useful he could find here, especially the chili powder named Abandon. Shenhuang, let's go. Milo flew back, carrying a bundle 3 times her size. The round bulge at the bottom seemed to be the box of cheap balm that was larger than her wash basin and never seemed to run out. All right. As they reached the edge of the forest, a rustling sound suddenly arose. Turning around, they saw the chieftain of the Tontata tribe leading a group of combat warriors. What were they going to do? Shenhuang felt a bit nervous and embarrassed. He had used a devil fruit to lure away the tribe's most talented female warrior, and now that Milo was leaving, the devil fruit wouldn't benefit the Tontata tribe after all. Grandpa Chieftain, why are you here? Milo was flustered. The Tontata chieftain gave her a long, deep look, then suddenly said, Little Milo, remember to eat, well, take care of your health, and leave the fighting to this lad. Milo, take care of yourself. One of the Tontata warriors called out, waving. Little Milo, he'll go pick up newspapers from the humans in the future. Let me see your exploits. Damn human. I knew you weren't a good person. Milo, he'll visit little Xingye whenever I have time. You must come back alive. The shouts from the combat team members, one after another, made Milo's eyes redden. She sniffled and said, Everyone, I will live well, and make the people of the sea witness the might of the Tontata tribe. Thank you, everyone. Grandpa Chieftain. Everyone farewell. Shenhuang's heart felt heavy as he watched, and he couldn't help but make a promise. Rest assured, everyone of the Tontata tribe. 1 year at most, 2, I will bring Milo back for a visit. Get lost, you scoundrel. The Tontata chieftain fumed, his beard bristling. Who is she? Tailizi frowned as she saw Shenhuang climbing onto the deck with a tiny figure the size of a palm sitting on his shoulder. Her intuition told her that something was amiss. Nice to meet you, Sister Tailizi. I am Miluo, a warrior of the Dongdong Ta tribe, and also Shenhuang's wife. Miluo stood up on Shenhuang's shoulder and performed a greeting. Wife. Tailizi's mind felt as if struck by lightning, buzzing loudly. When she came back to her senses, a surge of grievance welled up within her. Just as she was about to question, she suddenly noticed Miluo's slightly bulging belly. This is... Tailizi pointed at Miluo's stomach, her voice trembling. This is our second child with Shenhuang, Miluo said with a gentle smile on her face. Tailizi's eyes widened instantly. Her gaze shifted from Miluo's belly to Shenhuang's face, then to the area below she had seen just yesterday, then back to Miluo, and finally, to Shenhuang, her mouth opening wider and wider. Shenhuang's face immediately darkened. Your chin is on the ground. Snap out of it. Shenhuang reached out and manually closed her mouth. This was not how he had imagined it. Shouldn't she be questioning him and throwing a hysterical fit? He was ready to retort, so what? But she looked at him as if she had seen an alien. Was it really that strange? Suddenly he recalled how astonished he had been when he first saw Jia Ba and his giant wife. People unaware of the circumstances who saw him and Miluo would probably be even more shocked than seeing Jia Ba and his wife. He felt somewhat embarrassed. After Shenhuang manually closed her mouth, Tailizi snapped back to reality, her eyes rimmed red. If you already have a wife, why did you provoke me? I could say I didn't provoke you. The plan to woo you hadn't even started before you forcefully sat on me. But saying that to her would make me seem too much of a jerk. Taylisi Uncle Oak entrusted me to take care of you. And this is how you take care of me, eh? Taylisi was on the verge of hysteria. Actually, there are other ways to take care, but what? Taylisi's voice rose. Just. She wanted to say something, but the more she said, just, the lower her voice became. Fine, let's just say in the third party. Tears instantly welled up in Taylisi's eyes. I never meant to ruin someone else's relationship. Sob. Taylisi turned and walked toward the steering wheel at the stern. I want to go back. Tears instantly welled up in Taylisi's eyes. I never meant to ruin someone else's relationship. Sob. Taylisi turned and walked toward the steering wheel. Taylisi struggled, but couldn't break free. When she gave up struggling, Shen Wang turned her around, put on a serious face, and looked directly into her eyes. I will take care of you for the rest of your life. I need you, Taylisi. Taylisi wept profusely, saying nothing, but no longer insisted on leaving. Shen Wang, you go steer the ship. Let me have a chat with Sister Taylisi. Mi Luo flew to Taylisi's side. Sister Taylisi, shall we go to your room and talk? Taylisi, tears in her eyes, did not refuse, and her momentum suddenly weakened in front of Mi Luo. Watching their backs disappear at Taylisi's door, Shen Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mi Luo was emotionally stable, so the love battlefield didn't erupt. Moreover, facing Taylisi, he inexplicably felt confident. That should also be a key to success. A smile appeared on Shen Wang's face. He leisurely walked to the chart room, hearing their low voices, but not eavesdropping despite his curiosity. In the chart room, he took out the box Oak Ta had given him and removed one of the 5 log pose. Among these 5, only one was a New World log pose, which is a 3-pointer log pose. The other 4 were eternal poses, and precisely one of them pointed to Elbaf. He planned to search the islands around Elbaf for the expand fruit. After wishing for so long, if it wouldn't come to him, he would go to it. Currently, the expand fruit was his second priority target. The first priority was a fruit that could freely change. However, he didn't yet know which fruit could freely change size, so the expand fruit had to be his primary goal. First, he winched up the anchor and stowed it, then lowered the sails. Following the direction of the log pose, Shen Wang turned the helm to starboard, locked it in place, then loosened the sails a bit more, letting the fabric swell into an arc with the light breeze, allowing the ship to proceed steadily. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shen Wang was finally able to relax and sit on the deck's aft terrace. Putting the knowledge from books into practice turned out to be quite energy-consuming. If not for his great strength, he wouldn't have managed the sails. Truly, brute force works wonders. Shen Wang, where are you? Hearing Mi Luo's voice, Shen Wang quickly responded and saw Mi Luo flying up from below the terrace. All settled. She won't want to leave anymore. Mi Luo landed gracefully on the helm in front of Shen Wang. That's good. Although he had roughly guessed that Taylisi wouldn't leave, receiving confirmation was reassuring. Mi Luo seemed like a true virtuous wife, he just didn't know how to thank her. Saying thanks verbally felt the only way would be to let her kiss him more times. The prickling sensation. Well, he could accept it now. Originally, there was another hidden danger in Mi Luo sailing with them, but it seemed to have been resolved. As long as Mi Luo's character was solid enough, there would be no issue. Mi Luo's character was practically full marks in his book. No worries at all. It was just the matter of her having posed as a scientist before. While swimming in the sea, Shen Wang had specifically told Mi Luo not to reveal that she used to be a scientist. If that were exposed, he wouldn't know how to salvage the situation. Shen Wang had already thought up a cover story. He told her that the body enhancement potion he had successfully researched was very rare, and as soon as it was made, people fought over it and chased him, even destroying the research data. Now that he had left that former identity behind, he must never let anyone discover his scientist identity again. Otherwise, disaster would befall them. Since Shen Wang's current rugged appearance was vastly different from his refined look, when they first met, Mi Luo believed his story. At this moment, Taylisi came up the stairs, putting on her trademark fake smile. Little Wang, I'd like to ask, where is the bathroom on the ship? Bathroom? The bathroom is... Oh no, he didn't remember seeing one. Shen Wang hurried down and walked through the entire ship, even using observation Haki to scan, but still saw no trace of a bathroom. Returning to the aft deck, Shen Wang stared at the ship's railing. There was a gap blocked by a wooden plank, and outside the gap protruded a U-shaped iron ring with many footprints on it, surrounded by curved guardrails. Judging by the shape, it was probably... No way. Are people on the sea this savage? The reality of life at sea was so raw it left him speechless. Well, Taylisi, this should be the bathroom. Shen Wang gestured with his eyes. Taylisi gave him a disdainful look, turned, and went to the storeroom, fetched a wooden barrel, and placed it in her own room. It seemed that after reaching the next island, he'd have to find someone to build a proper toilet on the ship. Such a crude toilet was unbearable for him too. Although the ocean was vast and blue and usually no other ships were in sight, he still needed to be prepared for any eventuality. For instance, with a telescope, he could see scenes on other ships beyond the horizon. Shen Wang picked up a telescope he had seized from another pirate ship earlier and raised it to his eyes to survey the sea. After watching for a while, a ship's bow suddenly appeared at the line of the horizon on the starboard side. Shen Wang's spirit jolted, and he quickly studied the vessel that had popped up. After a moment, he could see clearly the white mainsail bore a cross emblem with the following marked below: Aegis CP0, Tailizi. "Don't lower the pirate flag yet," Shen Wang shouted while observing to Tailizi, who was climbing on the mast. Though puzzled, Tailizi stopped. Only when the ship could no longer be seen did Shen Wang lower the telescope and wave for Tailizi to continue. These guys moved fast. If his wounds hadn't healed quickly, he might have been trapped on the island. "Furl the sails," Shen Wang shouted, yet he dashed forward to pull the halyard himself. They had been sailing for only half a day when they plunged into a violent storm. Moments ago the sky had been clear and boundless, and now dark clouds pressed down upon them. No warning had heralded this change. Was this the new world? Shen Wang had no time to ponder. He secured the sails. The wind here was utterly unreliable, shifting from east to northwest in the span of a breath. Milo and Triss scurried about the deck, occupied with unknown tasks. Their only solace was their formidable strength. Even as the ship pitched and rolled under the assault of the waves, they stood firm upon the planks. After a moment of observation with both eyes and observation, Haki Shen Wang wiped the rain from his face and rushed to the aft deck to take the helm. The endless expanse of black clouds was drifting toward them from ahead. To escape, they would have to change course. If they pressed forward, the ship already felt on the verge of capsizing before reaching the storm's heart. What if the wind and waves shattered the vessel at its core? Shen Wang spun the wheel hard to port, giving it full rudder. "Triss, follow me down to the lower cabin to row. Milo, take the helm." After the turn, straighten the rudder. Shouting as he ran, Shen Wang descended into the hold beneath the central deck. The rectangular hold had a narrow passage on each side lined with oars. With so few crew, only he and Triss could row together. Once in position, they pulled at the oars with all their might. Shen Wang switched places with Triss. "You're rowing too fast, the turn won't come around." Milo flew in and shouted, "No need. He'll slow down. Just tell me when to adjust the force." Using observation, Haki Shen Wang confirmed Triss' pace on the other side, matching it exactly. To hasten the turn, he even reduced his speed slightly. "The turn is set. You can speed up now. I'm adjusting the helm," Milo reported, darting in. After a series of tense maneuvers, they finally emerged from the storm into a stretch of calm sea. Triss was drenched from head to toe, whether from rain, sea spray, or sweat, her hair plastered in strands across her forehead and cheeks. Setting the oar aside, she collapsed backward onto the deck, panting heavily. Shen Wang stowed his own oar and let out a long breath. The new world's welcome gift was certainly invigorating, enough to leave one breathless. It felt like a thoroughly satisfying physical workout. Climbing back to the central deck, Shen Wang peeled off his soaked shirt and hung it on the mast ladder, then dropped the anchor. Dusk was settling in. It was time to prepare dinner and rest. No sooner had he boiled 2 buckets of hot water than Triss came to take one. Milo, on the other hand, needed only 2 cups. Milo carried her hot water to the captain's quarters, which also served as her sleeping area. The bed, more than 3 meters long, made the space feel reasonably spacious. At Milo's request, Shen Wang had built a small wooden house on the wall for her, identical to the one in the forest cabin, 1 meter long, 40 centimeters high, divided into 2 rooms nailed securely to the wall. She bathed in that wall-mounted little house. As for Shen Wang, he simply rinsed off on deck, changed quickly. "Oh, Xiao Wang, you can cook." Triss, now changed into a pale yellow dress, walked into the common room and peered curiously at Shen Wang bustling in the adjoining galley. "Didn't you eat the meat porridge I made this morning?" Shen Wang rolled his eyes. "I thought you bought it," Triss pouted. "Then why didn't you cook when you stayed at my place?" "Woman, you're a born troublemaker. I was seriously injured back then. You wanted me to cook for your whole family. Where's your conscience?" Triss was about to retort when Milo flew in, and she fell silent at once. Milo smiled and helped Shen Wang carry the finished dishes to the long table in the common room, also wiping sweat from his brow and watching the heat for him. Everything felt natural, with the effortless harmony of a long-married couple. Watching from behind, Triss bit her lip, wanting to help. She hovered around Shen Wang for a while, but found no way to join in. "Don't mess things up. Just sit down and wait for dinner," Shen Wang teased. Triss' expression soured. She let out a humph and returned to her seat. At last Shen Wang finished cooking, and the long table was laden with dishes. Bon appetit. 3. During his recovery at Triss' home and meals with Milo, Shen Wang had adopted this custom, adapting to local ways. "It's only been half a day, but I'm already missing little Xingya," Shen Wang said, emerging from those dark rain clouds with a sentimental sigh. "Then go back for a visit," Milo said with a warm smile. "Better not," Shen Wang refused hastily. "I wonder how he's doing at Aunt Tano's." "Don't worry, Aunt Tano is very kind." The two chatted about the child, and before they knew it, the meal was nearly over. Shen Wang consumed 90% of the food. Triss had eaten about 5 jin of meat and a large bowl of rice. She listened expressionlessly. After finishing, she said politely, "I'm full." As she left the table, Shen Wang suddenly felt that Triss seemed somewhat uneasy in Milo's presence. What had Milo talked to her about? Shen Wang was curious, but dared not ask. After dinner, they cooled down on the deck, digesting their meal, as time slipped away. Soon after he lay down to sleep, Shen Wang heard his door creak open. Triss, what did she want? He tensed warily. Was she going to stab him? The silhouette paused by the bed. After a rustling sound, a body as warm as fine jade slid into his covers. Hiss! Shen Wang had never imagined such a reward tonight. He glanced at Milo's little house. It was silent. At that moment, Triss' hand found his command center, and she whispered against his chest, her breath like orchid, "Don't worry about Milo, sister. She sent me." Milo sent her. Impossible, right? Shen Wang didn't believe it, but Milo indeed made no sound, and his own desire was rising. Forget it, no more thinking. Shen Wang turned over to assert control. Triss' voice filled the room, echoing as if it would linger 3 days. What a fake! Shen Wang cursed under his breath. He knew Triss was already pregnant, so he dared not move recklessly. Every motion was tender. Yet Triss kept moaning theatrically, as if he were rough. Still, the sound was quite stirring. Towards the end, her reactions grew more genuine. Feeling her arching back, Shen Wang worried, would the child be harmed? In the dead of night, a powerful sense of crisis jolted Shen Wang from his sleep. Before his mind fully woke, he tossed the soft, warm Triss aside. Opening his eyes and unleashing observation Haki simultaneously, he saw that the calm sea outside had begun to churn with fierce winds. Triss slowly picked herself up from the floor. The lightning outside bleached her hair in wild disarray. "I'll kill you." Her face, shadowed by her hair, wore a gentle smile, but her voice was ice. "A terrifying natural disaster is coming. Get up. We need to escape immediately, or the ship will be destroyed and we'll perish." Shen Wang leaped out of bed and rushed out the door, wiping cold sweat from his brow. After hauling up the anchor, Milo and Triss, now dressed, ran out as well. Through their united efforts, the ship finally escaped that stretch of sea. From a distance, they saw the terrifying blizzard and hail like stones swirling in that area. Shen Wang remarked with a sigh. "Good thing I reacted quickly." On a rare day of pleasant weather, Shen Wang strapped weights to various parts of his body on the ship, performing horse stance, swinging a barbell with punches, and engaging in strength training. Another exercise he frequently practiced was swimming and deep diving. Under normal wind conditions, he had no trouble catching up to the ship. When deep diving, he would tie a rope around his waist, let the ship tow him, and descend to a depth of 50 meters. That wasn't his limit, but the ropes. During underwater training to increase resistance, he also tried tying the rope to himself and pulling the ship as he swam. Though his strength wasn't enough to move the ship, it was still an excellent weight-bearing exercise. While he held his horse stance, Tailisi was doing squats nearby with a barbell weighing nearly 1,000 jin, while Mi Luo continued perfecting her three-sword style. "How much longer until we see land?" Tailisi put down the barbell and wiped her sweat with the white towel she had draped over the bar. "No rush, we'll get there eventually." Shen Wang remained extremely calm in his horse stance. He was following the eternal pointer, so there was no way to get lost. It would just take some time. The sea was vast, and time was inevitable. Tailisi walked over to the edge of the deck, sat down, picked up a cup from a wooden barrel leaning against the railing, and gulped down a large drink. "I'm sick of this rum. If we don't reach land and get fresh water soon, I'll go mad." Complaining without any pretense, she leaned back against the railing and gazed up at the sky. Even Shen Wang's face twitched slightly. He too had drunk enough rum. They hadn't even gone through a full week of the dozen barrels of fresh water. After drinking 5, the rest had grown green. Fortunately, he noticed that other ships had prepared more alcohol, and there was space on board, so he had brought over 30 barrels of rum. Otherwise, they would have died of thirst within a week of setting sail. Wait, there was a seawater purifier. But the water it produced tasted even worse than rum. Tailisi suddenly sprang up, turned, and leaned over the ship's railing to vomit. Mi Luo immediately looked over, and Shen Wang followed her gaze. What's wrong? Had the drink made her nauseous? Fortunately, it was only dry heaving. Nothing came up. Seriously, the drinking has turned my stomach, Tailisi said, rinsing her mouth with rum. Mi Luo thrust her rapier back into her belt. Shen Wang, go diagnose her. Sister Tailisi is likely pregnant. Shen Wang suddenly realized. It had already been a month since they left Dressrosa. This was around the time morning sickness would set in. Pregnant? Really? Tailisi looked bewildered. Shen Wang was 100% certain she was indeed pregnant, so he stepped forward and reached out to take her pulse. He hesitated for a second before her left hand, then silently moved his hand to her right wrist. Closing his eyes and putting on a show for a moment, he finally broke into a smile. Congratulations, you've been pregnant for nearly a month. Sister Tailisi, congratulations. You're going to be a mother too. Mi Luo beamed, ready to explain some. Me? A mother? Lizi's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the cup in her hand and muttered, "Then won't I die of thirst? If I can't drink rum." Shenhuang gently stroked her back to reassure her. "With your physical constitution, as long as you don't drink excessively a little to quench your thirst, should be fine." Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air. Shenhuang looked up. It was a cannonball. Using observation Haki to calculate its landing point, he didn't bother to move. The cannonball landed dozens of meters off the port side, the next second splashing water that didn't even reach the ship. Shenhuang smirked, stood up, and stretched his limbs. Finally a ship in sight, and one that was actively provoking them. Perfect. With only a blurry outline visible to the naked eye, he was about to grab a telescope, when Lizi dashed to the captain's cabin first and returned with one. "Which pirate crew is it?" Shenhuang saw the black flag on the mast. Lizi stared intently for a few seconds, then grabbed a stack of wanted posters and flipped through them. "It's the Ash pirate crew, which entered the New World 3. No, 4 months ago. Their captain is Suffocator Kelawusi with a bounty of 180 million, a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Oh, so it was CMO Guess Fruit. From the nickname, this guy was more cultured than CMO Goo, knowing to use smoke to suffocate enemies. Still, though he couldn't clearly see the pirate flag on that ship, observation Haki was already sensing the auras on board. The strongest was only about as strong as Lizi's aura. As for a Logia, Shenhuang strode toward the ammunition hold below the foredeck. "Milua, watch out for cannonballs. They'll fire a few back at them. Don't worry, for a Dongdanta clan warrior this is child's play." Miluo transformed into her beast-human form, flying midair, and charged toward 3 cannonballs aimed at their ship. Like lightning she zigzagged through the air. The 3 solid iron cannonballs shattered into pieces, falling into the sea beside the ship along with the other projectiles. Shenhuang entered the ammunition hold. There was a small door at the very back. Beyond it, he could operate the bow cannon. Earlier, out of boredom, he had fired a few blank shots at the sea, but shooting without a target was no fun. Now was the perfect time to play with the cannon. Peering through the sight above the bow cannon, he carefully adjusted it, then stepped on the barrel and yanked the lanyard. Bang! The cannon recoiled fiercely, but Shenhuang held it firmly. "Powerful. Let's keep blasting. So far off. Let me have a go." Lizi carried a crate of shells and shoved Shenhuang excitedly. "What do you know? The first shot is for testing the landing point and adjusting the trajectory," Shenhuang grumbled, but he still gave up his position. They had already fired 3 volleys at him, and he had only managed 1 shot. It really didn't look good. Since Lizi wanted to play head, let her. After all, she was pregnant. Let her have some fun. The past month aboard the ship had been suffocating not only for him, but also for Lizi. Bang! I hit on the first shot. Huh, how cool am I? Lizi excitedly loaded another shell. Shenhuang handed her the ammunition, helplessly acting as her loader. Cool. This shot was even cooler. After fewer than 10 shots, the opposing ship closed and soon sailing parallel and throwing over a dozen grappling hooks. "Men, board them. Seize this little ship." An arrogant voice rang out. Just as Shenhuang stepped out of the ammunition hold, he saw a burly man with a thick beard and swirling smoke leaping from the other ship. "Smoke jet." Kelawusi leaned forward midair, then blasted thick white smoke from his palms and saws hurtling towards Shenhuang's ship. There was an odd sense of déjà vu. Still, this move was far cooler than CMO Guess White Smoke Launcher. CMO Gu really didn't know how to use the smoke fruit. Scared stiff. Huh. Kelawusi landed on the main deck and spat out a dense cloud of smoke from the cigar in his mouth. Smoke cannon. Kelawusi raised his right hand, launching a white smoke sphere from his palm that shot rapidly toward Shenhuang. Boom. A loud explosion, and a cloud of white smoke spread out. Huh. In the 100-day million bounty Logia user Kelawusi. If you know what's good for you, hand over your slightly stifling in the chest. Such force. The attack power of the smoke fruit truly is unimpressive. Shenwei curled his lips. He hadn't even used armament Haki, merely relying on his physical body to withstand it. Emerging slowly from the smoke, Shenwei smiled and said, "So you're the one called a Logia. You do have some skill daring to sail the seas." Krau's face darkened. Smoke binding. His hands transformed into smoke, rapidly spreading towards Shenwei to ensnare him. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Don't move. These guns of mine aren't just for show." A lean man armed with a sniper rifle stood on a grappling hook aiming at the airborne Milo. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Clearly targeting such a small flying opponent placed considerable strain on him. Yet this man had cleaved multiple cannonballs midair. As the second-in-command, he had no choice but to charge forward. Charge! About 30 pirates slid down the grappling hooks and landed on the deck. But seeing that their captain and first mate had already chosen opponents, leaving only a young girl wielding a sickle, they exchanged bewildered glances. However, they soon exchanged knowing smiles and charged at Trisha in unison. "3. That smoke of yours is made from arms, right? Then I can't let you touch me." Shenwei swayed left and right amid the swirling smoke, dodging all the lightning-fast smoke vines with visible speed. Don't underestimate the first warrior of the Dandan tribe. Milo charged toward the sniper. Gunfire erupted instantly. Milo's form flickered in the air, seeming to phase through the bullet as if by teleportation, reaching the sniper before he could fire a second shot. Swish! 3 lines of blood burst from the sniper's chest, and his gleaming rifle shattered into 3 pieces. Splash! The sniper fell into the sea, his fate unknown. Your gazes are disgusting. Silver light swept in an arc, and the pirates at the front were flung backward, each bearing a bloody gash across their chests. The remaining dozen or so pirates were instantly cowed, trembling with their swords in hand, afraid to advance. You're scared, but I'm not done yet. Trisha dragged her sickle forward, and soon blades flashed and blood splattered. Imologia. Do you know what that means? Kraus watched Shenwei's incoming fist, laughing heartily as he puffed out his chest without evading. Oh. Shenwei abruptly stopped before Kraus. Have you been in the New World so long without getting a taste of two-color Haki? Armament Haki. Kraus let out a maniacal laugh, raising his right fist, now coated in black armament. I'm a genius from the North Blue. I mastered this in just 3 months. Nothing special. Hey, you're quite... Shenwei grinned, but a dangerous aura began to spread. Kraus' eyes widened as he saw the man before him coat his fist in jet-black armament Haki, extending from knuckles to shoulder, gleaming with an ominous sheen. Behind him, a young girl wielded a pitch-black sickle, flashing a harmless smile. Above, a palm-sized Zoan user flew its 3 weapons, also black as night. Demon. Kraus' pupils contracted. The genuine smiles on those 3 faces in his eyes were the grins of devils. Ready your last words. Shenwei stomped forward and charged at Kraus. Mist barrier. A shield of dense smoke as tall as a man materialized before Kraus, but it didn't even last a second, dissipating at the mere touch of Shenwei's fist. Mercy. I was wrong, spare me. Just before Shenwei's fist landed, Kraus dropped to his knees in utter despair. A surrendering enemy can't satisfy the thrill. Shenwei halted his fist with some regret. Opportunity. Suddenly Kraus exploded into formless smoke, enveloping the entire ship. Huh. A smirk tugged at Shenwei's lips as he walked toward the direction sensed by his observation Haki. Smoke world. The smoke thickened, clinging to his body like viscous water, seeming to drag him down. At the same time, Shenwei found himself unable to draw breath. What he inhaled was the unpleasant smoke. If this were anywhere else, I'd test who lasts longer, my breath holding or your ability. But here are my 2 wives, they haven't trained like I have. Shenwei turned into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Kraus' location. Smoke clone. As his fist closed in, the smoke burst again, splitting into 3 humanoid smoke figures, darting in separate directions. Shenwei unhesitatingly lunged to the right, grabbing one figure by the head. You do know what observation Haki is, don't you? I'm sorry, sir. Spare my life. I want dare again. Kraus wailed. Withdraw your ability. Yes, sir. The white smoke on the ship converged toward Kraus' body, clearing the deck in 2 seconds. Tell me. Shenwei began to interrogate, but suddenly sensed a disturbance. Mist blade. Kraus' hand coated in armament Haki transformed into a curved blade and shot toward Shenwei's chest. Clang. The sound of metal striking echoed, and a patch of armament Haki appeared on Shenwei's chest where the blade hit. A savage grin spread across Shenwei's face. You've got guts. Thump, thump, thump. After dozens of fist-sized blows, Kraus finally collapsed, battered and bruised, barely breathing. One question. Shenwei sat grandly on a barrel, raising his right foot to rest on Kraus' head. How did someone as weak as you manage to get into such deep waters? Hey, which island is closest and how far? Kraus' half-closed eyes showed confusion. This counts as deep waters. Answer when spoken to. Don't question me. Shenwei pressed down harder. Yes, I understand. Kraus cried out in pain. After Shenwei eased the pressure, he gasped for a few seconds before speaking. The nearest should be Dressrosa. We just resupplied there and left only 2 days ago. Shenwei's head snapped up, looking at Milo, then turning to Trisha. 3 faces of bewilderment. Heh. Trisha's lips curved. Xiaowei, all those navigation books you read every day, what have you learned? It's your family's legacy. You didn't learn it yourself, and now you blame me. Shenwei retorted stubbornly. Strange. He had followed the eternal pose, yet despite countless course corrections due to harsh weather and weird currents, they should still be heading toward Elbaf. If I could master it, I would have long ago. Why would I need you to learn it? Trisha gritted her teeth. Shenwei, I think we need a professional navigator, otherwise we'll keep circling. I know, but where do we find one? We can't even find an island right now. Shenwei's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, where's your navigator? Lend me one. Huh. Kraus stared at Shenwei with a strange look. His eyes showed a hint of pity. Our sniper was the navigator. He fell into the sea. Probably dead. All this. Through the bow cannon's sight, Shenwang watched with satisfaction as the two-masted schooner exploded 100 meters away, engulfed in raging flames. As for Kelosi, he was naturally disposed of humanely. After provoking him so many times, did he truly think the tiger would never show its fangs? His ship served well as his coffin and target. The greatest gain from Keloousis' vessel was not the treasure worth over 10 million berry, but 10 barrels of fresh water. Of course, they also had over 100 barrels of rum. Shenhuang selected 20 of better quality and brought them aboard. The rest went up in fireworks with the ship. Now they could drink fresh water to their heart's content. Finish the 10 barrels in 3 days, not giving it a chance to spoil. After dinner, the three sat on either side of the long table. It feels incredible that we've been drifting in this sea for so long, Milo murmured, holding her small cup, lost in thought. The sea is truly terrifying. Tellus let out a scoff. I can only laugh. Shenhuang didn't know how to argue. He controlled the ship's course single-handedly, but had to evade so many severe weather fronts and navigate through currents that dragged the vessel backward. Who knew they'd been going in circles all along? No wonder they hadn't seen an island in a month, while Lu Fei seemed to hop from one island to another in no time, as if the sea shrank before him. It turned out a good navigator was that crucial. With one, they might have reached the next island before Tellus even mastered armament Haki. Now a week had passed since Tellus developed armament Haki, and they were still adrift at sea, clueless about the way ahead. Our top priority now is to find a professional navigator, Milo concluded. But we need to find an island first, Tellus said, sipping hot water from her cup slowly, as if tasting tea, eyes half closed in bliss. So the most important thing upon reaching an island is to find a navigator. Yes, and also to build a toilet. And we need someone to carve a cool figurehead. I'm done with that cannon, it's ugly and weak. Tellus pouted. What about the stylish prosthetic hook you promised? You said you hated that golden one, so I didn't bring it. Now it's really inconvenient. Shenhuang chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, they'll buy you one on the next island first thing. So many pirates lose their hands at sea, you can get one almost anywhere. Having spent a month together on the ship and shared a futon for a month, Shenhuang was now certain Tellus wouldn't stab. He slept deeply every night, and the only sense of danger during deep sleep came from the weather outside. He had kicked her off the bed a few times at the start, leaving him feeling less confident when facing Tellus now. Tellus seemed to have fully accepted this life. She pushed herself to the limit during daily training and would slip into his room at night. During the day, Milo stuck close to Shenhuang, and Tellus never commented or acted out, but at night her calls stirred something deep in his heart. A harmonious routine had formed. However, in the past few days she had grown quieter, probably because Milo couldn't stand it anymore and would open the window or even fly over to watch. By now it was likely Tellus' complete defeat. One thing that made her happy during this period after her intense training, her figure hadn't changed much except her muscles had hardened. To Shenhuang, the soft touch had become soft with a hint of firmness. But her skin remained as smooth as silk, and holding her still felt wonderful. Days passed one after another. Looking around, all he saw was the endless horizon where sea met sky. Tellus furled the sails. Milo, take the helm. Dark clouds suddenly rolled in overhead. Shenhuang rushed to the foredeck, untied a large bundle of egg-thick rope fastened to the gunwale, slipped the loop over himself, and jumped into the sea. Plunging into the icy, turbulent water, he dared not pause for an instant. He swam upwards swiftly, got his bearings on the surface, confirmed that Tellus had furled the sails, and then pulled with all his strength toward the front left. It was strenuous at first, but soon felt easier, because Milo had turned the rudder in the right direction. Before long, with his utmost effort, he dragged the ship out of the dangerous waters. After swimming back and climbing up the ladder, Shenhuang lay flat on the foredeck, gasping for air. Only after digesting roughly 20% of Tellus' talent could he barely manage to pull the ship. But each time left him utterly exhausted, because he had to not only break free from the danger zone, but also maintain the general course, meaning he had to cover the greatest distance in the shortest time. The effort required was immense. There was no other choice. 2 months had passed since their last encounter with the Grey Ash pirates. Even the rum supply was running low. If they didn't find a solution, soon they might laughably become a ghost ship adrift at sea. I see an island, Milo shouted from the mast. Where? Shenhuang sprang to his feet, looking around. An island. Finally we can set foot on solid ground. Tellus rushed to the port side, tears streaming down her face as she gripped the railing. Shenhuang joined her, staring fixedly at the patch of yellow-green that abruptly broke the dark blue sea in the distance. Hoist the sails. Turn. Full speed. He tightened the rope still tied around his waist, and a surge of fresh energy welled up inside him. Seeing Tellus stumbling toward the mast, he yelled, "Be careful. Don't act like you're not pregnant." Tellus shot him a glare. Her belly was only slightly swollen, it wasn't that fragile. The island was close. Shenhuang had no time to scold Tellus further. He jumped into the sea again, swimming with all his might toward the longed-for yellow land. Tellus dropped the anchor. Milo, steer. When they were still a few hundred meters from the port, Shen Wang climbed back aboard, wiped his face, and gave orders. He hauled in the halyard, furled the sail, and let the ship's momentum carry it into the harbor. They had been so excited that the ship still had great inertia, hence the anchor to slow it down. The stern slowly approached the dock. With a soft thud, the fender compressed against the quay's edge. "Throw me the mooring lines." Shen Wang jumped off first, fastened the bow and stern lines, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Now should we look for a reliable navigator? Milo flew down. But a navigator can't be found in a day. Maybe we should find a craftsman to install a toilet first. Tellus didn't use the gangplank. She jumped directly. I think we can have someone make a figurehead at the same time. The three started walking toward the streets inside the port, but suddenly stopped. Who will guard the ship? They asked in unison. I'm not staying. I can't take it anymore. Someone else can take over when I get back, Tellus said, taking a step away from the ship. Shen Wang exchanged a glance with Milo. Just as they were about to speak, a voice interrupted. Welcome travelers from afar to Yashin Island. Do you have any needs? This old man can help. A robust man in his 50s with graying hair approached them. Hello, we need a shipwright to install a toilet on our ship. And someone to make a figurehead and mount it. All right, guests, wait a moment. They'll summon old Yika and Hamo. They're skilled craftsmen. The old man turned and left. Shen Wang then remembered to get money. He hurried aboard, hid the treasure under food and rum barrels, and filled a small pouch with 5 million berry. Sister Milo, how about we go shopping? Tellus invited only Milo. Milo hesitated for just 2 seconds. Better have Shen Wang accompany you. He'll stay on the ship, supervise the modifications, and when you come back, Shen Wang can go with me. Shen Wang jumped off the ship and handed the money pouch to Milo. You remember to buy Sister Tellus a stylish prosthetic hook, right? Milo smiled and waved. Wait for me to go shopping with you when you're back. Just then the robust old man returned with 2 other elderly men carrying many tools. Shen Wang activated his observation Haki and scanned them. Ordinary people. All right, there's 2 million berry in my cabin, should be enough for the work. Watching Shen Wang's retreating figure, Milo then led the 2 shipwrights aboard. Zoan, what do you think? A fisherman from a nearby boat leaned in and whispered. A rare race and pregnant too. The boss will surely be satisfied. Zoan bowed his head and spoke softly, his tone confident. Xiao Wang, look at this. Telusai raised a bracelet woven from purple orchids, shaking it in the sunlight. The petals were pressed into thin slices sealed within transparent resin, casting pale, purple light upon her face. This was a specialty of the island. From afar the hills were covered in flowers, mostly purple, with a few blue and pink ones scattered among them. That's not cool. Let's find a shop selling fake hand hooks, Shen Wang teased her deliberately. Telusai rolled her eyes, slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, and waved it in front of Shen Wang. Combat requires style, but everyday life calls for beauty. How much? Telusai turned to ask the stall owner. The vendor, an old woman wrapped in a gray headscarf, raised one finger. 100 berries. Telusai slapped down a 100 berry coin, then hurried to catch up with Shen Wang, who had already walked ahead. By the time she caught up, she had another piece of pastry in her hand. Do you think Sister Milo would like something this sweet? She'll come out to browse with me later. Focus on yourself first. A gift is a gift. You really don't understand. All right, go ahead and look around. They'll find a tavern to pick up some news. Shen Wang covered his nose. The floral fragrance here was too intense, almost cloying. Haven't you had enough to drink on the ship? Telusai pouted. Shen Wang went off on his own to find a tavern. The area wasn't large, and his observation Haki could cover it, so he wouldn't get lost. The people here were all ordinary, posing no danger. The air was thick with the sweet scent of purple orchids. Stalls along the street sold items made from them. Flower tea, flower wine, flower cakes, flower-dyed cloth, and various orchid crafts. The entire street was filled with them. Shen Wang walked around, but couldn't find a tavern at all. After wandering for an hour, he had essentially explored the entire port town. Activating his observation Haki, he discovered that Telusai had bought a mountain of things: honey, sugar, flower tea, flower cloth, flower crowns, and flower bracelets. When he found her, she was still chewing on some unknown snack. Xiao Wang, come try this. Shen Wang stood before her and was stuffed with a mouthful of sweets. Did you find the shop that sells fake hand hooks? It's really inconvenient for me like this, Telusai said, holding a large bag with the crook of her left arm. It's strange. There's no such shop here. Shen Wang scratched his head in confusion. Just then the thin, middle-aged stall owner behind the stand selling bouquets of purple orchids, wearing a flower-patterned headscarf, cheerfully called out, "Here, a bouquet of purple orchids. Blue orchids represent sweet love. This guy is just making that up to sell flowers, isn't he?" Despite thinking so, Shen Wang still bought a bouquet and handed it to Telusai. It wasn't expensive, only 1,000 berries, and he now had over 60 million berries, so it was just pocket change. Telusai took the blue orchid bouquet. Though she said nothing, her face bloomed with a joyful smile. After walking a few steps, she suddenly let out an Xiao Wang, there seems to be something in these flowers. Come take a look. Telusai held the bouquet up to Shen Wang. He looked closely and spotted a slip of paper tucked in the center. He pulled out the paper and unfolded it. The characters were crooked as if written with the left hand. Be careful. Your companions on the ship are in danger. Shenhuang turned around. The flower stall owner wasn't looking at him, but was lowering his head, tidying the bouquets on his stand. Talasai leaned in. What does it say? Shenhuang didn't answer, but extended his observation Haki toward the harbor. Everything was fine. Milo was supervising the two shipwrights were working. The toilet was nearly finished, and the dragonhead figurehead he had requested was also mostly done. It was based on the blueprint he left on the ship, but it wasn't very detailed. From a distance, it looked passable, but the details on its body were a mess. Nothing unusual either. Shenhuang shook his head and stuffed the note into his pocket. It's nothing. Let's keep strolling. For now, he could only keep his observation Haki focused on everything. Better to believe it than not. Before they had taken 2 more steps, Talasai swayed. So dizzy. I feel like sleeping. Shenhuang reached out to steady her, his brow furrowing. He also felt a hint of dizziness. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Some stall owners were lowering their heads, some had their mouths open, and others were pretending to be busy. Was this poison? Where was it applied? Why hadn't his danger sense triggered? Or had everyone administered the poison in such tiny doses that it went unnoticed? No time to think. Talasai was stumbling like she had drunk bad liquor. He couldn't let them take advantage. A surge of anger rose in Shenhuang's heart. In an instant, countless black-red lightning bolts burst from his body, sweeping across the entire town in a flash. The sound of bodies hitting the ground spread. The whole town fell silent. Only the flower stall owner who had given him the note stared wide-eyed, the flowers slipping from his hands. Shenhuang had deliberately spared him to get answers. Before he could speak, the stall owner staggered onto the main road and prostrated himself. Master, please save Yashin Island. This island is dying. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Well, Master, this used to be an island full of floral scents and smiles. But since 7 years ago, after an hour of the owner's rambling, Shenhuang finally understood the whole situation. First, both Talasai and he had been poisoned, but it was only a sleeping poison, not life-threatening. As for why Talasai had succumbed while he only felt a slight effect, it was because Talasai had been too greedy with the food. If she hadn't stuffed some into his mouth, he wouldn't have felt anything. Second, the island's situation. 7 years ago, a pirate named Kaicho Riku Tide Riki had taken over the island and enslaved everyone to build a laboratory. Since then, young people had been disappearing. By 2 years ago, all the young people had vanished. Of course, the flower stall owner knew the specifics of that disappearance. A young man named Sergio had escaped from the laboratory and led all the surviving youths to a hidden cave in a reef cluster southeast of the island. Only the elderly whom the laboratory didn't want remained under Kaicho Rika's control, maintaining a seemingly normal port that in reality devoured every passing traveler. Serugio organized the young people into the Yashin Island Self-Rescue Force, and the flower stall owner had secretly joined, which was how he knew so much. It wasn't until Serugio arrived that everyone finally learned the disappeared youths had been captured and used as experimental material in the lab. The terrified youths under Serugio's rallying cry broke away from the town and formed the Yashin Island Self-Rescue Force. The reason everyone trusted and followed Serugio was that he had been injected with a half-finished potion in the lab, gaining immense power, able to split mountains and shatter rocks with his bare hands. Not only had Serugio escaped the lab with that power, but he was also a young man with ideals and ambitions. Using his strength, he united all the youths preparing to overthrow the great pirate Kaicho Riku. Shenhuang knew of this great pirate Kaicho Riku. He had been active in the Xian Shiji for quite a while, an established pirate with a bounty of 320 million. That bounty didn't look impressive. What made Shenhuang certain this guy was trash was the laboratory's research goal, a gene potion that could stimulate human potential and strengthen the body. And that coincidentally clashed with the project Shenhuang had fabricated. Shenhuang carried Te Lizi back to the ship at the port. As for the flower stall owner, Shitata Ka, he was lying on the ground sleeping. Because the laboratory guards occasionally came to inspect the port, he had to blend in. As soon as he returned to the ship, he saw Mi Luo throwing 2 people into the sea. Shitata Ka had also mentioned this. The port's brokers, fishermen, and shipwrights were all loyal subordinates of the laboratory. They either worked for money or because their families were under control, but they all served the laboratory. They were stationed here to immediately identify whether any ship arriving at port carried humans of experimental value. They would also attempt to capture them, as the reward for that was substantial enough. Only if they failed would they report to the laboratory, which would send stronger forces. And Mi Luo clearly belonged to a rare race with experimental value. Before Shenhuang could warn Mi Luo, the 2 had already been dealt with. Those 2 were sneaking around poisoning the ship, so I took care of them, Mi Luo explained. Mi Luo explained. What happened to Te Lizi? Shenhuang gave a helpless smile. She ate too greedily and got poisoned. But don't worry, it's a sleeping toxin. Mi Luo nodded. The poison powder those two scattered also induces unconsciousness. Shenwan jumped onto the ship and was about to place Taylisi in her room when he suddenly noticed that the toilet had been built by partitioning a small part of her room and adding an extra door. Shenwan raised an eyebrow. You put the toilet here? Will Taylisi agree? There's no other suitable spot on the ship, or we'd have to partition part of the chart room. Anyway, she was the one who insisted on having a toilet built, and besides storing her stuff, when has she ever slept in her room? Hearing this, Shenwan could only silently carry Taylisi to his own bed. Walking to the foredeck and looking at the newly installed dragon figurehead, Shenwan was at a loss for words. This shipwright's craftsmanship was far too poor. He had originally planned to give the ship a cool name after installing the figurehead, but now seeing it a too cool name would be overshadowed by this figurehead. How about calling it the Little Fire Dragon? After pondering for a while with his hand on his chin, Shenwan made the decision. Once they reached a proper island, he would find a skilled shipwright to redo it and then give it a proper name. Turning around to see Mi Luo busy cleaning up the leftover lumber from the renovations, Shenwan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He stepped forward to help clean up. Sorry, Mi Luo, I knocked out everyone at the port with my Conqueror's Haki, so we can't go on our date. It's fine. Anyway, all the food is poisoned. Just take me for a walk on the island later, Mi Luo said philosophically. But what about supplies? All this food is poisoned. Indeed, what about supplies? Moreover, not only was the food poisoned, but according to Shitataka, sometimes not a single ship arrived in a month, and the food would typically sit for a long time. Truly impressive how they could make such expired and poisoned food taste so delicious. His stomach seemed to ache faintly. Shenwan's hands paused. After a long moment, he said, the only place on the island with good food supplies is the laboratory in the central area. Once Taylisi wakes up, he'll take you all to eat well. Mi Luo, you watch over Taylisi first. He'll go scout for information. After saying that, Shenwan disembarked to find Shitataka. This port was very safe. It would be a long time before another ship arrived. Meanwhile, Hai Chao Li Kes pirate ship was docked at a small port northwest of the island, which was closer to the laboratory. Arriving at the spot, Shenwan patted Shitataka awake a few times. Sir, what is it? Shitataka mumbled, rubbing his eyes. I want to know the laboratory's location and some intelligence. Can you tell me? Shenwan crouched down to look at him. Well, Shitataka hesitated. Sir, I don't know the details very well. I've already told you everything I know. How about I take you to see Sai Gao? He must know the details. He frequently scouts the laboratory for intelligence. Lead the way then. As long as there was intelligence, he didn't care where it came from. Leaving the port town, they walked southeast through the flower fields, and a small path led toward the sea. By the sea, there was a stretch of large reefs, and beside the reefs was a cliff wall. That was the hidden cave of the Yashin Island self-rescue team. To be honest, it wasn't exactly concealed. Who goes there? As soon as they reached the cave entrance, a sharp yell rang out. Seriously, who else could come here besides your own comrades, and Hai Chao Li Ku, whom you can't defeat? And still they stopped the question. Stationing a lookout would be the most secure. Kusa, it's me, Shitataka. Hearing this, a sturdy man in tattered clothes emerged from the cave, carrying a large blade. Shitataka exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then smiled apologetically at Shenwan. Sir, will go in and announce your arrival. Please wait a moment. Shenwan merely nodded. If it weren't for infiltrating the laboratory safely, he wouldn't have wanted to come here. After a short while, dense footsteps came from within the cave, sounding like over a dozen people approaching. Quite a grand reception. A group emerged from around a corner in the cave, led by a tall man, who looked over 2 meters with bulging muscles on his upper body. Shenwan was already used to it, and couldn't be bothered to comment on such a physique. Hello, esteemed visitor from beyond the island. I am Sai Gao. Pleased to meet you. A hint of excitement showed on his still somewhat youthful face. Shitataka's report had astonished him. The man before him could knock out the entire port town in an instant, a power like that of a deity. Shenwan merely nodded slightly. I need intelligence on the island's laboratory and Hai Chao Li Ku. Do you have it? As he spoke, a hint of puzzlement appeared in his eyes. Why does this person look somewhat familiar? Of course, sir. Shall we go inside and discuss in detail? Sai Gao made a respectful, inviting gesture. Shenwan nodded and followed him into the cave. Of course, as soon as he entered, Shenwan activated his observation Haki to ensure there was no ambush. The dozen or so followers behind him displayed various expressions, curious, contemptuous, or impassive. Walking in, they went around several bends, and suddenly the view opened up, revealing a massive cavern. Around 300 to 500 people lived inside, yet it didn't feel cramped. However, they were gaunt with sallow faces, ragged clothes like beggars, clearly living in very poor conditions. Just then, the 2 self-rescue team warriors leading the way raised their wooden sticks and struck a thin, small man squatting by the roadside. Don't block the noble's path. The thin man writhed in pain, but still forced himself to roll aside. Shenwan frowned, but said nothing. The thin man kept his head down, but his eyes were clearly filled with hatred. Shenwan could see it clearly with his observation Haki. Truly a small temple with strong, evil winds. But this wasn't his business to meddle in, though it made him uneasy. After passing through the huge cavern, they entered a corridor with several stone chambers on both sides. Gao led Shenwan into one of them and brought him several sheets of paper densely covered with notes. They recorded the patrol patterns of the laboratory guards, the habits of each guard, and the names, personalities, and preferences of the 2 laboratory scientists. Densely noted everything, but that wasn't what Shenwan wanted. Finally, on one piece of paper, he found intelligence about Hehe. The wanted poster only stated that he was a paramecia-type nest fruit user without specifying the exact ability. He didn't recognize this ability. The paramecia class had many insidious powers, so he needed intelligence to avoid mishaps. When Hehe activates his ability, the earth splits open into countless dark holes, and black demons surge out like waves. Who wrote this intelligence? What use is such intelligence? Sir, would you like to have a meal together and discuss further? Sergio invited. Forget it, it's obvious there's nothing good here. Shenwan pursed his lips. This intelligence is of little use either. What kind of intelligence do you desire, sir? As it happens, Hehe has gone out to sea. I can accompany you to the laboratory to investigate. Sergio eagerly invited. Shenwan's eyes suddenly lit up. You said Hehe is not on the island. Yes, sir. Is there a problem? Hey, truly when one is sleepy a pillow arrives. Originally I was worried about Hehe's abilities, afraid of capsizing in a ditch for the sake of food, but since he is not here, isn't this laboratory just a backyard garden? Must quickly take me Luo and Taili C to have a feast. No problem, am leaving now. As Shenwan spoke, he dashed out like a gust of wind. Before Sergio could even see clearly, Shenwan had vanished. Truly a strong man. He couldn't even make out his speed. Sergio was calculating how to get this strong man to help them. Yashin Island had reached its limits, and he realized his own abilities were insufficient. At this moment, the sudden appearance of a strong man was truly a gift from heaven. Shenwan quickly ran back to the harbor. Once aboard the ship, he found Taili C already awake, wearing an expression of someone who had been wronged. This girl, was it because of the poisoning that she felt embarrassed, or, seeing her always looking at his room with resentment, it was probably because of the toilet incident. This look of anger yet not daring to explode was truly amusing. Shenwan stopped his appreciation and shouted, "Me Luo. Taili C, come with me quickly, let's go to the island center to have a feast and move supplies. Is there normal food to eat?" Taili C looked away. Of course going there is to find normal food. But that place is a laboratory, there might be some disturbing scenes. Just be mentally prepared. How could I possibly? Taili C followed Shenwan. As for me Luo, he had already landed on Shenwan's shoulder. The laboratory's location was obvious. Through the vast sea of flowers, the cluster of white buildings was right there. In less than 10 minutes, Shenwan and his 2 companions arrived at the top of the mountain range at the island center. Among the flower clusters on the summit was a large clearing in which several white buildings were scattered. The buildings were not tall, their surfaces painted white, glaringly bright under the sun. At the main building's entrance stood 2 men in black uniforms. Their uniforms were crisp, their leather shoes shiny as they leaned against the doorframe smoking. Who goes there? Shenwan and his group had made no attempt to conceal their tracks, so they were immediately spotted. We're here for a feast. With that, Shenwan punched the man on the left in the chest. The man flew backward, crashing into the glass door behind him. The glass shattered, scattering all over the ground. Another punch hit the right man's shoulder. With a crack of bones, half of his body collapsed, and he slumped to the ground. 2 weaklings. Shenwan withdrew his hand and walked into the white building. The urgent sound of an alarm immediately rang out, but Shenwan paid it no mind. Come on, it's better to settle everything at once. The inside of the building was larger than it appeared from outside. The corridor was spacious, the floor tiled with white ceramic, and the fluorescent lights overhead bathed the entire hallway in a ghastly white. There was no decoration on the walls, only every few meters stood a closed iron door. The iron doors had small windows, the kind that were shut. A group of black-clad men poured out from the end of the corridor wielding rifles and opened fire on sight. Bullets flew like raindrops. Taili C hid behind me. With a thought, the front of his body was entirely covered in pitch-black Wuzhuangsa armament. At this moment, he looked much cooler than the guards' uniforms. A dense clanging sound arose, the sound of bullets striking the Wuzhuangsa. The bullet casings that fell to the ground were mostly deformed. Thinking back to the old days when he would be driven to cover his head and flee in panic from bullets. Now such ordinary bullets couldn't harm him in the slightest. It truly felt like a world apart. The sound of gunfire gradually thinned out. Monster! How can anyone be unafraid of bullets? Is this guy made of iron? Is this a human or a ghost? The guards were all terrified. At least half of them couldn't hold their guns, which fell to the ground one after another. You're done, so it's my turn. Shenhuang cracked his knuckles. Whoosh. His figure flickered and instantly charged towards the black-clad guards. Incoming too. Tai Lisi shouted, drawing her hooked sickle and charging forward. By the time Shenhuang reached them, many black-clad guards had bloodlines bursting from their bodies. Mi Luo, you're so fast. Shenhuang laughed heartily and swung his fists. Each punch could knock down a group. By the time Tai Lisi rushed up, there was no one left standing. Tai Lisi awkwardly hid her hooked sickle behind her back and turned her head to look at the small window on the iron door nearby. Ah, it's a fishman. After seeing clearly, Tai Lisi immediately pressed her face to the small window. This was the first time she had seen a real fishman, so she couldn't help but observe carefully. There are fishmen. Shenhuang immediately perked up. And are there mermaids? He quickly crouched down to observe each iron door. Unfortunately, most of those inside were humans, with only a few rare races: 1 long-arm tribe, 3 long-leg tribe. The rest were ordinary humans, at most larger in stature. Basically all were tortured to emaciation, chained with heavy iron shackles. Only those few special races fared slightly better, their complexions still normal, but the heavy iron chains were unavoidable. Clap, clap, clap. Just as the 3 of them were observing the fishmen, a burst of applause sounded. Not bad, you actually managed to break through the guards' heat. Turning around, they saw a dozen or so people in white lab coats. The leader had silver hair, but a middle-aged face. Pleasure to meet you. You may call me Dr. Weissman. Weissman put his hands into the pockets of his lab coat. You have decent strength, completely different from those rejects. It just so happens that I'm in need of a few experimental subjects. Especially this little man. He's simply perfect for my experiments. Weissman stared at me, Luo flying in the air, his eyes gleaming as if he had seen a rare treasure. Moneyer, make a note, this little man is an estimated 23 centimeters tall, with a high level of physical training, and is a user of some kind of insect fruit. A whitecoat who was a step behind Weissman pulled out a notebook and scribbled down. I happen to have a small piece of sea stone, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to capture this perfect specimen. Shenhuang listened to this guy's self-amusement, and veins bulged on his forehead. Very well, you have already earned a death sentence. Shenhuang clenched his fists. With that, Shenhuang first activated his observation Haki giant wants to probe. Weissman was not flustered at all. He took out a small silver remote and pressed a button. The ground before him instantly opened into a square hole 2 meters long and wide. With a creaking sound, an iron cage was lifted out. Roar! As the iron door facing Shenhuang opened, the humanoid creature inside howled wildly. Shenhuang had no interest in admiring this humanoid monster stitched together with 3 heads and 7 arms. His eyes were drawn to one of the dozen whitecoats. Just now, when his observation Haki sensed his breath caught immediately, because he had felt a person with a similar aura to his. That person was completely unremarkable among the whitecoats, wearing amber thick-rimmed glasses and having a head of small golden curls, a bob cut. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. This. Shenhuang's lips curled up. Isn't this the famous science bandit Bajin Gomu C2 Shi? What? Is this laboratory your target? Then I'm sorry about that. The group of whitecoats instantly turned their heads in unison to look at C2 Shi. Era, little handsome, how did you see through my disguise? C2 Shi took off the amber thick-rimmed glasses and her face instantly brightened. This disguise of C2 Shi really has something to it. The difference in temperament with or without glasses is astonishing. But are these people blind? Even if the glasses alter the temperament, this face is clearly Jin Gomu C2 Shi. Having already stolen the achievements of so many research institutes, still no vigilance. One must admit the pirate world is truly wondrous. Shenhuang couldn't help but laugh. I can only say that Miss C. Tuxie's beauty left a deep impression on me. A small hand instantly grabbed the flesh at his waist and twisted. But it was useless, his waist had already reached a state of no soft tissue. Shenhuang ignored Tai Lisi's petty actions, only thinking this C2 Shi is indeed a powerhouse, as he had guessed, just inconspicuous among those top-tier experts. Indeed, she alone can travel all over the world. Whether the 4 seas, the Grand Line, or the New World, everywhere there are research institutes whose achievements she has stolen. With such a record, she must have more than one trick up her sleeve. Yeah? C2 Shi covered her mouth with her hand, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Young man, please call me Miss Bajin. We are not yet familiar enough to address each other by given names. Alright, C2 Shi. No way. Calling her Miss Bajin would make me think of that little old lady. The Luo Kusi pirate crew truly lives up to being the top pirate crew of this era. C2 Shi herself is a monster. She could already roam the seas in her teens. Yet within the Luo Kusi pirate crew, her strength ranks at the bottom. She only joined thanks to her research contributions. By the way, is her affection for Whitebeard genuine or feigned? If genuine, what does she see in Whitebeard? His overwhelming power. But the strongest is clearly Luo Kusi. Alright, Luo Kusi's looks are several degrees lower than Whitebeard's. Could she be a woman who loves money, admires strength, and appreciates good looks? Of course these are all assumptions. If she's only clinging to Whitebeard to rake in cash, then she's a pure person. Pure in her love for money. Miss Bajin, you're that science thief. Wei Simon spun around to face Tushi pointing at her and stumbling back several steps. Well, judging by that she hasn't even changed her name. Just as he was musing over the love-hate saga between Whitebeard and Tushi, his thoughts were interrupted by Wei Simon, leaving Shun Wang speechless. Young man, you've exposed my disguise. I'm a bit angry now. Tushi let a scalpel slip from her sleeve into her hand. Either let me beat you up a bit to vent, or you can compensate me with 100 million berry for emotional damages. Then let's fight. I don't have 100 million berry. Shun Wang didn't hesitate. Black armament Haki emerged on his fists as he charged towards Tushi at the end of the corridor. Roar. The three-headed, seven-armed monster charged forward with bloodshot eyes roaring. Shun Wang casually waved his hand, and the monster splattered against the wall of the passage. Wei Simon didn't see that scene, or his world might have collapsed. He now led the others surrounding Tushi with his back to Shun Wang. Miss Bajin, what data did you steal these past 2 months? Hand it over now, or you know our methods. You people. If you're going to embezzle funds, at least keep it quiet. Why did you leak the information? You made me waste 2 months here. Tushi smiled, but her eyes turned dangerous. Suddenly Tuxi's figure vanished, leaving afterimages as she swept past, everyone finally reappearing behind the group of scientists. The scalpel in her hand still gleamed coldly, unstained by a single drop of blood. Behind her, the scientists clutched their spurting throats, eyes wide, making gurgling sounds before collapsing. Tushi tucked the clean scalpel into her white coat pocket, then pulled out a palm-sized round mirror and some lipstick, applying it while gazing intently at the mirror. By the time Shun Wang tore open the iron cage, Tushi was just putting away her lipstick and mirror. With the strawberry red lipstick, Tushi regained her full form, a playful smile, curving her lips. Her blue eyes met, as making her a captivating, mischievous girl. Without a word, Shun Wang rushed forward, pulling his right fist back for maximum power before slamming it down. Why am I so impatient? Tuxi's form was shattered by Shun Wang's punch, but the resulting shockwave struck the metal wall beside them, leaving a shallow dent and a loud crash. In the dispersing dust, Shun Wang sensed a dangerous signal at his heart through observation Haki. Going for the kill right away. That's so like you. Shun Wang thrust his left fist coated in armament Haki into the air ahead. The smoke twisted and scattered, but no one was there. Stop dodging. Fight me, Heaton. Using observation Haki to lock onto Tuxi's position, Shun Wang stomped and burst forward with even greater speed. A jet black scalpel cut through the smoke and clashed with Shun Wang's fist, producing an explosive sound. What an unpleasant fighting style. Tuxi's right hand holding the scalpel trembled slightly. This is my favorite fighting style. Shun Wang excitedly threw more punches, filling the air with countless fist shadows. Violent collisions rang out, continuously, shockwaves scattering the smoke and leaving a circular arena-like space in the center. However, the ground was left in tatters by their feet. Tushi suddenly leaped out of the battle circle. I'm done playing. If you still want to fight, I'll get serious. How about we pretend we never met? How can we pretend we never met? Keep going, Tushi. Tuxi's eyes glinted with danger. I told you we're not close enough to call each other by name. Tuxi's figure vanished silently. Although Shun Wang could only see afterimages, his observation Haki clearly told him she had circled behind him. So fast. Shun Wang quickly twisted his waist, swung his left arm, and delivered an elbow strike backward. Shoo! With a soft sound, a gash appeared on his left upper arm. The situation turned slightly unfavorable. Shun Wang didn't care about the few cuts on his body, he just wanted to defeat Tushi. He realized that for her to sail the seas alone, her navigation skills must be extraordinary. Having someone like that as his navigator on the ship would be wonderful. He just didn't know how to recruit her, to make her willingly join as a navigator. Charisma. Even if he had it, it was a big question whether it would work on Tushi. The only clue was his earlier guess: she might admire strength and good looks. In terms of looks in this world where most experts are abstract in appearance, he considered himself top tier. If he could decisively defeat her, would she obediently come aboard? Perhaps his cheat ability would come into play too. She was monster level, so having a child with her wouldn't be a loss. But things weren't going smoothly now. His physical capabilities were on par with Tuxi's, yet she seemed to master some kind of footwork, making her speed far superior to his brute force. Shun Wang, why has your fist lost its strength? Are you going easy because your opponent is a woman? Telisai shouted from the side, a sour expression on her face. You never hold back against me. I've shown you so much tenderness and you don't remember any of it. Shun Wang managed, sorry for not feeling your tenderness. Telisai pouted. She was right, his punches indeed lacked the unstoppable momentum. Because he suddenly recalled that it might be inappropriate to have Tushi join the ship. Telisai was a bit dim, and Mi Luo was too straightforward to notice that he became stronger every time he had a child. But Situshi was quite sharp, and she was a researcher. Although her achievements were stolen, the fact that she could survive in the lab and successfully steal core results showed she had some scientific ability, just not top-notch. Or rather, she was too lazy to do the hard work herself, preferring to take ready-made results and sell them for money. Moreover, she possessed top-notch navigation skills which she had learned in her teens, while also maintaining her own combat strength. It was easy to imagine that her intelligence and insight were formidable. Wouldn't bringing such a person aboard expose his own cheats? Considering these matters, his punches lacked that determined momentum and thus seemed less forceful. But after Telisa's interruption, Shen Wang came to his senses again. His cheat had no physical form. Even if Situshi discovered the pattern, what of it? She couldn't find the cause, and by the time she figured it out, his strength would far exceed hers, so she couldn't dissect him for study. Thought of that, Situxi's intelligence no longer seemed so serious. The more critical issue was that the ship lacked a navigator. He didn't want to sail for a year without reaching Elbaf. Good job. Even if you can't win, you should still fight fiercely. Telisai immediately noticed that Shen Wang's momentum had returned even stronger than before. After several more exchanges, Situshi once again retreated far away. We don't have any deep grudge, do we, little brother? Now we can't beat each other, so how about we follow my earlier suggestion and pretend we never met? Situshi was also panting, her composed expression gone. Who says I can't beat you? Shen Wang's eyes were filled with confidence and determination, the light in them almost dazzling. Although Situshi had cut him many times, these slashes with muscle compression and armament Haki assistance barely bled. Apart from some pain, they had almost no effect on the fight. Of course, after Situshi got serious, he only landed a few hits. With similar physical abilities, Situshi was also uninjured aside from some pain. What makes you think you can win? Situshi looked puzzled. This. Shen Wang dramatically formed a sword finger with his right hand, lightly pressed it to his forehead, then suddenly swung it towards Situshi. At the same time, a thick black-red beam burst from his forehead and struck Situshi in an instant. Oh! She cried out in pain, her body swaying. As if crushed by an immense weight, Situxi's knees bent slightly, trembling, while her hands clutched her temples, looking pained, but struggling to resist. Seeing she was about to faint, Shen Wang withdrew his Conqueror's Haki and walked over to her. Situshi slumped to the ground in a duck-sitting position, supporting herself with her hands, sweat beading on her forehead, panting heavily, like someone just rescued from drowning. Conqueror's Haki. Situshi slowly looked up at Shen Wang, somewhat dazed. So, can I beat you or not? Shen Wang walked up and said with a smile. Situxi's body was as limp as noodles, seemingly without any resistance. So, little brother, what do you want? She looked at him with hazy eyes. Would you like to come aboard my ship and be my navigator? Shen Wang extended his hand to her, trying to show his kindest smile. Oh. Situxi's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open. You want me to be your navigator? Yes, why else would I go through all this trouble? Shen Wang kept his kind smile. Phew. Situshi lowered her head, cupped her face, and took a few deep breaths, then lifted her head with a bright smile. Of course I can, but I'm a bit expensive. Navigator services cost 1 million berries a day. What? Shen Wang's eyes bulged, his voice rising. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, any discount, any monthly package discount? Situxi's smile became more genuine. No discounts. Then go down. Shen Wang's voice turned cold as he raised his fist, the air filled with a chilling aura. Situxi's smile didn't change as she simply looked up at him calmly. After a full 10 seconds, Shen Wang lowered his fist, and the unsettling aura quietly dissipated. Troublesome. Can't even handle this. Missing out on a top navigator was truly unacceptable, especially one who was both beautiful and capable. Agonizing. Shen Wang raised his right hand and fiercely scratched his scalp, frowning deeply. He only had over 60 million berries. Even if he hired her, it would only cover 2 months. Besides, he couldn't bear to part with the money. It felt like throwing it away. Then let's pretend we never met, Shen Wang said, irritably turning around. Mi Luo, Telisai, let's go. As he left, he turned back and asked where are the supply warehouse and the cafeteria. Situshi remained where she was, smiling. The supply warehouse is on the -1st floor, and the cafeteria is on the east side of the 2nd floor. The stairs at the end over there can get you there. Shen Wang found the cafeteria as instructed. Inside, a dozen ordinary people were huddled in a corner, trembling. After the long fight between the two, most of the surviving people in this lab knew about it, or had even peeked at the scene. Seeing this fierce man come to their area, they immediately cowered. Bring me all the best food you have, a whole table, and make the portions large. If you do well, I'll let you go. If not, Shen Wang rapped his knuckles on their counter and threatened them again. This method was the most efficient, and Shen Wang wasn't about to refuse it due to some moral scruples. His moral bottom line was that he would keep his promise to release them provided he found no issues. He sat with Mi Luo at the largest table and chatted about the test subjects in the hallway, while Telisai stared at the kitchen, drooling as the aroma filled the entire cafeteria. Judging by the aroma, the chef was quite skilled. As they talked, Shenwang suddenly frowned. He sensed that observation Haki was constantly watching them. The feeling was familiar. It was Tushi. Was she spying on them? No, she was probably just watching openly. Bold of her, he had given her face, just now. Shenwang felt a surge of anger, but then an idea struck him. What was Tuxi's purpose in coming to this lab? Shenwang suddenly said to me, Luo, do you know the research goal of this lab? They were researching a genetic potion to stimulate human potential and physical strength. Upon hearing this, Luo's eyes widened as he looked at Shenwang. Isn't this the project you were researching? What project? What research? Telusai leaned in and asked. Luo glanced at Shenwang with a questioning look. Can I say it? Shenwang shook his head, then flexed his arm, showing his biceps. I can only tell you that a year and a half ago, I was an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken. Why had he instructed Milo not to speak of it? It was because Shenwang feared that once people learned he was a scientist, they would engage him in discussions about scientific matters. He could bluff about general concepts, but when it came to specifics, he would certainly be exposed. If he revealed to Milo that he wasn't actually a scientist and was merely tricking her into bearing a child, the consequences would be dire. He dared not imagine what Milo's reaction would be. But now things were different. He had already fabricated an excuse and patched up the story for Milo. If anyone broached scientific topics, he could simply feign ignorance. He was confident he could act convincingly. Now, under Stussie's observation, he could guide Milo to let slip a little, speaking ambiguously, yet revealing key information which might just snare her. No, it was highly probable. The corners of Shenwang's mouth curled uncontrollably upward. At that moment, the dishes began to arrive, a stream of exquisite delicacies flowing in like a river. Though each plate was not large in portion, the total quantity sufficed. Moreover, it was a great relief that the food wasn't sea fish or sea beast meat. Shenwang swept a plate of stir-fried meat into his mouth with his chopsticks, and as his taste buds reveled in the savory aroma, he was nearly moved to tears. After all, the food he had brought from Dressrosa had long been exhausted, and even with the provisions from Crocus' ship, they hadn't lasted past the second month. For nearly a month, the ship's food had relied on his ability to stun fish at sea using Conqueror's Haki. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat sea beasts, but speed was essential, because foul weather could strike at any moment. He could now precisely target with his Conqueror's Haki thanks to this month's extensive practice, allowing him to use it freely. Otherwise, the fan-shaped burst he managed at Dressrosa's port would not have been enough to suppress Stussy. While Shenwang and his companions dined, a group of people cautiously entered the laboratory's main gate. Sergio, is this guy really that strong? I don't think so. A rescue team soldier said, holding his blade and looking up at Sergio, his face showing disdain. Sergio carefully stepped through the broken entrance of the laboratory's main building, and the first thing that caught his eye was the pile of bullet casings. Sergio, you could kill those guards too, so what's the big deal? Another soldier sneered. He crouched down and picked up a deformed bullet. I could do it, but only by relying on speed to evade and then charge into the guards. I can't just take bullets hidden and make them deform. Some of the soldiers finally noticed the deformed bullets and gasped in shock. Is this real? Can a human really achieve this? The group continued down the corridor, with some breaking off to pry open the locks of iron doors with their swords, freeing the tortured prisoners inside. You're free, a soldier declared proudly. The great leader of the Yashin Island self-rescue team, Sergio, led us to rescue you. Then he moved on to the next cell to continue saving the test subjects. Sergio spotted the three-headed, seven-armed monster splattered against the corridor wall, and his pupils contracted violently. This is the monster the boss mentioned, right? How did it get turned into a painting? The other soldiers gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Yes. Sergio took a deep breath. When I escaped back, then this monster chased me relentlessly, and I couldn't fight back. Though I've grown stronger and am confident I could defeat it, now being reduced to a smear on the wall. The soldiers were lost in thought, imagining the sheer power required. How many times would you have to smash such a monster against the wall to turn it into that? And what kind of strength could achieve such a feat? They couldn't fathom it at all. That person is like a god. The soldiers' eyes now brimmed with admiration and reverence, their earlier skepticism gone. Sergio noticed the white coats lying in a circle and was instantly consumed by immense fury. He drew his long sword and hacked at the corpses of Weissman and Munier. You devils! May the gods curse you to hell. I am merely carrying out their will to send you on your way. The soldiers understood Sergio's emotions and simultaneously drew their blades, hacking the other white coats to pieces. After an unknown amount of time, Sergio stood up, his face streaked with blood, a relieved smile spreading across his features. Now let's accomplish tonight's goal. He led the soldiers to the supply warehouse with practiced ease. Seeing the mountains of food, everyone cheered with excitement. Everyone at the base can finally eat their fill. Sergio shouted, directing the soldiers to carry the food. They hoisted the maximum load they could bear and strode briskly out. Hey, You've been freed, so help us carry the food. You'll get a feast later. A soldier called out to the liberated test subjects. Everyone bustled about, smiles on their faces. Shenhuang sensed this scene, of course, but he was too busy eating to intervene. At their current pace, they wouldn't even move half the supplies before he finished his meal. Besides, their location was closer to the ship, so it would be more convenient to retrieve the goods from there later. It had to be said these people's actions were rather strange. Shenhuang couldn't quite comprehend them. Their mental state seemed somewhat off. It made him frown. Milo, thinking the food didn't suit his taste, asked with concern, "What's wrong? Should I ask the chef to prepare something else? If this isn't delicious, what is?" Triss gorged herself, cheeks bulging. He could never master that skill of talking with a mouthful of food. Shenhuang felt a surge of exasperation, but restrained himself, merely shaking his head. "It's very tasty. I just saw something peculiar. What a treat." After finishing, Triss slumped in her chair, clutching her belly. Although she was only 3 months pregnant with a slight bump, it now looked larger than a 9-month pregnancy. Shenhuang glanced at her belly with some worry. Was the child bearing too much pressure? All three had eaten their fill and lounged in their chairs for nearly an hour before deciding to return to the ship to sleep. Leaving the ship unguarded at the dock was always a concern. As they stepped out of the laboratory's main gate, Shenhuang turned his head and abruptly stopped. To the northwest, toward the small dock where Haichao-like ship was moored, a vessel appeared on the dark sea. Black hull, black sails. The color gleamed so brightly, it was clearly visible even in the night. "That guy's ship is pretty cool." Shenhuang shaded his eyes and peered into the distance. Haichao-like is back. Triss stood behind him. Fight or not? It was a good question. If they knew his abilities, they could fight, since he was just a pirate who had been around for years with a bounty that barely increased. Although he wasn't confident about facing a 300 million bounty, he had faith in his ability to retreat unscathed. A 300 million bounty pirate wouldn't decimate him. But he feared it might be a rule-based devil fruit ability, which defied logic. Even if Haki could defend against it, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be affected. Let's see first. The ship docked. When the gangplank lowered, Shenhuang saw a man descend first. This must be Haichao-like. He looked about 40 tall, but not burly, wearing a black coat left unbuttoned so it flapped in the wind like a cape. His hair was also black, combed back to reveal his forehead. After stepping ashore, he stopped on the sand, and a subordinate lit a cigar for him. Like's gaze swept across the port, then, as if sensing something, he looked up at his laboratory on the distant mountain. His eyes met Shenhuang's, and from 1,000 meters away they stared at each other for several seconds. Shenhuang saw him raise his hand, and several large cracks split open in the ground and rocks hundreds of meters away. Countless black ants and black bees surged out from the fissures. Like a black tide, they poured forth endlessly, wave after wave, cascading toward Shenhuang. His scalp. In just a few seconds, the hillside was covered with these small creatures, emitting black mist, densely packed layer upon layer, making Shenhuang feel as if he had developed a phobia of clusters. What the hell was this tide? I thought sea tide was a noun, but it turned out to be an adjective. Shenhuang felt goosebumps all over. At first glance, it was a shocking scene of black clouds pressing down on the city. Upon closer look, the black clouds were densely crawling with all kinds of insects. This guy turned out to be an awakened devil fruit user. Paramecia abilities cannot be released over long distances, but this Haichao Liku could release his powers from hundreds of meters away across various terrains. And these insects moved extremely quickly. Within a few breaths, they were already more than 10 meters away. Run. Shenhuang spun around abruptly, stretched out his arm, and tucked the still shocked Tailizi under his arm, then sprinted away. This shout was for me, Luo. Shenhuang saw that she actually seemed eager to try. Don't be silly. These things can't be dealt with without area effect attacks. If we get overwhelmed, even armament Haki won't hold out for long. Their armament Haki couldn't cover their entire bodies. Use Conqueror's Haki quickly. Tailizi grabbed Shenhuang's arm tightly and shouted, her hair blown wildly by the strong wind. I tried. These insects are devil fruit creations. They have no willpower. Conqueror's Haki is useless against them. Shenhuang ran at full speed while using observation Haki to monitor the situation behind. He didn't need to worry about me, Luo. As long as she didn't try to fight these things, she could fly much faster than he could run. Encountering this guy without area effect attacks, it's truly hopeless. To deal with this opponent, he would need to master the emission technique of armament Haki, so he could take out a group with one punch. Moreover, it required an extremely high amount of armament Haki. But if he had the bomb fruit or the flame fruit, it would be easy to handle him. Shenhuang sensed the aura of this guy with observation Haki. It was about the same physical strength as Tailizi currently possessed. No wonder they were researching gene potions to strengthen the body. With the bomb fruit ability, even Tailizi could wear him down. But he had to admit this power was truly hellish. The wind howled in their ears. Tailizi held on to Shenhuang's neck and peered over his shoulder at the dark insect tide behind them. They're about to catch up. Go faster. Tailizi patted Shenhuang's back and urged him. Her face didn't show much fear, her eyes were more filled with disgust and revulsion. If you're not satisfied, get down and run yourself. Shenhuang was already at his fastest speed, though not his top speed. Using top speed would compromise endurance. As long as we aren't caught, that's fine. I don't believe this Hai Chao Li Ku has enough stamina to sustain such a large insect tide for long. Never mind, Xiao Wang, keep it up. As they ran, Lizi suddenly said, these devil fruit creations can't be dealt with by Conqueror's Haki. What about the user himself? That Hai Chao Li Ku has been following behind. He's too far away. Given his strength at this distance, it would only make him dazed for a moment. Observation Haki sensed that Hai Chao Li Ku was lingering 1,000 meters away. Shenhuang gritted his teeth in admiration of that guy's survival instinct. What if we had charged in earlier? Before the insects could bite you to death, we might have been close enough to knock him out. That plan might actually work, but this girl really doesn't care about his personal safety. Shenhuang slapped her thigh hard. Hey, what good would it do you if I die? Hey Xiao Wang, don't be angry. Lizi giggled without a hint of remorse. When they reached the foot of the mountain, a person suddenly emerged from behind a giant boulder ahead. That person was carrying a huge red pack that was 3 meters long and wide, towering over him, even though he himself was over 2 meters tall. It was Sire Jiao, the leader of the self-rescue team. He held a pipe in both hands and shouted, Lord, quickly. Shenhuang rushed past him like the wind. Don't run, Lord. Look at the secret weapon I've been preparing for a year. As he spoke, the pipe in his hand spewed a huge stream of flames. The flames fanned out, and the end was actually tens of meters wide. In one go, it wiped out a large area of the insect tide, holding them back dozens of meters away. Shenhuang was stunned. This crude technology really opened his eyes. Can a flamethrower be this big? What if it explodes? Shenhuang stopped behind Sire Jiao, watching him confront the insect tide, while secretly preparing to cover himself with armament Haki and flee. Huh? How do you like my carefully prepared weapon? Hai Chao Li Ku, you devil. Today is the day you die? Sire Jiao laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. This success seemed to relieve the pressure in his heart. But seeing the insect tide spreading from other directions besides the front, Shenhuang felt speechless. Run now? Your device can only put out part of the insect tide, it's not decisive at all. Ha ha. Come out, my boys. Let's clear these bugs for the Lord. Sire Jiao was not flustered at all. He shouted, and 4 people in the same outfit appeared behind him, though their tanks. Watch us. Our more than a year of preparation has not been in vain. The warriors of the self-rescue team stood in a row with high morale alongside Sire Jiao. They opened their flamethrowers, and a massive torrent of flames sprayed out, directly blocking all angles in front. Not a single insect could get through. The surging heat waves distorted the air. Shenhuang wiped his sweat and admired the rare, spectacular sight. However, he had to keep a sharp observation Haki on the tanks to prevent them from exploding and injuring himself. After only 30 seconds of burning, the remaining insect tide receded like flowing water and disappeared. Hai Chao Li Ku appeared not far away, staring at the 5 flamethrower-wielding people with a grim expression. Lord, I leave it to you now. Please save Yashin Island. Sire Jiao turned off the flamethrower and bowed. Why did he feel like he was being put on the spot? He was a bit annoyed, but the guy dressed all in black in front annoyed him even more. Not just because of the disgusting insect tide, but also, what qualifications do you have to wear all black like me? Shenhuang cracked his knuckles and stepped out from among the 5 members of the self-rescue team. Kid, who are you? How dare you cause trouble on my turf? Hai Chao Li Ku stood far away and looked at Shenhuang with his lower eyelids. Something about this guy felt strangely familiar. Despite his confusion, Shenhuang didn't pause his actions. His arms were directly covered with pitch-black armament Haki. I'm here to collect you, Shenhuang said, and charged straight forward. This reckless demeanor was a pretense. In reality, he planned to get close enough and then finish him off with a single burst of Conqueror's Haki. Better not let him activate that hellish ability. Kid, you're quite arrogant, Rika said, and with a pull of his hands at his abdomen, a dark pitch-black hole appeared. Since you're so arrogant, let me show you the ultimate move I developed after my devil fruit awakening. 3 giant insects emitting powerful auras crawled out from the nest in his abdomen. These are ancient giant insects, even stronger than myself. As long as I have enough stamina, I can summon them infinitely. Kid, this is my trump card for ruling the world. You should feel honored to die by this move. Another dreamer. However, if he didn't have his cheat and had luckily eaten a powerful fruit, he might have also taken the path of seeking technology to break through physical limits. But one should know their limits. Since you don't have a cheat, how can you keep talking about ruling the world every day? Given that you've lived this long without being killed by the world government, I guess you only dare to spout such nonsense in front of people you think are doomed. Shenhuang looked at the insects surrounding him in a triangle formation, feeling even more disdainful. What makes this guy think that with these insects, once they reach a certain scale, he can rule the world? The aura intensity sensed by observation Haki was only slightly stronger than Mi Luo's. For the 3 Admiral-level Logia users, dealing with an insect tide of this level would be a mere wave of the hand. Since he's so confident, there's no hurry to use Conqueror's Haki. First, let's cure his Imperial delusions. Shun Wang flashed a sardonic smile, and in a flash he charged into the encirclement of the 3 bugs. He delivered a heavy punch with a full arc straight at the large beetle with a massive horn on its front. Bang! A loud crash rang out as the beetle stumbled back 3 steps, its surrounding black aura trembling. On the right, an unknown giant insect with a ferocious mouthpart lunged in to bite. Shun Wang twisted his waist, pulled his left fist back to his lower back, and threw it with all his might. His fist coated with armament Haki slammed straight into its mouthpart, breaking off half of its pincer-like mandible. At the same time, he dodged the needle-like mouthpart thrust from the giant insect on the left. A whiff of bloody wind drifted over, and Shun Wang frowned. This thing's needle is poisonous. It can actually summon toxic bugs. But it's useless. All just flashy tricks. Shun Wang closed in, and in a flash he grabbed the long mouthpart with both hands. His arm muscles bulged, and then he exhaled with a shout, "Ack!" With a crisp crack, the giant insect's needle-like mouthpart snapped off. Ha! So satisfying. Shun Wang darted forward, raining punches on the 3 bugs that had no real means of attack. Tough enough. What a great punching bag. Shun Wang laughed wildly, throwing countless punches. The armament Haki seemed to respond to his excitement, its color deepening a few shades. The sounds of heavy collisions rang out continuously, mud and vegetation flying everywhere, the whole battle scene chaotic and messy. So powerful. Lord Sire Jiao. The warrior's eyes were filled with fervor, as if eager to try it themselves. Sire Jiao also stared intently at the situation on the field. Although he couldn't clearly see Shun Wang's figure, the fact that the 3 giant insects were constantly retreating and black smoke continuously dissipated from their bodies all indicated that Shun Wang had a huge advantage. Before long, the giant insects were on the verge of being beaten apart. Suddenly, with a bang, the bugs burst into black mist and returned to Li Ke's body. Shun Wang raised an eyebrow. They actually had the same aura as the previous bugs, meaning they were about equally powerful. How about that, kid? Li Ke still wore a sinister smile, albeit somewhat forced. As you wish. He pulled at his abdomen again, and 3 different ancient giant insects appeared once more. Shun Wang raised an eyebrow. They actually had the same aura as the previous bugs, meaning they were about equally powerful. How about that, kid? Li Ke's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, his face somewhat pale. How about it? Of course I'm thrilled. Shun Wang, ignoring Li Ke's abnormality, laughed and charged forward. A new round of beating quickly began. Li Ke frowned deeply, his eyes narrowing as he watched the battle. Gnashing his teeth, he suddenly uttered a few strange syllables. Although Shun Wang was in the midst of battle, he hadn't gone all out, and was also keeping an eye on Li Ke. Hearing the incomprehensible sounds from his mouth, Shun Wang warily watched Li Ke and the 3 bugs. If it was a strengthening ability, he would just thrash them harder. If it was summoning an endless swarm of tiny bugs, he would quickly use Conqueror's Haki. He couldn't give him a chance to create distance either. At the first sign, he would strike instantly. Careful. Shun Wang's heart stirred as a wave of heat suddenly surged behind him. Before he could move, a burst of flame suddenly engulfed him. Shoo! The soft sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and the fire behind him stopped. He had just heard the sound of something falling when a round object rolled to his feet. Shun Wang touched his hair in lingering fear. Luckily, he had used armament Haki to protect his hair at the last moment, otherwise he would have been done for. Now he was completely blackened. Except for his head and vital spots protected by armament Haki, everything else was scorched by the fire. Once he washed up, he would have no hair left. How terrifying. Shun Wang crouched down and picked up the head. Sir Jiao's face still bore a confused expression. He raised it to eye level, stopping at the same line as Li Ke. Squinting for a few seconds, he suddenly laughed. So this is why this guy's self-rescue squad was so weird. Is this thing your clone? Shun Wang looked at Sire Jiao's youthful face. It was only 70% similar to Li Ke, but if you imagine Li Ke younger and his features softer, wouldn't it be 90% alike? Li Ke's face stiffened. Clone. We haven't fully mastered that technology. He was conceived naturally, just put into a container, and aged prematurely. Even more disgusting than I guessed. Don't you feel any grief? He's your son after all. Don't you have many legitimate sons? Shun Wang tossed the head at Li Ke's feet. Just a test subject for my experiments. As long as I want, I can have as many as I like. Li Ke said, coldly staring at Shun Wang. Suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. You can't deal with my bug wave, can you? Indeed. Shun Wang nodded, looking indifferently at Li Ke 20 meters away. But I'm curious. Why didn't you develop your awakening to strengthen the bug wave? Instead, you created a few mid-level individual soldiers. You're not strong enough yet. You don't understand that for the truly powerful, quantity is meaningless. Shun Wang nodded. If I master armament Haki emission, I won't be afraid of your bug wave. Li Ke's pupils contracted. You actually know about armament Haki emission. How surprising. Shun Wang blinked, putting on an innocent expression. The more you know, the more hopeless your death will be. Li Ku sneered, raised his hand, and pointed about to activate his ability. You're right. Shun Wang's lips curled up as a thick, blackened lightning bolt shot out, instantly striking Li Ke's head. Conqueror. Conqueror's Haki. Li Ke's eyes widened, pointing at Shun Wang. His body swayed a few times, then, with a thud, he collapsed. Te Lizi, lend me your sickle. Shun Wang turned around. Te Lizi and Mi Luo had already dealt with the self-rescue team members, not sure if there were any lingering threats. Te Lizi tossed the bloodstained sickle over. Shun Wang caught it, deftly pinching the blade. Good thing he had coated it with armament Haki. He flicked the sickle to hold it correctly and walked towards Sea-Tide Li Ku. For some reason, although he felt nothing during the battle, with flesh flying and punches landing, he found it disgusting to kill a defenseless person with his bare fists. Using a blade to deal with such an enemy gave him no qualms. With a flash of cold light, Sea-Tide Li Ku made a permanent exit. What a thrilling and satisfying battle. Shun Wang let out a long breath. He turned and walked to Te Lizi, handing the sickle to her. Throw it better. After experiencing the mental pollution from Sea-Tide Li Ku, the three had little mood to talk. They returned to the ship and went straight to sleep. Sunlight streamed through the porthole. Shun Wang opened his eyes, pushed away Te Lizi, who was snuggled in his arms and stretched. What nice weather. Te Lizi smacked her lips, the corners of her pink mouth seeming to have a bit of glistening saliva. Completely oblivious to Shun Wang pushing her, she simply continued sleeping. Shun Wang finished preparing breakfast and invited them to eat together. After the meal, he felt somewhat disappointed. Up until now, his observation Haki hadn't located Situshi. Could it be that she hadn't taken the bait? He couldn't give up until the very last moment. Now let's go collect our supplies. Hopefully they haven't been eaten up. Shun Wang waved his hand and led the two women toward the cave where the self-rescue team resided. They chatted and laughed along the way, soon arriving at the cave behind the rocky beach. This time there were no guards at the entrance. Shun Wang paused for a moment, then recalled that their leader had been killed. They were probably all in a meeting discussing what to do next. But it was none of his concern. Shun Wang walked into the cave without hesitation. There were noticeably fewer people inside today. In that spacious cave, at least a third of the usual occupants were missing. Hearing some commotion, Shun Wang followed the noise and saw a group of ragged, gaunt people blocking the entrance to another cave. Outside the cave, a dozen burly self-rescue team fighters formed a human wall to hold them back. With such a big haul, why can't we eat our share? The people outside were agitated. Brother Sire Gao said these provisions are mainly for us fighters. The defenders retorted. We are the ones who need to fight for everyone's freedom. This is how it should be distributed. You lot who dare not fight. What right do you have to eat? The fighters stood their ground, shoving the angry crowd. Even outnumbered 10-1, they showed no fear. You haven't gone to fight that demon either, someone shouted from the crowd. The people became even more agitated. My child starved to death. To feed you. Yet you just hide here, no different from us who dare not fight the demon. A man wept openly. Some fighters showed a hint of embarrassment, but most remained expressionless. Brother Sire Gao said, strength takes time. Can't you endure just 2 years? Who was it that begged him for protection back then? If I'd known, I'd have stayed outside. Maybe I wouldn't have been caught for experiments. Outside would have more freedom, enough to eat, and many things we could do. The speaker wiped his tears, voice choked. Lord Sire Gao went with the strong outsider to vanquish the demon. Surely they will succeed. Perhaps you'll be free today. Then you can farm, live your lives, and everyone will have a bright future. But these words from the fighters only inflamed the crowd further. Shun Wang listened to the exchange, growing more irritated. Indeed, a leader shapes their followers. He strode over. His not very tall figure was spotted first, and someone at the back yelled, the strong outsider is here. The crowd stirred, turning to look at Shun Wang. Seemingly cowed by his aura, they parted to make way. Shun Wang walked slowly, his steps steady. Yet the people felt an intense pressure, instinctively lowering their heads. Even the fighters did the same. Thank you for guarding my supplies. Shun Wang smiled, then blurred into motion. With a tap on each of the dozen fighters' heads, they promptly fell into a deep sleep. Turning to face the gaunt civilians, Shun Wang took a deep breath and said, don't crowd here. They'll take you to the island's center where you'll find everything you need. Sir, is that true? Someone dared to ask. Of course. Shun Wang strode out. Make sure to call everyone. Not a single person should be left behind. Well, do it. They'll go get them. The crowd followed Shun Wang out of the cave. By the time they emerged, the 100+ had swelled to over 300. The number was quite low. Many must have died over the years. Shun Wang pondered this as he slowed his pace to wait for those who could barely walk due to illness. After an hour of walking, Shun Wang led them to the mountain at the island's center, the stronghold of the Reich pirate group. He opened their weapon warehouse, which contained arms for 500 people. The Reich pirate group had about 100 members. Last night, after witnessing Shun Wang kill their captain, the entire crew had fled by ship under cover of darkness. Now the place was unoccupied. Listen up. Whether you want a prosperous life or freedom at all depends on your own strength. Only with a strong fist can you live in peace. Your fists aren't strong enough now, but these weapons can give you security. You must take up arms yourselves. You won't be oppressed, relying on others. No one can guarantee their reliability. Only by depending on yourselves can you achieve the life you desire. After Shun Wang's impassioned speech, he noticed that most faces remained numb, with only a few showing. Indeed, the majority were apathetic. Shun Wang directly pointed out the most active few and instructed them to distribute weapons to everyone. This way, at least before he left, the island's environment would be relatively fair. As for afterward, only a minority would likely rise to the top. If even a few could awake and take up arms to protect themselves and their families, then everything he had done would not be in vain. After the weapons were distributed, Shun Wang led them to the food warehouse. Eat whatever you like from here. When you're done, help me carry these wines to my ship. Really? Thank you, sir. People wept with joy, rushing to the warehouse. Each took a small bundle of food and began making fires to cook. Shun Wang quietly returned to the cave area, and together with Milo and Terry's, they moved the food and wine that had been delivered last night back to the ship. The ship was small and its capacity limited. They only managed to load half the grain from the cave before it was full. In truth, they had reserved space for the wines brought from Reich's stronghold. The laboratory's warehouse mostly held food with little wine. At sea, water spoiled too easily, so wine had to serve as drinking water. During resupply, they needed to load plenty of wine. Finding food at sea was still manageable. Just as they were finishing the loading, Tushi suddenly appeared on the ship. Shun Wang was carrying a large barrel of salted meat. When he looked up and saw Tushi sitting on the gunwale, leaning forward with her hands cupping her face, watching them, a wave of relief washed over him. She was still wearing a short skirt. From this angle, while nothing visible except her legs and black stockings. After some consideration, I think I can give you a discount. 100,000 berries a day as your navigator. How about that? A fantastic deal. Tushi smiled at Shun Wang. That's quite a discount indeed. Shun Wang grinned freely. But I'm broke. What if I can't afford 100,000 berries a day? You? Tushi was furious. She straightened up, reached toward the deck, then jumped off the ship, a small white suitcase in hand. She headed straight toward the port town, her back resolute. Had he messed up? Shun Wang was momentarily stunned. Tushi walked about a dozen meters, then suddenly turned back. Fine, I have no ship to sail now anyway. Consider it my fare. I'll serve as your navigator for free temporarily. Tushi pressed the brim of her small white hat head, lowered her face, full of heartache. In the morning, Shun Wang held a barbell weighing over 1,000 jin and performed a horse stance squat, using it as a warm-up. Yet his eyes were constantly fixed on Stussy, who had set up a small round table on the foredeck and sat beneath a sun umbrella. She crossed her legs elegantly, the black fishnet stockings making the separated white skin strikingly bright. Her right hand delicately pinched a fine ceramic teacup, slowly sipping the fragrant black tea. Last night he had begged for a cup, and it was indeed delicious. When he asked Stussy, the tea leaves for this single pot cost over 10,000 berry. The white cape and orange form-fitting miniskirt she wore were also luxury items, each costing hundreds of thousands or even millions of berry. The things he couldn't see must certainly be expensive as well. Truly terrifying spending power. No wonder those scientific research results were so valuable, and she stole them time and again. Living such a lifestyle would be unaffordable without a salary of 100,000 berry a day. Suddenly Stussy set down her teacup, stood up, walked to the railing, and supported herself with one hand while raising the other to feel the direction of the wind. She observed the clouds in the sky for another 10 seconds. Captain Port 10 reefed the sails 2 turns. Got it. Shun Wang put down the barbell and hurriedly went to adjust. After speaking, Stussy returned to her small round table, picked up the newspaper on the table, and began flipping through it while elegantly savoring the tea worth 10,000 berry a pot. 5 minutes later, his little fire dragon grazed the edge of the blizzard, briefly experiencing a cold current. What a thrill. Shun Wang looked at the eternal pose, corrected the course, adjusted the sails, and a smile never left his face. Even though it wasn't his first time, he still felt an immense exhilaration in leaving a natural disaster behind with such ease. What a hellish life those past 3 months had been. Constantly on emergency rescue with little time for serious training. The only thing that could be called exercise was jumping into the sea to pull the ship. It had been a week since Stussy boarded the ship, and he was now proficient in his duties. While training, he spent most of his time focusing on Stussy. This was not because Stussy was beautiful and dressed seductively, but purely out of necessity. The fishnet stockings just weren't as good-looking as black silk. Suddenly a hand appeared before him and snatched the barbell away, leaving his hands empty in an instant. Shao Wang, at a time like this, you still have the mind for such gentle training. Sister Milo is already 7 months along, and I'm close to 4 months. With your strength still at this level, how can you protect us? Telesai narrowed her eyes and smiled, extending her left hand, which was wrapped in bandages at the end, pointing toward the foredeck. If you don't jump into the sea now to pull the ship for exercise, how can you gain the strength to protect us? Seeing the wrist of Telesai's left hand extended before him, Shun Wan felt a pang of guilt. He had promised to buy her a cool prosthetic hook for a long time, but still hadn't managed to do it. I know you don't need to tell me. Shin Wan stood up and stretched his legs. Can't you be like Milo and stay quiet? Milo, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, comprehending the realm of the sword-cutting swordsman, suddenly opened her eyes. Although it has nothing to do with my pregnancy months, I agree with Sister Telesai. You being here is affecting my grasp of the sword-cutting realm. A while ago, when he was bored watching Milo constantly practice swordsmanship, Shin Wan had mentioned to her the division of realms for swordsman and grand swordsman, along with some details. Specifically, he referenced what Koshiro said to Zoro. So now Milo was entirely focused on comprehending the realm, where one can cut anything, yet also cut nothing. I'll go now, alright. Shin Wan scratched his head in frustration. He had only glanced at Stussy a few extra times without any action. Even Telesai was enough, but now Milo also had a complaint. How could he not observe the original characters when they were often right before his eyes? No one could understand him. Under the piercing gaze of Telesai from behind, Shun Wan didn't communicate with Stussy on the foredeck. He tied the rope himself, preparing to jump into the sea and pull the ship. Wait a moment. At this moment, Stussy stood up. She observed the wind direction and sky again. Starboard 5, tighten the sails. After the course is adjusted, jump into the sea and swim as fast as you can. Stussy sat back down, raised her teacup, and gestured to Shin Wan. Good luck, Captain. She smiled. Is the range large? Shin Wan tightened the rope around his body. Who knows? Maybe it'll be like last time. Stussy's ability wasn't 100% accurate. Once before, she had misjudged the range of a natural disaster, causing them to get caught in it. Fortunately, they were at the edge and didn't take much time to escape. When she realized her mistake, she remained calm and didn't lend a hand at all. Telesai was furious, but Shin Wan stopped her. He knew he was luring Stussy onto the ship. Although he stubbornly refused to pay her salary, it wasn't good to show a bad attitude. Such an excellent navigator. He should try to keep her as long as possible, not drive her away. Once the sailing was adjusted, Shun Wan jumped directly into the sea and swam forward with all his strength. Only when he was exhausted from swimming did Shun Wan surface and look around. Not far behind the ship was an endless expanse of black. Between the dark clouds and the deep blue sea, the distance was pulled very close, as if they were about to merge. Lightning flashed through the thick clouds, accompanied by various huge rumbles of thunder. The sheer momentum felt like the end of the world. Fortunately, if he had encountered such a natural disaster before Stussy boarded the ship, it would have been very difficult to escape. He still had great fortune on his side. Ha! Shin Wan wiped his face with his hand, opened his eyes wide, and laughed heartily at the apocalyptic scene bobbing up and down in the seawater. When he came aboard, he dragged up a red giant fish over 3 meters long. It had been 7 or 8 days since he last ate fish, and he was craving it. When he got excited, this fish swam over, and he couldn't resist punching it. With that one hit, the fish flipped over in front of him. Wasting food was shameful, so he had to share dozens of gene of fish meat with everyone. Why did you catch a fish? Telesai pointed at Shun Wan, her finger trembling violently. I finally managed to forget the taste of fish, and you catch one at this critical moment. We don't lack food now. Before he could open his mouth to argue, Stussy spoke. She smoothed the hair blown by the wind at her temple, a bright smile on her face. The meat of this fish is very delicious. If you don't want to eat it, just so happens I haven't had it in a long time. Who said I don't want to eat? I definitely want a portion. Telesai quickly reserved a share. Even if Sister Milo ate, she couldn't eat much, so wouldn't that leave the two of them to eat a couple's meal? Absolutely not. At dinner, everyone sat at both ends of the long table. By the way, according to my speed calculations, in the charts, we'll reach Elbaf in about 3 days. Stussy said slowly. Upon hearing this, the three of them opened their mouths wide and their eyes bulged. After a few seconds, 2 intense gazes focused on him. Can you not look at me like that? Shin Wan was very helpless. Heh. Telesai's laugh was filled with sarcasm. Didn't someone claim to know navigation when they first set sail? How is the gap bigger than between humans and sea kings? Milo probably felt Telesai's attack was too strong, so she withdrew her gaze and silently ate. Knowing how to steer a ship is knowing how to sail right. I can read charts and compasses. In the 4 seas. No, even in the Grand Line I could handle it. It's all because the new world's environment is too harsh. Shin Wan's voice grew softer, and he finally buried his head in his meal. The first thing to do upon waking up in the morning is to stow the anchor, then adjust the angle of the sail and the direction of the rudder, allowing the ship to move on its own. After breakfast, Tralise sliced a plate of fruit and served it first to Stussy. Although she was extremely cautious around Shin Wan and Stussy, she held a deep respect for just Stussy, having experienced Shin Wan's miserable condition when he was a navigator before she truly revered Stussy. Miss Bajin, here's the fruit for today. Trellis's impeccable gentle smile was far more sincere than when facing Shenhuang. On the ship apart from Shenhuang, everyone was strongly urged by Stussy to address her as Miss Bajin. Of course Shenhuang was also strongly urged, yet he always complied, while still calling her by her name. Stussy had no choice but to let it slide. No way to win. Sister Milo, it's time for fruit. Trellis brought another plate to Milo, who was still in the captain's cabin. Thank you. Milo's lips curled into a smile barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Having spent much time with Milo, Trellis was well aware and accustomed to her personality. Sister Milo, today's fruit is perfectly ripe and very sweet. Trellis cut the fruit on the plate into small pieces and fed them to Milo. Let me do it. I feel like I'm troubling you too much, Milo said, but seeing the small piece of yellow fruit approaching her mouth, she opened up and ate it. Milo had always wanted to refuse, but was continuously fed. Trellis was quite satisfied with her current life, although she had not achieved the status of the main wife. Spending every night together had made her confidence grow. However, she knew in her heart that this was all Milo's concession, feeling both admiration and gratitude towards Milo. She had not made her feel awkward and had helped her integrate well into this family. Moreover, Milo's petite appearance was so adorable, especially that fluffy brown tail, as she desperately wanted to pet it. After much hesitation, she hadn't dared to reach out, only watching Shenhuang handle it poorly. For now, feeding her was the only option, giving her the feeling of nurturing a small pet. Of course, this thought had to be kept hidden and could never be exposed. While feeding, Trellis wore a doting smile. How cute. She cupped her face with one hand, her eyes glistening. Milo's cheeks were puffed up. Trellis was feeding her too quickly. Although there was no pressure, it felt strange, especially with Trellis's gaze, which sent a shiver down her spine. Truly magnificent. Hearing Shenhuang's laughter, Trellis set down the plate and quickly got up to exit the cabin, with Milo flying closely behind. Not far away, a huge black pillar connecting heaven and earth appeared before their eyes, its surface rough and uneven with wrinkles in the middle. It was hard to say whether the craftsmanship was superb or poor. However, being able to carve on such a pillar that supports heaven and earth must mean the craftsman was incredibly powerful. Trellis and Milo stood with their mouths agape, gazing at this massive pillar that resembled a black city wall stretching from the sea into the clouds. At this moment, the pillar suddenly moved. It's the Elephant Lord. What a spectacle. You wouldn't see such a super creature anywhere else. Shenhuang looked at the colossal city wall-like leg before him, while the other three legs could only be seen faintly. Their ship was beside the leg of the Elephant Lord, appearing as insignificant as a small pebble. In front of such a super creature, a person felt just like an ant. No wonder the fur tribe thrived on the back of the Elephant Lord. The thick white clouds in the sky were torn apart, and an enormous elephant trunk swung down, splashing into the sea, its waves even pushing his little fire dragon away from the area. The immense elephant head emerged from the cloud layer, and even from 10,000 meters away one could clearly see the appearance of the Elephant Lord. This scene stirred Shenhuang's emotions. He also had to thank Stussy, otherwise he wouldn't know how long it would take him to see the Elephant Lord, nor whether he would even have the leisure to admire its majestic form at that time. Just before, when the Elephant Lord's trunk swung down, it vaguely carried a white dot. It was too far to see clearly. The observation color couldn't reach the trunk of the Elephant Lord. So big. Shenhuang was once again captivated by the Elephant Lord's form, watching with great interest. Speaking of the Elephant Lord, one must mention the fur tribe of Zoan Island. So big. Shenhuang was once again captivated by the Elephant Lord's form, watching with great interest. Speaking of the Elephant Lord, one must mention the fur tribe, but most of the fur tribe resembled orcs, more feeling like a blessing too great to bear. Forget it, the fur tribe isn't particularly strong. Shenhuang mentally calculated and excluded the fur tribe. By the way, how did Luffy get up there? Looking at the Elephant Lord's thigh before him, though rough and climbable, how many people could actually scale it for thousands of meters? Anyway, he wasn't confident about it. Not to mention Luffy, many from the fur tribe also went out to sea or returned. How did they go up and down? It's truly a mystery. Luffy's method clearly couldn't be replicated. The Elephant Lord slowly lifted its leg like an elderly person, gradually disappearing behind the ship. Perhaps it was because the ship was sailing too fast, but Shenhuang felt he hadn't had enough of the sight. By the way, Stussy, do you know how the fur tribe gets up and down from the Elephant Lord? Shenhuang couldn't help but ask. Stussy smiled brightly. If Zoe was that accessible, the fur tribe would have dwindled to just a few by now. Indeed. Shenhuang sighed regretfully. He still wanted to stroll around Zoe. With a large enough base, he might find a fur tribe member like Garp. In the afternoon, the three of them, having nothing to do, gathered in the common activity room, which could also be called a dining room, as it was connected to the kitchen, and they usually ate here. Trellis picked up a glass of rum and took a sip. We're almost at Elbaf. Xiaowan, you should tell us what devil fruit we're looking for now, right? Previously, when they asked, Shenhuang hadn't thought of a reason, so he had brushed them off. Now he had figured out how to deceive. The fruit I want is called the expansion fruit, and its ability is to make the body grow larger. Just growing larger. Both Milo and Tralise were somewhat surprised. Yes, just being able to grow larger. How does that have any use? It seems quite weak, Tralise commented. Of course it's for the thrill of battle. Shenhuang said with righteous fervor. Look, the powerful ones at sea are at least over 2 meters tall, with many being 3 to 5 meters, and even some reaching 8 or 9 meters. At my height of 1 meter 80, it wouldn't be very enjoyable to fight them. If I ate the expansion fruit, I would grow as tall as my opponent, and in that case a punch would land solidly. It's quite unsatisfactory to hit someone much larger with a small fist. A fist of appropriate size hitting someone is what feels good. After hearing Shenhuang's words, Tralise seemed to realize something. So you feel insecure about your height? Haha, but I'm 1 meter 85. Tralise mocked Shenhuang from her height advantage. TCH, just 5 centimeters taller, what's the difference? Shenhuang didn't get mad at Tralise. Once he got the fruit, he could grow as tall as he wanted. Shenhuang, tell us about what this fruit looks like. We'll help you look for it later. Milo flew onto Shenhuang's shoulder, hugging his head, comforting the seemingly height-conscious Shenhuang, while secretly vowing to find this expansion fruit. Milo's question was quite good and hit the nail on the head. I just know that this fruit is around Elbaf, but I have no idea what it looks like. How do we find it? Even if we find the devil fruit, there's no guarantee it's the right one. Ooh, what if it's not? Xiaowang, wouldn't you be doomed? Shenhuang also didn't know what to do. Back in Dressrosa, he couldn't find any devil fruit compendium in the underground world, not even a single page. You're looking for the expansion fruit. Stussy entered the room. She smiled brightly. I have a devil fruit compendium. It costs 1 million berries to look at. Shenhuang, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly slapped down 1 million belly and finally got to see the devil fruit encyclopedia. This C2, she was cunning enough to only show him the page with the expansion fruit. Her heart was truly black. If it weren't for her exceptional navigation skills, he would have taught her a lesson. Is this the expansion fruit? Why does it look like a pineapple? Tailisi leaned over the devil fruit encyclopedia to examine it first. Shenhuang squeezed in to make some room and saw it too. The illustration depicted a red pineapple-shaped devil fruit with classic spiral patterns, its surface covered in regular bumps and spikes. It looked difficult to eat. Not only was it unappetizing, but it also seemed prickly. Oh well, for the sake of gaining power, he could endure this minor hardship. Shenhuang's attitude was quite optimistic. He quickly accepted it. Xiaowang, this fruit won't be pleasant to eat, I'm afraid, Tailisi said with a hint of schadenfreude. No worries, I'll cut it open and eat the middle. Pricked by Tailisi's remark, Shenhuang immediately thought of a solution. Although there was a saying that eating the entire devil fruit could lead to better awakening. But he only wanted this fruit as a tool. He didn't expect it to grant him formidable combat power, so awakening or not didn't matter. Another day passed. At noon, Shenhuang was napping in the captain's quarters when suddenly the door was knocked. Captain, the sailing speed is faster than expected. I can already see Elbaf from here. We should arrive by midnight. Hearing this from C2, Shenhuang quickly jumped out of bed and walked out. Facing him, he could faintly see a towering tree in the distance. Is this the Atom Tree? The Atom Tree whose single branch can sell for hundreds of millions. Yes, but it's a pity the underworld below is too dangerous to explore, otherwise we could make a fortune. C2's face showed a regretful expression. By the way, if the expansion fruit is in the Giant Kingdom, it might be hard to find. It's unlikely to be inside the Giant Kingdom. It's probably on some island near Elbaf. Shenhuang stroked his chin in thought. C2, can you navigate to the nearest island, to Elbaf? I want to start searching there. Of course, C2, she revealed a familiar smile. I happen to have a sea chart of this area. If you wish to use it, please pay 1 million belly. This woman was really obsessed with money. Shenhuang had no choice, since there was no friendship or bond between them. He had to fork over another 1 million belly. At least it was all ill-gotten gains. Staring at the money chest under the bed, Shenhuang could only console himself with this thought. Only 55 million belly left. How tragic. Speaking of which, C2, she had quite a lot of nice things. Once when he went to the storage hold to fetch food, her door was ajar. Shenhuang glanced inside and saw the coat rack full of clothes, a few books on the table, and many blueprints. Coupled with the exquisite pastries she occasionally brought out, Shenhuang couldn't figure it out. Was that little white chest really that spacious? It was like a treasure chest that had everything. The cabin he had cleared for her in the aft lower deck seemed almost filled to the brim, though it wasn't very large. The next morning, guided by C2, Shenhuang and his crew anchored the ship beside a deserted island. This was the closest island to Elbaf. I hope we can find it on this island. I'm getting a bit impatient. Standing on the beach, Shenhuang rubbed his hands together in a wish. Behind him stood Tailisi while Mi Luo hovered in the air. And with the incentive of a 2 million belly reward, C2, she also agreed to help search the island. Let's begin. Everyone pick a direction and search. Shenhuang waved his hand, and the four of them started a grid search of the island. With observation Haki, they could search quickly. In less than an hour, they all gathered at the center of the island. The conclusion: there was nothing on this island. I refuse to believe it. He'll dig 3 feet deep if I have to. Of course, he didn't dig 3 feet deep, but he did turn over every surface. They found nothing. Shenhuang wasn't discouraged. He would just move to another island and try again. Over the next 5 days, they visited 3 more islands, all barren and all without any yield. On the 6th day, they arrived at an inhabited island. This island was called Zhanggu Island. Legend had it that the people here once worshipped giants and created many songs for them, which were called war songs. Of course, that custom was long gone, and now it was just a small non-allied kingdom, an island nation only slightly larger than half of Dressrosa. They docked at the port. The ship's supplies were running low and needed replenishment, so Shenhuang took me Luo and Tay Lizzy to go shopping, while also searching the island on the off chance the fruit was here. As for C2, she said she didn't need to buy anything, so she stayed to guard the ship. After walking 2 streets, Shenhuang suddenly stopped and shoved the money chest containing 5 million belly into Tay Lizzy's hands. I think I sensed the presence of a devil fruit. You two continue shopping, you'll go check it out. Shenhuang's observation Haki currently had a longer range than Mi Luo's and Tay Lizzy's, so they couldn't verify his claim. Without waiting for their response, Shenhuang ran off in a certain direction. He kept running until he was out of their observation Haki range, then changed direction, arrived at a rocky beach on the other side of the island, and jumped into the sea. He swam along the coastline toward his own ship. Liquids severely obstruct observation Haki, making it nearly impossible to detect enemies in the water. He didn't believe C2 she would remain inactive. While on the ship, she couldn't easily search the captain's cabin for the gene-enhancing potion. Despite her seemingly obedient role as navigator, Shenhuang had secretly noticed her searching the ship multiple times. In fact, she had already scoured every part except the captain's cabin. Good, he didn't sense any observation Haki probing. Shenhuang quickly climbed aboard, hoisting himself over the railing of the central deck. His eyes immediately fell on the captain's cap. A person so obsessed with money would find it hard to resist his 50 million belly. Soon he swam to the bottom of the little fire dragon. Good, he didn't sense any observation Haki probing. Shenhuang quickly climbed aboard, hoisting himself over the railing of the central deck. His eyes immediately fell on the captain's cabin, whose door was slightly ajar. Just as I suspected, C2 I never misjudged you. Shenhuang used observation Haki, and at the same time rushed to the captain's cabin door at full speed, pushing it open to catch C2, who was dragging a chest from under the bed right in the act. "Oh, Captain, why are you back?" C2 quickly scrambled out from under the bed. Before she could stand up, Shenhuang walked over and placed his foot on the curve of her raised backside. "I haven't asked you yet. What are you doing stealing my money?" "Huh?" C2 was both embarrassed and angry. "What would I want with your 50 million belly? Do I need to steal it? But I saw it with my own eyes. You were stealing my money." Shenhuang refused to listen to her rebuttal. "What do you want to do, Captain?" C2 turned her head and looked at him with pitiful watery blue eyes. Shenhuang was unmoved. He simply pressed down harder with his foot. "This is a serious crime, daring to steal the captain's treasure." Shenhuang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Normally you'd be hacked to death by 1,000 cuts." C2 was on the verge of tears. She couldn't very well admit she was searching for the gene potion or its data. She had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill and continue with her cute, pitiful act. Shenhuang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't known what to do, but C2's eyes' behavior seemed to. "If you want to atone for your crime, give me a child." Huh. C2 hadn't expected that. It seemed she had overplayed her hand. Stussy's first instinct was naturally one of unwillingness. She had sailed the vast seas for years, never once having to pay such a steep price. At most, all she needed was to put on a seductive expression and pose, and her enemies would be utterly bewitched, allowing her to seize the opportunity to defeat them or escape. But this man before her was immune to that. Moreover, resisting was unrealistic. This man wielded a precisely controllable Supreme King's Haki. It was outright cheating. Despite the fact that she could easily overpower him, though inwardly unconvinced, she was deeply aware that victory was beyond her. No matter how swift her speed, it could never outpace his will. What should she do? Since they were partners in cooperation, she could use that as a pretext to leave with dignity. Yet she had no desire to go. She hadn't obtained what she sought. Stussy had confirmed it earlier. She found a moment when both Shenhuang and Telly were absent, exchanged a few casual words with Milo, then feigned indignation and said, "Why did you marry the captain back then? The captain seems rather fickle." Milo replied calmly, "At that time he gave me a devil fruit as a gift, and I needed it badly, so I married him. Wasn't it because you also found him strong that you agreed? He possesses the 9 million Supreme King's Haki, even to the point of controlling it. A genius rarely seen. Back then he wasn't strong at all, just an ordinary person, inferior even to our Tontata children." Stussy's eyes flickered. She lifted the white porcelain teacup, lowered her gaze, and took a sip of black tea. Could it be that he simply likes you because you're so small? I noticed he doesn't treat Telly very well. Maybe he's a pervert. Impossible. We fell in love after we got to know each other. Milo retorted at once. Didn't you say you married him because he gave you a devil fruit? It was because he wanted to study mixed blood. Realizing she had misspoken, Milo stopped herself and would say no more. Stussy, having obtained the information she wanted, did not press further. So this man truly is a researcher. Stussy herself was a bona fide scientist, though she preferred not to invest too much effort in research and would rather steal others' achievements. She could fully understand such behavior, sacrificing a precious devil fruit in exchange for research materials for the sake of a project. Thinking about it, this man, aside from having a handsome face, exuded nothing but a rough, boorish aura completely devoid of scholarly temperament. If it weren't for all the carefully gathered evidence pointing to his past as a scientist, she would never have believed. To think that in just over a year an ordinary person could grow to such a level. This kind of gene serum would undoubtedly shake the entire scientific world. After confirming this through the gathered information, Stussy had been trembling with excitement at the time. And with no leaks through any other channels, it was highly likely he had conducted the research alone. A genius among geniuses. Does being a genius automatically awaken supreme king's Haki? Stussy didn't dwell on that question long. The confirmation of this news thrilled her so much that her scalp tingled. Based on her experience, a scientific achievement like this wouldn't fetch less than 100 billion berries unless the buyer had no idea what they were getting. Back then she had nearly lost her composure. Now she had to figure out how to extricate herself from this predicament while remaining on the ship. If you're unwilling, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Shenhuang pressed down harder with his foot. Feeling the pain from behind, Stussy, amid her shame and anger, actually began to seriously consider Shenhuang's conditions. Please go easy on me. Could you give me a little time? Stussy propped herself up on the floor, turned her head, and gazed at Shenhuang with misty blue eyes. Her strawberry-colored lips pouted, giving her a cute and naive appearance. This was an expression she had practiced for a long time, one that could soften anyone's heart. A look of pure pitifulness. You have 30 seconds. Shenhuang ground his heel. Stussy pouted, sniffed, and looked as if she was about. She stared at Shenhuang, striving to radiate her charm, while internally assessing him. This man. He had a handsome face, and from an aesthetic perspective she could accept him. Moreover, he possessed the 9 million supreme king's Haki. That precise strike of his Haki that had hit her back, then still made her heart tremble just thinking about it. His physique was also well proportioned. Looking closely at the contours of his muscles, she even felt her heartbeat quicken. A man of this caliber, if she absolutely had to lose her virtue for the sake of berries, the harvest would have to be at least 10 billion berries, or she'd be at a loss. After finishing her assessment, Stussy suddenly realized she had set the bar remarkably low. Thinking of the 100 billion berry project, her emotions churned with mixed feelings. What if she pretended to go along with it? If she became a more intimate family member, wouldn't she be able to extract his research results more effectively? Milo already knew so much. With her beauty, she could surely obtain even more detailed information. As for Telly, though slightly more beautiful than her, she didn't take her seriously. Daily she would needle Shenhuang with cutting remarks. How could that possibly win his favor? This plan was perfectly viable. She was 22 this year. It was time to experience what a man felt like. Every now and then in the quiet of the night, she'd faintly hear Telly's cries, which sometimes stirred a ticklish longing within her. Lifting her head, Stussy blinked, her watery eyes parted, her lips slightly, and said then, "Captain, please be gentle with me. That's not up to you." The next moment Stussy felt a chill down below, followed by a scorching palm enclosing her. It felt surprisingly pleasant. The punishment scene shifted from the captain's quarters to Stussy's room. Amid the struggle, she couldn't resist, and in the process her will to fight back was extinguished. Blush rose on Stussy's charming face. Do you still dare to steal my money? No more. Captain. Go easy, Going easy won't teach you a lesson. Take this. Forgive me, I was wrong. Forgive? No forgiveness. Stop. Slow down, I can't take it. Finally Stussy leaned against Shenhuang's firm chest, her golden hair at her temples and bangs plastered into strands by sweat clinging to her flushed cheeks. Clearly she had been thoroughly beaten by Shenhuang. Yet she seemed satisfied, closing her eyes and gently nuzzling her face against his chest, her breath coming in quick warm puffs against his skin. It tickled. If there was one thing Stussy had over Telly, it was her extremely slender waist. One wondered how she had trained it. Oh, and she also loved wearing stockings, all kinds, all brand name. The feel was indescribable. Shenhuang's hand roamed, exploring more variations, drawing soft kitten-like murmurs from Stussy. After a moment of intimacy, Shenhuang suddenly sensed Milo and Telly's presence returning. Stussy, clean yourself up quickly. Milo and the others are back. Shenhuang pushed Stussy away without ceremony and jumped off the bed. Ah, Captain, are you trying to hide me away? Stussy supported herself on the bed with one hand, tilting her head to look at Shun Wang, her swaying, astonishing curves making it impossible to look away. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips, but a hint of coldness gleamed in her eyes. For some reason, even though it was all a pretense, she inexplicably felt displeased. I won't hide my relationship with you, but not today. There will be another chance. Shun Wang quickly pulled on his pants. If it gets exposed later, you'll know the consequences. After that threat, he leaned down and kissed Stussy's full lips. At first, she wouldn't let him kiss her, but now she had closed her eyes, lost in the moment. Shun Wang felt a hint of smugness, but remained vigilant. He thoroughly understood Stussy's money-obsessed nature. He simply didn't believe she could develop feelings for him. It was merely a compromise because she didn't want to leave the ship and hoped to steal the non-existent body-strengthening gene serum. Even if she later indulged in it, Shun Wang simply attributed it to his own skills. After a brief kiss, Shun Wang instructed, "Remember, you must clean up thoroughly." Stussy nodded slowly, her gaze already hazy, and it was unclear whether she had heard him. He could no longer worry about that. They were about to enter the range of their observation Haki. Shun Wang quickly left Stussy's room, climbed onto the deck, hesitated for a moment, then returned to the captain's cabin. 3 seconds later, he rushed out and jumped into the sea with a splash. After Trish directed a group of porters to restock the ship's hold, Shun Wang returned. "Why are you back so late?" Trish approached, wrinkling her nose. "Did you actually chase into the sea? So, did you catch it? What kind of fruit was it?" "Just an ordinary paramecia." Shun Wang shrugged. "What ability does it have?" Trish pressed. "Just a paramecia, the heat fruit." "What kind of ability is that?" Trish frowned. "Just changing body temperature." "What a junk fruit." "It's very strong, okay? It can raise body temperature to 10,000 degrees. Shun Wang replied with a grin. "Getting hit by that would kill you, right?" Trish's eyes widened. "Maybe you'd ascend to heaven." After expressing her amazement, Trish noticed that Shun Wang had been keeping his left hand behind his back, and her brow furrowed. "What are you hiding behind your back?" Shun Wang had been planning to wait for a good moment, but she caught him, so he had no choice but to bring it out. It was a wooden box the size of a suitcase. When opened, the contents glowed brightly, dazzling Trish's eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw a shiny silver cylinder resting on black velvet inside the box. Trish picked it up, turned it over a few times, and a look of disbelief gradually appeared in her eyes. "Is this the prosthetic hook you bought for me? It looks nice, but it's bare. Where's the hook?" "Don't rush." Shun Wang closed the box and placed it by his feet. "The cool part is coming." He reached behind his back and pulled out a long wooden box. Opening it, inside was a katana with no handle, only a tsuba. "Look." Shun Wang took the base from Trish's hand and snapped the tsuba onto it. With a click, the two pieces fit perfectly. "See, now it's a weapon." Shun Wang swung it. "You put this blade in a scabbard and hang it on your right waist. Before battle, just snap your left hand here and draw out a sword instantly. Imagine it. Isn't that cool, eh?" Shun Wang grew more excited. "And this blade is a good grade blade. Just the blade cost me 100,000 berries. Well, it's really cool, but I don't know how to use a sword. And what's the point of wearing this bear shell daily? It's more comfortable without it. If you put it on only during battle, then it's not cool, right?" "Don't rush." Shun Wang raised his index finger and shook it, then reached behind his back and pulled out another flat box. Inside were 3 gleaming silver hooks of different sizes. Various sizes to suit all your daily needs. Shun Wang raised an eyebrow at Trish triumphantly. "This is really good." Trish took the flat wooden box with shining eyes, caressing the 3 hooks. Silver was indeed more beautiful and cooler than gold, though less luxurious. But as long as it's cool, that's enough. Trish turned her head and saw Shun Wang carrying that large box toward the gangway. "Hey, why are you walking so fast? By the way, that box in your hand looks familiar, and you're carrying such a big box. It can't be just for my prosthetic, right? Tell me quickly what's in the box." Without looking back, Shun Wang said, "These are books. I'm going to relearn navigating. Come on, you still want to study? You might as well pay Miss Backen to stay." Trish rolled her eyes. "Wait a minute, did you say something wrong? What are you going to relearn?" "Sorry, I misspoke. I meant navigation." "I think you have improper thoughts about navigating." Trish pursed her lips. She ignored Shun Wang and continued studying her new toy. Just as Shun Wang had put away the money box, Milo flew in. "Shun Wang, I just want to see Miss Backen. She said she wasn't feeling well and didn't open the door." Milo's eyes showed concern. "Should we stop for one night and check on her?" Shun Wang naturally understood. He nodded. "All right, let's dock at the pier for one night and see tomorrow." Seeing the worry on Milo's face, Shun Wang could only comfort her. "Nothing will happen. Even if something does, there are doctors on the island. Very convenient." Milo also knew she was worrying too much. "Sorry I made you worry too." "No need to apologize, Milo. You are my good helpmate. I should thank you for looking out for me." Shun Wang smiled and gently pinched Milo's tail. "Don't touch me randomly." Milo wriggled and suddenly broke free. Turning and seeing the disappointment on Shen Wang's face, Milo landed on his shoulder again, leaned down, and kissed the corner of his mouth. Getting pricked again, not bad. He was getting used to it, going 2 or 3 days without a prick left him feeling a bit empty. Shen Wang's lips curled into a smile as he watched Milo fly out the door. On Zhanga Island inside a dark room, a burly man sat at the head smoking a cigar. Are you sure it's a... Absolutely. It matches the descriptions in the books, and judging by her belly, she's about to give birth. Once we get her weight 2 months, and we'll have 2 small people. Very good. The man, half his face shrouded in darkness, nodded with satisfaction. The glow of his cigar only illuminated his lips. Is everything arranged? It seems they don't plan to leave today. I've already contacted 3 slaver ships outside, and they'll return tonight to surround and capture them. I've seen her. The woman is missing a hand, but her face is top-notch. Being pregnant lowers the value a bit, but some people like that. With a bit of work, she can still fetch a good price. All must be captured alive. That man is robust and handsome. Many noble ladies would fancy him. Yes, sir. I will certainly accomplish it. What did you say? They left. The man at the head of the table stood up. I am guilty. I failed to anticipate they would depart. Please punish me, boss. Then hurry and prepare a ship to chase after them. Notify the other vessels to increase speed. We'll surround them with all 4 ships. The man stepped forward and kicked the kneeling subordinate. He grabbed a massive double-barreled gun from the rack beside him and strode out of the darkened chamber. On the ship, Shen Wang was practicing punches with a dumbbell, while Tai Lizhi was seeking advice from Mi Luo on swordsmanship. In truth, Mi Luo's deepest expertise lay in the rapier techniques of the Dongdonta tribe. Her study of the blade came only after obtaining the devil fruit, built entirely from insights gained during rapier practice, combined with the combat instincts of her mantis-like catching limbs. However, both her catching limbs and the sword on Tai Lizhi's prosthetic arm lacked the flexibility for complex angular variations. Therefore, she was quite suitable to serve as Tai Lizhi's instructor for the left-hand blade. At that moment, Stussy, having rested for an hour and bathed, stepped onto the deck. She walked slowly, striving to maintain the elegant catwalk-like grace. Miss Bajin, you're all right. Tai Lizhi spotted Stussy first, a genuine smile lighting up her face. Yes, I might have a slight cold. A little rest will cure it. Stussy returned the smile. A cold? I don't think I've ever had one. Tai Lizhi murmured softly. Stussy paused on the deck for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Captain, we need to prepare to leave the harbor. So urgent. Shen Wang stopped his practice. We might have been marked, Stussy smiled. I suspect it's the slave trading syndicate. They have a base on this island. Slavers have their eyes on us. Shen Wang was taken aback. You must know you have a tontata on board. In the slave market, a tontata can fetch over 100 million berries. I am not a tontata. I am a Dongdonta. Mi Luo declared with a serious expression. Fine, my mistake. Mi Luo, the strongest warrior of the Dongdonta clan. Stussy quickly apologized. Though her tone lacked sincerity, the corners of Mi Luo's mouth curved upward, and her chin lifted slightly, clearly pleased. Shen Wang jumped off the boat to untie the mooring lines while Tai Lizhi lowered the sails. In less than 20 seconds, the little fire dragon sailed out of the harbor on the wind. The lookout on the shore felt as if had only blinked, yet the ship at the port had already drifted far away, as if teleported. Just after finishing dinner, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. It had been ages since the system last stirred. This time it had taken so long to issue a notification that Head thought it hadn't triggered, and he would have to wait for another opportunity. Ding! The host Stussy has successfully conceived. Now generating inherited talents. Analysis of host's talents complete. Inheritable talents are as follows. Outstanding human physical talent limit of a normal person. Outstanding navigator talent limit of a normal person. Outstanding intelligence limit of a normal person. Good heavens. Stussy comes with 3 outstanding talents. Limit of a normal person. Meaning another step up would put her in monster territory. It matched his impression of Stussy. Staring at Stussy's inheritable talents, Shen Wang hesitated for a moment. Should he choose the navigator talent? He wasn't confident about keeping Stussy on the ship long-term. If she left, navigating with his own rudimentary skills would be a disaster. But the physical talent was what he needed. His rate of growth was still too slow. Perhaps he could simply make Stussy pregnant with a second child. For now, boosting his own stats was the top priority. Without hesitating long, Shen Wang decided to let the child inherit Stussy's outstanding physical talent. Captain, your aura suddenly feels stronger. Stussy, who was enjoying the sea breeze nearby, immediately sensed it. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow, a playful grin spreading across his face. Of course, it's because I'm in a good mood today. Just thinking about this morning's paramecia chase fills me with joy. Just by reminiscing, my strength increased a bit. You. Stussy was dumbfounded, a flush creeping over her cheeks. She never expected Shen Wang to dare imply so brazenly. Wasn't that too bold? I'm afraid I can't quite grasp your meaning. Stussy, having navigated the underworld for years, still managed her expression. After just 2 seconds, she put on a distant smile. But the rosy tint on her face wouldn't fade so easily. Though in the darkness, it was hardly visible. What are you two talking about? Taylisi approached with a suspicious expression. Just chatting about the heat fruit paramecia we encountered this morning, Shun Wang said with a smile. I don't think you're telling the truth. Taylisi shot Shun Wang a sideways glance. Soon she sat down opposite Stussy and shamelessly bummed a cup of black tea from her. Shun Wang leaned on the ship's railing, gazing at the atom tree visible everywhere these days. It still glowed at night, its silhouette clearly outlined. The 20% inheritance from Stussy felt slightly stronger than Miluo's, but far inferior to Taylisi's. Was the gap between outstanding and excellent really this vast? Shun Wang didn't dwell on it. Right now he was simply elated at the prospect of another rapid power surge. Even though the distant atom tree offered little to see, he still stared at it with a smile. In the darkness, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in the distance. Boom! The thunderous roar of a cannon. Who's firing at us? Shun Wang's face hardened as he instantly unleashed his observation Haki. Judging by the shot, it was inaccurate, but that couldn't be taken lightly, for it was only a ranging shot. The moment the shell hit the sea, several more flashes flared from that direction. This time 5 cannon blasts in quick succession. Miluo, focus on interception, Shun Wang shouted. He had no effective way to deal with cannonballs at the moment. Weigh anchor. Adjust the sails. Shun Wang saw Taylisi heading to the mast base, and he quickly moved to steer. Damn it! Who the hell dares to start a fight? After adjusting, Shun Wang grabbed a telescope, cursing under his breath to identify the opponent and decide whether to fight or flee. Stussy folded her arms, leaning sideways against the deck railing, scanning the surroundings. No need to look. They're slaver ships, Stussy stated calmly. And more than one, ahead, behind, left, and right. We're surrounded. Huh. Before Shun Wang could express surprise, cannon fire erupted from all directions. Miluo could handle one side just fine, but 2 became difficult. There was no way she could deal with shells coming from 4 directions. Stussy, how strong are they? Quick Blade Carter, Iron Wall, Bosco, Rope Artist Linder, and Heavy Cannon Gold. Stussy drawled. If I had to fight all 4 at once, victory would be hard. But they wouldn't be able to defeat me either. Got it. 4 pieces of trash. Shun Wang scanned the area and found the ship behind them was closest. He immediately went to adjust the sails and ordered Taylisi to turn the rudder. After adjustments, the little fire dragon charged toward the ship behind. Who do you think I am? Get our ship alongside theirs. Due to the sudden turn of the ship, most of the incoming shells plunged into the sea, greatly reducing Milo's pressure. Shun Wang also covered his fists with Busashoka Haki and knocked down 2 shells that had slipped past Milo. Unlike Milo, he couldn't fly, though his defensive range was limited, and even blocking with his fists carried tremendous impact. Just 2 shells left his arms trembling. Fortunately, the enemy ships ceased firing, intending first to exhaust them before engaging in close combat. After all, their goal was to capture them alive. Spotting the little fire dragon charging toward their flagship, the crew on the other 3 ships burst into laughter but quickened their pace. The order was to encircle. If the net was broken and any escaped, they would face dire consequences. Shun Wang stood on the foredeck, 1 foot planted on the forward railing, gazing at the 3-masted sailboat drawing nearer. This vessel was 5 times larger than his little fire dragon. The sheer freeboard appeared nearly 5 meters higher than his current position. Though imposing compared to the little fire dragon, Shun Wang felt no fear. His small ship was built with atom treasure wood as its keel. Otherwise, after so many adverse hazards, any ordinary vessel would have fallen apart long ago. This great ship might not even be worth as much as his little fire dragon. Shun Wang fixed his gaze on it, waiting only to leap aboard as soon as they closed in. Strike anyone he saw. As the distance rapidly shrank, his Kenbunshika Haki detected the presence on the ship. On deck, a crowd of feeble underlings surrounded an aura roughly 80 to 90% as strong as Stussy's. Was Stussy's intelligence inaccurate? Shun Wang furrowed his brow. Still, if the other 3 were far weaker, it would be plausible. None of this mattered. Before sharing 20% of Stussy's talent, subduing him would have taken some effort. Now, though not fully realized, he had gained a certain enhancement. With his current strength, defeating him would only take a dozen exchanges. The distance was sufficient. Shun Wang pushed off the railing. The little fire dragon tilted slightly. He launched himself skyward, arcing through the air before landing heavily on the bow deck of the large vessel. Not far ahead, surrounded by a throng, stood a towering middle-aged man, 3 meters tall, his build robust and symmetrical. Of course, his legs still appeared disproportionately slender. Quite a bold one. The tall man flicked a cigar from his lips, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. With that, he raised the nearly 2-meter-long double-barreled gun, its barrel as thick as an egg, aimed at Shun Wang, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A pitch-black bullet shot forth, coated in Busashoka Haki. A bullet clad in Haki. Not bad. The next instant Shun Wang gathered dense haki on his fists and swung directly at the incoming bullet. Boom! A clash of metal rang out as Shun Wang's fist met the bullet. Such immense power. It matched the impact of a cannonball. But I am the man who knocked away 2 cannonballs Hehe without a scratch. Shun Wang laughed wildly, his fist, having knocked aside the bullet, pressed forward without losing momentum. The straight punch drove straight into the giant double-barreled gun's muzzle, shattering the second bullet, just exiting the barrel and the gun itself into fragments. So you are Gold the cannon. Shun Wang sneered at Gold, who stood dumbfounded holding the bear stock. And you dare come looking for trouble. Cannon, you say? Even a real cannon is nothing more. Gold suddenly laughed and tossed aside the stock. Seems I've been out of the spotlight too long. No one remembers Gold the cannon. Very well. Gold clenched his fists, which glowed with Busashoka Haki. This cannon isn't about the gun, it's about my fists. He swung with a fierce whistle, a black streak aimed directly at Shun Wang's head. Now that's interesting. Shun Wang's eyes lit up with excitement. His comparatively tiny fist met Gold's powerfully charged blow. Hehe. Thump! A shockwave burst from the point of impact. Gold's underlings with longer hair had their locks swept back into a slick style, those with shorter hair felt their faces ripple from the blast. Powerful. Again, Shun Wang closed in fists, pounding relentlessly. The constant clash of fists numbed the underlings' eardrums, forcing them to spread out involuntarily, forming a wide circle on the deck. After several exchanges, Gold was driven back, roaring in vain. Boss, Gold is losing. Help him, a squad leader shouted. No one dared to enter the melee, but all raised their guns, training them on They had no confidence in hitting, but had to put on a show. Ugh! A sharp cry. One man's throat burst open with a spray of blood. His gun slipped, he clutched his throat, making gurgling sounds before collapsing. Who's there? The others went on alert, spotting no enemy. But a second man's throat erupted in blood, and he fell limp. Then a third, fourth, fifth. What the hell? Panic spread. Ooh, everyone feared for themselves. It's a vengeful spirit. The superstitious wailed, dropping their weapons and scrambling away. Man, the steadfast aimed wildly, searching for the enemy, but until their own throats burst in blood, they found not a trace of their assailant. It's a devil fruit user. Run, someone guessed, but even he couldn't escape, his throat slit by a sword. In his frenzy, Shun Wang accidentally punched Gold's head flat. He sighed with regret as Gold crumpled to the deck. Just then Milo emerged from the shadows, having dealt with his. Milo's optical camouflage ability seemed impressive at first, but once Kinbunchika Haki appeared, it was rendered completely useless against it. So it was only good for bullying the weak. But he could do that without the ability. Awkwardly, in the end, it only served to frighten these weaklings. The other 3 ships are closing in. Can Triss hold on? Milo flew over, worried. Don't worry, let's go. Elsewhere, after Shun Wang and Gold clashed, the other 3 ships drew near. One ship hurled a dozen grappling hooks, laying ropes between them and the little fire dragon, creating a walkable passageway. Haha, what a beauty. The first to descend was a wiry man wielding twin blades, Carter the Quick Blade. There's an even sexier one over there. A burly man over 2 meters tall jumped aboard. His physique lacked obvious specialization, but his reputation as Iron Wall suggested he was formidable in defense. Yahoo, am I the last? A man of average build but dressed in a well-fitted suit walked down the rope onto the little fire dragon's deck. Both beauties are perfect material for binding. Lin the rope master licked his lips, unbuttoning his suit cuffs with an obsessed look. It's you, isn't it? Presumptuous slave traders. Triss wore a standard smile, rotating the hook on her left prosthetic hand. The hook clattered to the deck. Then she pressed her left hand against the scabbard hanging on her right hip. A faint click. At that sound her heart steadied, and she swiftly drew a gleaming katana. The motion was fluid and effortless, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Leveling the katana at Carter the Quick Blade, Triss' smile grew harder to contain. At the same time, her right hand stealthily reached for her back hip, where her sickle hung. Pretty little sister, your figure would look even better if I tied you up. The rope artist Linda initiated the attack, raising his hands like a conductor, gently swaying them in the air. Terlise felt a loud alarm ringing in her heart, yet she could not discern where the danger originated. Suddenly she felt a tightness around her ankle, as if something had bound her. Looking down, she was astonished to see a rope sprouting from the deck, binding her calf. Huh. Surrender quietly, for Linda is a master of binding, having eaten the rope fruit. You cannot escape. Quick Blade Carter explained loudly as he charged forward with dual blades. Terlise felt her calf darken, and with a forceful tug, she broke the rope into several segments. Merely lifting her left-hand sword casually, she blocked Carter's descending dual swords. Oh my, so you can use armament Haki. I like that even more. A beautiful and cool little sister like you would be delightful to bind. Linda chuckled foolishly as he shot out 2 pitch-black ropes from his hands. Terlise systematically blocked the attacks of the 2 with her left-hand sword coated in armament Haki. At that moment, Iron Wall Bosco circled around, arms outstretched, shrouded in black armament, Haki from his arms to his chest. He planned to hug Turles from behind. However, Turles' observation Haki had already detected his movements, and as he approached, she drew her hooked sickle from her lower back. In a seemingly hasty defense, she managed to push Bosco back a few steps. This little girl will definitely fetch a high price. The three exchanged glances, and in perfect unison they advanced to attack. Although Turles' left-hand sword was not yet proficient, she possessed superior strength, but found herself in a precarious situation. After several exchanges, she had already fallen into a disadvantage. Inadvertently, her sickle became entangled in Lindes' rope. After several rounds of combat, they had realized that this sickle was her weapon of expertise. Having tugged unsuccessfully, just as she prepared to unleash her strength, quick blade Carter slashed towards Turles' legs, while Bosco had already seized her left-hand sword, desperately gripping it to prevent her from moving. At that moment, a figure flashed by, sending Carter tumbling as he was kicked. Bosco was also struck in the chin, several teeth flying out along with blood and tears. Turles' left-hand sword was freed. Looking at Stussy, who stood with one hand on her hip in front of her, Turles smiled joyfully. Miss Bajin, you're amazing. That was so cool. Stussy turned to Turles, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I'll take care of Bosco. You continue fighting these two. Gaining strength in battle is the quickest way. Sister Bajin is so considerate. Thank you. Sensing that Stussy's attitude was no longer distant, Turles immediately took the opportunity, hoping that Stussy would stay on the ship. I'm so fed up with Shen Wang's navigation skills. Stussy turned her head somewhat stiffly, then in a flash of movement, delivered a heavy kick, knocking Bosco back down. Turles gathered her strength and pulled the sickle free from Lindes' rope, simultaneously severing his bindings. This sexy little lady, are you in such a hurry to be tied up? Linda had beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, but his expression remained stoic, his mouth stubborn. Turles weighed the sickle in her hands, suddenly transforming into an afterimage, charging towards Carter. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades as under the assault of Linda and Carter, the sword techniques she had just learned from Milo in the afternoon began to become familiar, gradually achieving a sense of integration. Unfortunately, the opponents were not resilient. When Stussy took out her scalpel with a bit more seriousness, it signified the end. Bosco knelt down, clutching his throat. Turles blocked Lindes' rope with her left-hand sword, while her sickle severed Carter's dual swords, and with a quick reverse hook, Carter fell silently onto the deck. Seeing this, Linda gritted his teeth and shot out a rope towards the ship he had arrived on. As long as it ensnared, he could escape in an instant. Turles would not sit idly by when the other end of his rope wound around the ship's railing. A glimmer of joy appeared on her face, only for a flash of white blade light to descend. Don't kill me. We're with Bosgon Z. If you kill me, Bosgon Z won't spare you. Turles instantly recalled the notorious pirate Gon Z, who had a bounty of 600 million berries. Her sword stopped at Lindes' neck. Lindes' face broke into a smile, tears and snot mixing as he grinned widely, appearing extremely deranged. What proof do you have? On our flag. Boom. A loud crash echoed as Shen Wang jumped back onto the ship, delivering a powerful fist from the sky that dispatched the blabbering fool. What are you thinking? Whether he is connected to Gon Z or not, since he has done this, he cannot be spared. Shen Wang looked at Turles as if she were foolish. But he's a pirate with a bounty of 600 million. Turles argued. So what? Don't talk about 600 million. Even if it were 1 billion or 2 billion, it would be the same. Shen Wang shook his head. With thoughts like yours, you will never become a strong person. Turles turned her head away. TSK. Such a cowardly bully, how could she possibly awaken Conqueror's Haki? No. She shouldn't even have the potential for Conqueror's Haki. Shen Wang internally scoffed. Seeing her seemingly a bit angry, Shen Wang felt helpless. Forget it, EU. I still need to carry her tonight. I can't let her stay angry. You were so cool when you drew your sword just now, Turles. You seem quite skilled. Shen Wang grinned at Turles. Such a level of coolness is not something that requires much effort. Turles' face flushed. Seeing her expression of wanting to laugh, yet holding it back, Shen Wang knew everything was fine. All right, now there's an important matter. I saw with my observation Haki that there are many mixed auras in the holds of those 3 ships. They are likely slaves. Although I'm not a good person, I still need to save them when I encounter them. Those remnants are about to set sail. You all go over and clear them out, then gather all the slaves on one ship. Shen Wang commanded, pointing to a ship ahead. Turles, you go to this ship. Then pointing to the right, Stussy, you go to... I'll take the one on the left. Milo is tired and will rest on the ship. Rescuing slaves. That's just what I want. Turles' eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed towards the prepared grappling hooks. Stussy rolled her eyes and silently followed Shen Wang's instructions. Upon reaching the left ship, Shen Wang swiftly killed all the slave traders on the deck. Opening the door to the hold, a wave of sour and foul odor assaulted his senses. Shen Wang covered his nose and stepped back a few paces, his brow furrowed tightly, full of disdain. After a while, as the stench dissipated somewhat, Shenhuang finally walked in. Inside were several cramped cells, each about 20 square meters, yet stuffed with dozens of people. It was so crowded that it was not merely people squeezing against each other, but rather people stacked upon one another. Perhaps due to fear and numbness, even though Shenhuang was an unfamiliar figure, they did not dare to think of him as their savior. They merely curled up, trying to avoid being seen. Shenhuang sensed that there were about 200 slaves on this ship, both male and female. The men generally had some strength, and the women were all relatively pretty, at least possessing some degree of attractiveness. Even though their faces were filthy, their features still revealed they were not ugly. Why is there a solitary cell at the end? Shenhuang sensed that there was also a 20 square meter cell at the very back, but inside was only one aura. Shenhuang hurried over, and at a glance he was stunned. Inside was a white cat fur tribe member covered in short white fur with a round face and large round eyes that held dreamy light blue pupils. Although she had a three-part mouth, it was small and pink, evoking a strong desire to take a bite. The cat ears covered in white short fur had pink insides, and the tips of the ears were adorned with a tuft of clever fur. Though her eyebrows were a bit short for someone like Shenhuang who had seen countless anime, it was a point of cuteness. In an instant he felt like a furry enthusiast. She had been sitting on a bed of straw, but upon Shenhuang's arrival, she sniffled and quickly shrank into the corner in fear. What a beautiful cat fur tribe! Shenhuang couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, the white cat fur tribe member's light blue eyes brightened, cautiously lifting her head to look at Shenhuang. Am I really that pretty? Her voice was soft and weak, almost inaudible. Shenhuang was slightly puzzled. He had just blurted out a somewhat impolite compliment, yet she seemed to actually like it. Though confused, he reacted swiftly, incredibly beautiful. I dare say you are the most beautiful of all the minks. Really? She couldn't help but walk over the chains, scraping loudly on the floor. The colorful fur garment she wore was somewhat worn, yet it stretched into an adorable curve. Probably a B to C cup. Shenhuang judged inwardly, and as she drew closer he suddenly noticed that her beautiful blue eyes seemed to lack focus. Have you seen many minks? How can you be sure I'm the most beautiful? She asked hesitantly. I've seen quite a few. I could say I've seen every type of mink on Zoan. So far I've only seen one decently good-looking mink, a rabbit mink, named Jialuot. Far less beautiful than you. She tilted her head in thought. Never heard that name. A rabbit mink. Do you like white-furred minks? She felt a bit disappointed, but in the next moment joy flickered in her eyes. Because of the words, far less beautiful than you. I really like you, hairless monkey tribe. What's your name? My name is Shiluo. The white cat mink Shiluo showed a delighted smile. Shenhuang, nice to meet you. I like you too. Will you come with me? Shenhuang extended his hand toward her. Yes, yes. Shiluo nodded vigorously. Wait, let me break the lock. Shenhuang crushed the lock on the cell door, then prepared to break the shackles on Shiluo's wrists and ankles. But she gave a forceful tug. Though her ears turned red from strain, she snapped the chains. You could break free, so why are you still staying here? Shenhuang was stunned. Because it's the first time someone said I was beautiful, and they say it to me every day. Shiluo smiled sweetly. But what does can fetch a good price mean? Shenhuang was baffled. How could compliments lead to being imprisoned as a slave? Could more compliments actually make them give her away? No wrong train of thought. He quickly pried open the iron ring on Shiluo's wrist while explaining to her what being sold and being a slave meant. He focused on the miserable fate of slaves adrift and powerless and the various perverse masters. Will I be very popular? Shiluo instantly caught the gist. Those people's affection is heavy and painful. Shenhuang pressed his forehead. He had let something slip, and she caught it. She was a problem girl, and moreover her eyesight seemed to be impaired. By the way, can't you see ya? Shenhuang waved his hand in front of her eyes. Shiluo's light blue pupils followed his hand. My eyes are sick. I can only see blurry shapes. But you don't need to take special care of me. I can sense the surrounding aura, the path, and people. Shiluo hurriedly explained, her cat ears drooping slightly. Shenhuang's heart stirred. Wasn't this observation Haki? Wow. Shiluo, you're amazing. You actually have observation Haki. Shenhuang praised generously. What is observation Haki? Shiluo's ears perked up, twitching. Shenhuang briefly explained it to her, emphasizing that this ability was rare and that those who had it were all strong. Shiluo became even happier. As they left the cell, Shiluo immediately grabbed Shenhuang's right little finger. Can I hold your hand? I can see the road, I just want to hold you. Whoosh. So cute. Shenhuang turned back and grasped Shiluo's little hand, which had the dual texture of soft short fur and elastic paw pads, then turned his head to show a gentle smile. Of course, no problem. Shiluo's face showed a flattered expression, her ears twitching, and her tail behind her stood straight as a rod. Seeing her adorable reaction, Shenhuang's heart raced uncontrollably. He had to win her over. Not only was she beautiful, but with her strength and self-awakened observation Haki, her talent was surely not low. Moreover, she seemed easy to get along with. It seemed he was destined to be a furry lover. Just a few days ago he was regretting, and now such a perfect mink appeared before him. Walking to the cells of the captured people, Shen Wang first instructed Shi Luo to keep quiet and stay still, then loudly announced that they were free. The people in the cells were incredulous at first, but after seeing Shen Wang open all the cell doors, they tentatively stepped out. Even more only dared to come out after seeing Shen Wang walk away. Shen Wang stood on the deck, watching the first group hesitantly emerge, then tossed them a large bunch of keys. Untie your chains yourselves, then gather on that large ship. They'll find a peaceful island to drop you off. Shen Wang planned to give each of them some money, enough to buy a ship ticket. In the New World, the fare for one ship ride was also enough to buy a small plot of farmland. It would be enough to support themselves. As for why he was so generous, because in searching these two ships, he had already found nearly 50 million berries. Simply rescuing them and placing them on a safe island would still leave them with a huge problem in living. A good person cannot stop halfway. Though it pained him, this was the only way. Excessive morality really hurts one's fortune. Shen Wang grumbled, leading everyone to the ship where Tailizi was. These slave-catching ships were all three-masted sailboats of similar size, so anyone was the same. Tailizi had rescued about 200 people here, while Situshi had saved over 100. Now a total of more than 500 people were gathered on this ship, making it a bit cramped. Why so slow? Tailizi heard the commotion and started complaining without even turning around. Situshi saw Shen Wang fixed her eyes on Shi Luo behind him, and her pupils contracted. Tailizi turned and saw Shi Luo behind Shen Wang. Her eyes lit up. What a beautiful white cat. Shi Luo, who had been nervous, immediately tilted her face up with a sweet smile. Wow, so cute. Tailizi stepped forward, grabbed Shi Luo's cat paws, and shook them excitedly. Big sister is also very beautiful. Shi Luo couldn't see Tailizi's appearance, as she only sensed that the woman in front of her was much taller and had a pleasant voice. So she judged her to be a beautiful big sister. Little sister, what's your name? How old are you? Tailizi really wanted to hug her, but hesitated. My name is Shi Luo, I'm 20 years old. Shi Luo laughed happily too. Tailizi was suddenly choked, thinking she could finally be the older sister, but Shi Luo turned out to be a year older. Forget it. Someone this adorable couldn't be the older sister. Tailizi quickly adjusted her mindset and said with a smile, my name is Tailizi. You can call me Sister Tailizi. Watching Tailizi giggle foolishly, Situshi suppressed a smile and asked, Captain, are you planning to take this cat mink on board? Of course. She's pitiful, has a soft personality, can't see well, and as a mink her value is high. If I don't take her and help her, she'll definitely be captured again. Shen Wang gave a bunch of reasons. Oh. Situshi smiled slyly. This seems a bit dangerous. Shi Luo is so beautiful, and the captain is quite lecherous. Tailizi whipped her head around, shooting a glare like a knife. A man cannot. At least he shouldn't. Did you just say something extraordinary? Terrace frowned. You said Shi Luo can't see. Yes, everything is blurry to her. Shen Wang replied. Shi Luo suddenly lowered her head, her ears drooping. Alas, poor Shi Luo. Terrace sighed. Turning around, she saw Shi Luo with her head down. The pitiful sight compelled her to pull the little girl's head into her generous bosom. Don't worry, Shi Luo. From now on, big sister will take you out to play. Ziluo's ears twitched tentatively before perking up. Sister Terrace, you don't blame me. Shi Luo raised her head slightly, secretly glancing at Terrace. I can't see clearly yet. I said you're beautiful. It wasn't sincere at all. How could I blame you? Terrace beamed with joy. She was no longer the youngest. Though she had tricked her way into this, it was still immensely gratifying. Your intuition is spot on. Terrace hugged Shi Luo tighter. Big sister really is very beautiful. Having heard countless praises of her appearance since childhood, even now, she sometimes marveled at her own reflection in the mirror. If someone suddenly called her ugly, she would merely sneer dismissively, that person has no taste in beauty. How could she ever be angered by a polite compliment from Shi Luo? It seemed little Ziluo's perception was a bit off. Normally, even an unattractive woman wouldn't be riled up by such a situation, would she? Terrace sensed something amiss, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, while Shi Luo felt apologetic, she reached out and stroked Ziluo's ears. Shi Luo let out a soft, startled cry, tilting her face up to gaze blankly at Terrace. Whoosh. Terrace felt her heart melt at the sight of Shi Luo, her breath quickening. Shi Luo, your eyes are so beautiful. Terrace exclaimed loudly. Really? A faint smile curved on Ziluo's lips, but she dared not laugh. But these eyes can't see clearly. They say such eyes are ugly. Who said that? You may not see clearly, but we all see them very clearly. They are incredibly beautiful eyes. Terrace turned to Stussy, who was nearby. Sister Bajin, tell Shi Luo whether her eyes are beautiful. Stussy stood with her arms crossed, accentuating the stunning curve of her chest beside Shen Wang. Hearing Terrace call, she walked over with a smile at the corner of her lips. Little Ziluo's eyes are like two Padparadska sapphires, or like clear lake water stirred by the wind. utterly captivating. If sold as a slave, those eyes alone could fetch an extra 500 million belly. That last part was unnecessary. Terrace pouted, having finally grown closer to Stussy. She dared not glare at her. Did you hear that, Charlotte? Your eyes are so beautiful they're worth a fortune. Terrace felt something odd about her own words, but couldn't pinpoint it. Charlotte, would you like to stay with Big Sister? Terrace had another idea. Charlotte nodded in a daze. Terrace quickly took Ziluo's hand, ready to lead her to her room. Before leaving, she turned and glared at Shenhuang. He'll be watching you like a hawk. Don't you dare have any ideas about little Charlotte. Shenhuang, who was discussing with Stussy where to settle the rescued people, curled his lip. If I really wanted to act, you couldn't stop me. Watching their figures disappear into the room Terrace had never occupied, Shenhuang continued his discussion with Stussy. They finally decided on the island to head to, leaving Elbaf for a while. As for the rescued people, their earlier plan wasn't thorough. Over 500 people on one ship was cramped. In the end, they split them across 2 ships, gathering all supplies from the 4 vessels and dividing them between the 2. They selected people with sailing skills to steer and temporarily manage the crowd. As for the other 2 ships, they were scuttled, lacking sufficient crew, and with 4 ships making too large a target. They busied themselves until dawn, finishing everything. What a laborious fate. While scuttling the ship, Shenhuang caught a fish, thinking it might suit Ziluo's taste better. Stussy stayed to help until midnight before going to bed, claiming late nights were the enemy of skin. Thus Shenhuang had to send the still helping Milo off to sleep, as well, lest he seem neglectful. As for Terrace, the light in her room burned late into the night. Who knew what she was doing with Charlotte? Breakfast. Shenhuang banged the basin loudly outside Terrace's door. What's the rush? Came Terrace's sleepy complaint. Before she finished, the door opened. Charlotte appeared at the doorway, her eyes miraculously focused as she stared at Shenhuang. Shenhuang felt uneasy under her gaze. Eat in that room. Shenhuang pointed to the dining area. Charlotte ran, thump thump thump, toward the dining room. Only then did Shenhuang notice Ziluo's hairstyle had changed. Her long white hair, previously loose to her waist, was now tied into 2 braids. It must have been Terrace's handiwork. She had tied Ziluo's hair with red ribbons, securing them to the tufts on her ears, forming 2 thin ponytails hanging by her sides. It looked rather cute, yet also strange. Where's Charlotte? Aren't you hungry? I sure am. Shenhuang snorted and turned to find Milo. With such a commotion, Milo was already awake. Milo, go call Stussy. Seeing Milo already washed up, Shenhuang followed routine and asked her to fetch Stussy. It wasn't his idea, but Terrace, clearly showing she didn't trust him. Back in the dining room, he found Charlotte sitting primly. Though she seemed eager and clearly yearned for the food on the table, she waited obediently for everyone to start. Eat. Don't wait for them, Shenhuang said, sitting down and picking up his bowl to take some dishes. When Terrace and the others arrived, they saw Shenhuang piling Ziluo's bowl with food until it formed a small mountain. Charlotte, can you really eat all that? Terrace looked worriedly at Ziluo's tiny frame. Good morning, Sister Terrace. I can eat it all. Charlotte smiled happily. Brother Shenhuang's cooking is delicious. It was just average. Terrace and Stussy thought the same, but neither said it. Though they could cook better than Shenhuang, everyone on the ship had huge appetites, making cooking too exhausting. Here, little Charlotte, you like this, right? The first thing Terrace did after sitting down was to heap more food onto Charlotte ate quickly, soon finishing the mountain of dishes Terrace had given her along with her rice. I'm done, Charlotte said politely. Just as Shenhuang was about to ask, he heard Ziluo's stomach growl. Wait. Shenhuang handed his own large bowl of meat and rice to Charlotte. Let me see how much you can eat, so I know how much to cook. All for me. Charlotte was pleasantly surprised. She had started to stand, but sat back down. Skipping one meal wouldn't affect him much. At most, he'd skip morning training. Terrace stopped eating as she watched Charlotte devour the food. Seeing Charlotte finish that large bowl, she couldn't help but hand over her own bowl. Still hungry. Want this one too? Full, eh? Charlotte had a few grains of rice on her lips, her eyes dazed. What does it feel like to be full, eh? Terrace felt as if a heavy hammer struck her heart, her eyes instantly welling up. This child didn't even know what it felt like to be full. How pitiful. Let me check. Shenhuang stood up and walked over to Charlotte. Since she leaned forward while eating and her skirt was loose, he couldn't tell. So he reached out and touched Ziluo's belly. Instantly Charlotte bared her teeth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and long claws extended from between her fingers. But just for a moment she retracted all signs of aggression, lowering her head obediently as Shenhuang touched her little belly. It's a bit full. Do you feel uncomfortably stuffed? It feels a little full, but not uncomfortable. Charlotte smiled sweetly. Have half a bowl more. You should still be able to eat some. Shenhuang estimated based on Terrace and Milo's appetites. He had inexplicable confidence in Charlotte, given her display of breaking iron chains last night. Though she was thin, it was clear she had never been properly fed. After 3 days of sailing, their fleet of 3 ships finally reached their destination. They dropped anchor far off the coast. Then Shen Wang had those who could row use the lifeboats from the big ship to ferry the people ashore one trip after another. As they boarded the lifeboats, Shen Wang personally handed each person 100,000 berries as their initial capital for what lay ahead. 3 days ago, the total revenue from that battle was only about 70 million berries. Now giving away over 50 million in one go, it was truly heart-wrenching. An overly high moral baseline really ruins one's fortune. He'll never do this again. Though he cursed inwardly, who knew what the next time would bring. Shen Wang handed each small stack of berries to those people with a seemingly carefree flick, but in his heart, he had already cursed countless times. Benefactor. Someone fell to their knees and prostrated themselves directly. Please, benefactor, tell me your name, so I can pray for you every day. Another person, tears streaming down, kowtowed as well. Benefactor, I have some family wealth. If I know your name, I can find a way to repay you someday. Shen Wang quickly waved his hand. Enough. The people who captured you this time are very influential. The best repayment you can give me is not to know my name. From now on, act as if nothing happened. Don't tell anyone anything. Otherwise, it might not be that dangerous for me, but you will be captured again. Although Shen Wang wasn't too afraid, going up against Ganzi with his current strength was still somewhat risky. Especially since that guy was a bomb fruit user. One misstep and the ship could be blown to pieces and it would all be over. Remember, don't trust people easily from now on. Be vigilant in everything you do. If you get caught again, you might not be saved. You all know well what life as a slave is like. Shen Wang asked around a bit and found that most people had been tricked by friends, told there was a fun novel place, an island with an easy life or a job with high pay and little work. Too damn gullible. Thinking about how in the pirate world the famously naive Tontata tribe. Maybe if he had said a few more words back then, he wouldn't have needed to offer a devil fruit at all. But if he hadn't offered a devil fruit, the target probably wouldn't have been Milo. Looking back at that decision, the outcome now was absolutely perfect. He liked everything about Milo except that they couldn't go all the way. That was a major regret. After sending everyone ashore, he scuttled the 2 ships. He had checked the spot earlier, deep enough that even the masts wouldn't be visible after sinking. The little fire dragon set sail again for Ayerbafu. During these 3 days, Telisai hadn't slept in Shen Wang's quarters, but instead shared a room with Shala. It made Shen Wang's heart itch. He wanted to visit Situ Zai's room, but he was afraid Telisai might come at night. Now that he was sure Telisai wouldn't come, could he go find Situshi tonight? Watching Situshi gracefully sipping tea on the foredeck, her slender waist in that tight short dress, the white stockings on her thighs. Too tantalizing. Shen Wang swallowed his saliva, put down the barbell, and wiped his sweat nearby. Shala was watching Telisai practice swordsmanship. Though she couldn't actually see, she could sense the sharpness of the sword techniques and praised them with substance. Of course, she also received many compliments from Telisai about her appearance, and both were pleased. Shen Wang suddenly remembered something. Oh Shilo, how did you get down from Zhuowu? When the Elephant Lord sprayed fire rain, I jumped up and grabbed its trunk, and it brought me down. Shilua scratched her chin a little shy. Shen Wang couldn't quite imagine it. What kind of person had such guts? An unprotected 10-centimeter aerial roller coaster. Alright. That white dot on the Elephant Lord's trunk he had glimpsed from afar. Could it have been Shilua? Truly brave. Is there a normal way to go up and down? How would you go back in the future? I don't know the normal way down either. Shilua suddenly became dejected. I didn't bring a Viver card. Shen Wang instantly understood. She hadn't planned to go back. Given her personality, it was easy to guess she hadn't had a good life on Zhuowu either, and probably had no friends to give her a Viver card. Telisai had already asked about it, and Shen Wang had heard a little. Shilua, as a pure white-furred cat mink, was not well-liked among her kind. Her eyesight was poor, and she had been bullied since childhood. When eating, she didn't dare compete with others. If not for occasional aid from 2 minks of other tribes, she might not have survived to adulthood. The reason she came down this time was that she heard other minks talk about the freedom of the sea and yearned for it, hoping she might find someone who would like her. As soon as she came down, she met people who praised her lavishly, and in a daze, she was shackled and thrown into a cell. Besides the lack of freedom, she thought life at sea wasn't so bad back then. A spacious, sturdy room, regular food deliveries, and constant compliments on her beauty. During the sounds of battle that night, she was even worried about the slave traders she had spent several days with. It wasn't until she met Shen Wang that she learned what a dreamlike life felt like, what it meant to be full. Shen Wang wanted to remark that cats indeed disdain white-furred peers because white cats struggle to hide and catch fewer prey. Thus a consensus formed in the cat world: white cats equal weaklings. But with more interaction, Shilua clearly showed great potential. When the Elephant Lord sprayed water on Zhuowu, its trunk lifted very high. Shilua, after only a few attempts on the highest rooftop, successfully caught that aerial roller coaster. How many on Zhuowu could accomplish such a feat? How many in history? Moreover, she had been chronically malnourished and untrained. Still, she was a mink. Why carry the habits of beasts? Incomprehensible. Shenwang planned to let Shiluo rest and regain strength first, then start training her to become a strong fighter. For now, let her enjoy herself for a while. In the middle of the night, Shenwang got up quietly and crept down to the lower hold. Situzai's door was locked, but he had keys to all the cabin doors on this ship. He entered with ease. Shenwang knew that with Situzai's vigilance, she had definitely sensed him entering, probably even when he went down to the hold. Without that level of alertness, how could one survive at sea for so many years? Situshi, it's me. In the darkness, he spoke directly. The air was silent for a few seconds before Situzai's voice sounded. Captain, it's so late. Is there something you need? As I said before, the condition for forgiving you was to give me a child. Now I'm here to collect. Shenwang said as he approached Situshi. Wasn't that a one-time thing? Situshi was genuinely surprised. Though she did want to relive that day's event, she hadn't expected Shenwang to actually intend for her to bear a child. Situshi smiled as she watched Shenwang draw near, making no move to resist. She wanted it too, and this excuse would serve well for the long term. As for bearing a child, she had no intention. After the last time she had taken a bath, scrubbed herself clean. Same this time. She didn't want a child so early. Since opportunities might not come every day, Shenwang kept at it until the sky was barely light before leaving the lower hold. A bath, then straight to making breakfast. A healthy body made such recklessness possible. During breakfast, Situxi did not appear. As Shiluo passed by him, she twitched her nose, causing Shenwang's heart to tighten. Fortunately, she only wore a puzzled expression and said nothing. Is her nose that sharp? A sense of foreboding. After breakfast, Shiluo went fishing by the central deck rail. Ever since she discovered that fish could be caught this way, she had fallen in love with fishing. Although she caught nothing most of the time, she still took great pleasure in it, spending the majority of the day sitting obediently on the ship's side fishing. Watching Shiluo stare motionlessly at the sea surface, Shenwang truly felt as if he were looking at a cat. When hunting, cats have exceptional patience crouching for long periods. At that moment, Situxi finally emerged holding a magazine and heading straight for her usual seat at the foredeck. As she passed by Shiluo turned her head with a puzzled look. Sister Tailizi. Situxi's heart leaped, her smile faltering. Miss Bajin, not Tailizi. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Shiluo quickly put down her fishing rod and bowed in apology. Just then Tailizi walked over and wrapped her arms around Shiluo. Shiluo, why did you mistake Sister Bajin for me? Tailizi's eyes glinted with dangerous sparks. Shenwang's mind raced, but it was already too late to stop it. I smelled Shenwang's scent on Sister Bajin, so I thought Sister Tailizi had sprayed perfume. As Shiluo spoke, she sensed the atmosphere turning wrong and her voice trailed off. Xiaowang, anything you want to say? Tailizi immediately turned to Shenwang, her green eyes blazing with, well, you all wanted me to keep Situxi on the ship, didn't you? I thought becoming family was a good approach, so Shenwang quickly came up with an excuse. Perhaps it was an excuse he had already prepared. Situxi, just tell me. Are you willing to stay on our ship forever and become family? Shenwang asked Situxi directly with bravado. Situxi wore a teasing smile, glancing at the fuming Tailizi, then at Shenwang. Just as Shenwang's heart leaped to his throat, she finally spoke. Of course I am willing to stay on the ship. Sister Tailizi, do you agree to let me become your family? Shenwang didn't believe a single word, but her words helped immensely. Sure enough, Tailizi, who was about to attack Shenwang, was rendered speechless. She glared at Shenwang resentfully. You have to ask Sister Miluo. With that, she turned and went back to her cabin. A loud bang from the door announced her mood. Miluo had already stopped swinging her sword. When Situxi looked at her, Shenwang also looked at Miluo with anxiety. The air was silent for a few seconds. Miluo turned around, her face expressionless. I agree. Shenwang breathed a sigh of relief, but Miluo's expression was not good, and he was still a little worried. Miluo stood for a few seconds, then suddenly sprouted wings and flew onto Shenwang's shoulder. Shenwang's heart tightened. Next time, can you tell me first? Miluo's voice rang out. I will. They'll definitely consult you first. Miluo let out a soft breath, then leaned over and kissed the corner of Shenwang's mouth. Without a word, she turned and flew back to continue practicing her swordsmanship. Shenwang finally completely relaxed, letting out a long breath. He was so moved. Miluo was truly wonderful. Somehow he felt like crying. Men really are fools. Situxi chuckled, walking toward her seat. Huh, what does she mean? Shenwang didn't understand Situxi's implication. Brother Shenwang, what happened? Shiluo tugged at Shenwang's sleeve, looking guilty and pitiful. Shenwang didn't know how to explain it to her. She understood, nothing too pure. It's that I, without the consent of Shenwang's family members, Miluo and Tailizi, arbitrarily became family with Shenwang. Tailizi is very angry. Situxi's voice came. So that's it. Shiluo suddenly understood, then lowered her head to think for a few seconds. I also want to become Brother Shenwang's family. Shiluo suddenly lifted her head, her face resolute. But I will first ask for Sister Miluo and Sister Tailizi's consent, and won't secretly become family with Brother Shenwang. After speaking, Shiluo asked again, Sister Bajin, do I need your consent? I agree. Satuxi didn't turn her head, just waved her hand. You mainly need to ask for Tailizi's consent. She really doesn't want anyone else to become Shenwang's family. I will definitely work hard. Shiluo seemed to have found a goal, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Of course she was still a bit clever as she first walked toward Miluo. Shenwang held his breath and looked at Shiluo, but didn't dare look at Miluo. Sister Miluo, I apply to become Brother Shenwang's family. I want to ask for your consent. Miluo stopped her sword and took a deep breath. I have no problem here. You need to be more careful with Tailizi. But do you know what it means to become family? Miluo couldn't help asking. It means being together forever. Shiluo said affirmatively. I know. Family is protection, is tolerance. Family is. When the most vulnerable belly is exposed, it won't be attacked, but gently caressed. Family is the person who will firmly support you when the whole world doubts you. Family is the one who loves you forever without needing you to prove your worth. Miluo stared blankly at Shiluo, and Shenwang was also deeply touched. Well said, Shiluo. Say more. Face Tailizi with such words too. Miluo sniffled, her eyes red-rimmed. You? Alright, go find Tailizi. I understand, Sister Miluo. Shiluo walked toward the door she had entered many times. Her tail was flickering constantly, showing that her mood was not as calm as it appeared. After the door closed, it was quiet for a long while. Shenwang looked at Satuxi, who was also gazing curiously at Tailizi's door. Satuxi was really curious, so she got up and walked toward Tailizi's room, and Shenwang followed. Miluo also stopped practicing and flew onto Shenwang's shoulder. What did you say? No. You're still so young. You have no idea what it means to become Shenwang's family. Tailizi's voice suddenly exploded loud enough for the whole ship to hear, startling the three outside. Satuxi couldn't help laughing. Tailizi, Shiluo is 1 year older than you. Don't make her sound. Satuxi. Tailizi's suppressed voice came. It's all because of your nonsense explanation. Alright, my fault. Satuxi stepped back a few steps. At this moment, Shiluo's voice came. I really like Sister Tailizi. I want Sister Tailizi to be my sister. Shiluo. Tailizi's voice inside was very excited, then came a series of muah. Muah. Shiluo really sacrificed a lot. Shenwang felt that Tailizi was a bit perverted. Shiluo, how about you become my family alone? Others can be, but you just can't become Shenwang's family. Having had enough kisses, Tailizi tried to tempt Shiluo. I want to become everyone's family. Brother Shenwang is especially important. And I've discovered that becoming Brother Shenwang's family automatically makes me family to everyone on the ship. If it's just one or two, I'd have to get along with each one individually. You? Hi. Shiluo. How are you so clever? Tailizi's voice came suppressed with a hint of gritting teeth. At night, soon after Shenwang fell asleep, a soft body slipped into the covers. As soon as he touched it, Shenwang knew it was Tailizi. His heart tightened, but Tailizi didn't say anything, only demanded once. In the latter half of the night, Shenwang had a faint sense of crisis, which kept him from sleeping well. The night passed without incident. After breakfast, Shenwang was about to exercise as usual. As soon as he stepped onto the afterdeck, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis at his lower back. With a thought, he covered the area with armament Haki. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Shenwang turned around and saw Tailizi with tears in her eyes. She was holding a small dagger, so short it couldn't even pierce through. With a sigh, Shenwang took off his shirt. Go ahead, stab me. Just don't ruin my clothes. Clang. Tailizi directly drew the good sword from her waist, let out a roar, and unleashed a wild flurry of slashes at Shenwang's back. Of course, Shenwang's back was pitch black. Listening to the clanging sounds behind him, Shenwang felt a bit bored and even wanted to yawn. Captain, should we take a deed? Satuxi's voice sounded. Shenwang looked and saw Satuxi standing by the railing holding a telescope and looking ahead. What's the situation? Ahead is that monster, the ship of the iron balloon. What? Charlotte Linlin. Shenwang made a big leap and rushed to the foredeck. Behind him, the caught off guard, Tailizi stumbled from her swing. Through the view of the telescope, a huge yet crude ship could be clearly seen. On its deck sat a pink ball. Oh no, it was Charlotte Linlin. In front of her was a mountain of various foods, and a little dwarf was jumping around conjuring up more food. And from the figurehead, it could be seen that the ship had been transformed into a Huamasai, the first-generation Queen Mama chant. Captain, what should we do? Stussie's voice rang out. With all due respect, encountering this natural-born destroyer, we have no chance of survival. She is extremely brutal. Hardly anyone survives meeting her ship. After hearing Stussie's words, Shenwang curled his lips slightly. Tell us, drop anchor. We'll stop here for now. Got it. Sister Tellus, let me help you. Shiluo, you're so kind. Muahi. The little fire dragon slowly came to a stop, and Shenwang observed for a long time, confirming that on the Queen Mama chant were only Charlotte Linlin and Chong Yinbao. Indeed, once the ship became a Huamizi, it needed no crew, fully automated. This way, one of his previous ideas now had the conditions to be implemented. Both people on the ship were devil fruit users. If he could pierce the hull and sink it into the sea, wouldn't they be at his mercy? Chang Mianbao could be easily killed. As for Charlotte Linlin, based on her later performance in the land of Wano, falling into the sea would cause short-term memory loss, and she wouldn't be able to use the soul fruit ability. This seemed like the effect of abilities failing upon contact with seawater. It further confirmed his previous speculation on Charlotte Linlin's 6th birthday. It was a carefully orchestrated soul theft by Jirmolo. Now what would happen if she fell into the water early? Would she revert to memories before her 6th birthday, or be in the state of complete amnesia like in Hajigua? Or perhaps his guess was wrong, and there was another situation in Hajigua. Shenhuang felt it was necessary to take the gamble. After all, in the sea, no matter how powerful Charlotte Linlin was, she couldn't catch him. Now there was one problem. When he first thought of this method, he had guessed that the ship she was on was one stolen from giants. He had considered it would be difficult to secretly pierce, but hadn't expected her to transform the ship into a Huamizi so early. Now this plan was completely unfeasible. A Huamizi was equivalent to a living creature. How could it not know if someone drilled a hole in it? An enraged and awake Charlotte Linlin was terrifying. At this moment, he didn't know if she could use Weigua. If she could blast him even across the sea. Then life or death would be uncertain. He couldn't think of a good plan, but after finally seeing Charlotte Linlin without her noticing him doing nothing was truly unsatisfying. Stussy, what do you think about taking a shot at this steel balloon? Annoyed, Shenhuang raised his telescope while speaking to Stussy beside him. Are you crazy? Stussy turned to look at Shenhuang, eyes wide as if seeing him for the first time. There are only 2 people on that ship and both are devil fruit users. If we sink the ship, we can easily kill them. Do you have a grudge? No, I just have a hypothesis to verify. Shenhuang's tone was calm. It's a pity Charlotte Linlin used the soul fruit to turn the ship into a Huamizi, otherwise I would go and pierce it now. Is there a way to sink it without alerting that Huamizi ship? Watching the Queen Mama chant gradually receding in the telescope, Shenhuang murmured. Stussy stared at Shenhuang for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. You're truly audacious, daring to provoke such a ferocious monster for a hypothesis. That's the reason you don't have Conqueror's Haki, Shenhuang teased. Spare me, I don't want to die rashly one day for no reason. After saying that, Stussy reached into the abyss of her cleavage and after a few seconds pulled out a palm-sized disc. Just then Shenhuang put down his telescope and stared in astonishment at Stussy's action. How can you hide something there? Shenhuang gasped. And why didn't I notice anything there? Stussy smiled brightly, but instead of answering, she handed the metal disc, still warm with her body heat and faint fragrance, to Shenhuang. Shenhuang stared blankly at the double-layered trapezoidal metal disc in his hand, feeling its warmth. The manga was realistic after all. Captain, this is my treasure trump card. It contains explosive rock. Explosive rock. Isn't that a tightly controlled item by the world government? Shenhuang instantly felt the object in his hand turn burning hot. Stussy, you're incredible. You have such a thing. Shenhuang immediately understood Stussy's implication. Even a palm-sized piece of explosive rock was enough to destroy an entire island. Although there wasn't that much inside, it was more than enough to blow up a ship. Captain flatters me. This microbomb can perfectly fulfill your idea. It could easily blow up the keel of your treasure tree atom, and that ship's keel is most likely not treasure tree atom. Although Stussy wore a smile, her heart ached. For the sake of obtaining the gene potion preparation data worth hundreds of billions, this small investment was nothing. Even so, it still hurt. Shenhuang looked at Stussy with some surprise. He had never told her that the little fire dragon's keel was made of treasure tree. What sharp eyes? How do I use this? Throw it on. Shenhuang gripped the microbomb tightly. Stussy took a deep breath, maintaining her outward smile. It has multiple uses. The back here can be peeled off, giving it strong adhesion, usable even in the sea. And here there's a lid and a pull cord. After opening the lid, there's a button inside. Pressing it sets a 10-minute timer before explosion. As for this cord, pulling it triggers a 10-second explosion. Given the bomb's power, it would be mutual destruction. Great. Shenhuang's lips curled into a grin. He wanted to laugh out loud. A pillow arrives just when you're sleepy. Stussy was indeed good. Very good, and beginning to like you more and more. Shenhuang patted Stussy's shoulder. Saying that, he turned and called out, Milo, tell us Shiloh wait here. Without waiting for their response, Shenhuang grabbed the bomb from Stussy and jumped directly into the sea. Milo was about to speak, but Shenhuang had already disappeared. Worried, Milo stopped practicing swordsmanship and flew to Stussy's table on the foredeck, lifting the enormous telescope for her and peering through the eyepiece to locate the steel balloon. Tellus silently walked to the foredeck and looked out, though her face was sullen. Is brother Shenhuang going to do something dangerous? Shoa was good at reading the mood. Although she didn't understand, she guessed that Shenhuang's trip was not an ordinary fishing expedition. Tellus rubbed Ziluo's head. That cheat won't be in danger. Although Shenhuang had only promised to take care of her, and stay with her without any commitment about feelings. Tellus still labeled him a cheat. Probably because she couldn't think of a more fitting word. Shen Wang swam all the way from 100 meters deep in the sea, as agile as a swordfish speeding toward the Queen Mama chant. Soon through the seawater above his head, he saw the slightly distorted hull bottom. After swimming a bit further, he ascended to the depth of the hull and quietly waited for the Queen Mama chant to arrive. Simultaneously, through the murky seawater, he vaguely saw the figurehead and confirmed the target was correct. When the hull passed over him, he tore off the sticker on the back of the micro bomb and slapped it onto the central keel of the Queen Mama chant. Shen Wang tried to pull it off, and confirming it was firmly attached, opened the cover and pressed the button. A set of numbers lit up on the disc, a 10-minute countdown. No ticking sound, nice. He took a deep look at the hull, smirked, turned around, and swiftly swam away. Mommy, mommy. Something stuck to my bottom, so uncomfortable. The chant suddenly cried out, and then its hull twisted just like a person scratching an itch. Really? Chang Yinbao, go down and check. Charlotte Linlin said, indifferently swallowing a large piece of cake, her mouth full of cream. Chang Yinbao stopped what he was doing and looked at Charlotte Linlin with dissatisfaction. Linlin, I'm a devil fruit user. Going into the sea would drain my strength, and I'd sink to the bottom. Mama. Charlotte Linlin paused for a moment, then came to her senses after a few seconds. When we reach the next island, I'll catch someone for you to check. All right, Mama. The chant twisted its hull again. After a while, Chang Yinbao, who was making pastries, suddenly turned serious. Not good. A huge crisis. He let out a loud shout, covering his small body entirely with armament Haki. Zeus! Charlotte Linlin yelled, and the thundercloud homie Zeus immediately dove down. Meanwhile, the sun Prometheus also rushed toward Charlotte Linlin, but his speed seemed neither fast nor slow, giving off a Khazaria-like vibe. At that moment, a violent surge of energy erupted, and a blinding white light instantly filled everyone's vision. On the other side, Shen Wang swam with all his strength for about 9 minutes before finally surfacing. He did not dare underestimate the power of the explosive rock. Although the original work never showed it, it was hyped so much that it must have its exceptional qualities. Upon surfacing, he turned around and saw a huge flower of flame exploding in the distance. Perfect timing. Boom. A thunderous explosion followed, and then a fierce blast wave pushed him farther away. Excellent. Shen Wang couldn't help clenching his fist and swinging it. When the smoke cleared, only broken hull fragments and planks remained on the sea. By the time the huge ripples reached him, they had lost most of their force, only pushing him a bit farther. The destructive power was truly terrifying. Shen Wang swam vigorously toward the explosion site. Without the need to breathe, he could truly go all out. He had miscalculated one thing. Hopefully it hadn't sunk to the bottom, otherwise it would be hard to retrieve. The original plan was to scuttle the ship, not to blow it up with such a powerful bomb. Could he still make it in time? Anxious, Shen Wang reached the explosion scene in just over 5 minutes. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the atmosphere was scorching. Holding his breath, Shen Wang was about to dive when he suddenly heard a sound. Mama, it hurt so much. Mama, wake up. Huh, this homie didn't get blown up. Shen Wang turned toward the source of the sound, the largest piece of the hull. He cautiously swam over and rounded a fragment dozens of meters high. What came into view was the large piece of the bow lying sideways on the water. The chant was wailing in pain, while Charlotte Linlin lay on its wreckage, half of her body submerged in water. Chang Yinbao was also hanging on the figurehead of the chant. The difference was that although Charlotte Linlin's body was blackened, there was no blood, and her breathing was relatively steady. In contrast, Chang Yinbao's face and body were covered in dark brown bloodstains, blood continuously bubbling from his mouth. His eyes rolled back, unconscious and unknown if alive. To have survived such an explosion with few injuries, what a monster. However, they both possessed observation Haki, at the last moment before the blast, they must have sensed a fatal threat. It was uncertain how Charlotte Linlin fared, but at least Chang Yinbao must have trusted that intuition and covered his entire body with armament Haki as much as possible. Yet even so, he was this badly mangled. Shen Wang swam over, coated his fist with armament Haki, and gave the wailing chant 2 solid punches, causing stars to appear in its eyes before it passed out. Then he dragged Chang Yinbao into the sea. To avoid future trouble, once his body went limp, Shen Wang made him see his own back. After all that, Shen Wang finally looked at Charlotte Linlin. From a distance it hadn't seemed so, but up close she was like a pink mountain of flesh. She hadn't yet reached her peak height of 8 meters, but she appeared to be about 8 meters. Shen Wang swam over, intending to drag her into the sea, but could only grip her index finger with his arm to exert force. It was like carrying a rocket launcher. As he swam, Shen Wang realized he was only up to just below Charlotte Linlin. With such a size disparity, looking at Charlotte Linlin's face, he still couldn't appreciate such a giant face. Of course, Charlotte Linlin at this age was far from beautiful. But then he thought of the even more extreme size difference between Milo and himself. The visual effect was even more terrifying. How could she have fallen for him? Even if he was handsome, such a scale difference wouldn't really show it, would it? Forget it, he had told Telly C before that love has no reason. Thinking so, Shenhuang felt his heart soften a bit toward Milo. Of course that didn't stop him from pursuing more women, it only deepened his feelings for Milo. After holding Charlotte Linlin underwater for a while, Shenhuang suddenly wondered where were the sun Prometheus and the thundercloud Zeus. He had clearly seen them through the telescope earlier. During the explosion, he seemed to have seen several unidentified objects blasted away. Charlotte Linlin's hat Napoleon was also gone, blown to pieces. That was just as well, no more trouble. While idly thinking, Shenhuang dragged Charlotte Linlin toward the little— "How did you bring back the iron balloon?" Stussy exclaimed. "Quick, point me a direction. Is there an uninhabited island nearby? Size doesn't matter. I'll put her on the island." On the sea surface beside the little fire dragon, Shenhuang bobbed up and down shouting excitedly. "What a reckless captain." Stussy sighed, rubbing her forehead, and turned to get the sea chart. Shenhuang actually didn't really want to bring Charlotte Linlin to a deserted island. After all, if he guessed wrong, it would be very dangerous. But keeping her soaked in the sea wouldn't be good for waking her. "There's a small island at 3 o'clock. I don't know how long it'll take to get there. Maybe 2 to 3 hours, or even half a day." Stussy gave the direction. "Can you swim that long in the sea?" "No big deal." Shenhuang waved his hand. "You follow from far behind. I'll go ahead. If things go wrong, and you see me swimming back alone, be ready to turn around and run." With that, Shenhuang dragged Charlotte Linlin toward the direction Stussy had indicated. Telly C stood by the ship's railing watching Charlotte Linlin floating on the sea, lost in thought. That fat face and bloated figure. How could anyone ever be attracted to her? This woman is safe. After swimming for roughly 4 hours, Shenhuang finally glimpsed the barren, desolate island. Charlotte Linlin had been soaking in the sea for quite some time as well. Dragging the plump little giantess onto the sandy shore, Shenhuang leaped directly onto her large belly and stomped down with force. PFF. Like a whale spouting water, Charlotte Linlin parted her lips and expelled a massive column of water. Once she had emptied the seawater from her stomach, Shenhuang pressed his foot against her philtrum. After a moment, Charlotte Linlin's eyelids fluttered. Shenhuang quickly scurried down along her belly to the edge of the beach near Charlotte Linlin's feet. Those colossal feet, when upright, her big toes reached his waist. Shenhuang spat and waited for Charlotte Linlin to awaken. Cough, cough, cough. After a violent fit of coughing, Charlotte Linlin sat up abruptly, holding her large forehead with a bewildered expression. Where am I? Where's sister? Where is everyone? Where's my cake?" Sitting up, Charlotte Linlin looked utterly innocent, exuding a pure and foolish air. "And you are?" Shenhuang felt greatly relieved. This was the memory before her 6th birthday feast, wasn't it? As expected, the degree of fusion was still low, so she wouldn't be in a state of complete amnesia. "Hello, my name is Shenhuang." Shenhuang didn't introduce himself at length, but fabricated a story for her. "You were shipwrecked. I rescued you, so you're on this beach." "Wasn't I with everyone about to eat cream cake? How could I have been shipwrecked?" Charlotte Linlin was utterly perplexed. "I regret to inform you that it's no longer the time when you were 6 years old. 8 years have passed since your 6th. You lost your memory due to the shipwreck." Shenhuang concluded directly. "I see." Charlotte Linlin's large eyes were filled with doubt, likely unable to grasp what amnesia meant. Then, she asked timidly, "How is sister now? How is everyone at the Lamb's house?" Explaining the whole truth might have been better, but Shenhuang feared she would fly into a rage. After pondering for a while, he spoke cautiously. "The children at the Lamb's house have found new lives arranged by sister. As for sister herself, she has to raise more children, so she has temporarily left you." Charlotte Linlin's expression instantly turned aggrieved, and the air seemed subtly charged. Just as Shenhuang expected her to lose control, she sniffled and slumped down again. "Yes, sister isn't my sister alone. But couldn't she have taken me along? As far as I know, on the day after your birthday, sister and the children of the Lamb's house all vanished, leaving only you there. Then 2 devil fruit users came to you. One of them, who possessed the eat fruit ability, became your friend. His ability is to turn anything into food." "Wow, I want that." Charlotte Linlin's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. "I must become friends with this person." "He was indeed your friend for over 7 years. Shenhuang nodded, and without waiting for Charlotte Linlin to press further, he continued directly. "The key is the other person. That person's ability is to send their own soul into another's body, devour the other's soul, and take—" "How wicked." She grew angry upon hearing this and suddenly punched the sand, producing a loud piff as a burst of sand exploded. Blah, blah, blah. Caught off guard, Shenhuang got a mouthful of sand. I'm sorry. I got carried away." Charlotte Linlin panicked, reaching out, but afraid to move. "It's fine." Shenhuang wiped his mouth. There was no point in getting angry with her. "Let me continue. That person coveted your physical gifts and wanted to devour your soul to take over your body. But she didn't expect your soul to be powerful as well, so she couldn't eat it. Instead, she used a slow, gradual method fusing with your soul over all these years. Just now, when you were soaked in seawater, her ability temporarily failed, and your memory reverted to before her invasion. So, will I die? Fear crept onto Charlotte Linlin's face. Shenhuang was about to explain that she wouldn't die, only merge when he suddenly realized she had the cognition of a 6-year-old. Yes, if this continues for a few more years, you will die. What should I do? I don't want to die. I still want to eat, and I want to eat so many cakes. As Charlotte Linlin's eyes reddened, and her voice grew shriller, the air exuded a terrifying pressure, as if she were about to lose control. Shenhuang quickly released his Conqueror's Haki. Hiss! Just clashing with it was exhausting. Was this really the might befitting her intellect? Or was it truly the aura of merely a fragment of her soul? If her soul were whole, how terrifying would that be? Calm down. As long as you stay in the sea, you'll be fine. Charlotte Linlin froze, and gradually the pressure subsided, clarity returning to her eyes. That's right, as long as I soak in the sea, you'll be fine. Thank you for telling me how to survive. With that, Charlotte Linlin stood up and rushed into the sea, leaving only her head above water. Thank you for helping me. Are you called Shenhuang? Are we friends now? She asked timidly. Of course we're friends. A smile curled at the corner of Shenhuang's mouth. I'd like to become family with you too. Is that okay? Of course. Charlotte Linlin cheered, splashing her hands in the sea and creating a large spray. You're splashing me. Shenhuang scooped up water and splashed her back. Mama. Charlotte Linlin's laughter echoed through the sky. Phew. At last had managed to pacify the little brat. Shenhuang wiped his sweat and noticed her agile movements in the water. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Linlin, do you feel weak in the sea? No, I feel great. Just as he suspected. The soul fruit wasn't hers at all. After playing for a while, Shenhuang led Charlotte Linlin back to the little fire dragon. Charlotte Linlin didn't know how to swim initially, but after just a little instruction from Shenhuang, she learned. Whether it was natural talent or fear of death, she picked it up instantly. Her face wore a very earnest expression while learning. What's going on here? Stussie's eyes widened. She had remained unflappable since boarding this ship. Even after having that kind of relationship with Shenhuang, she kept her composure. But this scene was utterly beyond imagination. This was an incredibly brutal and fearsome powerhouse. Let me introduce you. This is Linlin. She's 14 years old, and from now on she's our friend and family. After speaking, Shenhuang turned to Charlotte Linlin and said, everyone on this ship is my family. He then introduced everyone to her in detail before inviting her aboard for a visit. Charlotte Linlin was reluctant at first, but Shenhuang patiently explained that leaving the sea for a short while was harmless, which finally convinced her to board cautiously. Seeing that when Charlotte Linlin stood on the central deck, her head nearly touched the sail, and even when seated she couldn't stretch her legs, Shenhuang knew it was time to change ships. By bringing Charlotte Linlin along, Shenhuang intended to cure her. It was such a pity that a kind, innocent Linlin had been merged into such brutality by Carmel. As for how to cure her, Shenhuang had already thought of a way. Brooks Yomi Nomi. Once he found the fruit, he would head to the Grand Line to find Brooks, save his crew, and claim his life as a debt. Was that too much? By the way, Shenhuang edged that eat fruit user who became my friend. Where did he go? He could have omitted mentioning Strusen, but if Linlin regained her past memories after being cured, she might blame, so he decided to tell her outright. Wait here, he'll fetch some records of your past deeds. Shenhuang quickly walked back to his captain's quarters. He had collected a great deal of intelligence on Charlotte Linlin, and no one had suspected anything. After all, it was perfectly normal to thoroughly investigate a brutal pirate like her. What's really going on? Stussie followed him and asked quietly. Shenhuang didn't give her a clear answer, merely vaguely, saying he had blown her memory away. He needed to be cautious. Stussie didn't believe him, but she could tell he didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press further. Though curious, she dared not provoke the brutal Linlin. Shenhuang handed a stack of photos and documents to Charlotte Linlin. He pointed to Strusen in one corner of the photo, laughing wildly, while clutching treasure, the blood on his blade attesting to his cruelty. Shenhuang handed a stack of photos and documents to Charlotte Linlin. He pointed to Strusen in one corner of the photo, laughing wildly, while clutching treasure. Charlotte Linlin covered her eyes in terror. I know it's not you. Shenhuang comforted her. This man named Strusen was friends with that person. They both used you as a tool for slaughter and plunder. Charlotte Linlin sobbed with her knees hugged, astonishing everyone else on the ship. They all recognized this notoriously brutal pirate. How could she be acting like a child now? Shenhuang gave a brief explanation. After crying, Charlotte Linlin adamantly insisted on going back into the sea to soak. She was terrified that the evil person would take over her body again. She never asked about Strusen's whereabouts afterward. After 5 more days of sailing, Shenhuang and his group arrived near Elbath on an uncharted, desolate island to begin searching for the expansion fruit anew. Shenhuang left Milo on the ship. With Trish, Shiro, and Linlin each searching in 3 directions, he could keep Milo aboard to monitor Stussy. As long as she hadn't thoroughly ransacked the captain's quarters, she would have to stay on the ship waiting for an opportunity. When he reached the east beach, a small, battered wooden chest drifted onto the shore. What's this? Shin Wong watched the little chest float with the waves onto the sand, then run aground. Opening a blind box today. His eyes brightened as he approached the chest. He didn't really expect treasure. He was just curious what was inside someone else's chest. It was probably already waterlogged. Even so, he had already reached the chest. Afraid the chest might fall apart at the slightest touch after soaking so long, Shun Wong bent down and lifted it with both hands. It had some weight. Something was inside. A smile tugged at the corner of Shun Wong's mouth. He didn't bother with any opening ceremony. He simply snapped the little copper lock and opened the lid. A hint of purple caught his eye. A devil fruit. Shin Wong's eyes widened. Why did this devil fruit look so familiar? Shin Wong itched. Shin Wong itched. A large cloud of dust rose as a chubby giantess 8 meters tall led the way, holding something in her hands with a delighted expression. I found the expansion fruit. Brother, is this it? A long moment later, Shin Wong stared at the 2 devil fruits laid before him, lost in thought. Should he eat this gum fruit that came to him unbidden? Wait, no, the Nika fruit. Or the expansion fruit he had planned for all along? Didn't Luffy's Gear 3rd have the side effect of shrinking? Could he shrink voluntarily? How small could he get? Why did this Nika fruit seek him out? What a nuisance. Shin Wong paced back and forth in the captain's quarters, unable to make up his mind. Knock, knock. A knock sounded. Shin Wong, lunch is ready. Come and eat. Milo's voice came from outside the door. Coming soon. Looking at the 2 fruits on the table, Shin Wong stared at the Nika fruit for a few seconds, then put it back into the box. Walking out of the captain's quarters, he saw from afar that everyone else was on the beach, spreading a large picnic cloth laden with all kinds of food. They had all seen Shin Wong obtain 2 devil fruits, but he had locked himself in his room with a solemn expression. So they voluntarily prepared this meal. The main course was a sea beast killed by Linlin, twice her size, yet she had taken it down with ease. The head chefs were Tae Lizi and Situshi. The vegetable choppers and helpers were Mi Luo and Shi Luo. Brother Shin Wong, too. Shi Luo and Linlin stood by the beach waving at Shin Wong. Looking at Shi Luo's bouncing white figure waving her hand, Shin Wong nodded in satisfaction. After all, she was a cat-eared girl, so cute it was almost illegal. Just looking at her was uplifting to both body and mind. Then he looked at Linlin, that mountain of flesh in a pink dress. Though he felt physically repulsed, she was his backbone to reach the peak. For this reason, Shun Wong looked at Linlin with eyes full of affection and nodded back to her. After all, in a few years when she slimmed down, she would be a top-tier beauty. Though it felt physically uncomfortable, now he had to maintain their relationship. Thinking about it made him angry. He had wished for the expansion fruit for over a year and searched several islands, but had found nothing. Yet just by asking Linlin, who took it to heart and muttered a few words, she found it on her first try. This expansion fruit was discriminatory. The more Shun Wong thought about it, the angrier he got, but he quickly thought of a way to get back at the fruit humph. If he didn't end up eating this fruit, he would feed it to Xingya. Weren't you looking for giants? He'll give you a mini person. Thinking like this, his mood finally improved a lot. Linlin, you're such a good kid. Thanks to you, I found the expansion fruit. I'm so happy to have you. Walking up to the two of them, Shun Wong unreservedly praised Linlin. I'm happy too. Mama. Xia Luo. Linlin's hearty laughter rang out, a bit deafening. Shi Luo saw Shun Wong praising Linlin. Though she still wore a smile on her face, her tail had drooped to the ground, and her aura became low. Shi Luo is also great. Shi Luo is very beautiful, very cute. Seeing Shi Luo makes me feel good. Shi Luo's tail immediately perked up and swayed gently, and the low pressure around her disappeared. As for Xia Luo Linlin, she didn't care much about compliments on her appearance now, so there was no change. Arriving at the large picnic cloth, Shin Wong unceremoniously sat at the head, and then began the meal. The dishes made by Tae Lizi and Situshi were much more refined than his. The meat was cut into palm-sized pieces coated in a dark sauce. The aroma was enticing, truly making one's fingers move at the smell. He tried a piece, and indeed it was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Your skills are really good. Shin Wong gave them a thumbs up, eating with great enjoyment. Tae Lizi pursed her lips and didn't respond. Situshi, on the other hand, wrapped a dozen rice balls garnished with caviar and broad leaves and handed them to Shun Wong with a smile. This is my specialty. Please taste it. What's so special about these rice balls? They looked ordinary. Shin Wong took them and threw two into his mouth. Immediately a rich umami and a faint salty fragrance burst in his mouth. The combination of the caviar's texture and the rice was impressive. Though not so delicious as to make one cry, it was definitely something he would want to eat again. Amazing. Such a small rice ball can be this tasty. Shin Wong stuffed them into his mouth one after another, his cheeks bulging. Situshi smiled elegantly, using a knife and fork to eat the sea beast meat. Everyone ate the same thing except for Charlotte Linlin, who had an extra cream cake in front of her. Although no signs of her food craving disorder had been observed, Xinhuang still urgently bought a bunch of cake-making ingredients, especially sugar. Xinhuang had discovered that Charlotte Linlin didn't particularly like cake itself, but had an abnormal obsession with sweetness, and she also enjoyed the soft, fluffy texture of cake. Now he provided her with a cream cake every noon to prevent any incidents. For now, as long as she was full, everything was fine. Far from the later stage where she would suffer attacks if she couldn't get what she wanted. "Captain, what was that devil fruit you got this morning?" "Why that expression?" Tushi asked casually. Xinhuang had already put the Nika fruit in the box when he returned to the ship, so, although everyone knew he had picked up a devil fruit, they didn't know which one. Lizi and Mi Luo also looked at Xinhuang curiously. Only Shi Luo and Ling Ling were busy eating. "Yeah, weren't you always wanting the expansion fruit? You searched for so long, and now that you've found it, why are you hesitating?" Mi Luo asked. "You can discuss any issues with us, don't keep it all to yourself." Mi Luo looked at Xinhuang with encouraging eyes. Xinhuang hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, "This fruit I got unexpectedly. Whatever the expansion fruit can do, it can also do, and even has more functions, and gives a greater boost to combat power." "Then you." Mi Luo started, then caught on. With so many advantages, but Xinhuang was so hesitant, there must be another reason. Xinhuang didn't beat around the bush. He sat upright, wiped his mouth with a tissue. "This fruit, it's a mythical Zoan." "Mythical Zoan?" Tuxi's eyes widened, her little hand covering her mouth involuntarily. "Yes, a mythical Zoan." Mi Luo and Lizi were also shocked. They too knew the general classifications of devil fruits. This mythical Zoan is very strong, so its will is also intense. Awakening it carries considerable risk. Even if successfully awakened without sufficiently strong Conqueror's Haki, one cannot suppress it and will be partly influenced in personality. Most importantly, not only the world government, but also some top-tier powerhouses on the sea are searching for it. Tuxi's eyes, which had been somewhat tempted, instantly cleared. She just slightly parted her red lips, looking shocked. Mi Luo also looked at Xinhuang with concern. "Maybe." "Oomph. You told me off last time." Lizi suddenly spoke up. "So what if it's like this? With this kind of thinking, you'll never become a strong person. I even doubt your Conqueror's Haki is fake. Afraid of this and that." Lizi's barbed words were like a wake-up call, and Xinhuang suddenly became clear-headed. Yes, although he wasn't named Luffy, didn't have a marine hero grandfather, didn't have an emperor to guide him, and didn't have the pirate king's son as a brother to network for him everywhere, so what? He was a cheater. If he was cheating but still afraid of everything, wouldn't that be a waste of the cheat? Although he needed some time to develop, he wasn't Luffy. He wouldn't shout "Gomu Gomu" everywhere. This Nika fruit wasn't used the same way as Luffy's. By using his brain, he could also gain combat power without manifesting rubber characteristics. When it came to testing creativity and knowledge, he, a male college student from the 21st century, wouldn't lose to anyone in this world. A faint aura of authority rose with the wind. Mi Luo and Tushi both felt their breath catch as if a great disaster was imminent. Only Lizi looked around cautiously, wondering if there was danger somewhere. Charlotte Linlin, however, was completely unaffected and continued eating. As for Shi Luo, she lowered her head and sped up her eating while letting out a threatening growl. "Wah, Lizi, you said it well. Thank you." Xinhuang reached out, grabbed the nearby Lizi, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her on the face. "Do you want to die?" Lizi struggled desperately. Lizi, who had been silent for several days, ended up breaking down the moment. Xinhuang put Triss back in her place, abandoned his meal, and rose to walk toward the ship. If he ate too much, he might not be able to control himself and vomit. As for Triss' curses behind him, he merely cleaned his ears and pretended not to hear. After closing the door, he first took out the Nika fruit from the wooden crate. Naturally, it was not the original crate. He found another wooden box to store it. Then, of course, he placed the swell fruit inside and locked it securely. "Stay put. When I return next year, I'll feed you to Xingya." He tossed the box under the bed, then sat at the table, quite excited to eat the Nika fruit. This was Luffy's fruit. As for what would happen to Luffy without a fruit? Anyway, before Luffy came of age, he would have already reached the pinnacle. Luffy could just remain a simple adventurer. After washing the Nika fruit with rum, Xinhuang took a deep breath, suddenly opened his mouth wide, and with crunching sounds devoured the palm-sized fruit entirely into his mouth. He closed his eyes and swallowed it down. Indescribably foul. With every swallow, a strong urge to vomit surged, as if his body was rejecting it. Xinhuang suppressed it with immense willpower and forced down the entire Nika fruit. Whoever said, "Eating a whole devil fruit makes awakening easier," had truly malicious intent. Who would dare not finish it after hearing that? Even one bite was hard to swallow. Fortunately, after all this time, he had developed an enormous gullet and finished it in 3 mouthfuls. It was a lingering fear. Xinhuang tried to pat his chest, but when he raised his hand, it went limp. Like when he had broken a bone, his elbow drooped at an impossible 90-degree angle. So this was the rubber physique. Shen Wang had a conjecture. He consciously tried to revert to a human body. In just a few seconds, he felt his body return to normal. Shen Wang curled his lips. Indeed, devil fruits were all about concepts. If you thought it was a paramecia-type fruit that altered the body holding that fixed impression, you couldn't revert to a human form. But if like him you clearly knew it was the Zoan mythical beast, Nika form switching body states would be effortless. Like all Zoans, it had a human form and a beast form. Its peculiarity was that the rubber form, though a beast form, had no outward change except altering the bodice material. In this case, he wondered if the hybrid form could be developed. Would only part of the body become rubber? Or could he freely turn any part into rubber? These were all things to study. But for now the priority was to get used to the rubber state, otherwise it would be useless, and Shen Wang once again assumed the limp rubber state and performed various movements in the captain's cabin. After dinner, everyone relaxed on the beach, drinking and admiring the moon. The short-term goal, Shen Wang's purpose for finding the swell fruit, was accomplished, and everyone relaxed. A row of lounge chairs was set up on the beach. Except for Linlin, everyone else was lying there. As for Linlin, she was fighting sea beasts in the ocean. Well, if one-sided beatings could be called fighting. She dared not leave the seawater for long, so she could only whittle away time with sea beasts. Captain, where shall we sail next? Stussy placed her crystalline glass goblet on the small table and turned to the Grand Line. Shen Wang replied without hesitation. Curing Linlin was the top priority, and that go early to the Florian Triangle and lie in wait, then descend like a divine army when the Rumbar pirates are about to be annihilated. That way he could legitimately beat him to death, make him grateful, and also enable Brook to use his revive fruit ability to attempt curing Linlin. Alright, I'll draft a plan to head to Fishman Island tomorrow. Stussy took a small sip of wine. To Fishman Island, Shen Wang smiled. No, we're not going through Fishman Island. Well, take the comm belt. I want to go to the West Blue. The glass in Triss' hand slipped onto her chest, an abdomen rolling onto the sand. The clear wine soaked her dress. Luckily it was sand, so the glass didn't break. Are you crazy? Do you know what the comm belt is like? Stussy said with a trembling voice. Of course I know. It's a place with no wind, no currents, and it's the habitat of sea kings. Shen Wang smiled confidently. We've already used the method of towing the ship by physical strength. Though I can't do it now since I ate a devil fruit, Linlin can, and she's even more efficient than I was. As for sea kings, those that like to come to shallow waters can't withstand one blast of Conqueror's Haki. And both Linlin and I have Conqueror's Haki, so safety is no concern. Shen Wang glanced sideways at Stussy. So, feasible. Captain, you really are an extraordinary man. Stussy covered her heart with her right hand, her cheeks flushed as if drunk. Tonight, how about coming to my room? Stussy made the first active invitation. Wah! Of course, Stussy looked at Shen Wang with a seductive gaze, neither paid any attention to Triss' daggers from the side. Even if Triss was sulking, she still always stayed in Shen Wang's bed, and everything that came with it was not lacking. And Stussy had long ago publicly become Shen Wang's woman, though no one could object tonight. Triss could only try to kill them with her glare. By the way, Stussy, do you know where I can buy sea stone? Shen Wang asked. It wasn't good to keep Linlin in the sea. For now she was needed to tow the ship, so it was fine, but in the Grand Line there would be long waits. He couldn't keep her in the sea forever. He had to plan ahead. They were near Wano country, so maybe there was a way to buy sea stone. On the island closest to Wano you can buy sea stone, but it's somewhat expensive. How expensive? Shen Wang raised an eyebrow. A piece the size of a coin costs 10 million berries, Stussy said softly. Instantly Shen Wang felt a pang in his heart. How could it be so expensive? A coin-sized piece. How small was that? Seeing Shen Wang's incredulous expression, Stussy smiled faintly. This is still buying near Wano. If you go elsewhere, the farther from Wano the more expensive. It can even increase tenfold or more. That meant elsewhere such a small piece of sea stone would cost hundreds of millions or even billions of berries. Tisk, what a huge profit. Stussy, what do you think about us reselling some sea stone? If it were possible, I would have. Not only does buying depend on luck, but even if you ship such strategic materials out, the world government will take notice. Stussy sighed regrettably. Then let's try to buy some resupply on that island, and then head straight to the comm belt in the West Blue. Shen Wang set the next goal. Go to the West Blue to see Rock's hometown, check out Shank's mother, and then enter the Grand Line via Reverse Mountain from the West Blue. That way his voyage experience in the pirate world would be complete. After another 3 days of sailing, the Zaihalong arrived at Hijigua. Before docking, Shen Wang gazed eastward, faintly making out the towering giant stone walls of Hijigua. It was indeed adjacent. There were not many ships at the dock. It was clear that even though sea stone could be purchased here, few people came. After all, it was clandestine buying and selling of a smuggling nature. Shen Wang handed Satusi a wooden box containing half his fortune, 30 million berries. Try to buy a larger one, Shen Wang instructed. Since Satusi was unwilling to introduce her channels to him, he could only let her go alone with the money. I can't guarantee that there may not be one, Satusi said with a smile, taking the money box and waving goodbye. He then took out a smaller wooden box and handed it to Telesai, which contained 5 million berries. It was for her to purchase supplies and personal items for the crew. Although each time it cost less than 1 million berries, Shenwang always brought a full 5 million for resupply. When going shopping, one must bring enough money to cover unexpected needs. Because the previous 2 times they had been targeted due to Milo no longer wanted to go out and planned to stay on the ship. Actually, it didn't matter. Shenwang had Shilua accompany Telesai shopping. Shilua was also a rare race. Not afraid at all. As for Shenwang, he planned to wander around casually. The island style was very similar to Hijigua. Moreover, he intended to buy some desserts for Linlin to gain favor. Because even though Linlin very much wanted to go ashore to play and eat, the villain Shenwang mentioned was always on her mind, and she dared not stay away from the sea for too long. Shenwang stuffed a handful of berries into his pocket, about 500,000, and directly disembarked to past this port city. The area where the natives lived seemed even more bustling. The streets were crowded with pedestrians, presenting a scene of prosperity. He found a shop specializing in wagashi. Lifting the curtain, he walked straight in and said, "Boss, wrap up all the sweet ones in your shop." The owner, busy behind the counter, just looked up and was so shocked by Shenwang's words that his eyes bulged out. "Customer, are you serious?" Shenwang reached into the money pouch hanging at his waist, pulled out 100,000 berries, and slapped them on the counter. "Is this enough?" Enough. The boss beamed with joy. In the end, he spent nearly 50,000 berries to buy all the sweet wagashi. The boss tried to raise the price, but Shenwang glared at him with a look tinged with Conqueror's Haki, and the boss obediently sold at the original price, or even at a discount. Carrying a bundle larger than himself, Shenwang left contentedly. Suddenly, drumbeats came from the corner of the street, accompanied by the monotone sound of a shamisen. The crowd on the street parted like an invisible hand had swept them aside, leaving a clear path in the middle. Shenwang's eyes lit up as he stared at the street corner. At times like this, there was usually some excitement to watch. How interesting. Leading the way was a man in a white yukata with black patterns, carrying a lantern, followed by 4 women in blue-patterned kimono playing flutes. Next, a gorgeously dressed woman in a bright kimono supported by an attendant wearing extremely high geta walked slowly step by step. An oiran parade. Shenwang held a taiyaki in his mouth, eating while watching with great interest. Unfortunately, the oiran was not as beautiful as Guanyue Rai. After watching for a while, it became boring. It was not as interesting as the taiyaki he was eating. He had made a slight misjudgment. These wagashi were not very sweet, which suited his taste, but probably not Lingling's. Should he buy something else? After bypassing the oiran parade, Shenwang hesitated. A faint fragrance wafted over, somewhat like sandalwood mixed with the scent of cherry blossoms. A flash of light green caught the corner of his eye, and as if possessed, Shenwang turned to look. It was a woman with light green long hair, wearing a short pink yukata with crescent moon patterns embroidered at the hem and carrying a katana. She seemed to be in a hurry to watch the oiran parade. Was this Lady Toki? Tainyushi? Why was she at this point in time? Shenwang thought for only a few seconds, and then considered a possibility. She was not time-traveling 800 years in one jump, but rather traveling several decades at a time like this. This also explained why she appeared at this time. Probably because no matter how much time she lingered midway, it would not affect her accurately reaching 800 years later, so during her 800-year journey, she often stopped to play. As long as she didn't squander all her years, it would not affect her mission. After figuring this out, Shenwang licked his lips. Why should such a beautiful and resilient girl be ruined by Yutian? And let Tao Zizhu be conceived in her body? How could Tao Zizhu be allowed to exist? Even if Yutian had a child with another person, it would probably have Tao Zizhu's personality, since Yutian was also like that when young. But Tainyushi must not be harmed by these 2 disgusting father and son. Speaking of which, I haven't tried inheriting and sharing fruit abilities yet. Time does not emerge, space reigns supreme. Shouldn't he get some time abilities to use? As he thought, Shenwang's lips curled up. However, the key now was how to strike up a conversation with Tainyushi. He remembered that Guanyue Yutian had gotten together with Tainyushi through a heroic rescue of a beauty. Could he imitate that? Shenwang quickly came up with a plan, but there was a problem. What if she was timid and activated her time fruit ability to escape at the first sign of danger? If this problem was not solved, the hero-saving beauty would have many variables. Shenwang did not look at Tainyushi, afraid she might sense it, but used observation Haki to lock onto her. Standing still, Shenwang took out a dorayaki and ate it while simulating the details of the hero-saving beauty scenario in his mind, how to create a dangerous situation without scaring her into activating her ability and fleeing, and then appear like a divine soldier descending from heaven to save her. "Captain, what are you daydreaming about?" A person in a hooded cloak suddenly appeared beside Shenwang. "You're back. Did you get it?" The hood was lifted, revealing golden hair. It was indeed Satusi. She took out a small box and opened it directly. Inside were two gray-white stones the size of coins. Only 2 pieces. I bought them all. Seeing these 2 sea stones, Shun Wang's eyes brightened immediately. He thought of a method he could implement. He snatched the box and Situs's hooded cloak, then threw the large bag of wagashi on his back to her. Help me take these food items back. I have something to do. We'll meet on the ship later. With that, Shun Wang grabbed the box with the sea stones and disappeared in a flash. Satusi stood stunned for a moment, then seemed helpless and let out a light laugh. Shun Wang activated his observation Haki at full power to find hoodlums with relatively strong auras. Of course, he failed to find any. He only found 2 swordsmen with relatively strong auras and fierce dispositions. Yesterday's test cutting was not satisfying. That commoner dared to struggle and got my new sword stuck. Why don't you look at your own fault? You cut crookedly just because they moved? You might as well commit seppuku. That was just a test cut, not a... Shun Wang landed in front of the 2 swordsmen who were idling with their katanas, and before they could speak, he released a bit of Conqueror's Haki, controlling it to suppress them. I need a favor from you. How about it? Shun Wang revealed a dangerous smile. The 2 swordsmen were already on their knees, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. How could they dare to refuse? They nodded hastily. They had never imagined that someone could make them unable to stand with just a look. Very good. Shun Wang crouched down and opened the small wooden box in his hand. 2 gray dull stones appeared before them. Take one of these stones. Then it'll take you to find a woman. You hide the stone in your palm, pretend to be a thug, and use the hand holding the stone to hold her hand. The other person will hold a knife to her neck. Throughout you must act like lechers. Understand? The 2 nodded quickly. Understood. We will do it well and make no mistakes. Shun Wang nodded with satisfaction. And also never let her see the stone in your hand. Absolutely not. Even if it costs our lives, we will do it. That was just talk to be taken with a grain of salt. Doing a rough job would be enough. Shun Wang led them to find Tainyushi, who had finished watching the Oiran parade and was shopping. The target is that woman with light green long hair. Go. As they approached, Shun Wang hid by a street stall, took off the hooded cloak, and tossed it aside. Hey girl, you're beautiful. Come have some fun with me. Tainyushi heard the voice and felt her hand grabbed. She was about to draw her sword, but felt her body inexplicably become weak. It was somewhat like sea stone, but sea stone would have made her collapse immediately. It was impossible to still be standing. At that moment, another person drew a sword and placed it against her neck. Your little sister knows how to resist. I like it. Tainyushi was not too panicked at this moment, as she planned to activate her ability. She had experienced this several times before, each time using her ability to time travel and escape safely. She concentrated her mind. Why couldn't she activate it? Was it really sea stone? Tainyushi immediately realized it was sea stone of low purity. What to do? How should she handle this situation? Tainyushi's eyes widened and tears welled up in them. On the other side, Shun Wang watched the 2 performing in their true colors and suddenly realized that it wasn't that there were no powerful thugs, rather the powerful thugs had changed careers. Seeing that the timing was right, Shun Wang prepared to act. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. His plan had many loopholes, but Tainyushi came with a mission, and though he didn't know its content, it must be related to Nika. Thinking of this, Shun Wang directly extended his fists and accurately blasted toward the 2 swordsmen. This was the result of his recent days, partial rubberization, also known as human-beast form. After developing it, Shun Wang suddenly found it meaningless. The adapted rubber state looked no different from a normal person, and he could arbitrarily lengthen or enlarge parts of his body. However, he was still more accustomed to a normal human body, so he subconsciously used this partial rubberization ability. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Shun Wang shouted loudly while releasing Conqueror's Haki, precisely knocking out the others on the street, leaving only Tainyushi and the 2 swordsmen. But these 2 swordsmen would soon be knocked out forever as Shun Wang's fists struck their heads. Tainyushi stared blankly at Shun Wang's arms, which were over 10 meters long, and murmured, "Joy boy. Are you okay?" Shun Wang quickly stepped forward, simultaneously kicking the body of one of the men to cover the sea stone that had fallen to the ground. I'm fine. Tainyushi finally came to her senses. Thank you, benefactor. This young woman is Tainyushi. May I ask your name? This way of speaking was too archaic. Shun Wang's mouth twitched. My name is Shun Wang. If you're all right, please leave quickly. This place will soon be in chaos. Before thinking about Nika, Shun Wang had planned to follow her for a while after saving her, then try to show his personal charm along the way to persuade her to join his ship. But now it was different. He had shown the ability of Nika, and he was sure she would want aboard. Then, this young woman will take her leave. Tainyushi's mind was also somewhat chaotic at this moment. Surviving the calamity and encountering a Nika fruit ability bearer stunned her mind, and she unconsciously followed Shun Wang's words. Watching her walk away, Shun Wang quickly kicked aside the swordsmen's corpses, used 2 twigs to pick up the sea stones, and put them into the box. After finishing, he breathed a sigh and walked along the path Tainyushi had taken. After leaving that street, Shunwang deliberately waited for a while. Only when observation Haki sensed that Tainyushi was running back did Shunwang reveal a triumphant smile. He started strolling leisurely and walking toward the ship, leaving Tainyushi a receding figure. It was only when he reached the side of the Zaiholong and was about to board that Tainyushi came running up panting. "Benefactor, this young woman has nowhere else to go. Would you be willing to take me in?"